Gaozu traveled to the Hong Kong Comprehensive World and was a member of Lianqing's 49th generation. He accidentally activated the divine level check-in system. You can sign once a second, just like a real man, with an astonishing explosive rate. At the beginning of the game, the divine level tank was signed in, and the military factory was directly exposed. Following that, top-tier liquor recipes, artistic craftsmanship, gold processing factories, and destroyers exploded. Self-production and self-sales, systematic production, and smuggling by Gaozu. You can get profits that are 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times. In the martial arts world of Hong Kong Island, if you refuse, kill. Ghost Marine Police, AK Scan, Big Flying Collision. International Pirates. The destroyer swept away directly from the scene. The Arctic Circle route belongs to your Eagle Sauce Empire. Sorry, it belongs to my ancestor. Slowly, Gaozu started from Hong Kong Island, created a global smuggling empire. At the same time, he is also the world's ship king, the Underworld Emperor, the Lord of the Heavenly Kingdom, the financial giant. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Once per second is more cost-effective. Late night on Hong Kong Island, Kowloon border, Sim Sha Sui Pier. A man with deep and handsome eyes leaned against the front hood of the tiger-headed car. I saw him lift his flowing hair on his forehead, look up at Rolex, freeze the time at 2400 hours, and mutter to himself, "Is something wrong?" At this moment, a whistle sounded, and a small cargo ship capsized and headed towards the dock. A person got off the ship and ran up to the man respectfully, saying, "Zudge, you have lived up to your trust. You have returned safely and with a full load." The man looked at the boxes of Argentine beef jelly being transported down and nodded with satisfaction. "This car can earn at least tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Agwe, you did a great job. Take your brothers to the Mi Ji Lan nightclub and have Rubby arrange a few ocean horses for you to relax." Duh. This man's name is Gaozu. He is a member of the Lianqing Club, a member of the 49th generation, or the leader of the Fishhead label. At the same time, he is also a time traveler. "It's been 3 years. I've been on Hong Kong Island for 3 whole years. Golden Finger Tongzi brother has not received the payment yet. Hey, Red Persimmon's Hong Kong novels are not trustworthy. Ding, it has been detected that the host has fully integrated into the world. Activate the God level check-in system." Tongzi Gu? Gaozu was moved. "No, Red Persimmon's novels are the most awesome in the whole network." Ding, initialized to 99. Ding, the host must select one of the options in the second sign, hour sign, day sign, month sign, or year sign to bind. A friendly reminder, the probability of rewards varies depending on the options. Please ask the host to make a choice. If no choice is made for 30 seconds, the system will self-destruct. Gaozu touched his nose, only to find that he was still a proud Tongzi brother. No matter what your probability is, he chose the option of signing every second without hesitation. Until he is a man who lives every second. But, in probability, once a second is more cost-effective. 24 hours a day, 1 hour and 60 minutes. 60 minutes and 60 seconds. You can sign in 86,400 times a day. 1 month, 1 year. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a God-level check-in system once per second. As long as you sign in, you can get the mysterious jar. Can level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, God level. The basic tank includes Hong Kong dollars, US dollars. Intermediate tank includes film and television talents, capable generals, summoning cards. Advanced tank contains body strengthening fluid, dual blade tanging template, bulletproof vest, ordinary weapons, unique abilities, etc. God-level tanks contain advanced weapons, satellites, etc. Given that the host chooses to check in once a second, the probability of a primary tank is 98, an intermediate tank is 1, an advanced tank is 0.999999, and a God-level tank is 0.11111. Seeing the astonishing probability, Gaozu could only curse out. Just now it was a bit hasty. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Hong Kong dollar, 1 Hong Kong dollar, 1 Hong Kong dollar. Already deposited into the account. Turn off the prompt. Gaozu's ears were about to explode. By the way, Tongzi Gu, don't you have any big gift packages or the like? Asked Gaozu. Ding, it has been detected that the host still has gift packages that have not been collected. Leader. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 beginner tank, 2 advanced tanks, and 1 God-level tank. God-level jar? Gaozu immediately said, fully open. Ding, the primary tank has been opened, get 1 Hong Kong dollar. Ding, the advanced tank has been opened, obtaining body strengthening fluid to increase the host's body strength by 10 times. The next second, a powerful force collided within his body, as if tearing apart the tissues of his entire body, including blood, bones. The pain took half of his life. At this moment, he recalled the top female stars who had seen Sakura Country in the previous life, such as Kobayakawa and Professor Hakeda. Ding, infusion completed. Ding, the advanced jar has been opened, and you will receive a random summoning card for a movie or TV character. Ding! The God-level tank has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a military factory with fully automated production. Additionally, we will give away 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 cubic meters of space for free. The military factory has been placed in the space. Note: the host only needs to inject exchange points to purchase the corresponding weapons, and the military factory will automatically produce them. Exchange point. 1 exchange point requires 10 to exchange. Exchange point usage. 1. Can be used to purchase various types of cans. 2. Used to purchase various items, etc. At the same time, 2 free AK and 3,000 bullets will be given to the host. Upon hearing this, Emperor Gaozu was overjoyed, especially when he saw the introduction of the operation of the military factory. He was so excited that he couldn't express his feelings. For example, the market price for an AK is 2,000. Gaozu only needs to invest 20 exchange points, equivalent to $200, only 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Note: the exchange rate between Hong Kong dollars and US dollars is 1:5. That is to say, AAK can be produced for $200, and in reality, it can be sold for $2,000. This directly made 10 times the profit. This is a typical middleman who earns a price difference and a stable channel for sudden wealth. He had thought about smuggling firearms before. However, the profit is not significant, and causing trouble under the watchful eye of the Hong Kong government is too risky. Many colleagues are directly fired upon. However, with the military factory, a tenfold profit is enough for him to take this risk. The stronger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish will be. April showers bring May flowers. No one asks about the hardships of the human world. Smuggling weapons brings prosperity. At this moment, Agaway walked over and said, "Zuj, it's okay. You can go now." Suddenly, inside the surrounding containers, a group of masked people suddenly rushed out. The leader took out the big black star and fired at their positions. At the same time, the other masked individuals charged towards the large truck carrying machetes. Crisis suddenly appears. Suddenly, Agaway was caught off guard, and a bullet pierced his chest, causing him to lie straight on the ground. Gaozu's eyes turned cold as he took out 2 AKs from the space and got out of the car. Suddenly, pressing down on the AKs was like a barrage of gunfire. Under the strong firepower coverage, the masked leader was shot into a sieve eye on the spot. Big black star? In front of AK, it's like a piece of scrap metal with no comparability. The rest of the people had never seen such fierce firepower before they turned around and ran away before reaching the big truck. Since they have come, how could Gaozu let them go? Step forward with an arrow and catch up with this group of masked people at an extremely fast speed. His current body has been baptized with a strengthening liquid, and it is incredibly strong. Not only has the strength increased, but the overall physical function of the person has been strengthened to a terrifying level, far beyond ordinary people. For 10 seconds, on the dock, more than 10 bodies lay in a mess, their bodies covered in a sieve-like stain. And Gaozu brought AK to the remaining masked people, stepping on their chest. AK gently lifted, and the cold muzzle emitted a cold light. Gaozu's eyes were full of killing intent. Don't kill. Zuj, I know I was wrong, Wu. The masked man immediately tore off his mask and pleaded. Along? Did the fish head label ask you to come? Gaozu looked down at the Along man from a high position and asked calmly. Along is the cousin of fish head label, and now that he appears here, it's worth exploring. That's right, boss asked us to kill you. Along nodded like garlic and replied, please. Upon hearing this, Gaozu narrowed his eyes and immediately knew the intention behind the fish head tag. Are you so eager to kill yourself? It seems that this old boy can no longer sit still. I will have the fish head mark to accompany you. Meanwhile, AK aimed at Arong's head. With a loud bang, he was escorted down to Huangquan Road. Chapter 2. Summoning Gao Jin. Demanding an explanation, Gaozu instructed his younger brother to tidy up the scene and transport the Argentine beef to the shop he collaborated with, while he accompanied his confidant, Agaway, to the hospital. Agaway was the original owner's closest friend. Having grown up together, their bond was profound. Though not as formidable as the twin flowered red sticks of Hongxing, he was more than capable of handling some ordinary lowly thugs. Fortunately, despite being shot, Agaway sustained a non-fatal injury and would only need a few days of recuperation before being discharged. All right, rest easy for your surgery. I shall handle the other matters, Gaozu said, pressing down on Agaway, who attempted to speak. Understood, Agaway nodded, lying quietly on the hospital bed. After ensuring Agaway was settled, Gaozu departed and returned to his own turf, the Kowloon Fisheries Company. This was his own establishment, not overly large, yet not insignificant either. Aside from smuggling operations, it ostensibly engaged in fishing activities, adequately supporting the livelihoods of over 100 subordinates. Gaozu activated the Supreme Sign-In system. Within just an hour, he had signed in 600 times, earning 600 beginner cans and 600 Hong Kong dollars. This indeed fulfilled his dream of earning while reclining. However, His focus lay elsewhere. He fixated on the character summoning card, which indicated a random summon. Without hesitation, Gao Zhu clicked to summon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the suit-wearing Thug Gao Jin. Note: exceptional strength, 100 loyalty to the host. Gao Jin, indeed, was a most satisfactory acquisition. A capable aide, a staple of Hong Kong film novels. Immediately, he summoned over 30 of his subordinates from the dock and headed towards Yuan Long District. Allowing someone to come after him, tonight, he must ensure that Fishhead Biao receives a reckoning. Fishhead Biao, a mid-level figure alongside Lian Sheng, had always relied on Chuan Bao. However, with Didi's rise, he had covertly aligned himself with Didi, primarily engaged in smuggling flour and selling it. His overall strength was quite average in the underworld. Including Gao Zhu, he commanded around 400 subordinates. Yet, this was hardly intimidating. Once an AK was drawn, whether beast or man, they would kneel. At 3 a.m., Gao Zhu arrived at Fishhead Biao's territory, on the second floor of the tea house. Fishhead Biao looked down at Gao Zhu with astonishment. He was shocked that Gao Zhu was still alive. This infuriated him. Gao Zhu's business acumen was indeed impressive, and he could hold his own. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to head horse. Nonetheless, he was far too headstrong. It was said that Hongxing produced fighters. Flour came from Dongxing, and chicken essence from Liansheng. However, Liansheng did not solely operate strip clubs and chicken stalls. They were primarily in the flour business, albeit on a smaller scale than Dongxing. Gao Zhu's refusal to engage in the flour trade was a grave sin. Such a thorn in his side had to be eliminated. The fact that Gao Zhu could boldly appear here indicated that the actions of Long and others had failed, and he had come to seek retribution. Delay, immediately send over a few strong subordinates and gather the others. Fishhead Biao commanded his nearby subordinates. He then approached the table, retrieving a large black star and preparing for what lay ahead. Once ready, Fishhead Biao allowed Gao Zhu and Gao Jin to ascend the stairs. Zhu, please sit. Fishhead Biao calmly arranged the tea set and poured a cup for Gao Zhu. What brings you here so urgently at this late hour? Have you come to a decision? Gao Zhu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and replied nonchalantly, Biao Ge, I've told you before. I want to engage in the flour business. No one can distribute even a grain of flour on my turf. I've come tonight to inquire about Long and the others. You wouldn't pretend to be unaware, would you? Upon hearing this, Fishhead Biao's smile faded somewhat. But he still spoke amiably. Zhu, I too am left with no choice. I am responsible for the welfare of my brothers. We have to contribute to the society monthly. How much can we earn relying solely on protection fees and docking fees? This collaboration with Didi is bound to be lucrative. His goods are high-end, with profits reaching 60. Is this truly your reason for wanting to kill me? Gao Zhu raised his gaze, coldly stating, what a clever calculation. Eliminate me, take over my territory, and then comfortably engage in the flour trade. Your audacity is remarkable. Fishhead Biao, do remember that my territory was acquired through my own efforts. You did not assist me in any way. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in this matter. Since it has reached this point, let us speak plainly. You uphold your principles and refrain from the flour trade. I shall not hold it against you. I can have my men handle it. You need not get involved. If trouble arises, I will take full responsibility. You will not be implicated. Indeed, tonight's incident was my fault, and I can offer you a 10 profit share. How does that sound? Besides, we need to establish ourselves in the society. With Chuan Bao faltering, we must curry favor with Didi. If not for me, consider the welfare of your subordinates. Fishhead Biao feigned regret, glossing over the matter of eliminating Gao Zhu. In his view, Gao Zhu was merely a dog he had raised. The rules of the society were strict, and the codes of the underworld were clear. Gao Zhu would not dare to confront him openly. Moreover, Gao Zhu currently lacked the strength to challenge him. Thus, Fishhead Biao felt emboldened. Gao Zhu exhaled a thick plume of smoke, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This old man, driven by his own interests, spouted utter nonsense. Having previously declined the flour trade, there was no way he would acquiesce now after the incident. Biao Ge, after all these years of following you, do you still not understand my temperament? I will not touch the flour. I have come tonight to address the matter regarding Long. While you have cared for me for many years, your actions this time have crossed the line, and you must provide me with an explanation. Gao Zhu flicked off the ash from his cigarette, coldly stating, Zhu, don't be ungrateful. If I wanted you dead, it would be but a moment's work. Don't think that just because you run a shabby fisheries company, you have the right to act arrogantly. In my eyes, you are nothing. Fishhead Biao slammed the table and rose, drawing the prepared large black star, pressing it against Gao Zhu's forehead with a menacing expression. Now, you have two choices. First, death, and I will personally take over your territory. Second, comply with my demands. Unfazed, Gao Zhu stood tall, looking directly at Fishhead Biao. Biao Ge, do you know that those who have pointed guns at my head are all dead? Chapter 3. Zhu, stand down. Let Yichio handle it. Fishhead Biao and the number gang's prince conspired. Ha ha. Zhu, Are you unable to discern the situation? Fishhead Biao laughed arrogantly. The truth lay firmly in his grasp. What use was Gao Zhu's fighting ability? However, in the next instant, Gao Zhu swiftly snatched the large black star from Fishhead Biao's hand with lightning speed. Immediately thereafter, he settled back onto the sofa and uttered a single word: fight. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin sprang into action. One man bravely confronted 6 brawny adversaries armed with knives. The scene quickly spiraled into chaos, with only the sound of flesh colliding reverberating through the room. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Biao was engulfed by a mix of shock, fury, and fear. Without the presence of Dehei Xing, he dared not breathe a word. Have a seat, Biao Go. Gao Zhu placed Dehei Xing on the table and spoke coolly. Just as Yu Biao settled down, he saw Delei's body crash beside him, a knife wound gaping in his abdomen, blood gushing forth. One after another, men were thrown beside Yu Biao. None of the 6 were unscathed. They were all stabbed. What a bunch of weaklings. Gao Jin retracted his long legs, unable to suppress a complaint. As his words fell, Yu Biao's body trembled, his eyes quivering with fear. What in the world is this madness? He thought. So ferocious. As he noticed Gao Jin approaching, Yu Biao turned to Gao Zhu, swallowing hard. Azu, that's enough already. Let's call it a day? Gao Zhu chuckled softly, toying with Dehei Xing, the sound of the gun being loaded echoing like the toll of death, striking at Yu Biao's very soul. You don't listen when I speak, and when you do, you fail to comprehend. Yet you still send along to kill me. What am I to do? Yu Biao, terrified to the core, wore a face of despair. After all, I'm your boss. If you harm me, the gang will hunt you down. Let's discuss this calmly. I can offer you 100,000. 100,000. Make that 1,000,000. Gao Zhu replied without hesitation. Indeed, he could not act against Yu Biao in broad daylight. Slaying one's own boss was a taboo in the Underworld. If a killing were to occur, it must be done covertly. All right, no problem. Yu Biao frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. He dared not gamble on whether Gao Zhu would truly eliminate him. After all, there were plenty of lowly scoundrels in the Underworld who had slain their bosses and fled. Furthermore, 1,000,000 was within his means. He could manage that. Soon, Yu Biao found himself being dragged by his collar towards the cash exchange. After receiving the 1,000,000, Gao Zhu left without a backward glance. He bore no fear of offending Yu Biao, for he knew that you would not live much longer. The next day, in Tsim Shui, at the Kowloon Fisheries Company, Gao Zhu arrived. He checked the account balance. In the past 3 years, he had earned 1,500,000, and with the additional 1,000,000 from Yu Biao last night, that totaled 2,500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the exchange rate between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar stood at 1.5, equating to 500,000 US dollars for Gao Zhu. This could be exchanged for 50,000 points. 1 AK costs 20 points, equivalent to 200 US dollars, allowing him to produce 500 AKs. On the market, the price of 1 AK is 2,000 US dollars, and the black market would only yield higher returns if sold at market price. This could net 5 million US dollars, equivalent to 25 million Hong Kong dollars. This was indeed a substantial business opportunity. However, the immediate priority was to connect with arms dealers and smugglers to sell the weapons. Soon, Gao Zhu thought of Lu Yaozu. Yet, these individuals primarily operated in Hong Kong Island, which was not his territory. Was there a market on Hong Kong Island? Certainly. However, the demand for hot items like Dehei Xing and shotguns was limited and exceedingly unsafe. Gao Zhu had no intention of tapping into the arms market on Hong Kong Island. He aimed for the international stage. Only on an international platform could one purchase arms in bulk. Across the Southeast Asian region, there were only a few notorious figures in need of weaponry: the drug lords of northern Myanmar and the Golden Triangle, the notorious Eight-Faced Buddha, the Doctor, and the Yuan and Monkey Warlord. Gao Zhu's gaze sharpened. Doctor. If his memory served him correctly, she hailed from Tianxing's, and the Doctor was indeed a woman. In the narrative, she had a conflict with Yichio, and currently, Yichio was working in fisheries for Gao Zhu. 2 years ago, after Yichio was released from prison, he intended to escape by sea but was pursued, fortuitously encountering Gao Zhu, who had just embarked on a smuggling venture. Thus, their fates intertwined. For Yichio, Gao Zhu was his savior. Gao Zhu exited the office and headed to the container terminal. There, he found Yichio repairing a boat, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he showed no signs of complaint. Azu, what brings you here? Yichio looked up to see Gao Zhu and immediately halted his work, stepping onto the shore to greet him with a smile. Yichio, you won't be going out to sea today. I have something to discuss with you. Gao Zhu replied coolly. All right, Azu. Yichio smiled faintly, stowing away his tools before following Gao Zhu. Here, have some tea. You've worked hard these past 2 years. Without your and Agui's help, I wouldn't have come this far. Gaozu sincerely pushed a teacup towards Ichio. Azu, what are you saying? Without you, I wouldn't even be alive. This is just being overly sentimental. Ichio nodded and replied, you know the doctor, right? Help me get in touch. I have a batch of arms worth $5 million that I'd like to discuss with her. Gaozu stated, not offering Ichio any high-grade drugs, speaking coolly. Ichio had once been a notorious gang leader on Hong Kong Island, surpassing Gaozu by far. However, 8 years in prison had given him a clear perspective on life. Since his release, he had sought to reform. He had been secretly reconnecting with his former brothers, already in the process of planning. Yet, neither of them spoke of these matters. Arms, huh? That business is perilous. Ichio frowned. The reason he had remained beneath Gaozu's wing was to conceal his identity for ease of operation. Moreover, Gaozu had saved his life and refrained from engaging in the flower trade, remaining clear-headed amidst the chaos. In a time of turmoil, maintaining such composure earned his respect. However, the arms trade was far more dangerous than the flower business. As someone who had been through it, he genuinely wished to advise Gaozu against pursuing arms. If we're brothers, just lend a hand without asking too many questions, just as I never pry into your affairs. Gaozu replied nonchalantly. I do know the doctor. I can make an introduction, but I can't guarantee her acceptance. Ichio responded, no longer elaborating, and readily agreed. At the same time, he realized that Gaozu might be aware of what he was currently involved in. Nevertheless, he chose to keep it to himself, not wanting Gaozu to be entangled due to his own actions. Meanwhile, Biao was deeply aggrieved, having barely slept the previous night, growing increasingly furious with every thought. Not only had he been publicly humiliated, but he had also been extorted for 500,000 by Gaozu. As the longtime boss, he had never felt such humiliation. Especially recalling Gaozu's arrogant demeanor from last night left him extremely displeased. Who was the real boss? He found himself unable to discern. Since Gaozu was confused, he would ensure that such a thorn in his side would end up selling salted duck eggs. Soon, he secretly made his way from Yuan Long to Tsimsha Sui. Brother Taizi, long time no see. As Fishhead Biao entered the prince's domain, he encountered a man with slicked back hair and a hefty gold chain draped around his neck. With a smile, he spoke. This prince was not the valiant prince of Hongxing, but rather the prince of the number gang, the very same fool who had been jointly eliminated by Didi and Lin Bei Lu during the tumultuous times of Dragon City. Fishhead Biao, what are you up to? Making such a grand entrance. What is it? Did you bribe your way into Tsimsha Sui? With your cowardly demeanor, I doubt you could even manage to get into bed. The prince exhaled a plume of smoke, mocking him. Nowadays, the He Liansheng gang has begun its next struggle for leadership. Rumor has it that Lin Bei Lu aims to infiltrate Jinsha Sui, while Chuan Bao aspires to reach the moon. Faced with the arrogant and overbearing prince, Fishhead Biao felt anger rising within him, yet he remained composed. Instead, he directed his underling to toss a black box containing 300,000 Hong Kong dollars onto the table. Prince, there's been a misunderstanding. I am here to propose a business deal. With a mere glance from the prince, his henchman approached and opened the box, revealing the cash within. What kind of business? The prince inquired, his tone now more amiable. Here lies 300,000. Help me deal with Gaozu. We'll split his territory right down the middle. Fishhead Biao stated directly, avoiding unnecessary chatter. After all, Gaozu was one of his own subordinates. Killing him without cause would inevitably breed suspicion among the rest. Thus, he sought to employ a blade not his own. Oh, Gaozu. If I recall correctly, he is your top man, isn't he? Killing your own subordinate? You really know how to play the game, Fishhead Biao. The prince raised an eyebrow, tauntingly. What does it matter if a subordinate who cannot be controlled is eliminated? Tell me, Prince, are we in or out? Fishhead Biao replied coldly. Ha, of course we're in. I've long had my eye on that little brat Gaozu. The prince rose leisurely, speaking with a relaxed demeanor. He had refrained from confronting Gaozu thus far, because the latter was engaged in the fishing and smuggling trade, not encroaching on his business, and was backed by He Liansheng. It was not worth ruffling feathers over a mere brat, so he had chosen to ignore him. Now, with Fishhead Biao making the proposition, even if Gaozu were to be killed, as long as Fishhead Biao did not pursue the matter, he was merely a pawn. His death would be inconsequential. Moreover, 300,000 was a sum too tempting to refuse. How about we take action tomorrow night? Fishhead Biao suggested with a grin. No problem. The prince agreed. Let us go out tonight. I've arranged for some exquisite beauties and fine spirits for you. Fishhead Biao stood up, winking playfully. He had mastered the art of hospitality long ago when it came to asking others for favors. Oh, you little rascal. Let us go, but don't let me down, the prince remarked, wrapping an arm around Fishhead Biao as they departed. Chapter 4, Ghostly Shadow Soldiers. Ambush Fishhead Biao, seek revenge. At midnight, Gaozu activated Tong Zigo, logging in 400 times. He opened 399 beginner crates, yielding 86,399 Hong Kong dollars, yet not a single US dollar emerged. Gao Zhu felt utterly speechless. The odds were truly disheartening. However, he did manage to obtain one intermediate crate. Without hesitation, he opened it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 ghostly shadow soldiers. Strength. Comparable to a war king. Ghostly shadow soldiers? A war king. Good heavens. Armed with an AK, wouldn't he that sweep through the underworld of Hong Kong? Of course. Gao Zhu was well aware that such a scenario was far from feasible. The colonial government established by the British Empire was no mere decoration. Brandishing an AK on the streets would be tantamount to suicide. Nevertheless, the arrival of 100 ghostly shadow soldiers was nothing short of a timely blessing for Gao Zhu. In this line of work, having a loyal group of subordinates was of paramount importance. They could undertake many tasks that he could not. Simultaneously, they would serve as his formidable weapon in navigating the underworld. As for the hundreds of subordinates under his command, to be frank, they could occasionally serve as a facade. However, there were numerous tasks that Gao Zhu did not trust them to handle. It was not that these individuals were incapable. Rather, human nature was at play. Especially with these little mules, there was always the potential for betrayal lurking nearby. Just then, Gao Jin entered, promptly stating, "Boss, tonight, Fishhead Biao has come to Tsim Sha Sui, and he is meeting with the prince of the number gang. They are currently enjoying a bath at the Tianshang Renjian sauna." Upon hearing this, Gao Zhu fell into deep contemplation. The prince. He knew well, he was the hall master of the number gang. While their overall strength did not compare to the deeply rooted Anai family, they still held a significant position in the chaotic world, with considerable power in Tsim Sha Sui, boasting a scale of several hundred members, backed by the number gang. The prince was particularly arrogant. The number gang had always been a sworn enemy of He Liansheng, and Fishhead Biao's visit to bathe with the prince was a clear indication of a collaboration aimed at eliminating him. Since that was the case, it would be wise to strike first. Let us make a big move tonight. Gao Zhu tossed away his cigarette butt and rose from his seat. This time, Gao Zhu planned to deploy troops along two fronts. He instructed Gao Jin to take several ghostly shadow soldiers to the Yuanlong district and thoroughly ransack Fishhead Biao's residence and hall, ensuring his family was neatly packaged for sale as salted duck eggs. In the underworld, it was a rule that family should not be harmed. Removing the weeds without uprooting them allows them to regrow again in the spring. That was the truth. Meanwhile, he would personally deal with Fishhead Biao. Soon, he drove with several subordinates to the entrance of Tianshang Renjian, quietly waiting. Before long, a man resembling Hao Nan emerged from the establishment. This man was none other than Jiao Wenlong. Note: characters played by the same actor often bear striking similarities. Only the main character can discern the difference. Jiao Wenlong was a subordinate who had joined Gao Zhu a year ago. After being released from prison, he had intended to live a stable life at Kowloon Ice Room, to be a normal person and care for his son. However, due to his ex-girlfriend Ma Jiaohong, he found himself once again embroiled in the underworld's disputes. Ultimately, he resolved his grievances with the prince of the Hongsheng society through a one-on-one arena match, believing that defeating the prince would allow him to exit the underworld. But how could it be so easy to withdraw? An underling of the Hongsheng elder, Huashan, ambushed Jiao Wenlong, and Gao Zhu happened to be on the scene, rescuing him. A fierce battle ensued with the Hongsheng gang, but thanks to Gao Zhu, Yi Qiu, a Gui, and others' formidable fighting capabilities, Jiao Wenlong was saved. However, Gao Zhu had then made enemies with Hongsheng, escalating the matter, which naturally involved the gang. Ultimately, Fishhead Biao and Chuan Bao, acting on behalf of He Liansheng, intervened, and Gao Zhu compensated 100,000, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. Boss, they've finished bathing and have each taken a private room. Jiao Wenlong approached to report to Gao Zhu. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Gao Zhu's face. With the capabilities of Fishhead Biao and the prince, could they possibly endure half an hour in such a lowly establishment? It wasn't that Gao Zhu looked down on them. Rather, they simply lacked the strength to do so. In fact, Gao Zhu's suspicions were well-founded. Fishhead Biao and the prince had indeed spent an hour soaking in the bath. Within mere minutes of entering their private room, the two stepped out in perfect unison. How was it? Satisfied? This time it's all top-notch goods. Fishhead Biao approached, speaking eagerly. Very well, it is indeed your expertise. No wonder you, a man of the waterways, have succeeded in charming the Baxi maiden. The prince remarked with evident satisfaction. As long as we maintain a harmonious collaboration, not only the Baxi girl, but I would also deliver the majestic eagle to you, boasted Fishhead Biao. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Time grows late, so I shall take my leave. The prince nodded slightly and departed with his subordinates. Take care, your highness. Fishhead Biao did not forget to offer a compliment. Once the prince and his entourage had left, his expression turned cold, and he instructed a nearby subordinate, go. Deliver the Baxi maiden inside to the mongkok chicken stall, and sell her to Liang Kuan or Sister Shursan. I shall return now. With that, Fishhead Biao departed with 2 of his men. Upon seeing Fishhead Biao descend the stairs, Gaozu squinted his eyes and commanded, "Follow him." 10 minutes later, Fishhead Biao's vehicle arrived on the outskirts of Yuanlong district. He hummed a tune as he exited the car to relieve himself by the roadside. Suddenly, 2 vehicles crashed violently into theirs. The car was flung several meters away, rolling over multiple times before coming to a halt, resulting in the immediate demise of Fishhead Biao's 2 subordinates inside. Startled during his moment of vulnerability, Fishhead Biao tightened his muscles in fear and cautiously drew his gun. Bang! A bullet pierced through Fishhead Biao's arm, sending him crashing to the grass. The shooter was none other than Jiao Wenlong. Immediately after, another black vehicle screeched to a halt, causing Fishhead Biao to kneel in terror, calling out for his mother. The glaring headlights left him disoriented. Gaozu stepped out with a cigarette in his mouth and approached Fishhead Biao. "Biao Gu, it's been a day since we last met, yet you appear so disheveled." "Azu, what do you mean?" Recognizing his subordinate, Fishhead Biao felt a mix of shock and joy. "You know me. I have always been clear about my loyalties. Over these 3 years, you have aided me greatly. I remember your kindness, but you sending along to kill me is unacceptable. Collaborating with outsiders against me is where you have erred." Gaozu spoke, exhaling smoke with a calm demeanor. Fishhead Biao acknowledged the debt he owed, substantial as it was. "But Azu, I realize my mistake. I shall never dare again. I should not have allied with the prince. I apologize, Azu. I have elders above and children below." Hearing this, Fishhead Biao began to weep in despair, mistaking the prince's betrayal for his own. "You are correct. My debt to you is monumental. Had I not saved you back then, you would have been hacked to death long ago, wouldn't you? Let us consider this matter settled. You go your way, and I will go mine." Noticing Gaozu's silence, Fishhead Biao attempted to appeal to their past camaraderie, hoping to invoke a sense of gratitude. "Save you? Biao Gu, do you think I am unaware of everything? Ali has told me everything." Gaozu replied without a flicker of emotion. Ali, just like a Gue, was a brother to Gaozu, a bond forged in life and death. In the past, the original Gaozu roamed the underworld alone but led a band of over 30 men, instilling fear throughout Yuanlong. But one fateful day, a group of masked assailants murdered the original's brothers, and he, along with a Gue and Ali, was saved by Fishhead Biao. The truth was that Ali had been bribed by Fishhead Biao, betraying Gaozu and the others. Last month, unable to bear the guilt, Ali took his own life, leaving behind a note that revealed the truth to Gaozu. From that moment on, he had kept a wary eye on Fishhead Biao. "Now that you are aware of everything, I implore you for one favor. Spare my family, let them go, and I will submit to your will." Fishhead Biao's eyes fell slightly at this request. It was no wonder he had been unable to contact Ali, nor why Gaozu's temperament had drastically changed over the past month. He had long known the truth. Gaozu remained silent, producing 2 packs of cigarettes and inserting 30 cigarettes into the ground. "Ali, a luo, a dong, a hong. The culprits have been found." He then coldly turned to Fishhead Biao, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. "Kneel, bow your head, and perform 90 kowdows. Miss one, and I will ensure your family sells salted duck eggs." Chapter 5. The gang asks for justice. A torn interior. Fishhead Biao took a deep breath and began to kowdow repeatedly. After completing the 90 bows, Gaozu took the gun from Jiao Wenlong's hand and aimed it at Fishhead Biao's head, smirking wickedly. "Biao Gu, may your journey be smooth. Oh, and your family will join you. You." Fishhead Biao's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to lunge at Gaozu, but in the next instant, bang! His body crashed heavily onto the ground. Gaozu then emptied the magazine into Fishhead Biao's lifeless form. Fishhead Biao, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his selfish goals, no longer deserved to live. "Let's go." Gaozu cast one last glance at the cold body of Fishhead Biao before turning back to the vehicle and driving away. At 4 o'clock, Gao Jin and the others returned from Yuanlong, bringing with them 2 safes. One was a safe from the gang's headquarters, and the other was Fishhead Biao's private stash, along with some gold and jewels. Gaozu may not have known the codes, but he had a sledgehammer, ready to demolish the blind boxes. Before long, the contents of the 2 safes were laid bare before them. After appraisal, there was approximately 30,000 worth of gold, 100,000 in cash, and 200,000 in bearer checks. While the cash may have been a bit lacking, for Fishhead Biao, a mere grass shoe could hold over 3 million in savings, which was quite extravagant. After all, cash was hard to come by, and expenses were unavoidable, especially since Fishhead Biao dealt in flour and other sideline businesses. The risks were considerable as he had hundreds of subordinates to provide for and owed dues to the gang. It could be said that most of the money he had was spent on daily expenses. To have saved this much, Fishhead Biao was indeed a frugal man. The following day, news of Fishhead Biao's murder and the burning of the gang's headquarters spread rapidly across various regions of the underworld. Those from Liansheng were furious upon hearing the news and urgently summoned their men to investigate the killer. Particularly, upon receiving the news, Chuan Bao, known for his fiery temperament, declared that regardless of who was responsible, he would hunt down and eliminate them without mercy. It was no surprise that he was so enraged. Not only had they killed Fishhead Biao, but they had also burned down his headquarters, plundering all his wealth, and crucially, they spared none of Fishhead Biao's family. A severe violation of the unwritten rules of the Underworld. How could he, as their leader, remain silent? How would he manage to win over his subordinates in the future? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Zhu and his crew summoned all of Fishhead Biao's subordinates to Tsimsha Sui, the morgue. Many elder members of Liansheng, akin to the heads of the Hongxing faction, had already gathered. Chuan Bao, Lung Lao, Guanzai San, Long Zhen, Shuang Fandong, and several others who had maintained a good relationship with Fishhead Biao were present as well. Soon after, the decision-makers of Liansheng, including Chu Ji, Lin Bei Lu, and Didi, arrived one after another. Have you uncovered anything? Chu Ji coldly surveyed the room, inquiring. Although Fishhead Biao's strength was lacking, his smooth demeanor and good relations with everyone made him a valuable asset to Liansheng. Yet, someone had managed to end his life. This is a blatant affront to them and Liansheng. Unforgivable. Of course, it is primarily due to Brother Deng's remarks that this matter cannot be brushed aside lightly. The wrath against Liansheng must ignite throughout the underworld. Currently, there are no leads. The police are investigating, but relying on them is less effective than depending on ourselves. I have instructed my subordinates to pursue this matter with utmost diligence. This situation is exceedingly suspicious. Yudo Biao was murdered in Tsimsha Sui, and someone has also annihilated his entire family in Yuanlong. This is clearly premeditated. Chuan Bao, exhaling smoke, analyzed. Where are Yudo Biao's men? Chu Ji inquired. They are all outside. Chuan Bao touched his nose, sensing that today's Chu Ji was somewhat different. Such fortitude must be due to Brother Deng's directive. Otherwise, without royal sanction, how would Chu Ji dare to act so brazenly before everyone? Summon Yudo Biao's top horse and confidant. I wish to interrogate them personally. Chu Ji commanded. Soon, Gao Zhu and Yudo Biao's confidants were summoned, a total of 6 individuals. Who is the top horse? Chu Ji asked, gazing at Gao Zhu and the others. Gao Zhu stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura that astonished all present. Do you know how Yudo Biao died? Chu Ji inquired, inhaling deeply. I do not know. I did not receive any word from Biao Ge last night. Gao Zhu replied nonchalantly, having been at the fisheries company. You are not fulfilling your duties as the top horse. Your own boss has been murdered, and you claim ignorance? Could it be that you were involved? Lin Bei Lu suddenly interjected coldly. Yudo Biao was bribed by Didi. He was aware of it. Naturally, Gao Zhu, as an inconspicuous lackey, needs to be suppressed. Moreover, Yudo Biao's death has now vacated a straw sandal position. If he allows his subordinate to take over, it would significantly bolster his own standing. Brother Lu, your words are rather excessive. Do you think that just because you are one of the elect representatives of Liansheng, you can slander the members of the society at will? Didi stepped forward, speaking coldly. Yudo Biao's demise is a fact, yet as the top horse, Gao Zhu, according to the rules, can replace Yudo Biao's position as long as he can tame Yudo Biao's subordinates. In this regard, he can certainly assist. Enough. Stop the bickering. Chu Ji interjected with displeasure, then fixed his gaze on the other 5, employing threats and inducements. Is Gao Zhu lying? Or do you know something? You may speak freely. I, Chu Ji, will take responsibility for you. Provide information, and the rewards will be generous. It is well known that the top horse is not necessarily the confidant, and the confidant is not necessarily the top horse. In other words, the top horse is responsible for the charge, while the confidant serves as the strategist. The 2 roles are interdependent, a common arrangement among many underworld leaders. This is to prevent any insubordination. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances and quickly spoke. Last night, Biao Ge mentioned he had business in Tsimsha Sui and needed to meet the prince of the number gang. He did not mention anything else. That is all. Chu Ji retorted sharply. Think carefully before you speak. If the society finds out anything, you will all be doomed. Do you understand? According to the group's implication, this clearly suggests that the number gang's prince is involved. This revelation made Chu Ji somewhat hesitant. After all, such a significant issue must be reported to Brother Deng. One person sighed and said, there is truly nothing more. Initially, we wanted to accompany Biao Ge, but he forbade us. I am convinced it was the prince's doing. Gao Zhu remarked coldly. Brothers, the situation is clear. As Biao Ge's top horse, I will eliminate the prince of the number gang. Even if it costs me my life, I will avenge Biao Ge. As his words fell, everyone's gaze fixed upon Gao Zhu. What a loyal and righteous individual. Azu, for your gallant spirit, I shall assist you, whether it be manpower, horses, or funds. I will provide it without charge. Didi stepped forward. patting Gao Zu's shoulder with satisfaction. As you right, we will convene a meeting regarding this matter. The number gang is quite powerful. We cannot make hasty decisions. I will discuss this with Brother Deng. Observing the DS actions, Chui Ji, who had initially intended to support Gao Zu, interjected directly, according to Brother Deng's wishes. This time, the spokesperson cannot be Didi. With Yudo Biao deceased, it presents an opportunity for Lin Bei Lu to support a loyal subordinate. Didi must not be allowed to take advantage. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The other underlings within the society may not be aware of Chui Ji, or rather, Brother Deng's intentions. He is undoubtedly aware of Brother Deng's aspirations. Brother Deng's catchphrase, which he artfully labels as maintaining balance within the society, is merely a guise to solidify his own authority. Just like Chui Ji at present, he is nothing but a puppet of Brother Deng. Brother Deng directs Chui Ji to proceed east, and Chui Ji would never dare venture west. However, given his current status, he lacks the qualification to partake in these matters. His singular aim now is to amass wealth, to earn a substantial amount of US dollars. And to earn US dollars, he must possess the strength to safeguard himself. Therefore, he is determined to secure the position of straw sandal that Yudo Biao held. Moreover, he personally killed Yudo Biao and now must swiftly eliminate the prince. He must truly pin Yudo Biao's death on the prince. Otherwise, should the prince and Chui Ji confront him, all his efforts would have been in vain. Furthermore, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. If suspicions arise against him, it could spell disaster. At that point, in an attempt to save face, Lianqing may very well make him a scapegoat. After all, he is merely Yudo Biao's top horse, a mere 49er. Sacrificing the top horse for the hall master, the death of the straw sandal could restore the society's reputation. Such occurrences are commonplace in the underworld. Chapter 6. Assassinating the Prince of the Number Gang. Gao Zu's prowess. Seizing the prince's territory. After leaving the morgue, it was already 3 in the afternoon. During this time, the discussions among the group were exceedingly intense. Didi Chuanbao and others advocated for eliminating the Prince of the Number Gang, making a decisive strike into Tsim Sha Sui. Meanwhile, Chui Ji, Lin Bei Lu, and others suggested first settling accounts. Ultimately, 2 factions emerged, and reluctantly, Chui Ji decided to lead everyone back to the main hall to request Brother Deng to preside over the situation. At 11 that night, Chui Ji and the others meeting reached a decision to first settle accounts with the Number Gang. Afterward, Didi and Lin Bei Lu would seek revenge for Yudo Biao. In plain terms, amidst such fierce contention over the spokesperson, there was no place for Gao Zu. When Gao Zu learned of this news from Chuanbao, he merely smiled. Settle accounts? The prince must survive until tomorrow. A dead man cannot settle accounts. Tsim Sha Sui. Gao Zu had already led 100 ghost shadow soldiers along with Zhou Wenlong, Yi Qiu, and another 100 subordinates to storm the Prince of the Number Gang's territory. This was undoubtedly a pivotal moment for Gao Zu to reclaim his standing. The prince indeed possessed some strength. However, no matter how resilient a short mule may be, it cannot withstand bullets. Thus, Gao Zu did not hold back. When the moment calls for it, one must wield the AK. With audacity and momentum, commanding the underworld becomes not merely a dream. Soon, Gao Jin arrived, shrouded in anonymity alongside 6 shadowy soldiers at a strip club. Inside, the prince reveled, flanked by a woman on either side, with another in the center. The table was laden with expensive foreign spirits and high-end liquor. This life was nothing short of exhilarating. In the realm of the underworld, it is said that one must take money to alleviate troubles for others. However, with the demise of Utubio, what troubles could be addressed? He outright pocketed the 300,000 yuan, enough to indulge himself for a spell. Were Utubio to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave in fury. In the next moment, a call came through, and the prince nonchalantly answered it. Upon hearing the news, his rage ignited. Someone dared to infringe upon his territory, none other than Gao Zu. Damn it, that fool, oblivious to his own folly. If I don't eliminate you tonight, I shall change my name. The prince rose in fury, utterly unaware that he had become ensnared in a trap devised by Gao Zu. After all, he was rather dim-witted. Before departing, he made a show of wealth before the 3 dazzling women, tossing a wad of cash. I'll return to play with you tomorrow night. I must take my leave. Shortly thereafter, the prince exited the strip club, flanked by over 10 followers. Go, bring the car over, he commanded, surveying the surroundings before lighting a cigarette, slightly inebriated. Suddenly, a vehicle barreled toward them. Gao Jin and his comrades unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire with their AKs aimed at the prince and his entourage. Flames erupted, scattering the nearby pedestrians who fled in terror, while some audacious souls opted to call the police. Yet, Gao Jin and his crew did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Within mere seconds, the prince and his companions were riddled with bullets, their bodies punctured like a sieve. As the prince collapsed into a pool of blood, Gao Jin and his men swiftly vacated the scene. Task completed, the matter settled. Meanwhile, at the prince's territory, Gao Zu and his associates were embroiled in combat with the prince's men. Despite his physical limitations, Zhou Wenlong possessed remarkable strength. To defeat the prince of Hongsheng, he demonstrated his formidable prowess. After all, he was once the crown jewel of Hongsheng. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. A former king remains a king. As for Yi Qiu, he skillfully dispatched his foes, seamlessly coordinating with Zhou Wenlong. Yet, the fiercest among them was Gao Zu, whose innate combat prowess was only amplified by the enhancements he had undergone. Like Liu Bei of the Three Kingdoms, he became invincible. Dispatching a few underlings was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Gao Zu, drenched in blood, faced 3 assailants charging at him with reckless abandon. He swung his steel blade, producing a resounding clang as the weapons of the 3 foes shattered. One of the assailants blinked in disbelief, uttering a gasp. But in the next instant, words escaped him. For a gash had opened in his throat, blood gushing forth. Without pausing, Gao Zu turned his attention to the prince's head enforcer, Wang Li. Stepping forward with purpose, surrender to me, or meet the fate of your comrades. Wang Li glared at Gao Zu, roaring defiantly, "Go to hell, kid. When the prince returns, you're finished." "The prince? He shall not return," Gao Zu replied coolly. "Ha ha ha. You truly are a fool. No wonder you Tubio sought your death. Your words are nothing but nonsense." Wang Li laughed, gripping his blade and lunging at Gao Zu. Unfazed, Gao Zu remarked, "If you seek death, then I shall oblige." In the next heartbeat, with the speed of the wind, Gao Zu repositioned himself beside Wang Li. Wang Li's eyes widened in shock as his blade slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed to the ground. "I offered you a chance, yet you were inept." Gao Zu stepped onto Wang Li's chest, applying pressure. Blood gushed from Wang Li's mouth like a fountain, and in the end, he reluctantly closed his eyes. Gao Zu turned to the remaining followers of the number gang who hesitated to charge. "Wang Li is dead. What are you still resisting for?" "What? Wang Li is dead?" someone exclaimed, their voice resonating with disbelief. This revelation ignited a wave of terror among the members of the number gang. Having been thoroughly decimated by Gao Zu's forces, they now recognized their precarious situation. Who was Wang Li? He had clashed with the legendary prince of Hongsheng in the arena for dozens of rounds. With his demise, the remaining rabble understood the futility of their resistance. In this life of chaos, bravery alone is insufficient. The goal is to earn a fortune while remaining alive. Earning a few $100 a month is hardly worth risking one's life. Among the ranks, there were those with backbone, but also those lacking common sense. Resolutely attempting to defend the prince's territory, Gao Zu's gaze soon fell upon a burly figure, akin to Wang Li, regarded as the prince's second strongest fighter. Without hesitation, Gao Zu discarded his blade and charged. The giant, irritated, similarly cast aside his weapon and advanced to meet Gao Zu. With fists the size of sandbags, he struck out. Gao Zu, with a hint of disdain, raised his arm, effortlessly neutralizing the brute's powerful blow with the grace of Tai Chi, then transforming softness into strength. The muscles in his arm bulged, releasing immense power as his fist struck the giant's chest with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. The giant felt as though his chest had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, his body involuntarily soaring backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Observers could see the giant's chest caving in while his back arched outward. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times, utterly motionless. This spectacle rendered the entire venue silent. The members of the number gang rendered mute, their breathing stifled. "No way. Did you just take down a 19-meter-tall giant with a single punch? Absurd. Even movies wouldn't dare portray such a scene, yet it unfolded before their very eyes." "I am willing to join you, Brother Zu." The once boisterous crowd now knelt in submission. Speed was the order of the day. One after another, they fell to their knees until all had declared their allegiance. Only then did Zhou Wenlong and his companions cease their actions. Gao Zu, observing the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. Within a mere half-hour, he had seized control of the prince's territory, a worthy endeavor. The spoils of Tsimsha Sui were plentiful, with the influx of patrons from the Peninsula Hotel unmatched by any other region. The 3 streets under the control of the prince are perfectly situated in the heart of Tsimsha Sui, brimming with lucrative opportunities. This is precisely why Lin Bale, with great bravado, proclaimed his intention to penetrate the territory of Golden Sands. Firstly, to demonstrate his capabilities, and secondly, of course, for personal gain. "Clear the area," Gao Zu declared as he lit a cigarette, surveying the crowd before him. Soon after, Gao Zu, accompanied by Zhou Wenlong and others, conducted a thorough inspection of the prince's den and residence. To his astonishment, this old rascal had taken 3 mistresses, all rather unattractive and clearly past their prime. However, one must admit that if one were to overlook their faces and focus solely on their figures, they were undeniably impressive. Regrettably, Gao Zu lacked any particular taste for such women and ordered them to leave, deeming their lives not worth extinguishing over mere trifles. Aside from the women, Gao Zu discovered cash amounting to 3 million Hong Kong dollars, a $1 million anonymous check, and 3 HSBC bank cards. The passwords to these cards were known only to the prince, who was now deceased, rendering them effectively useless. Nevertheless, Gao Zu chose to retain them, believing that he might one day access the funds through alternative means. Additionally, he found 3 large firearms and a shotgun, along with a small cache of ammunition. Most surprisingly, however, was the considerable amount of flour. This posed a dilemma for Gao Zu, as he was not involved in such a trade. Yet, what was Gao Zu's line of work? Smuggling. While he had no intention of engaging in the flour business on Hong Kong Island, he could easily transport it to foreign lands, be it the well-off Sakura Nation, the Philippines, South Korea, or northern Myanmar. In short, he harbored no qualms about supplying these countries. Rather, he felt a twinge of excitement. Including the flour obtained from the fish head mark, he now possessed flour worth millions. It would be unreasonable not to profit from this venture. Chapter 7. Quality over quantity. The astonishment and speculation within the West Kowloon police station. The following day, Gao Zu had effectively taken control of the prince's territory, pocketing various assets. Concurrently, he summoned all of the prince's subordinates. Gazing upon the throng, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Gao Zu's eyes. Although there were only about 300 individuals present, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. In ancient times, Gao Zu would have easily been regarded as a centurion. It is no wonder that ancient figures were enamored with commanding vast armies, vying for power and wealth. Becoming lost in such pursuits, even a mere 100 followers could be exhilarating, let alone the throne itself. One cannot deny the intoxicating allure of wielding authority. Those willing to follow me, stay. Those unwilling may depart. Gao Zu stated coolly as he lit another cigarette, addressing the members of the numbers gang. These individuals, predominantly youthful, were filled with fervor, with few middle-aged ruffians among them. Quite commendable. However, Gao Zu had principles when it came to recruitment. It was not about quantity, but about quality. The essence of quality encompasses many facets. Firstly, aside from loyalty, they must possess a certain level of skill. As the saying goes, it is better to recruit one elite than 10 useless individuals. As his words lingered, several members of the numbers gang began to converse among themselves, and soon, one stepped forward to express his loyalty to the gang, offering his apologies to Gao Zu. True to his word, Gao Zu allowed them to leave. From an initial cohort of over 300, only 200 remained. Those who cannot sell flour, leave. Gao Zu continued, initiating a second round of selection. Cannot sell flour? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as discussions ensued. Quickly, individuals began to exit, and soon only around 100 remained. Thank you, brothers, for your trust in me, Gao Zu. However, anyone wishing to join me must undergo an assessment. Upon passing, you shall be counted among my ranks. Rest assured, the benefits I provide far surpass those offered by any other leader in the underworld. My achievements are verifiable. Gao Zu calmly addressed the crowd. Excitement erupted among the group. Having mingled in Tsim Sha Sui, they were well aware of the favorable conditions Gao Zu extended to his subordinates. Had they not already been registered within the numbers gang, they would have jumped ship long ago. Now was a prime opportunity. The assessment commenced, overseen by Jiao Wenlong. Simultaneously at the West Kowloon police station, high-ranking officials gathered. Chief Inspector Huang Ji-chong, Senior Inspector Ling Qianair, and Senior Inspector Lu Chi-chong entered the forensic lab. They happened upon the coroner dissecting the prince, extracting bullet after bullet, filling a tray to the brim. The prince's corpse resembled a sieve, riddled with bullet holes, his flesh utterly mangled. Even for the seasoned trio, this gruesome sight sent chills down their spines. Yang, do you have any leads? Huang Ji-chung inquired immediately. The ballistic report is in. Preliminary analysis suggests a caliber of 8 mm, though the velocity remains uncertain and the capacity is unclear. Moreover, the bullets contain micro-sized iron fragments, granting them formidable penetrating power. Yang, the coroner, promptly replied. Have you identified the model? Huang Ji-chung pressed on. Only by tracing the bullets could they ascertain the type of firearm used, facilitating further investigation. To put it plainly, the traditional AK-47 has a caliber of 7.62 by 39 mm and can hold a maximum of 30 rounds. Based on the witness accounts you've provided, 6 individuals could fire 2 magazines in a minute, equating to a total of 360 bullets. Yet, the scene yielded over 200 cartridges. I have examined all the AK series firearms available on the market, and none can achieve this rate of fire and capacity. Furthermore, these bullets possess unique specifications and manufacturing techniques. As of now, this is a weapon that has never been seen in the world. Yang patiently elucidated, noting Huang Ji-chung's bewilderment. So, you mean to say we cannot trace it? Huang Ji-chung gritted his teeth, frustration evident on his face. This incident was exceedingly heinous. In broad daylight, firearms were employed for murder, showing utter disdain for the West Kowloon police station. Indeed, we cannot trace it. I apologize for the inconvenience, Yang replied coolly. Returning to his work, the three exited the forensic lab. It's been hours, and we have no leads. The foreign officers will surely berate us. Huang Zicheng lamented as he stepped outside, instinctively lighting a cigarette. The coroner's message was crystal clear. There were no records of this weapon, not just in Hong Kong, but globally. Thus, pursuing the black market avenue was futile. Moreover, the eyewitnesses had failed to clearly discern the assailants' faces. Even the license plates were false. By the time they located the vehicle, it had already sunk into the sea. The culprits had escaped. The trail was utterly severed. Do you think that little rascal Gao Zhu could be behind this? Ling Qian furrowed her brow and ventured a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Lu Qichong and Huang Zicheng exchanged glances. It was certainly a possibility. Fishhead Biao was Gao Zhu's superior, and he had been killed in Simsha Sui just days ago. The likelihood that Gao Zhu seeks vengeance for U2's demise stands at an astonishing 99%. Otherwise, how could it be mere coincidence that he strikes right after the Crown Prince's untimely death? Moreover, Gao Zhu's approach via waterways and the procurement of unconventional weaponry is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the crux of the matter lies in the absence of any evidence linking him to this deed. It's conceivable, yet evidence is paramount. Lu Qichong nodded in agreement and remarked, should we not venture forth to test the waters, perhaps administer a little eye-opener to the lad? Huang Zicheng discarded his cigarette, his tone chillingly resolute. An investigation is indeed imperative, but not at this juncture. This young man has just seized the Crown Prince's territory. The number gang cannot remain indifferent. Besides, having taken the territory, he may not be able to hold it. We shall simply keep an eye on him. Lu Qichong promptly replied. Although he was a policeman, decades of interaction with gangs had imparted him with a modicum of understanding regarding the rules of the underworld. When a short mule raises a flag, it must be defended for 3 days. During this period, Gao Zhu would have to confront assaults from various factions, regardless of whether or not he was responsible for the Crown Prince's death. Once this young man finds himself in a desperate situation, flaws will undoubtedly surface. After all, if he were to perish, and if Gao Zhu truly possesses such formidable weaponry, it would surely be deployed. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to closely monitor this kid. It would be best if he were to meet his end by someone's hand. Otherwise, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. Huang Zicheng concurred. Ling Qianer, I leave the external reporters and media to your capable hands. Lu Qichong turned to the alluring Ling Qianer, a smile gracing his features. All right, no problem. Ling Qianer nodded affirmatively. TSK. That figure is simply exquisite. Huang Zicheng couldn't help but admire Ling Qianer's silhouette, remarking that she was far more beautiful than his lover, Mary. In terms of professional rivalry, he and Ling Qianer were practically adversaries. During the promotions a few years prior, he had bested her in the intricate dance of human relations, ascending to the position of leader of the major crimes unit. Enough of your ramblings. Let us proceed to the scene for further investigation. Lu Qichong sighed in exasperation. His brother was generally acceptable, but his lack of seriousness was a constant source of frustration. Chapter 8. Collaborating with the Doctor, Smuggling Arms. Big D and Chuan Bao arrive. In the Underworld, Simsha Sui serves as the epicenter of public discourse, radiating outward to nearby regions. The news of the Crown Prince's death and the circumstances surrounding it were fervently disseminated by the short mules. Is it true that the number gang's Crown Prince has perished? One short mule inquired eagerly of his companion at a tea stall. Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes. His body was riddled with bullet holes. It was a gruesome sight. Blood stained the steps outside the Heaven on Earth establishment. He died a terribly tragic death. Which audacious dragon dared to slay the Crown Prince of the number gang? TSK. Considering what you've said, I believe Gao Zhu is highly likely to be the culprit. Gao Zhu? Who is that? You may not recognize him, but surely you know of U2 Biao? He was said to have perished at Simsha Sui just days ago, and it's rumored that the Crown Prince was involved. Gao Zhu is likely U2 Biao's own horse. My goodness, that certainly clarifies things. This young man possesses tremendous audacity. However, standing up for U2 Biao is quite the act of chivalry. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, each voice adding weight to the discourse. While Gao Zhu's reputation soared, he simultaneously bore the burden of the Crown Prince's murder. Within a solitary tower, Deng Bo was sipping tea when Lin Beilei ascended to the second floor to relay the external circumstances. Interesting, he took the Crown Prince's territory in just one night. A talent, Deng Bo remarked coolly after taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Lin Beilei erupted in anger. Deng Bo, this young man is utterly audacious. Not only did he defy the gang's directives and act independently, but he also killed the Crown Prince. The number gang will not let this go lightly. Should I gather a team to bring him before the number gang? Deng Bo lightly shook his head. This young man's ability to seize the Crown Prince's territory is commendable. He is a talent worth cultivating within our organization. It has been a long time since our gang has produced someone of his caliber. Besides, he must defend his position for 3 days. If he succeeds, our gang gains a valuable asset. If he fails, you may storm Tsim Shui, and at that point, Big D will have to respond. Understood, Deng Bo. I know how to proceed. Lin Beilei's expression brightened, revealing a sinister smile. Since Deng Bo had spoken thus, it was clear he intended for Gao Zhu to falter. Do what you must, but exercise caution. Do not allow anyone to gather incriminating evidence. Deng Bo discerned Lin Beilei's ulterior motives and offered a word of warning. Gao Zhu is indeed a promising figure, but he is merely an upstart short mule. Compared to Lin Beilei, he lacks stature and renown. Allowing Gao Zhu to serve as a stepping stone for Lin Beilei is entirely reasonable. Indeed. Lin Beilei nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. At that moment, Deng Bo's phone rang. Deng Bo, the number gang insists that we hand over Gao Zhu. Otherwise, they will not relent. The voice on the other end crackled with urgency. Tell them that matters concerning juniors should be left to the juniors. If they wish to escalate, we shall accompany them to the end. Deng Bo replied frostily. Gao Zhu swiftly returned to the Kowloon Fisheries Company from Poly Avenue. Poly Avenue is one of the 3 streets in Prince Edward. This was due to Yichio successfully establishing communication with the doctor and agreeing to collaborate with Gao Zhu. That evening, a shipment of firearms was to be delivered to the doctor at warehouse number 1. Upon meeting the doctor, please convey to her that as long as there are no issues, there will be greater business opportunities in the future. Gao Zhu said to Yichio with a calm demeanor. Having plundered the Crown Prince's treasury, he could now exchange for a considerable number of AKs. This time, Gao Zhu planned to broker a deal for 4,000 AKs and a substantial amount of ammunition, totaling a value of $10 million. He had already stored the firearms in warehouse number 1 by morning. He was not concerned about the doctor absconding with them. After all, Yichio's connections were reliable. Moreover, it was merely a matter of $10 million. A nation has its dignity, and a person has their integrity. As the most renowned arms dealer in the Southeast Asia region, the doctor would not tarnish her reputation over such a sum. No problem. Yichio nodded and turned to leave. Although he was unaware of where Gao Zhu had procured so many AKs, he did not pry further. Everyone has their secrets, and delving into them would serve no purpose. That evening, Chuan Bao and Big D arrived at the Kowloon Fisheries Company. TSK. Who would have thought this young man is thriving in Tsim Shui? Big D marveled as he observed luxury pickup trucks unloading various seafood at the entrance, only to be subsequently boxed and dispatched. In fact, prior to Yu Tu Biao's death, I had no inkling that such a character as Gao Zhu existed within the ranks of Liansheng. Indeed, what a pity. This young man does not engage in the drug trade. Otherwise, leveraging his fisheries company could yield substantial profits. Chuan Bao exhaled a plume of smoke, lamenting. It truly is a shame. He is quite principled. Big D rubbed his nose. But I am someone who relishes breaking principles. Enough of this. Let us go meet the lad. Chuan Bao discarded his cigarette, and entered the Kowloon Fisheries Company. Big D. Chuan Bao, what brings you here? Upon receiving the news of their arrival, Gao Zhu descended from the 2nd floor. It's not that I'm particularly concerned about you, young man. Your audacity is unparalleled. Daring to challenge the number gang, and even plotting against the Crown Prince, I must say. Affecting a facade of worry, he proceeded to offer a tongue lashing, only to shift his tone swiftly. However, there is no need for you to fear. Since you avenged Fishhead Biao, I, Chuan Bao, shall undoubtedly support you. Uncle Bao, Fishhead Biao is my superior, and avenging him is my duty. Regardless of the storms that may arise, it is imperative that I act. Gao Zhu spoke insincerely, his expressions, gestures, and emotions all perfectly calibrated. This performance was undeniably of imperial caliber. Indeed, as Gao Zhu's words fell, both men revealed satisfied smiles. Those in leadership positions universally desire capable, fierce, and loyal subordinates. The fact remains that Gao Zhu's character is commendable. In other words, a person as loyal and righteous as Gao Zhu is exceedingly easy to win over and exploit. After all, many of the lower-tier fighters navigate the world with a sense of righteousness and fervor, much like Chun Haonan, who is regarded as an emblem of justice among the underworld. For those in leadership, winning over someone akin to Chun Haonan not only garners a stellar reputation, but also makes it significantly easier to rally underlings to fight for them. Azu, indeed, it is an honor for Fishhead Biao to have you. The D patted Gao Zhu on the shoulder, speaking with satisfaction. Oh dear. You two mustn't flatter me further. Please, have a seat. Gao Zhu replied with a smile. Subsequently, the 3 took their seats. Gao Zhu poured tea for the 2 and feigned ignorance. I wonder what brings you both here. With Fishhead Biao deceased, I mean to suggest that you take his place. However, the condition is that you must maintain control of Tsim Shui for at least 3 days to prove your capabilities. Chuan Bao stated directly. Fish head Biao was one of his, and while the man may be gone, the business must continue, and it must be managed by someone on his side for him to profit. After all, couldn't he possibly go out there to fight and kill himself, could he? And with Gaozu as fish head Biao's right-hand man, ascending to a higher position is merely a matter of time. 3 days, however, will not be easy to manage. Not only must he contend with the number gang, but also external forces, and Lin Bale might seize this opportunity to become the ultimate fisherman. Your situation is precarious. Didi remarked meaningfully. Gaozu, unperturbed, lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly. The interplay between the two men merely sought to compel Gaozu to plead for their assistance. Should he find himself asking for help, he would owe them a favor. As the saying goes, one who accepts a handout must repay it. Didi, already entangled in flower dealings with fish head Biao, would undoubtedly insist that he continue those dealings. This principle must not be compromised. Therefore, he would not initiate a request for help. The crisis is indeed significant, yet the potential rewards are even greater. I shall strive with all my might. Gaozu exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking calmly. TSK, you're quite the obstinate one. We are all members of the same organization. We won't stand idly by while you're in peril. I, Didi, am willing to assist you, though Didi paused momentarily. Upon hearing this, Gaozu chuckled lightly. Indeed, they were both here with conditions. Brother Didi, I must speak frankly. If it's about flour, I 1 tea per take. Oh, what are you saying? I naturally know you never dabble in flour. What I mean is that you must support me wholeheartedly in the future. This time, I will assist you with all my strength. Didi quickly amended his statement. Though displeased, at this critical juncture of leadership selection, securing an ally is invaluable. To put it plainly, he is also subtly courting Chuan Bao. Moreover, aiding Gaozu ultimately serves his own interests. He has not forgotten Lin Bale's intent to invade Simsha Sui. Such an excellent opportunity, Lin Bale would undoubtedly have his designs. I see, of course. I must support you. Compared to Lin Bale, what is he even? Gaozu declared immediately. The essence of navigating the underworld is knowing how to speak to each person and addressing them appropriately. I like that sentiment. For that reason alone, I, Didi, must stand by you. Didi exhibited a satisfied smile. Thank you. Gaozu smiled slightly. Chapter 9, The Stunning Ruby. Generous Rewards. The Crown Prince of Hongxing comes knocking. Shortly thereafter, Gaozu led the two to Mongkok, to a KTV named Mi Lan. The reason for bringing them here was that Gaozu had a connection with a woman here, named Ruby. She is the madam of Mi Lan. Beautiful. With a splendid figure, and well-versed in the ways of the world, Gaozu often frequented this place during his leisure time to enjoy drinks and support her business. Brother Zhu, it's been a while. You're looking increasingly handsome. In the private room, Ruby approached Gaozu immediately, embracing him and revealing a breathtaking smile. Her captivating gaze exuded endless charm. Gaozu introduced Ruby to his companions. Allow me to introduce you to our gang's Uncle Bao and Brother Didi. Bring me the most beautiful girls here. I'll cover the expenses. No problem, Brother Zhu. Ruby nodded eagerly, quickly setting about her task. I can't believe it. You're quite the player. I remember this woman, Ruby, right? A renowned beauty pursued by countless suitors. Even the Crown Prince of Hongtai has been enchanted by her. I never imagined you had such a soft spot for her. Didi remarked, watching Ruby's retreating figure, swallowing hard in admiration. As for women, as long as one possesses wealth and power, what is there that cannot be achieved? Gaozu offered little more than a jest. Didi and Chuan Bao exchanged glances. Thinking what a clever lad, he has grasped the essence. Soon, a group of girls was ushered in to accompany the two in drinking and singing. Meanwhile, Gaozu took Ruby aside. The next day, Gaozu returned to Simsha Sui, invigorated. Chuan Bao and Didi had not merely made grand proclamations, but had taken tangible actions. They publicly declared their support for Gaozu, asserting that anyone opposing him would be at odds with them. Although this was merely verbal support, it proved beneficial for Gaozu, whose ranks numbered only around 300. Many gangs that had initially intended to encroach upon Gaozu's territory ceased their plans. Of course, this only applied to those with insufficient strength. For powerful gangs like Hongxing and the Number Gang, the declarations from Chuan Bao and Didi were insignificant. Gaozu opened his storage space, and as before, over 90 was filled with beginner jars. Most contained Hong Kong dollars, with a portion in US dollars. While all were valued at 1, the worth of the US dollar surpassed that of the Hong Kong dollar, offering better value. Nevertheless, he did unseal 2 intermediate jars and 2 advanced jars without hesitation. Ding! Intermediate jar opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the capable subordinate Li Wang. Ding! Intermediate jar opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the capable subordinate Feng Yuxiu. Ding! The advanced container has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 high-end beverage production lines. Ding! The advanced container has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a goddess card. Use it on any beautiful woman to instantly evoke feelings for the host. Once the affection reaches 100, she will be utterly enamored with the host. Note, it can be used once every 10 days. Gao Zhu pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the more containers are stored, the more mid-level and above containers there are? However, this needs verification. All of these before him are indeed valuable assets. Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and Gao Jin are all top-tier combatants. Facing 100 foes alone is hardly a challenge, right? No, Brother Tongzi, you truly understand my thoughts. After all, he is currently facing a potential crisis. With powerful and capable allies, he can navigate through this chaos with greater ease. As for the high-end beverage production lines, they are equally impressive. They can produce a wide variety of drinks, such as cognac, Remy Martin XO, whiskey, and more. The beverage business can thrive in Hong Kong and extend internationally. For Gao Zhu, who operates through waterways, it is a perfect match. Absolutely splendid. Regarding the goddess card, Gao Zhu touched his nose and could only say that he would not bother with any woman who is not beautiful. As the saying goes, men are born to do two things: pursue careers and enjoy delightful evenings with beautiful women. Gao Zhu quickly materialized Li Wang and the others. At the same time, he summoned Agui. After a few days of recuperation, the lad's injuries had healed quite well. Upon learning of Gao Zhu's current situation, he cried and insisted on being discharged. Since the lad could not sit still, Gao Zhu instructed him to procure a large warehouse to accommodate the beverage production lines. Upon hearing he had a task, Agui's face lit up with a smile, as he had thought Gao Zhu no longer needed him. That night, Gao Zhu did not sleep but sat calmly in a tea house, smoking and sipping tea. This was the second day since he had taken over the prince's turf, and no one had come by yesterday because they were investigating his background. Today, it was certain that visitors would arrive. Gao Zhu was akin to a gladiator in the arena, engaged in a match solely for him. If he defended his ground, his banner would surely flutter triumphantly, echoing throughout the martial world. If he failed, only two outcomes awaited him: either retreat from Tsim Sha Sui or face death. However, he had already arranged everything. Gao Jin, Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, Jiu Wenlong, 100 ghostly soldiers, and over 200 subordinates stood ready. Should an unfavorable situation arise, Gao Zhu would not hesitate to employ an AK, allowing them to taste the flavor of bullets. In any case, this time, he could not afford to lose. Under the cloak of night, in the darkness, many forces had their eyes fixed on Tsim Sha Sui. The reason they adopted an observational stance rather than launching an attack was primarily twofold. Firstly, there were rumors circulating that the prince had been shot by Gao Zhu. Would Gao Zhu resort to firearms once again tonight? Secondly, both Chuan Bao and Didi had personally made their statements in the martial world, deterring ordinary forces from provoking him. Thus, they eagerly anticipated what would transpire that evening. Who would dare disregard the speculations and the reputations of Chuan Bao and Didi to confront Gao Zhu? At the West Kowloon police station, Huang Zicheng, Lu Qichong, and Ling Qian naturally received the news. Huang Zicheng cursed a few times. However, cursing aside, playing around and causing a ruckus must not overshadow their duties as police officers. Following this, they mobilized personnel from the station, leisurely making their way to Gao Zhu's territory. They were not there to clash with Gao Zhu, but donned their uniforms to patrol the streets, making an appearance to assert their presence. Such occurrences were nothing new for them. Simultaneously, on Bali Avenue, a group of short, red-banded thugs armed with machetes disembarked from their vehicle and spread out across the street, causing passers-by to scatter in fright, even sending stray dogs fleeing from their kicks. Bali Avenue was one of the 3 streets occupied by Gao Zhu. It could be said to be the main street, rich in resources compared to the other 2 streets. It was a coveted battleground. The leader was none other than the prince, not the useless prince killed by Gao Zhu, but one of the 12 hall masters of Hongxing. The prince, known for his dual flower red sticks and the title of God of War, was a formidable force in the martial world. His reputation indicated his personal strength. Such a capable and renowned individual could easily command at least 1,000 subordinates. However, against Gao Zhu, the prince only mobilized over 300 men. One reason was that he deemed Gao Zhu too weak. The second reason was that bringing subordinates out for a show incurs costs. Injuries require medical expenses, and deaths demand compensation for family. These expenses were no trifling matter. Mobilizing forces would easily exceed 100,000. For instance, the appearance fee for a subordinate is 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, and with 300 subordinates, that amounts to 300,000. However, as long as they could take Tsim Sha Sui, it would be worth it. Brother Zhu, they have arrived. In the tea house on the 2nd floor, Jiu Wenlong turned and promptly reported the situation. Chapter 10, One Strike Defeat. Call Brother Zhu. Extortion of 2 million. Another prince has arrived. How intriguing. Gao Zhu rose and approached the window, gazing below. One cannot deny that a large crowd indeed makes for a grand spectacle. This scene truly exuded the essence of a gang conflict. At the same time, Gao Jin, Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and others led their men onto the street. They were all armed with the specially customized rebar that Gao Zhu had provided, brimming with combat spirit. Gao Zhu called out, "Come out. Tonight. Bali Avenue is mine to claim." The prince stepped out from the crowd, brandishing his machete and pointing it at Gao Jin and the others, his tone laced with arrogance. His gaze dismissive, he did not regard Gao Zhu as a threat at all. This night, his flag would be firmly planted. "Claim it, you say? Prince, have you had too much fake liquor? If you lack the funds for real drinks, I can purchase some for you." Gao Zhu stepped out of the tea house, cigarette in mouth, and approached within 10 meters of the prince, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ah, madman, prepare to die." Enraged, the prince charged at Gao Zhu with his machete. Gao Zhu remained still, flicking his fingers as half a cigarette fell to the ground, while Gao Jin and his men surged forward. "Kill one, earn 10,000. Wound one, earn 1,000. Kill the prince, earn 100,000. Jiao Wenlong proclaimed loudly through a megaphone. Upon hearing this, the newly aligned thugs' eyes gleamed with fervor, their spirits ignited. The specially crafted rebar in their hands felt lighter. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The sounds of clashing weapons echoing like raindrops falling on water in the mountains. "Damn it, cowardly turtle, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. If you win, I will leave. If I win, you leave. How about it?" The prince, having his path obstructed by Gao Jin, erupted in a fierce outburst directed at Gao Zhu. It is widely acknowledged that since ancient times, capturing the leader is tantamount to subduing the entire faction. Thus, if Gao Zhu were to be apprehended, victory would be assured. However, the prince was utterly unprepared for being halted by Gao Jin. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, as dealing with a mere lowly figure like Gao Jin would merely require some effort on his part. Yet, he had overestimated his own capabilities. After exchanging several blows with Gao Jin, not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, but in a moment of distraction, he was sent flying several meters away, leaving him deeply frustrated. When had the battle god prince ever been struck down in such a manner? To make matters worse, he caught Gao Zhu's gaze fixed upon his disheveled state, and his prideful heart could scarcely contain the embarrassment. Thus, he resorted to hurling insults at Gao Zhu. "Very well. Brother, I shall indulge you. Gao Jin, stand back." Gao Zhu tossed aside his cigarette, and approached the prince. Gao Jin nodded slightly, and turned to plunge into the throng ahead. "Since you choose not to wield a blade, I shall abstain as well," the prince coldly remarked, dismissing his weapon. This was not an issue of his arrogance. He still adhered to a modicum of chivalry. Gao Zhu remained silent, stepping forward deliberately. As he closed the distance to merely 3 meters from the prince, the latter launched himself forward. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail, and a single strike could determine the outcome. The prince was well aware of this principle and summoned all his strength for a decisive blow. His fist, akin to iron, swept towards Gao Zhu's visage, carrying with it a fierce gust of wind. Gao Zhu, with a frigid demeanor and icy gaze, countered with his own fist. As their fists collided, the prince had already formulated his next move against Gao Zhu. However, the very next instant, he felt as though his fist had struck a solid wall of copper and iron. A numbing pain surged through his entire arm, rendering it powerless. Simultaneously, his body was sent flying by a kick from Gao Zhu, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before colliding with 3 of the Hongxing members, finally coming to a halt. "Damn, that truly hurt." The prince groaned, disoriented as he propped himself up. Panic set in when he realized he could not feel his right hand. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu stood unfazed, as if entirely unaffected. "You are the strong one. You have triumphed. I shall take my leave." The prince gasped, fear creeping into his steadfast gaze as he observed Gao Zhu advancing toward him. At that moment, genuine terror gripped him. He had charged in with such bravado, only to be nearly defeated in a single exchange. "You come and go as you please? Do you regard the Bali Avenue as a mere marketplace?" Gao Zhu coldly admonished, having dispatched a Hongxing member who had attempted to intervene, now standing before the prince. "Gao Zhu, mercy begets mercy. I assure you, I shall never oppose you again. Upon encountering you, I shall take a detour." The prince, though flustered, spoke with composure. "Killing me would bring you no advantage. You are merely embarking on your journey. There is no need to offend us at Hongxing, wouldn't you agree?" Despite his panic, the prince articulated his reasoning with clarity. "There is some truth in your words, but it is scant." Gao Zhu replied, picking up the discarded blade and wiping it clean. "You think a mere utterance will suffice to resolve tonight's affairs? Your princely reputation may hold weight outside, but it is of little consequence to me. Please, Gao Zhu, let us converse civilly. If you allow me to leave, I will grant you anything you desire." Faced with the glinting, menacing blade, the prince faltered, his voice betraying his anxiety. It was not that he wished to continue the fight. Rather, His entire body felt as though it might crumble. The only course left to him was to barely maintain his footing. Very well, have your men deliver 2 million, and we shall consider this matter concluded. Does that sound acceptable? Gaozu replied with an air of calm. In truth, the prince's earlier assertions held considerable merit. Having recently made a name for himself in the underworld, he had already made enemies of a certain faction. Should he further antagonize Hong Xing, his path would narrow considerably. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the nature of the He Liansheng gang. Hong Xing was far superior to He Liansheng. If Gaozu were to offend Hong Xing on account of the prince, it could escalate into a significant conflict. Regardless of the prince's innocence, he could easily find himself sacrificed as a peace offering between the two factions, and he knew all too well the character of the old man Deng Bo. Of course, no issue at all. The prince exhaled in relief, accepting the terms. Tell your men to leave. Gaozu discarded the blade, gripping the prince's neck firmly, his voice icy. The prince's face paled momentarily as he shouted, "Withdraw. Retreat." The majority of his Hong Xing subordinates nodded and hastily departed. Yet, a few fiercely loyal followers, unwilling to accept the situation, advanced to rescue him, only to be met with the prince's furious rebuke. Get the hell back, and ensure that 2 million is delivered within half an hour. These loyal subordinates, recognizing the authority of the prince's command, quickly mounted their motorcycles and sped away. Indeed, those who recognize the times are truly wise. You, prince, possess a certain acumen, Gaozu remarked with satisfaction. Thank you. The prince responded with a bitter smile. Gaozu handed the prince over to Gao Jin and turned to face Feng Yuxiu and the others. Clean up the scene, wash away the blood, and dispose of the bodies in the sea. The police shall arrive shortly. Yes, Brother Zhu, the crowd replied in unison. They had scarcely had their fill of the fight, having not garnered a substantial bounty, and felt rather disappointed at the abrupt conclusion. As half an hour passed, the prince's subordinates hurriedly entered the tea house, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The prince's arm was already bandaged, and he was sharing drinks and laughter with Gaozu while enjoying skewers. They were left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Gao Jin approached and confirmed, Brother Zhu, all is in order. The total is accounted for. All right. You all may return. I wish to speak further with Brother Zhu, the prince stated, choosing not to leave. Brother Zhu? Just moments ago, we were in the midst of battle, and now you address him as brother? The subordinates exclaimed, incredulous at the sudden shift in tone, questioning how someone so young could be addressed in such a familiar manner by the prince. If you are being held against your will, just blink. They joked, but dared not linger, quickly turning to depart. Brother Zhu, it seems we have formed an unexpected bond through our conflict. Allow me to toast to you. The prince sincerely declared. In truth, he was not a villainous figure at all. Rather, he was a courageous individual, a paragon of righteousness and valor among the gangsters. He held the martial way in high esteem, possessing an almost obsessive dedication to it. Throughout his life, aside from engaging in factional disputes, he had mostly lived in solitude, immersed in martial arts, studying traditional Chinese martial arts, honing his body, and practicing various fighting styles. Though he had delved into many disciplines, none had reached their pinnacle. Nevertheless, he had still made a significant mark in the underworld, earning the moniker of Battle God and becoming a figure known far and wide among the lowly scoundrels. There is a saying that encapsulates the essence of invincibility. It is indeed a profound solitude. However, having just been vanquished by the esteemed High Ancestor in a single strike, he was made acutely aware that beyond the heavens, there are more heavens, and beyond men, there are more men. What of forming fraternal bonds with the strong? Oh, Crown Prince, you needn't be so formal. Yet, your calling me brother is not in vain. In the future, do come by for a visit, and I shall have Gao Jin and the others impart a few techniques to you. High Ancestor remarked unabashedly. Excellent. I look forward to the day when I may exchange a few moves with you. Although High Ancestor's words were audacious, the Crown Prince bore no resentment, for he understood he lacked the privilege to be angry. At that moment, a large contingent of police personnel, including Huang Zhicheng, Lu Qichong, and Ling Qianair, arrived. Chapter 11. Wearing dog skin, applying eye medicine, procuring spirits. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Huang Zhicheng and his colleagues were momentarily taken aback. The area had been completely tidied up. They stared in astonishment. Is it all over? So soon? What the hell? They finished early. This defies logic. In typical street brawls, one would expect at least 30 minutes of chaos, sometimes lasting an entire night. How could it have ended so quickly? Should we not go and administer some eye medicine to that lad? Huang Zhicheng inquired, fixating on Lu Qichong. For this police operation, they had mobilized over 30 personnel. If they returned empty-handed, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Even the acrobats performing monkey tricks managed to earn a few coins. Since we are here, we must proceed. Lu Qichong pondered for a moment, and then strode into the tea house. Brother Ancestor, the police have arrived and insist on seeing you. Should we not send them away? Jiao Wenlong reported as he entered. Let them in. High Ancestor responded. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen. Cooperation was essential. Otherwise, one might find oneself in a tight spot. After all, the Jiolong fishery needed to continue its operations. In no time, Huang Zicheng and his two companions arrived. Upon seeing High Ancestor and the Crown Prince joyfully drinking together, they exchanged bewildered glances. What is this? Has a brawl blossomed into brotherly camaraderie? Nonetheless, they were not in the mood to delve into such trivialities. Oh, indulging in libations, are we? You two truly embody leisure and elegance. Huang Zicheng approached the pair with a smirk, producing a gleaming police badge. I am Huang Zicheng, the head of the major crimes unit at the West Kowloon police station. We have received reports that you are engaging in gang activities tonight, suspected of inciting a brawl and disturbing the peace. You are to accompany us to the police station immediately to provide your statements. Before High Ancestor could respond, the Crown Prince rose imperiously, confronting Huang Zicheng. Do take a closer look. I am enjoying a drink with Brother Ancestor. Are your eyes situated on your posterior? Shall I offer you some currency for corrective surgery? Huang Zicheng's temper flared instantly, glaring at the Crown Prince with a warning. Mind your language. This is not a place for your reckless behavior. The Crown Prince bristled at the retort, ready to retaliate. Just then, Lu Qichong stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, and picked up the high-end box of Gao Shi Ba from the table, addressing High Ancestor. High Ancestor, life seems to be treating you well. You're indulging in Gao Shi Ba. If the two officers fancy it, I can have some delivered. With an unperturbed demeanor, High Ancestor replied, let us not. It's too refined. It might induce a cough. High Ancestor, you've done splendidly tonight. I hope you can resolve matters this peacefully in the future. Please do not bring us trouble. Otherwise with that, Lu Qichong prepared to depart. Otherwise what? High Ancestor set down his bottle, speaking coldly. Engaging in underworld dealings naturally entails interactions with the police. But you think you can waltz in here and then leave? Do you believe this tea house is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please? The audacity of warning me is simply overstepping bounds. I shall make it clear, if I do not reclaim my dignity. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? Otherwise, I shall personally ensure you find yourself imprisoned for life. Lu Qichong turned back, fixing a cold gaze upon High Ancestor. Is that so, Officer Lu? Dressed in dog skin, parading before the foreign devils. How imposing. High Ancestor mocked. As his words fell, it seemed to strike a nerve, and Lu Qichong's expression turned icy, his teeth grinding audibly. Huang Zicheng drew his service weapon. Kid, do you wish to die? You possess a firearm. Do you think I do not? Come, let us both pull the trigger. High Ancestor stood, advancing toward Huang Zicheng with brazen confidence. In the next moment, Gao Jin and the others encircled them, all drawing their weapons and aiming at Huang Zicheng. The three officers' expressions shifted. They had never encountered such audacity. Initially, they had intended merely to intimidate High Ancestor. To their astonishment, this seemingly insignificant figure had summoned such a formidable display of arms. You wish for me to accompany you in death for your worthless life? You are unworthy. Huang Zicheng feigned bravado, holstering his weapon. He sought to maintain face, yet he had no doubt that Gao Jin and his associates would indeed pull the trigger. There are times when one must concede. High Ancestor, assaulting an officer is a grave offense. Have your men lower their weapons. Otherwise, this could escalate, and none of us would fare well. Ling Qian approached, delivering her words with icy resolve. Since the lovely officer has spoken, I must grant this favor. High Ancestor gazed at Ling Qian, a smile gracing his lips. What a stunning beauty, indeed, and a commanding officer at that. Truly a remarkable combination. Without hesitation, High Ancestor activated the goddess card on Ling Qian. In the next moment, a virtual image materialized before High Ancestor's eyes. Name, Ling Qian. Occupation, Senior Inspector at West Kowloon Police Station. Affinity value, 10. Status, single. 10. High Ancestor felt a tinge of frustration. How could one so handsome as he only garner a score of 10? Ling Qian was indeed the renowned ice-cold police flower. There was some challenge in courting her. Yet that only added to the allure. Ling Qian felt a fleeting moment of numbness, only to find High Ancestor's gaze fixed upon her, rather than feeling offended. She perceived him as a princely figure, causing her heart to flutter. Simultaneously, Gao Jin and the others lowered their weapons. Remember this day, Huang Zicheng. Do not let me catch you with any incriminating evidence. Huang Zicheng gritted his teeth, delivering his warning with measured precision. As long as Officer Huang enforces the law impartially, I shall certainly cooperate. High Ancestor chuckled lightly, unperturbed. With a man like Huang Zicheng, High Ancestor could dispatch him in an instant. Yet, it would be a shame to let this wild dog perish now. He still held some utility. Jinsha Jiao is not solely under High Ancestor's dominion. The Ni family, with its profound heritage, also holds sway. Moreover, there is a saying that rings true. As one in a raincoat departs, another in a suit arrives. Regardless of who leads the major crimes unit at West Kowloon Police Station, they are all cut from the same cloth. Let us go. Lu Chi-chong shot a venomous glare at High Ancestor and the Crown Prince, and the three departed. The following day, the Crown Prince lay drunkenly sprawled on the sofa. High Ancestor had already arrived at the outskirts of Tsim Shui, where a large factory stood. Without expending much effort, Ague swiftly took control of it. After an entire day of cleaning yesterday, all the trash, fallen leaves, and other refuse had been tidied away. The facility boasted over 10 compartments, including dedicated staff dormitories. Overall, it was perfectly suited for industrial construction. Soon, 10 sets of pertinent beverage production components were delivered by several large trucks, all driven by ghostly shadow soldiers. A deliberate arrangement by High Ancestor. It was inconceivable for him to conjure such resources in front of everyone. That would be utterly extraordinary. He certainly did not wish to attract the attention of the 749 Bureau or the International Mysterious Beings Division, lest they take him away for dissection. After instructing Ague and the others on how to install the beverage production line, he handed over the various recipes for the drinks. There were many types of beverages. High Ancestor, in accordance with the characteristics of this era, had selectively chosen specific recipes, divided into 3 batches. The popular beverages in Hong Kong, and even on Yao Chao, included San Miguel beer, Jiuzhong double distillation, Laurel Crown, and Kiku Masamyun. These constituted the first batch, priced affordably for the everyday consumer, ranging from 10 to 200 Hong Kong dollars. The second batch comprised cognac, Remy Martin XO, Hennessy XO, and Scotch whiskey, among others. These Western spirits were also prevalent in Asia, serving as staples for business banquets and nightlife in Hong Kong, symbolizing status. Their prices ranged from 800 to 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, potentially doubling in high-end venues. The market for these Western spirits extended beyond Hong Kong to the international arena. The final batch consisted of internationally recognized beverages favored by the elite, such as the 1982 Lafite, Mouton, vodka, and rum. In summary, the 3 batches represented 3 distinct tiers, each with a substantial sales market, a project poised to secure significant profits in US dollars. While establishing the distillery, Lin Bale secretly met with Go Huang, the leader of the number gang. Within a private room, a corpulent man entered, dressed in a suit and tie, with a fierce countenance that immediately suggested he was no benign individual. This man was not Go Huang, but rather Zhong Xianyi's hall master, Lian Haolong. The number gang, like other major factions, had its own territories spread across Hong Kong Island. These hall masters were named after virtues such as practicality, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, fidelity, loyalty, filial piety, talent, fitness, determination, sincerity, courage, love, integrity, and harmony. For instance, the deceased prince, shot by Gao Jin, was associated with the character for courage and was rooted in Tsim Shui. Lian Haolong was the hall master of the loyalty faction, ranked among the top 3 powers within the number gang. However, this information had not been updated in years. Now, due to years of accumulation, Zhong Xian might indeed have ascended to the top position. Lian Haolong, how is it you? Where's Hall Master Go? Lin Bale could not help but inquire upon seeing Lian Haolong. After all, he was in a position to negotiate on behalf of Lianqing. Why would a hall master come to meet him? Chapter 12. Lian Haolong and Lin Bale conspire. The indifference of humanity. Luo Tianhong comes knocking. Hall Master Gu is in Macau conducting business. He has no time to chat with you. I am here to negotiate on his behalf. Are you dissatisfied? Lian Haolong casually ignited a cigarette, speaking in a detached tone. In this matter, not only was Lin Bale discontented, but Lian Haolong himself felt a twinge of disbelief. An insignificant high ancestor, a mere lackey without a name or status in Lianqing, required the intervention of the world's foremost Lian Haolong? It was truly baffling. Hall Master, you misunderstand. You are the mightiest Hall Master of the number gang. With your presence, handling that little brat high ancestor should be a matter of mere moments. Lin Bale replied with a smile. Let us not waste time on trivialities. Hall Master Gu mentioned you wish to collaborate with us. How do you envision this collaboration? Lian Haolong asked, his gaze sharpening. In his mind, dealing with a high ancestor was as simple as swatting a fly. Why would he need to collaborate with Lin Bale? However, upon further reflection, he recognized Gu Huang's strategic thinking. Lin Bale was one of the candidates for Lianqing's negotiator, backed by Deng Bo, and had a strong chance of rising to prominence. Gu Huang was betting on the right horse. After all, High Ancestor is one of our people in Lianqing. I cannot appear publicly, but I am willing to contribute 1 million. Lin Bale stated earnestly. What do you hope to gain? Lian Haolong inquired, his brow furrowing. Contributing money without risking personnel was in accordance with the rules of the Underworld. However, he found it hard to believe this fellow would part with 1 million without a catch. To be frank, I wish to establish a foothold in Tsim Shui. High Ancestor controls 3 streets. I merely request 1, Lin Bale said, taking a deep breath and looking at Lien Haolong with seriousness. I see. You seek to enhance your reputation, correct? No problem. Lien Haolong suddenly understood and readily agreed. If Gu Huang wished to forge an alliance with Lin Biao, why should he not do the same? After all, they were both in the flower business. Having another brother, especially one who might soon become a negotiator for Lianqing, opened many doors. Just one street was a trivial matter for Lien Haolong, and certainly worth the investment. To a fruitful collaboration, Lien Haolong declared, rising and exhaling a cloud of smoke. To a fruitful collaboration. Mutual benefit. Lin Biao beamed with his characteristic smile, a blend of shadows and excitement. Later that evening, the final day of the tournament arrived. High Ancestor and the prince sat in a tea house sipping tea. High Ancestor had no intention of keeping the prince to assist him, yet the prince insisted on staying, even bringing over 100 subordinates, claiming they wanted to help him maintain order. High Ancestor flatly declined. Nevertheless, the prince was quite adept at navigating social niceties, making High Ancestor feel somewhat embarrassed, especially after having beaten him the previous day and extorted 2 million. Who do you think will come to challenge us tonight? High Ancestor asked, taking a sip of tea and casting a probing glance at the prince. The number gang is certain to act, though not all will participate. It's hard to predict which faction will send members. By the way, aren't you in the midst of an election for Lianqing's negotiator? Given your gang's temperament, such a large venue as Tsim Sha Sui is precisely the moment for you to plant your flag. It's quite strange that no one is offering help. The prince began to analyze, taking a sip of wine. Unlike other gangs, Lianqing's negotiator merely held a nominal title. The real decision-making power was in the hands of the older generation. Those beneath them could not rise solely through strength. They needed a good reputation, one that earned the approval of the elders. In simpler terms, if Di and Lin Biao, as candidates for the negotiator, managed to secure Tsim Sha Sui for High Ancestor, wouldn't their reputations soar? This was an excellent opportunity to garner votes. Little did they know, Big D merely released a trivial fart to the outside world. Lin Biao didn't even let out a single sound. Even within a grand organization like Lianqing, not a soul stepped forward to assist Gaozu. The reasons for this are twofold. Gaozu is, after all, just a short mule, and the people of Lianqing are notoriously indifferent. Upon hearing this, Gaozu squinted his eyes. The crown prince was not as brainless as he had assumed, for he had managed to contemplate these dimensions, which made him worthy of wooing. Gaozu then chuckled. Ah, they all harbor their own little schemes. Little schemes? A mere bunch of self-serving individuals. Why not join us at Hongxing? Why endure this indignity in Lianqing? The crown prince earnestly extended an invitation. Come now. I have no desire to be hunted down across the world. Gaozu declined. Transitioning is not impossible, yet if one resorts to it at the first sign of trouble, they will be looked down upon wherever they go. Those who are meant to be bullied will still be bullied. Fists, after all, are the ultimate truth. The crown prince smiled slightly, not pressing the matter further. He picked up a bottle of wine and drank it in one go. At that moment, the younger brothers of Zongxinyi arrived. Several buses and a plethora of vans surged onto the street. Soon after, the young disciples of Zongxinyi descended from their vehicles, wielding machetes with a fierce demeanor, numbering around 200. Each one was brimming with confidence. They clamored to slay Gaozu, seeking vengeance for the crown prince of the number gang. Such arrogance. This time, the leader was not Lien Haolong, but his strongest subordinate, Luo Tianhong. Clad in a black trench coat, his chest exposed, a toothpick in his mouth. He shouldered a sword, the 8-sided hero sword. It is said that Luo Tianhong, brandishing a single sword, could send 100 men into a panicked retreat. Bring your boss out. I refuse to kill nameless wretches, Luo Tianhong declared, taking a chair from the roadside and sitting defiantly in the middle of the street. He planted the 8-sided hero sword into the blue bricks with great authority. At that moment, Gaozu approached, taking the chair that Gao Jin had offered and sitting down face to face with him. Leisurely, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke. So you are Gaozu? Luo Tianhong observed calmly. Do you realize you've crossed a line? This place does not belong to you. Luo Tianhong, you are indeed a talent. I admire you greatly. Join me. Gaozu flicked the ash from his cigarette, responding nonchalantly. Luo Tianhong, much like the crown prince of Hongxing, was a martial arts enthusiast, having long submitted to Lien Haolong, yet he sought to contest for the title of the world's strongest. As long as he was stronger than Lien Haolong, winning over Luo Tianhong would pose no issue. After all, he was one of Jing Ji's fragments. Not accepting him would be a disservice to Jing Ge. Ha! Luo Tianhong seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world. His expression turned cold, his icy gaze emanating hostility as he disdainfully retorted, What are you even worth? Do you think defeating the crown prince of Hongxing grants you the right to act arrogantly before me? No room for negotiation? Gaozu replied coolly. Indeed. Fragments of Jing Ge are notoriously arrogant. Of course, we can negotiate. Have your men vacate Tsim Sha Sui, and I might spare your life. Luo Tianhong rose. coldly fixating on Gaozu. Gaozu stood, discarding his cigarette butt, and turned to leave. A chilling voice cut through the air. Gao Jin, teach him a lesson. And do not kill him. Kill. Gao Jin bellowed fiercely, brandishing the specially crafted rebar as he strode toward Luo Tianhong. Upon hearing this, Gaozu's men surged forth like a pack of ferocious tigers descending a mountain, crashing into the ranks of Zongxinyi. They had not satisfied their thirst for blood the previous night, nor had they amassed enough gold. Tonight, they were determined to make up for it. Each additional kill would hasten the accumulation of fragments for Dabin. With 200 from Zongxinyi, Gaozu's side mirrored that number. The clash of 400 warriors was nothing short of a visual feast, a spectacle far beyond what any film could capture. The performances of Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and others rendered them as gods of slaughter, carving a bloody path with their sheer might. These short mules were at best fueled by fervor, employing a haphazard fighting style rooted in brute force and cunning. Faced with the likes of Li Wang, they were no different from ants. Li Wang leapt into the fray, his massive elbow crashing down, sending one short mule straight into unconsciousness. He then turned and delivered a punch that sent another flying several meters away, toppling 3 or 4 Zongxinyi disciples in succession. The overwhelming strength instilled fear in many of Zongxinyi's men, rendering them hesitant to advance. In contrast, Feng Yuxiu was even more savage. The specially crafted rebar in his hands became akin to a razor-sharp blade. With a mere flick, 2 Zongxinyi disciples clutched their necks, howling in agony as blood sprayed onto Feng Yuxiu, soaking him entirely. Rather than being deterred, he grew exhilarated, a sinister smile creeping across his scarred face. The others were left dumbfounded by the sight. Death is a common occurrence in brawls, yet to see someone dispatch foes with such lethal precision was a rarity. Many of Zongxinyi's men immediately retreated, fearing Feng Yuxiu's gaze. The scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. In less than 10 minutes, Zongxinyi's ranks dwindled. Some fled, some fell, and those still fighting numbered less than 100. Chapter 13. Subduing Luo Tianhong. Forming an alliance with the Crown Prince. The Lianqing Conference, ascending the grass slippers. The contest for the position of Hall Master. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhong, engaged in battle with Gao Jin, also took note of Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and the unfolding chaos. Initially brimming with confidence, he now felt a pang of anxiety. How could Gaozu, a mere youth, possibly command such formidable warriors? He yearned to assist his subordinates. Yet Gao Jin barred his path, leaving him utterly helpless. Even self-preservation seemed a distant hope. In the next instant, Gao Jin's rebar came crashing down. Luo Tianhong squinted, instinctively retreating a few steps, only to be sent flying by a kick from Gao Jin. Though he dodged a fatal blow, the impact left him gasping for breath. So powerful, and unfathomably so. The critical issue was that he struggled to maintain his grip on the 8-sided hero's sword, as his palm split, blood staining it entirely. Submit or perish, Gao Jin declared, the bloodied rebar hovering ominously over Luo Tianhong's head. Luo Tianhong relinquished the 8-sided hero's sword, his intention unmistakable. He had been defeated. Run. Witnessing Luo Tianhong being so effortlessly subdued, a Zongxinyi disciple howled in alarm. With this rallying cry, the remaining disciples lost their last shred of resolve and fled in panic. Soon, the scene fell eerily silent. Gao Jin and the others quickly began to tidy up the aftermath. At the same time, the head of the Ni family was assassinated. Originally en route to Bali Avenue, Huang Zhiqing and his companions turned back towards the crime scene. Compared to the Ni family head, Gaozu seemed insignificant. The following day, Simsha Sui was transformed, sending shockwaves through the underworld. Apart from the fact that the High Ancestor triumphed over the Crown Prince of Hongxing and vanquished the loyal and brave gang, the primary reason lies in the demise of the head of the Ni family. As the High Ancestor's name reverberated through the martial world, various factions turned their gaze toward the Ni family. The Ni family is a long-established force. While they may not rival the top-tier organizations, they undeniably hold a significant presence within the martial realm, engaging in various business dealings with multiple parties. They are curious about who assassinated the head of the Ni family. But their greater concern is who will take over the Ni family. With the leader deceased, it is only natural for the subordinates to harbor their own thoughts. Chaos is bound to ensue in Simsha Sui. Moreover, with the High Ancestor of Lianqing now advancing into Simsha Sui and the loyal and brave gang suffering continuous setbacks, disorder in Simsha Sui is inevitable. For these external forces, the more chaotic Simsha Sui becomes, the better. In the midst of chaos, seizing wealth is their utmost desire. As for the High Ancestor, seizing the moment of his rising fame, he entrusted the task of recruiting new members to Li Wang and Feng Yuxiu. The life of a gangster is fundamentally driven by the pursuit of riches. Fortunately, the High Ancestor possesses a degree of prowess in this regard. Regarding the Ni family's affairs, as long as they do not provoke him, the High Ancestor prefers to remain uninvolved. Of course, it is more about his inability to intervene. Luo Tianhong, what? Are you feeling discontented? In the Grand Hall of Kowloon Fisheries, the High Ancestor rose to stand before Luo Tianhong, revealing a playful smile. Luo Tianhong remained silent, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. All right, focus on recuperating. Once you have healed, I shall grant you the opportunity to spar with me, the High Ancestor remarked, gently patting Luo Tianhong's shoulder. Indeed, Luo Tianhong, do not feign superiority. A loss is a loss, and you are no match for Brother Zhu. The Crown Prince interjected as he entered, casting a disparaging glance at Luo Tianhong. Gao Jin is indeed formidable, but the depths of the High Ancestor remain unfathomable. I understand. Luo Tianhong nodded earnestly. Had it been earlier, he would have dismissed it. However, even a powerhouse like Gao Jin bowed to the High Ancestor. The defeat of the Crown Prince at the hands of the High Ancestor serves as a testament to his strength. Crown Prince, you may return. I need to pay a visit to the Lianqing headquarters. The High Ancestor told the Crown Prince. Brother Zhu, go ahead. I must take my leave as well. The Crown Prince said with a slight smile, departing with an air of nonchalance. These past few days, he had not been idly consuming food and drink, but had been seeking counsel from Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others, coming to recognize his own shortcomings. Watching the Crown Prince's retreating figure, the High Ancestor felt quite satisfied. This young man has potential. In the future, if business opportunities arise, I must make arrangements for him. A proper alliance is in order. Luo Tianhong, come with me, the High Ancestor said casually as he passed by Luo Tianhong. Startled, Luo Tianhong had not anticipated that the High Ancestor would take him alone to the Lianqing headquarters. Is he not afraid that I might strike him down on the way? Such audacity surely stems from a profound self-assurance. Soon, the High Ancestor met with Didi and Chuan Bao. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the headquarters. Uncle Deng and the others had already gathered. Upon seeing the High Ancestor, the elder figures began to converse, generously offering their praise. Lin Bao, sniffing disdainfully, appeared quite displeased. He truly did not expect the loyal and brave gang to be defeated. This time, he had suffered a loss of 1 million. Not only was it a significant financial blow, but he also dared not confront Lian Haolong, for if the matter were to come to light, he would bear the blame of being a traitor from within. Aspiring to be a decision-maker? Such thoughts were futile. Chuan Bao scanned the room, fixing his gaze on the High Ancestor. Please, have a seat. In the past, the High Ancestor would not have even qualified to enter the headquarters, yet now, having conquered 3 streets in Tsimsha Sui and maintained control, he naturally had the right to take a seat. Uncle Deng surveyed the room. Everyone is present. Let us commence the meeting. Chuan Bao immediately added, today, we have gathered here for 2 primary matters. Firstly, our gang has produced a talent, the High Ancestor. He has eliminated the Crown Prince of the loyal and brave gang, invaded Tsimsha Sui, defeated the Crown Prince of Hongxing, and vanquished the loyal and brave gang, thereby elevating the name of Lianqing. This is cause for celebration. Given the High Ancestor's outstanding performance, we shall officially add him to the honor roll today, promoting him to Grass Shoe status. A Grass Shoe possesses their own team and receives recognition from the gang, qualifying them as a core member. Above the Grass Shoe are the Hall Masters, Military Advisors, and Dragon Heads. However, within Lianqing, the elder figures serve as both Hall Masters and decision-makers, wielding actual power that surpasses that of the Dragon Heads. Below the Grass Shoe are the 49 Boys in Blue Lanterns. The 49 boys gain immediate entry into the gang's honor roll upon recognition. While the Blue Lanterns are collectively referred to as short mules, these individuals can change affiliations freely and are not bound by the gang. The Blue Lanterns are the most common type of gangster among various gangs, operating under the gang's name to exert control over the market for a gang and its leader. Although the Blue Lanterns may lack loyalty, they are essential recruits. They are akin to workers earning $100 a day while generating $300 in economic benefits. They are cost-effective and efficient. Thus, while many gangs may claim to have thousands of members, the actual core members, excluding nominal associates and Blue Lanterns, are quite limited. Congratulations, Azu, for becoming a Grass Shoe in just 3 short years since joining the gang. Indeed, the younger generation is surpassing the older. The crowd erupted in applause. Thank you for your recognition. Esteemed uncles, the High Ancestor replied calmly. Now let us address the second matter. With the death of Utubio, the position of Hall Master in the Yuanlong district has become vacant, and we require someone to fill that role and assist the gang. Chuan Bao exhaled a puff of smoke. I recommend Hunyeo. As everyone knows, Utubio had the closest relationship with Hunyeo, and they are well acquainted with each other's business. Hunyeo can take over and operate seamlessly. Moreover, Hunyeo is an experienced veteran with a verifiable track record. It is time to promote him to Hall Master, Lin Bale stated directly. Following his remarks, the elder figures began to discuss among themselves, unanimously agreeing that Hunyeo indeed possessed the qualifications. I disagree. According to the rules, the position of Utubio should rightfully be inherited by his first horseman. If the first horseman is unfit, then it should fall to someone from the gang, Didi said coolly. With Didi's statement, the attention of the elder figures shifted back to the High Ancestor. Lin Biao leisurely remarked, the High Ancestor's abilities are certainly evident. However, having just been promoted to Grass Shoe, does he aspire to ascend immediately? Do you consider the gang's hierarchy a mere facade? The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Is there any rule within the gang that prohibits someone just promoted to Grass Shoe from swiftly becoming a Hall Master? Chuan Bao suddenly spoke up, firmly supporting the High Ancestor. Since the High Ancestor has secured Simsha Sui, it is a testament to his capabilities. At this moment, he must be supported. Furthermore, Huanyo is not one of us. Should he gain control over the Yuanlong district's business, Chuan Bao stands to gain nothing. In any case, selecting someone neutral is preferable. Huanyo cannot be chosen. Lin Biao was left speechless. At this moment, Deng Bo cast a glance at Chuan Bao and Didi. Before turning his attention to Gao Zhu and Huanyo, offering a word of caution, allow me to speak candidly. Huanyo and Zhu, have you both considered taking over the business in the Yuanlong district? Let me remind you, if your strength is insufficient for this position, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Think carefully before making your decision. Huanyo, being a loyal follower of Lin Beilu, who is supported by Deng Bo, understood the underlying warning directed at Gao Zhu. Deng Bo, I have no objections. Huanyo replied without hesitation. Gao Zhu, upon hearing this, did not voice any dissent either. The reason was simple. The Fishhead banner held control over a dock in the Yuanlong area, and this alone was enough for Gao Zhu to want to contest it. As for Deng Bo's warning and the potential future crises, he felt no fear. If one lacks the courage to navigate this life, they might as well return home to raise pigs. Chapter 14. Rising to the occasion. Lin Bei Li's warning. Slaying the snake head, rescuing the port's spirit. Very well, both of you are qualified. However, there is only one position available. To ensure fairness, the Fishhead banner's territory will be divided equally between you for 1 month. Whoever manages it better shall become the head of the Yuanlong district. How does that sound? After finishing his statement, Deng Bo lit a cigarette, revealing a placid expression on his aged face. Deng Bo, you are truly wise. Huanyo praised him profusely, each to their own capabilities. I agree. Gao Zhu nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Since that is settled, let us proceed. Deng Bo glanced at Gao Zhu, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. His hints had been quite explicit, yet Gao Zhu still seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The meeting concluded, and the elder figures led Gao Zhu into a somewhat dimly lit room. On the altar stood a statue of Guangong. Chueji approached, performing a sincere bow and muttering incantations. Crossing 10,000 troops at the bridge, with neither copper nor iron amiss. The Zhu family builds bridges while the Hong family crosses. But this bridge is for outsiders. The Underworld's taboos forbid the seduction of a brother's wife, wearing red shoes, or washing horse nuts. Loyalty and righteousness must be shared in good fortune and adversity. Gao Zhu observed Chueji with a sense of disbelief. These individuals spoke of righteousness, yet their actions were far beneath contempt. In this life, who truly speaks of virtue? Those who do are long gone, slain by the ruthless. Yet this old fellow, brazenly flouting the rules, was no better than Fei Shui. Time passed, and after Chueji finished reciting, he placed 3 incense sticks into the burner. He then produced a knife, placing it against Gao Zhu's neck. Do you love your brothers or gold? I love my brothers. Gao Zhu responded. Do you love your brothers or gold? I love my brothers. After this ritual, when Gao Zhu exited the main hall, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Chuan Bao and the others had long since departed. However, Lin Beilu remained, approaching Gao Zhu directly. Zhu, congratulations. You are quite the promising youth. Legu, have you waited this long just to congratulate me? Gao Zhu replied with a knowing smile. Let me be direct. Withdraw from this election and allow Huanyo to take the position. I need Huanyo to help me rally votes. Once I become the spokesperson for He Liansheng, you will not be left empty-handed. Lin Beilu spoke with a profound gaze. He never intended to recruit Gao Zhu, for he did not trust him. Nor did he believe that without his support, Huanyo could defeat Gao Zhu to become the head. He had confidence in that. Unless there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gao Zhu dismissed him, walking away with Luo Tianhong. As for Lin Bei Li's empty promises, only an inexperienced fool like Fei Ji would fall for them. Zhu, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Lin Beilu called out loudly, believing he could intimidate Gao Zhu. However, Gao Zhu did not even turn back. Lin Bei Li's smile vanished, his expression turning cold. This brat truly did not know his place. Huanyo approached Lin Beilu, cursing under his breath. Well, if he refuses the toast, let him face the consequences. After leaving the main hall, Gao Zhu arrived at the Fishhead banner's territory, taking control of half of the business as per Deng Bo's instructions. This included a street and over 100 subordinates. While these subordinates recognized Gao Zhu, they were more inclined to side with Huan Yo, who had Lin Bei Li's backing. As night fell, only about 50 individuals were willing to follow Gao Zhu. He had to summon many from Tsim Sha Sui to bolster his ranks. Deng Bo's intent was clear. Whoever managed better would become the head. It was essentially a fight to the death between the two. Troops needed to be adequately equipped. As the night deepened, Gao Zhu arrived at the cargo dock. Although it was not as prime as his dock in Tsim Sha Sui, its scale was still considerable, and the profits were quite promising. If not for insufficient funds, he would have considered purchasing the entire dock. Running smuggling operations via waterways necessitated having one's own dock. However, even a single dock's price ranged from 5 billion to 20 billion, if not more. At present, he could not afford it. While contemplating his future in the smuggling venture, a ship docked, and a snakehead emerged from the deck, rushing towards Gao Zhu with a beaming smile. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" Snakehead Ming inquired. "Biao Gu is dead. I came to take over his business," Gao Zhu stated. Upon hearing this, Snakehead Ming's expression shifted, immediately handing Gao Zhu a bundle of American dollars. It mattered not who received the cash. Previously it was for Fishhead Biao, now it would be for Gao Zhu. As long as Gao Zhu ensured their operations ran smoothly, all would be well. However, Gao Zhu declined the offer, knowing that Snakehead Ming had always dealt in human trafficking. Such unscrupulous profits were not something Gao Zhu would accept. Just as he was about to speak, Snakehead Ming's people passed by with over 10 young men and women, among whom one woman caught his eye. "Bring that woman over here," Gao Zhu commanded, pointing to the woman in the crowd. Snakehead Ming retracted the cash and immediately moved through the throng to retrieve the woman. Though she appeared disheveled, her beauty was undeniable. "What is your name?" Gao Zhu asked. Gang Sheng," she replied cautiously, her tone frail. A fine name. Gao Zhu's interest was piqued. Indeed, he had not misjudged her, for this young lady was Gang Sheng. According to the narrative, she should not have been compromised yet, right? "Old Ming, you haven't done anything to this beauty, have you?" Gao Zhu pulled Snakehead Ming aside for a private query. "How could I? I haven't even given her to those young masters yet. If I had my way with her ahead of time, she wouldn't be worth anything." Snakehead Ming replied slyly. Gao Zhu discarded his cigarette and swiftly seized Snakehead Ming by the neck, snapping it with a crack, resulting in immediate demise. Such scum. The great ancestor would never allow him to continue living and harming others. "Begone." As those who wished to approach the Snakehead Ming were deterred, Luo Tianhong stepped forward, delivering a chilling warning. Before long, all those present fled, including those who had been kidnapped. The great ancestor approached Gangsheng. "Do not be afraid. I am a good man. My company is just ahead. Trust my words and come with me. I can protect you." With that, the great ancestor departed with Luo Tianhong. Gangsheng's choice was inconsequential. What mattered was that the great ancestor had avenged the heavens today, having performed a good deed. Gangsheng watched in horror as the corpse of Snakehead Ming was tied to a heavy stone and cast into the sea, his face ashen. Turning to glare at the retreating figures of the great ancestor and Luo Tianhong, Gangsheng clenched his teeth and dragged his weary body away. The following day, at Kowloon Fisheries, not to be confused with the one in Tsim Sha Sui, this was a small building purchased by the great ancestor near the Yunlong dock, bearing the same name, Kowloon Fisheries. More branches of Kowloon would certainly follow. As dawn broke, the great ancestor descended the stairs and found a person lounging on the sofa. "Brother Zhu, I found her this morning, so I brought her in," Jiao Wenlong explained. "No worries, go about your business," the great ancestor replied, patting Jiao Wenlong's shoulder. At noon, while the great ancestor indulged in a sumptuous seafood feast, the rich aroma enveloped the entire hall. Gangsheng's nose twitched as she groggily opened her eyes, and she was met with the sharp features of the great ancestor and a table laden with seafood. Embarrassed, she instinctively covered her stomach. "Awake? Come eat something," the great ancestor said kindly as he turned around. Gangsheng immediately sprang to her feet and approached the table, devouring the food without a hint of her former elegance. Nevertheless, this did not detract from her beauty. Noticing the great ancestor's gaze upon her, she instinctively wiped her mouth and weakly explained, I haven't eaten for several days. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, you misunderstood. Take your time, there's plenty," the great ancestor replied, setting down his chopsticks and lighting a cigarette. "By the way, how did you get kidnapped by that Snakehead Ming? The women he handles end up either sold to brothels or as playthings for the wealthy, with a most tragic fate," the great ancestor deliberately stated. For someone as naive as Gangsheng, intimidation was necessary to ensure she would stay. Moreover, the current state of Hong Kong was indeed perilous. If Gangsheng sought her aunt, she would likely not escape the Yunlong area without danger. As expected, upon hearing this, Gangsheng's face drained of color, and she appeared relieved, subsequently expressing her distress. "I came to Hong Kong to seek refuge with my aunt, but I was deceived." The great ancestor immediately extended an olive branch. "You currently lack a legal ID. If the police catch you, you could end up in prison. How about this? My company needs an accountant. You can stay here, with meals and lodging provided. Once you earn some money, you can buy an ID and then search for your aunt. All right. Gangsheng did not refuse, knowing well that as a vulnerable woman in this unfamiliar Hong Kong, she would struggle to survive. By the way, I'm called Gao Zhu. You can just call me Brother Zhu from now on, the great ancestor smiled. It was a pity that his goddess card had not yet refreshed. Otherwise, he could have utilized it on Gangsheng. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Gangsheng gazed at him, her eyes misty. Not only had he saved her, but he also offered her a job. A truly benevolent man. After eating her fill and taking a shower, when Gangsheng reappeared before the great ancestor, he rubbed his nose, admiring her beauty reminiscent of Wang Zuxian's peak. Her figure and allure were simply breathtaking. Willow brows, rosy lips, a face like an apricot, and skin as smooth as cream. Even without makeup, she exuded an enchanting charm, a natural beauty. Brother Zhu, what's wrong? Gangsheng inquired as she noticed him lost in thought. Nothing, you go on with your tasks. The great ancestor replied, regaining his composure with a smile. After ensuring Gangsheng was settled, the great ancestor stepped out of the living room and stretched lazily. At that moment, someone approached. It was Yichio, just returned from the kingdom of Siam. Chapter 15, Arms Deal, $10 million in. Yichio's departure. Recruiting henchmen, the great ancestor's grandeur. How did it go? The great ancestor immediately inquired. Brother Zhu, no problem at all. Everything went very smoothly. The doctor said your goods are excellent, and didn't he ask for a discount? Providing everything at market price. Yichio replied promptly. Upon hearing this, the great ancestor understood the reason behind it. His AKs surpassed any on the market in quality and were considered new products internationally. The doctor could easily set the price himself. Moreover, it was only logical for him to offer some benefits to maintain a long-term partnership. This doctor could be considered a conscientious merchant. Yichio produced a card. This contains $10 million. I've laundered it for you. Yichio, you've worked hard. Without you, I wouldn't have earned so much. I'll give you $1 million. The great ancestor declared generously. Brother Zhu, no need for that. Yichio immediately refused, then solemnly added, Brother Zhu, However, the words hesitated on his lips. This isn't like you, Yichio. Speak up. What is it? The great ancestor exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone nonchalant. He had already guessed what it was. Yichio, having endured 8 years of imprisonment, had come to understand the weaknesses of human nature. Since his release, he had embraced Buddhism, aiming for redemption. He had built an empire in the narrative, attempting to reform himself. It had been nearly 2 years, and Yichio's plans were likely underway, which meant he would soon part ways with the great ancestor. I need to leave for a while. Yichio hesitated before finally stating. All right. The great ancestor did not refuse. Here's the doctor's business card and satellite phone. You can contact her if you need to cooperate. Also, Brother Zhu, stay on the right path. Take care. Yichio took a deep breath, revealing a contented smile. Take care. The great ancestor nodded. After bidding farewell to Yichio, the great ancestor hurried back to Tsimsha Sui. In recent days, Gao Jin and others had been spreading the word about recruiting new members, attracting many from the underworld. They forcibly occupied the territory of the Hema gang, defeated the young master of the brave and righteous, and subsequently vanquished the young master of the Hongxing, as well as the Chongxini. The name of the great ancestor had already spread throughout the underworld. His prowess resonated across the realm, and he was revered by countless little mules as a model for their generation. Many expressed their desire to join him, hoping to achieve success and wealth. Of course, in the underworld, reputation and prestige were important for attracting people. But the more crucial aspect was profit. The benefits offered by the great ancestor were unprecedented in all of Hong Kong. Similar to Jingge, he provided the best treatment for the most basic delivery workers, complete with social insurance and housing funds. Putting people first was far more genuine than merely espousing lofty ideals. To put it plainly, as long as one passes the selection, they can align themselves with the esteemed leader. The various benefits and privileges are hardly inferior to those of an average white-collar worker confined to an office. Not only does he assist in securing the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but also the daily appearance fees, relocation expenses, and medical costs are more than triple those offered by other organizations. Furthermore, a reward system has been established. Those who excel can expect substantial bonuses. This is precisely why they are so fervently drawn to him today. It is merely the first day of recruitment. Yet the entrance of the Kowloon fishing company is already teeming with people. Everywhere one looks, a sea of black-clad figures fills the scene. As the leader arrives, the crowd erupts in a frenzy, chanting his name in unison, Brother Zhu, Brother Zhu, Brother Zhu. The volume of their cheers is so great that even those at the distant cargo dock can hear it. Witnessing this spectacle, the leader remains composed, yet internally, he feels immense satisfaction. From the moment he took the plunge, this risk has proven entirely worthwhile. Thank you all for your support and trust. I, Zhu, am deeply grateful. He proclaims, "Your time is precious, so I shall be brief. If you wish to join my ranks, there are 2 stipulations. First, no dealings with narcotics, including buying, selling, or consumption. If you can adhere to this, step forward." The leader gazes across the vast crowd, speaking calmly. If he were to accept everyone, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his monthly expenses. However, he firmly believes in the principle that quality outweighs quantity. There is no need to accept those merely filling the ranks. Soon, several individuals step forward. Good, line up in order. You will undergo assessments of physical strength and combat prowess. The leader continues. The evaluations commence swiftly. Concurrently, his associates, including the formidable 9-pattern dragon, emerge carrying a large box. They proceed to distribute a small red envelope to everyone present. The amount is modest, 100 Hong Kong dollars. In life, it is essential to value human connections. Although many in attendance are reluctant to abandon their drug trade to join the leader, it is acknowledged that their journey here was not without difficulty. Soon, each individual receives their envelope, praises and compliments the leader, and departs. The once crowded streets quiet down considerably. Approximately 1,000 individuals remain, awaiting their assessments. At 8 p.m. that evening, after the selection process, 600 new recruits were welcomed, while 400 were dismissed. The leader, generous as ever, presented each of the 400 with a red envelope containing 200 Hong Kong dollars. The aim is to cultivate an image of grandeur and generosity. After all, the leader seeks to promote his lavish persona through the words of these individuals, facilitating future recruitment. That night, he reserved the Peninsula Hotel, treating his 600 new companions to a lavish experience. The entire hotel was filled to capacity, with 60 tables set for the occasion. Everyone was captivated by the leader's extravagant spirit. How could they, mere mortals, ever hope to dine in such a prestigious establishment? They had never dared to dream of such luxury. Yet here they were, experiencing an opulent lifestyle on their very first day of employment. Each table would cost at least 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and with 60 tables, the total, not including premium beverages, would easily exceed 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. How lavish! The leader's extravagance is indeed remarkable. As the performance by the dancers concluded, the leader raised his glass and addressed the crowd. In unison, they all lifted their glasses, their gaze fixed upon him. "Brothers, today marks your first day following my lead. If my hospitality falls short, I ask for your understanding." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a bittersweet smile. The tables were laden with an abundance of seafood, abalone, and lobster, accompanied by fine wines. How could this be deemed insufficient hospitality? What then could they call the days of barely scraping by, subsisting on buns? Soon, expressions of gratitude echoed throughout the hall. All right, as brothers, let us not linger on words. Let us drink to this toast. From now on, we shall share both fortune and adversity. The leader raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Brothers, the crowd echoed, raising their glasses in unison. Now, let me teach you a song that will serve as a testament to our brotherhood. Observing the enthusiastic faces of his companions, the leader conceived an idea. A company must embody his spirit, and he needed a song to unite his brothers, a splendid means to foster camaraderie. This would serve as a spiritual pillar. The pinnacle of manipulation lies in capturing the right traits, thus winning hearts. The brotherhood of the underworld is built on loyalty, defined by their bonds. "Oh, Brother Zhu, sing for us," many shouted, tearing off their shirts to reveal tattoos as they rhythmically swayed. With a cough, the leader ascended the platform, taking the microphone from the host and singing passionately. "Brother, you have grown thin, fatigued. The journey's dust cannot conceal your spirit. Come, let us embrace." The crowd joined in harmony with the leader's lyrics and melody. Their voices resonated powerfully, filled with deep emotion. Perhaps this is the essence of brotherly love. Minutes later, the leader set down the microphone, and the crowd began to sing joyfully. The jubilant atmosphere electrified the surrounding staff. They were familiar with the underworld, but had never witnessed such a spirited display of camaraderie. Time flew by swiftly. Once everyone had feasted and drunk their fill, the leader once again took to the stage. "Today marks my first recruitment. As a gesture of sincerity, each of you shall receive a red envelope containing 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. The bonds forged through song signify loyalty, and now, the distribution of generous envelopes represents the true moment of winning hearts." The leader understood well that everyone gathered here was primarily motivated by financial gain. Even the most steadfast of brothers could turn against each other in the face of wealth. Thus, winning hearts through monetary means is the true path to success. As he concluded, all eyes were fixed on the leader in disbelief. Had he truly spent over 1 million Hong Kong dollars today? The envelopes alone accounted for 300,000, the banquet for at least another 300,000, and the additional 600,000 for the red envelopes. It far exceeded 1 million. At that moment, many in the crowd felt tears welling up. It was as if soldiers had encountered their general. Emotions overwhelmed them. Only they understood the depths of their struggles, living with the dignity of a dog. Yet, the leader treated them as human beings. Observing the large men adorned with tattoos breaking into tears, the leader wiped his nose, and with a mere gesture, elicited profound gratitude from these individuals. Their hardships were painfully evident. Gaozu casually found an excuse to depart. As for the allocation of the 600 individuals, he had already discussed it with Gao Jin. 300 would be stationed at Jinshui, while the remaining 300 would be positioned in Yuanlong. Upon careful calculation, Gaozu now commanded a force of approximately 1,000 men. Among them were 200 ghostly soldiers, alongside formidable allies such as Gao Jin and Li Wang, whose strength was indeed terrifying. With a loyal band and ample resources at hand, it was time to realize his grand ambitions. Chapter 16, 10 enhanced speedboats acquired. Smuggling international premium red wine. Upon returning to the Kowloon Fisheries Company, Gaozu opened the containers, only to find the mid-tier jars as desolate as ever. The majority were basic jars. With merely one mid-tier and one high-tier jar, this left him somewhat speechless. He had assumed that the more he stored, the higher the chances of a significant reward. Little did he know, I originally offered my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminates the gutter. Lighting a cigarette, Gaozu promptly opened the jars. Ding! The mid-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Muay Thai Master Tony Jia. Ding! The high-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations. The host has obtained 10 enhanced speedboats. Note, upgraded version. Comparison data as follows. Standard speedboat is equipped with 46 Yamaha outboard engines from Sakura country, typically boasting a horsepower range of 200 to 400, with a maximum load of 10 tons and a cruising speed of 50 knots. Capable of covering 90 to 100 kilometers in an hour. Enhanced version of the speedboat, outfitted with 3 Mercury Marine 450R outboard engines, delivering 350 horsepower. Featuring bulletproof armor, a carbon fiber hull, radar, infrared night vision equipment, a 60mm cannon, and even the capacity to carry anti-tank missiles, among other things. The speedboat, my goodness, is a dream for those who traverse the waterways. Moreover, possessing 10 enhanced versions has left Gaozu exhilarated. This was something he had never owned before, not for lack of desire, but due to prior financial constraints. At present, he only possessed 10 ordinary fishing vessels and 1 transport ship, smuggling a few frozen goods alongside his fishing endeavors. Now, with the enhanced speedboats, smuggling would become significantly easier. These vessels are indeed formidable tools, resistant to fire, pirates, and maritime law enforcement. The speed provided by the enhanced speedboats is unparalleled. Even when fully loaded with 15 tons, they can still reach speeds of 100 to 150 kilometers per hour. The water police wouldn't stand a chance in pursuit. Gaozu was immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, in Mongkok, at the Chengxin Yitang headquarters, Lian Haolong, his brother Lian Haodong, Qi, and Su Su, along with the senior members of the gang, sat in a room. We must reclaim our dignity, raise our banner, seize Sim Sha Sui, and eliminate that Gaozu, Lian Haolong stated coldly. Initially, he had intended to restore the gang's reputation but was met with failure, compounded by the fact that his trusted aide, Luo Tianhong, had been subjugated by Gaozu. This was an ignominy that he could not bear. If Gaozu was not eliminated, how could Lian Xian maintain its face? How could he, the so-called number 1 in the realm, navigate the underworld? Have the firearms I requested been prepared? Lian Haolong inquired, gazing intently at Lian Haodong. All set. 16 long rifles, 10 handguns, and 2 submachine guns. Genuine articles, though they won't arrive for another 3 days. Lian Haodong replied. Good. Lian Haolong expressed his satisfaction, his gaze filled with murderous intent. If we're going to play, let's go all in and take down Gaozu. By the way, that Lin Beilei fellow has arrived again, right at the door. Shall we let him in? Lian Haodong said as he exhaled a plume of smoke. You all step out and let him in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian Haolong agreed. Having received word that Huanyo was vying for the position of the Tang Master, contesting for control over the Yuanlong territory and its businesses. Huanyo was a trusted subordinate of Lin Beilei, who was eager to ascend. It was only natural that he would seek to eliminate Gaozu. With both parties sharing a common goal, matters would progress much more smoothly. Su Su left without changing her expression, while the remaining leaders of the gang fell silent, departing. Dragon brother, what's wrong? You seem a bit haggard after not seeing you for a few days. Lin Beilei remarked with a sardonic tone upon entering. In truth, he was quite displeased. The million he had invested felt like throwing it to the dogs. All right, sit down. Let's get straight to business. Lian Haolong, lacking the leisure for banter, replied curtly. I wish to collaborate with you to eliminate Gaozu. You'll take Sim Sha Sui, and I'll handle Yuanlong. What do you say? Lin Beilei lit a cigarette, exhaling a wisp of smoke, his his gaze icy. No problem. Lian Haolong pondered briefly before responding coolly. 3 days passed. In the dead of night, at the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal, 10 enhanced speedboats splashed into the water like dumplings. Simultaneously, a Gouet directed his underlings to load box after box of international premium red wine onto the vessels. This time, Gaozu intended to smuggle high-end red wine. Each box contained 12 bottles, weighing 20 kilograms, and a single enhanced speedboat, with a capacity of 15 tons, could transport 750 boxes. That meant 500 boxes for 10 boats. Each box was priced at 6,000 Hong Kong dollars, making the total for one boat for 5 million, and for 10 boats, a staggering 45 million. Old Gouet, are there no issues with the buyers? Gaozu asked, cigarette in mouth, turning to the captain, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Rin Dahua. This fellow had long been adrift on the high seas, with substantial dealings in the water trade. Rumor had it that he possessed secret navigation charts, making him a venerable figure in Gaozu's maritime endeavors. Thanks to his network, Gaozu had secured buyers for the wine. Of course, being old brothers, there won't be any issues. Your wine is authentic and sold at such a low price. They have no reason not to profit. Old Gouet replied nonchalantly, exhaling smoke. Offering a box of 12 bottles of Remy Martin XO at just 6,000 Hong Kong dollars, or roughly $200 was indeed cheaper than sourcing directly from Western vineyards. They could easily turn a profit of 3 to 4 times over. Who wouldn't want to partner with Gaozu? Excellent. Gaozu nodded in approval. By the way, where did you acquire these 10 speedboats? They're far superior to my own. Old Gouet couldn't help but ask, eyeing Gaozu. He owned speedboats too, but in comparison, these were clearly on another level, both in size and construction. They could comfortably seat 12 individuals, not accounting for cargo. Yet, he was curious about their speed capabilities. Manufactured in a global setting, modified by myself. Gaozu offered a vague response. Old Gouet ceased his inquiries. Soon enough, the cargo was fully loaded onto the 10 speedboats. Climbing aboard one of the enhanced vessels, Old Gouet grasped the steering wheel. Azu, I'm off. Await good news. All right. Gaozu nodded. In the next moment, Old Gouet activated the engine, gently pressing the accelerator. The enhanced speedboat roared to life, reaching a staggering 350 horsepower, and with a whoosh, it shot forth like a shooting star. Faintly, one could hear Old Gouet's voice. Ah, damn, so fast. Oh, this is exhilarating. After the departure of the notorious boat owner Lao Gouet and Tony Jia, Gaozu received a call from the Nine-Striped Dragon and promptly drove his Tiger-head vehicle towards Bali Avenue. Soon, he arrived at the tea house. There, he encountered a woman with her face veiled, and by her stature, she was indeed a striking beauty. Who are you? Gaozu inquired. Chapter 17. The Underworld Matriarch Betrays. An ambush against Lian Haolong. The woman turned around, pulling down the gauze from her face, fixing her gaze on Gaozu, and haughtily declared, I am Su Su. You may call me Sister Su. So it is Sister Su. I have long admired your reputation. Gaozu responded, immediately recognizing her identity. She was the lawful wife of Lian Haolong. The success of loyalty and trust to this extent could not have been achieved without the contributions of this woman. A true matriarch of the underworld. However, her greatest flaw was her inability to bear children. In the narrative, this foreshadowing led to the downfall of loyalty and trust. Young yet with a rather sweet tongue, Su Su seated herself comfortably, producing a lady's cigarette and lighting it with an air of nonchalance, as if she owned the place. Sister Su, you must know that Lian Haolong has been keeping a mistress outside, and has even fathered a child, right? Gaozu remarked casually. Sweet. I ask you, are you not suffering now? Is it not bitter? Su Su glared at Gaozu, her teeth clenched. I haven't the time for your nonsense. I came to share a secret. Oh, what secret? Gaozu rose and approached her, pressing down on her shoulder as he inquired. Su Su's expression hardened. Though she did not resist, the arms for Lian Haolong have already arrived, and his target is you. Moreover, he has collaborated with Lin Bale of your organization. As for when he will strike, I cannot say. You, take care of yourself. After saying this, Su Su feigned indifference and attempted to leave. Gaozu firmly grasped her. What? You wish to depart so soon? What do you want? Su Su turned back, her gaze icy as she stared at Gaozu. Seeing your husband shower affection on his mistress and father a child, while you must feign camaraderie with her, must be quite discomforting for you, no? Gaozu stated, each word piercing her heart. The previously frosty Su Su now harbored a glint of menace in her eyes. Isn't it your intention to use me to eliminate Lian Haolong? Surely you must offer something in return. Gaozu smiled wickedly. What do you want? Su Su replied composedly, quickly adding, do not think I would ever share a bed with you. I would rather die. Ha ha. Sister Su, you are indeed quite confident. Are you not over 40? Do you truly believe I would find you appealing? A mere shell of a body, and you take pride in it? Gaozu laughed outright. Su Su, incensed, gritted her teeth. What exactly do you want? Simple. Provide me with 30 million, and I can guarantee the demise of Lien Haolong and ensure your safe departure from here. Gao Zhu stated plainly. After all, loyalty and trust was a significant player in the flower business, firmly established at the top of the industry. Their earnings over the decades amounted to at least 2 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Thus, asking for 30 million was hardly unreasonable. Naturally, this was also a test of the woman's sincerity. If she genuinely came to betray him, she would have prepared for her subsequent escape. It was possible she had already moved all the organization's funds. It must be noted that this woman controlled the entire financial accounts of the organization. Producing 30 million should not be a simple task. Simultaneously, he was curious about the location of her hidden stash. Of course, if she could not procure it, she would face dire consequences. I saved your life tonight, and yet you are so ungrateful? Su Su exclaimed in fury at his words. It was not that she could not gather 30 million in cash. Rather, she felt that she was there to save Gao Zhu's life and was being asked to pay him 30 million instead. Do you think you have a choice now? Gao Zhu tightened his grip around her neck, speaking coldly. At the same time, outside, Li Wang and his men had already subdued the several bodyguards Su Su had brought. All right, no problem. Choked by Gao Zhu's hold, Su Su struggled to squeeze out a few words. By the way, you mentioned the arms have arrived? Where are they? Gao Zhu continued his inquiry. Since he was aware that Lien Haolong intended to play rough, he would indulge him tonight. In the XX warehouse, Su Su disclosed without hesitation. Jiao Wenlong, take a few men with the matriarch and retrieve the 30 million. If the matriarch fails to understand the rules, you may deal with her as you see fit. Gao Zhu retracted his hand, gazing meaningfully at Su Su, then playfully patted her cheek. Sister Su, do not let me down. All right. Su Su stood up, straightened her attire, and picked up her handbag before stepping out. In Mongkok, several kilometers away from loyalty and trust, within a large abandoned warehouse, Lien Haolong and his men were inspecting the firearms. The sound of gunfire echoed as the pristine targets were riddled with holes. Good stuff, Lien Haolong remarked, gripping a submachine gun with satisfaction. Brother, it's time to upgrade that antique of yours. Lien Haolong flaunted the submachine gun before Lien Haolong. Humph. Lien Haolong turned. Retrieving a firearm from the trunk of the Tiger Head vehicle, aimed at the target, and with a bang, hit the bullseye with precision. Witnessing this, the others fell silent. Everyone prepare well tonight. Tomorrow night, we will raid Sim Sha Sui. We will reclaim our honor, and bring that little brat Luo Tianhong before me. For daring to betray me, I will make him wish he were dead. Lien Haolong commanded, stowing away the antique firearm while addressing Lien Haolong and the others. Yes, brother. They all replied in unison. Just then, outside the warehouse, over 30 shadow soldiers led by Gao Jin arrived, all clad in bulletproof vests and wielding AKs, their faces concealed. Having assessed the situation, the group acted in phases, appearing more professional than SWAT teams. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow soldiers armed with silenced sniper rifles swiftly eliminated several black-clad sentries at the entrance. Simultaneously, Gao Jin and his team entered through the front, while another squad flanked to a different exit, laying explosives. Before long, Gao Jin and his men stealthily positioned themselves behind Lien Haolong and his crew. After carefully observing the number and positions of the personnel, Gao Jin and his men revealed themselves, unleashing a barrage of gunfire with their AKs. Bullets poured forth like water, heavy with the scent of death, sweeping through the front lines. Amidst the chaos, the sound of gunfire rang out, and over a dozen black-clad individuals were shot dead on the spot. This sudden turn of events sent Lien Haolong and his men into a panic, scattering in search of cover. Some did not even have time to turn around before their bodies were riddled with bullets. Soon, anguished screams echoed throughout the warehouse, rising and falling in a horrific chorus. Lien Haolong clutched his wounded arm, drenched in sweat, struggling to steady his submachine gun. Haolong, are you all right? Lien Haolong asked, leaning against a nearby pillar, panting heavily while gripping the large black star. Elder brother, it's nothing, just a minor issue. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Lien Haolong took a deep breath, unable to restrain his fury. Who do you think it is? Lien Haolong symbolically fired a few shots towards the rear and declared loudly. Who else but Dasa? Lien Haolong retorted with dissatisfaction. Tonight, all of Zhongxin Yi's loyal followers have gathered, and the only one absent is Su Su. Isn't that obvious? Impossible. Lien Haolong immediately dismissed the notion. Su Su is his wife, who has shared both hardships and joys with him. How could she betray him? He refused to believe it. Hee. Observing Lien Haolong's heartfelt demeanor, Lien Haolong forced a bitter smile. You, who not only keep a mistress outside, but have also fathered a child. And the worst part is you flaunt it before Su Su. Don't you realize that women are inherently vengeful creatures? They may even harbor thoughts of murder against you. Isn't it only natural for her to betray you? Chapter 18. Annihilate the higher UPS of Zhongxin Yi. Kill Hunyou. Claim $1 billion for free. Time passed by in seconds. Inside the vast warehouse, the gunfire from Gao Jin and his men showed no signs of abating, drowning out the cicadas chirping. The overwhelming firepower kept Lien Haolong and his companions from daring to show their heads. The columns, walls, and vehicles were riddled with bullet holes, the bullets penetrating deeply. Some frail pillars were shot through on the spot, eliminating Zhongxin personnel hiding behind them. This was the AK produced by Tongzi Gu, possessing immense lethality. On the battlefield, it was undoubtedly a killing machine. Debuting internationally, it was destined to be the king among rifles. At a price of 2,000. It was merely the standard cost for an ordinary AK. Only when this model gained notoriety would Gaozu's arms business reap substantial profits. My goodness, the firepower is too fierce. Brother, we should leave. One of the Zhongxin elders could no longer withstand it, exclaiming in despair. Indeed, they had just acquired a significant amount of weaponry. However, in comparison to the opposing side, it was utterly inadequate. Flee. Lien Haolong hesitated momentarily before making a resolute decision. He had initially thought that they had enough weaponry to retaliate, but several minutes had passed, and the enemy's firepower remained relentless. It was questionable whether they could even preserve their lives. Upon receiving permission, the remaining survivors immediately got to their feet, fleeing towards the exit ahead. They even employed serpentine movements in an attempt to evade bullets. However, in the next instant, bullets accurately found their marks, and amidst the spray of blood, bodies crashed heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. For ordinary people armed with guns, there might have been a chance of survival, but unfortunately, they faced Gao Jin and his ghostly soldiers, each possessing the prowess of a seasoned warrior. Shooting was second nature to them. Want to escape? Is that even possible? Seeing this, Lien Haolong and the others instinctively froze in place, returning to their previous positions. Brother, it seems we won't be leaving today. I'll cover you. You have a vehicle over there. Remember to avenge us. Lien Haolong spoke while struggling to rise, looking at the 6 remaining survivors. Protect the elder brother. Saying this, he turned and charged out with a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire at Gao Jin and his men. In the next moment, bullets came raining down, and before Lien Haolong could fire off more than a few rounds, his body was riddled with holes. The remaining 6 met a similar fate. They heroically sacrificed themselves. Nonetheless, they indeed bought Lien Haolong a brief moment of time. At that moment, Lien Haolong had already climbed into a tiger head Benz, flooring the accelerator, crashing through nearby cargo, and driving over Lien Haolong and the others' bodies, speeding away in a shower of sparks. Just as Lien Haolong's Benz burst through the entrance, it inadvertently triggered a landmine. This was no ordinary landmine, but an anti-tank mine, powerful enough to render a tank scrap metal. What was a mere tiger head Benz? In the next second, a violent explosion erupted, launching the vehicle into the air. Bang! Within seconds, the tiger head Benz slammed back down to the ground, and with a series of explosions, the vehicle caught fire. Amidst the billowing smoke, flames soared, consuming both the tiger head Benz and Lien Haolong's body. Not even Jesus could save him. Even the King of Heaven could not ensure Lien Haolong's survival. It's over. Observing Lien Haolong's body disintegrating, a ghostly soldier said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and his men had gathered all usable weapons. Shortly after, they swaggered out of the warehouse. On the other side, in Yuanlong District, Gaozu, accompanied by Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and 100 others, arrived at Huanyou's territory. After all, the domains controlled by both sides were in close proximity, merely a few minutes apart. Likewise, both factions had their own personnel secretly monitoring each other. Upon receiving the news, Huanyou had already assembled his forces. Gaozu and Huanyou soon encountered each other on the street. Azu, what the hell do you mean? Fair competition is about good management, not a bloody brawl. Do you even understand the rules? Do you not know whether you are genuinely foolish or just pretending? Huanyou, with a cigarette in hand, approached with an air of arrogance, lecturing Gaozu as if imparting wisdom. He had an army of 300, while the opposing side had just over 100. He held the numerical advantage. Moreover, even if they clashed with Lianqing, he still had justification. Fight! Gaozu said no more, tossing aside his cigarette butt and issuing the command. Luo Tianhong surged forward, locking onto Huanyou's position, charging ahead with his 8-sided sword. Upon seeing Luo Tianhong, Huanyou instinctively recoiled. Who didn't he know that this fellow was infamous for being merciless, renowned for dispatching foes with a single strike to the throat? Huanyou was confident. But he didn't have the audacity to confront Luo Tianhong. However, Luo Tianhong had no intention of letting Huanyou escape, relentlessly pursuing him into the crowd. This was his opportunity to shine. He felt he lacked the same strength as Gao Jin and the others and must seize this chance to prove his worth. Seeing their target snatched away, Feng Yuxiu and Li Wang felt rather disinterested. Nevertheless, they plunged into the crowd with ferocity. In an instant, the two had taken down dozens of Huanyou's subordinates. These individuals were all from the same organization, and Gao Zu had instructed Gao Jin and the others to avoid killing. Otherwise, the term takedown would not apply to Feng Yuxiu and Li Wang. Soon, Feng Yuxiu and his comrades' formidable presence instilled fear in Huanyou's men. Some even recognized that Feng Yuxiu and his companions were deliberately showing leniency. Immediately, several expressed their surrender. The others were not foolish, following suit. As the saying goes, whoever you mix with is who you're mixed with. In the past, they thought Huanyou was connected to Lin Biao and could share in the benefits. But since the news of Gao Zu recruiting younger brothers spread, they became envious. It could be said that now was the opportune moment to be rightfully taken in by Gao Zu. At that moment, Luo Tianhong dragged Huanyou from the crowd as if he were a lifeless dog, making his way towards Gao Zu. If you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. Huanyou, filled with indignation, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Gao Zu looking down at him. With a spirit of chivalry and a heart full of valor, he was resolute. In truth, he had no faith that Gao Zu would dare to take his life. After all, he was a key figure in Lianshang, having served the organization for over a decade and forged deep connections with many elder members. Who among the Lianshang did not know that he was Lin Biao's most favored subordinate? Moreover, Lin Biao was one of the contenders for the position of the speaker. Who would dare to offend Huanyou? It was precisely for this reason that he was convinced that even if Gao Zu had 10 lives, he would not dare to touch him. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such a peculiar request. Gao Zu laughed heartily, taking the 8-sided Han sword from Luo Tianhong's hand, wiping it with a napkin, and said with a playful tone, I, Gao Zu, have always been a benevolent person who enjoys helping others. Since you've made such a sincere request, if I do not grant it, it would seem unjust of me. As the glimmering 8-sided Han sword was positioned against his neck, Huanyou, who had just been boasting with bravado, suddenly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, completely deflated. A stream of yellow urine trickled down his pants. Even a dog that came to sniff would recoil in disgust. His previous grandstanding was merely an act to save face before the crowd, but he never expected Gao Zu to take it seriously. Wu, Zu, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have contested you for the Yuanlong district. Please let me go, I beg you. I will leave immediately. Huanyou, tears and snot streaming down his face, appeared utterly desolate. However, Gao Zu showed no signs of compassion. In an instant, a flash of steel swept across, and Huanyou clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Gao Zu. How dare you? This sentiment was shared not only by Huanyou, but also by the onlooking subordinates, who could not help but swallow hard, taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Huanyou, a member of the gang, and a trusted confidant of Lin Biao, was killed just like that? Surely, even Big D would not dare to be so reckless. Gao Zu was well aware of their thoughts, but in this line of work, making an example out of someone was essential. As the saying goes, without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. There are principles to follow in times of prosperity, and jungle rules in times of chaos. Clear the scene, Gao Zu commanded as he surveyed his surroundings. He then tossed the 8-sided Han sword back to Luo Tianhong and turned to leave. He did not linger in Yuanlong, but drove back to Tsimsha Sui. That night, aside from eliminating Lian Haolong and killing Huanyou, he was more concerned about Su Su's situation. Upon entering the lobby, Zhou Wenlong and the others had been waiting for some time. After some inquiry, he learned that they had brought back a sum of 100 million. Su Su sat on the sofa, looking dejected. She had promised Gao Zu to retrieve 30 million, intending to pull off a clever escape. However, it seemed that Zhou Wenlong and his crew had anticipated her every move. They had directly deployed AKs, gunning down all the bodyguards secretly assigned to her at the villa and ransacked her small vault. This time, not only had she lost her husband, but she had also incurred a loss of 100 million. What a disaster. Seeing only 100 million, Gao Zu felt somewhat disappointed. He knew that the total assets of Zhong Xine were certainly worth much more. This woman must be hiding something. After a moment's thought, he looked at Zhou Wenlong and said, take her out and let her cool off for a night. We'll talk tomorrow. Chapter 19. The Jianghu Shakes. Cultivating Su Su. Gu Huang's fury. Early the next morning, a piece of news shocked the police department and the entire Jianghu. A gunfight occurred on the outskirts of Mongkok, XX Avenue, resulting in a death toll of up to 30 people. Moreover, all were veterans of the Zhong Xine society, including Lian Haolong and Lian Haodong. Su Su watched the news on television, her expression filled with terror. She understood all too well that this was likely the doing of the seemingly harmless Gao Zu, who was currently eating breakfast in front of her. In an instant, her fear of Gao Zu reached its peak. The once innocuous Gao Zu now appeared to her as a demon. Su Jia, I've dealt with Lian Haolong for you. How will you thank me? Gao Zu said casually while eating his wontons. What do you want? Su Su managed to feign calmness. It's not about what I want, but rather you need to demonstrate sufficient value. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you as well, and your bodyguards too. If I'm not mistaken, one of them was your lover, right? Gao Zu wiped his mouth with a napkin, turned to Su Su and pointedly remarked, "In life, some things can be earned again. But once a person dies, you can't take it with you when you go, can you?" Upon hearing this, Su Su comprehended Gao Zhu's intention. "I do still control some funds, 100 million, but it's hidden in a place only I know." Su Su immediately replied. The implication was clear. If he killed her, Gao Zhu would not obtain that 100 million. "All right, then, let's have breakfast together." Gao Zhu stepped forward to assist Su Su into her chair. "In truth, I can forego that 100 million you've hidden. Compared to that, I am far more interested in collaborating with you. Zhong Xian, you would not have come this far without your contributions, and I greatly admire you. You are a perceptive individual and understand my meaning, do you not?" Gao Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke. "All right, but how do you propose we collaborate?" Su Su asked, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "I can support you in becoming the leader of Zhong Xian, or even the boss of the number gang. All you need to do is be my insider within the number gang," Gao Zhu stated plainly. Currently, he was not yet capable of contending with the number gang. If he truly managed to take down Zhong Xian, and if Ge Huang went mad, he would find himself at a loss for countermeasures. Deng Bo was a selfish individual, and now that Lian Sheng was in the midst of the speaker elections, it was crucial to tread carefully. The same principle applied. The top horse sacrifices the leader, and the leader can just as easily sacrifice the gang. In Deng Bo's eyes, even the likes of Zhu Ji were merely expendable pawns. How could he possibly care for Gao Zhu? When the time comes, surrounded by enemies, he wouldn't be afraid. But what about his subordinates? What about his business empire? Inadequate strength meant he had to endure. Had it not been for these considerations, he would have seized the opportunity to eliminate Zhong Xian last night and taken control of the territory. Su Su wouldn't even be alive to this day. Is it really that simple? Su Su frowned slightly and swallowed the wonton in her mouth. Indeed, my ambitions extend far beyond a mere 100 million, 200 million, or 300 million. What I desire is the entirety of the number gang, and you will be my person within it. I will wholeheartedly support you in becoming the boss. Seize control of the number gang. Of course, I will not undertake any fruitless endeavors. At that point, you will need to do my bidding," Gao Zhu concluded. Although Su Su is merely a woman, she is a formidable matriarch of the underworld. With Lian Haolong no longer in the picture, her potential will be fully unleashed once she assumes the role of the Hall Master of Zhongxini. Upon hearing this, Su Su fell into deep contemplation. To support her ascension as the leader of the number gang? While others might doubt her, Gao Zhu demonstrated his strength just last night. Furthermore, at this juncture, she has no alternative. "Very well, let us collaborate." Su Su nodded, ultimately acquiescing. "By the way, those around you who must be eliminated should be dealt with. If they divulge any secrets, I shall not face repercussions, but you will meet your demise." Gao Zhu glanced coldly at the several bodyguards in black ahead and stated matter-of-factly. Su Su's expression grew serious. She understood Gao Zhu's implication all too well. "Sister, receive the sword." Luo Tianhong approached, handing the 8-sided Han sword to Su Su. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Tianhong, she accepted the sword and advanced toward her lover and subordinates. Moments later, drenched in blood, Su Su stood before Gao Zhu. "It is done." "Excellent," Gao Zhu remarked with satisfaction. Truly, as a matriarch of the underworld, she executes her tasks without flinching. Indeed, a woman driven to ruthlessness can be more merciless than a man. By the way, was not Lian Haolong's uncle previously slain by the Renzi DUI of your number gang? Let us attribute Lian Haolong's death to him, Gao Zhu said leisurely. This secret is known to very few within Zhongxin, yet as a fan of Hong Kong cinema, Gao Zhu is familiar with this detail. Moreover, Renzi DUI is the only faction capable of rivaling Zhongxin among the various word factions. Typically, they engage in fierce internal strife. Blaming Lian Haolong's death on them is both reasonable and just. I know what to do. Su Su stared at Gao Zhu in astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a young man could be so astutely calculating. Moreover, how long had he been scheming against Zhongxin? However, refraining from asking what should not be asked, she nodded in agreement. Luo Tianhong, accompany Sister Su Su back and ensure her safety. Absorb the lessons that Gao Jin and the others have imparted to you over the past few days. I hope that when we meet again, you will be qualified to challenge me, Gao Zhu said solemnly as he patted Luo Tianhong on the shoulder. Understood, Luo Tianhong replied succinctly. Now then, safely and discreetly return the future Hall Master of the number gang. Gao Zhu instructed Su Su with a friendly demeanor. In Jordan, at the base of Linbale, he remained immersed in the news of Zhongxin Yi's annihilation. Although the police in Mongkok still had no evidence pointing to any individual or faction, he was acutely aware that the bullet holes and the bloody scene were identical to those following the death of the number gang's prince. Both incidents were linked to Gao Zhu, which raised suspicions. Just as he pondered how to pin Lian Haolong's death on Gao Zhu, a subordinate rushed in. Brother Lo, there has been an issue with Brother Huanyo. What is it? Lin Bale, interrupted in his thoughts, leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and replied nonchalantly. Brother Huanyo is dead. All the establishments in Yuanlong district have been seized by Gaozu's men. The subordinate hurriedly informed him. What? Lin Bale's expression shifted dramatically. Say that again. Are you deaf at just over 40? The subordinate, intimidated, reiterated the situation. Huanyo is such a waste. Damn it. Lin Bale angrily smashed the cup onto the floor, startling the subordinate into retreat. Enough. I understand. You may leave now. Lin Bale exhaled a deep breath and turned to exit the hall. He needed to consult with Uncle Deng. Killing one's own men, Huanyo? Inflicting harm on one's comrades. If Gaozu doesn't die, who will? Meanwhile, in Suanwan, the self-proclaimed Emperor Di received the news of Huanyo's demise and couldn't contain his laughter, seizing his wife for a passionate embrace. Ha ha. I knew I wasn't mistaken about this kid. He is truly impressive, taking down Huanyo in such a short time. Daring and resourceful, Di lit a high-quality cigar, unable to suppress his admiration. A mere newly appointed grass Shu could effortlessly eliminate an established player like Huanyo. This is no ordinary feat yet. That is the extent of it. In his eyes, no matter how raucous Gaozu becomes, he remains insignificant. In terms of financial, material, and manpower, who can rival him in Lianxing? My dear, I believe we should take some tangible actions to support such talent. After all, an additional ally increases our chances of success when the time comes. Di's wife promptly suggested. Am I not indebted enough to him? When he hoisted his flag in Simsha Sui, I made grand declarations. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Di replied, somewhat disgruntled. Very well. Di's wife, aware of his temperament, chose not to press further. Gaozu is merely a dark horse and not yet worthy of Di's direct engagement for alliances. Moreover, Gaozu has yet to assume the position of Hallmaster. Gaozu, indeed, lacks the qualifications. Meanwhile, other factions were speculating as to which force dared to brazenly employ firearms and even kill Lian Haolong of Zhongxini. This, in turn, made the individuals within the underworld more cautious. First, the prince of the number gang, followed by the head of the Ni family, and now Lian Haolong of Zhongxini. It seemed as if the entire underworld had undergone a seismic shift. Among them, the most distressed and furious was Gu Huang, the leader of the number gang. The most powerful Hall Master, Lian Haolong, had been ruthlessly gunned down, a direct affront to their gang. Gu Huang promptly arrived at Zhongxini. Chapter 20. What explanation do I owe you? Ascending Hall Master. The following day, the new Hall Master of Zhongxin was confirmed, Susu. Despite the chaos of the previous night, under the firm suppression of Luo Tianhong and others, those who plotted for power were subdued. Moreover, Susu had control over the entire organization's finances, making it quite simple for her to succeed Lian Haolong. By the time Gu Huang arrived at Zhongxini, hoping to install his trusted ally, it was too late. Everyone rallied behind Susu. Although he was displeased with a woman holding the position of Hall Master, stabilizing Zhongxin was paramount. Thus, he reluctantly agreed. However, upon learning from Susu that it was the emperor uncle of Renzi Dui who had slain Lian Haolong, he was filled with rage. After much contemplation, he eventually advised Susu to refrain from mentioning this matter. As a leader, he naturally wished to avoid internal strife. Meanwhile, Gaozu returned once more to the headquarters of Lianxing. Led by Uncle Deng, all the prominent uncles and hall masters gathered. The meeting room buzzed with voices, even surpassing the intensity of discussions regarding the election of the speaker. The recent actions of Gaozu had garnered significant attention, polishing the name of Lianxing in the process. As he vowed to avenge the fallen of the fish head banner against the number gang, not only did he avenge the fish head, but he also seized the territory that belonged to the crown prince. The crux of the matter is that he effortlessly defused the encroachment of Hongxing and the retaliation from Zhongxini. Now, even Huanyo has met his demise at the hands of Gaozu. He has undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable dark horse in recent years. It has been a long time since the organization has seen a capable figure like Gaozu. To put it bluntly, how many of the older generation could accomplish what he has? With Gaozu's arrival, everyone turned their attention towards him. Unlike the last time he came when he was met with indifference. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the main issue, Shueiji immediately stated. Following that, Shueiji rambled on about trivial matters, utterly devoid of any relevance to Gaozu, as if he hadn't overheard the previous discussions. Now, to address the final issue, Huanyo is dead. Azu, do you have anything to say? Shueiji shifted his tone, coldly fixing his gaze on Gaozu. He had never anticipated that Huanyo would be so inept. In just a few days of contention for the position, he was slain by Gaozu. It was as if he hadn't even had the chance to take off his clothes before it was all over. He felt speechless. Gaozu was far too reckless. Regarding the upcoming election for the next leader, who among them didn't know that Deng Bo favored Lin Bale? You killed Huanyo? It's not just a simple matter of offending Lin Bale. Deng Bo is not a magnanimous person. I have one. The position of leader is mine. In response to Chue Ji's inquiry, Gaozu replied with an expression of indifference. The position of leader belongs to you. Do you even deserve it? To harm a fellow member and violate the gang rules warrants severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Biao could no longer contain his fury. Harm a fellow member? Huanyo colluded with Zhang Xinyi, aiming to bring about my demise. Brother Lo, would you wait to be slaughtered with a knife at your throat? Gaozu said, still unflinching. Utter nonsense. Huanyo has been loyal to the organization for years. How could he possibly collude with Zhang Xinyi? You don't even provide a coherent reason for your lies. What an imbecile. Lin Biao slammed the table, defending Huanyo's honor. However, he remained curious about how Gaozu had come to know of this matter. Is that so? Should we invite someone from Zhang Xinyi to confront you? Gaozu coldly stared at Lin Biao. Huanyo was merely a pawn. The true mastermind behind this is that old schemer. Enough. Even if Huanyo colluded with Zhang Xinyi, betraying the organization, he was still a mere foot soldier. What is your status, and what is his? Even if a death sentence were warranted, it is not your place to act as the enforcer. Do you not regard the organization at all? Deng Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke, his aged voice resonating like thunder, exuding a tremendous oppressive force. Indeed, Azu, you must provide us with an explanation. Chue Ji echoed Deng Bo's sentiments, pounding the table in a show of force. If they did not suppress Gaozu now, he would only grow more unrestrained. Meanwhile, others wished to voice their support for Gaozu. However, with Deng Bo's stance made clear, they dared not speak up. In the realm of Lianxing, Deng Bo was akin to a deity. His words were equivalent to imperial edicts, and anyone who defied him would be eliminated. They were still keen on leading a good life. It was inconceivable that they would jeopardize their future happiness for a mere Gaozu. Even Di and Chuan Bao refrained from speaking after Deng Bo made his position known. In this world, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth lies in the heavens. What explanation do you expect from me, Gaozu, as I navigate this world? Gaozu rose, casting a cold gaze upon the gathered assembly. He was seething with anger. Each of them clung to their grievances over power struggles, relentlessly accusing him of harming fellow members. In that moment, the entire conference room fell into silence. No one anticipated that Gaozu would adopt such a forceful stance, transforming from a meek lamb into a fierce tiger. Had this been earlier, they might not have regarded Gaozu highly, but now he commanded 1,000 subordinates. This strength placed him among the top tier within the organization. Very well, everyone. Huanyo conspired with Zhang Xinyi, and he truly deserved his fate. Azu, you have also cleansed our ranks. Moreover, we are all individuals who tread the razor's edge. Huanyo sought to kill Gaozu, and it would be unreasonable for Gaozu to extend his neck for the blade. Wouldn't it? Right, Chue Ji. Chuan Bao inhaled deeply, ultimately deciding to lend his support to Gaozu. Chue Ji exchanged glances with Deng Bo, then slowly remarked, very well, Azu. Since Huanyo is dead, you shall oversee the business in the Yuanlong district. Work diligently, and the organization will not treat you unjustly. However, once you become the leader, you must meet the quota. Fishhead S was 600,000 a month, and you are superior to him. So 2 million should be no problem, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Biao reveled in the misfortune. A membership fee of 2 million? Only Di could afford such a sum within the entire faction. The remaining leaders typically ranged from 200,000 to 800,000. Chuan Bao and the others furrowed their brows, disapproving of Chue Ji's proposal. This was essentially a veiled attempt to suppress Gaozu. If he fails to meet the quota, he would face organizational penalties, and perhaps even lose his leadership position. This is truly treacherous. Just 2 million? No issue at all. Gaozu agreed without hesitation. While 2 million might seem substantial to others, it was a mere trifle for him. Witnessing Jiaozu's acceptance, many sighed in relief. Jiaozu may very well be the leader with the shortest tenure in Lianxing. Excellent. We now have another leader in our organization. Let us celebrate this joyous occasion, Azu. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Chue Ji continued. Very well, I'll book the Peninsula Hotel. Gaozu nodded, not refusing the offer. This was customary in the Underworld. Later that day, Gaozu returned to the Yuanlong district. He called a Gui to inform him that the Peninsula Hotel had been booked. He then instructed his subordinates to spread the news of his ascension as leader. This was also an opportune moment to recruit new members. One cannot afford to miss such an opportunity. When others recruit subordinates, there are typically 2 scenarios. Either they are unable to gather any due to a lack of character, strength, or financial means, or they are hesitant to take on too many. After all, if they associate with you, you must provide them with lucrative opportunities. Even if they are merely running errands, you need to compensate them adequately, not to mention housing fees and other expenses. Moreover, the more subordinates one has, the greater the risk. Should they attract trouble beyond their capacity, not only the subordinates, but even the leader could face dire consequences. However, Jiaozu was unperturbed. He feared none of this. In this line of work, the jungle law is the ultimate decree. As the saying goes, in this world, one can kill and burn for riches, but repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses. Without enduring hardships, how can one grow strong and prosperous? Just then, Gaozu's satellite phone rang. The caller was none other than Dr. Chapter 21, a 500 million business deal. The Ascension Feast, Encountering Death. The doctor's gentle voice echoed from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Gaozu? Indeed, it is I. Greetings, Doctor. Gaozu responded. I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Gao. The doctor continued. It's quite all right. Gaozu chuckled, and the image of the doctor, a stunning beauty in a cheap how, immediately flashed through his mind. Doctor, what brings you here? Mr. Gao, your merchandise is exceptionally good. It sold out immediately and has become a sensation. The previous stock has been completely depleted internationally. So this time, I would like to place a larger order. I can offer 3,000 for each AK, with bullets priced separately. I wonder if you have any stock available? The doctor stated her purpose directly. In truth, Gaozu's AK was simply extraordinary. Any gun enthusiast who handled it could instantly feel that this AK was vastly superior to those available on the market. Furthermore, this batch was exclusive to Gaozu, allowing him to raise the price significantly during sales. Of course, how many do you need? Gaozu inquired without hesitation. The military factory operates at an impressive speed. As long as sufficient exchange points are invested, it will not be a problem. Let's start with 30,000. The doctor pondered for a moment before responding. No problem. In 15 days, you can send someone to Tsim Sha Sui for the goods. How does that sound? Gaozu remarked casually after making a rough estimation. 30,000 AKs. At 3,000 each, amounts to a staggering 90 million, equivalent to 4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. If we include the bullets, making a profit of 500 million will not be an issue. His cost would only be around 9 million. Half a month? Mr. Gao, are you certain? The doctor exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief evident in her tone. Such a vast quantity of arms cannot be produced in a single country without several months of accumulation. Moreover, she was once from Hong Kong and was acutely aware of the stringent gun regulations in the region. You're manufacturing arms right under the watchful eyes of the Hong Kong government? That seems utterly implausible. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became about Gaozu. Of course, wait for my call then. Gaozu replied indifferently. What about the deposit? The doctor inquired promptly. Just 30 will suffice. Gaozu answered. Mr. Gao is quite generous. I will call you within 3 days. With that, the doctor ended the call. Meanwhile, Gaozu opened his storage space, where the military factory was working at an intense pace. After checking, he found that he had already stored 3,000 AKs. Without hesitation, Gaozu utilized the balance on his card to exchange for another 30,000 AKs and some ammunition, directly consuming 10 million. The money earned from arms sales had all been reinvested. After working diligently in the arms trade, it felt as though he had gained nothing. In reality, Gaozu was effectively playing the game of compound interest. From the initial batch of 10 million to now 90 million, the speed of profit accumulation was skyrocketing tenfold. It is often said that making money in arms is swift, and indeed, the pace was remarkable. Soon, Gaozu would be a billionaire. That evening, at the Peninsula Hotel, all the upper echelons of Lianxing were present, except for Deng Bo, who had chosen to maintain an air of aloofness. Besides him, there was also Didi. As for why this fellow did not attend, Gaozu had no interest in probing. They were likely to become bitter enemies in the future. Different paths do not conspire together. At the banquet, everyone indulged in lavish feasting, while others merely put on a facade of flattery. It was evident that Gaozu had ascended to the position of hall master through his own prowess, with little vested interest from the others. In fact, now that Gaozu had taken the helm, it could potentially affect their interests, leading to a lack of warmth towards him. The ambience was starkly different from the celebratory atmosphere typically associated with the ascension of other hall masters. However, Chuan Bao was quite enthusiastic. Soon, everyone began to depart in pairs. Gaozu said nothing about the situation. This banquet for his ascension was merely a formality. Nevertheless, Lin Bei Lu exhibited an unusual level of warmth towards Gaozu, consuming glass after glass of wine, toasting repeatedly, calling him brother and assuring him he would not be neglected. The implication was clear. He sought to win Gaozu over. In social gatherings, appearances matter. And Gaozu neither rejected nor accepted the overtures. Lin Bei Lu was a cunning individual, and Gaozu was not easily deceived by his flattery. Midnight struck, and the banquet concluded. See everyone off. Gaozu instructed Lin Bei Li's underling, who was barely conscious from intoxication. Had it not been for Gaozu's extraordinary constitution, he likely would have been overwhelmed by this cunning individual. Exiting the Peninsula Hotel, Gaozu had Gao Jin drive them back to the Kowloon Fisheries Company. Brother, someone's following us, Gao Jin said, accelerating while glancing in the rearview mirror. Yes, I see them. Gaozu exhaled a plume of smoke, responding calmly. Lin Bei's overly enthusiastic behavior tonight felt suspicious, as if they were brothers. He had anticipated that this cunning individual was up to no good. Let's take a detour through the mountains, Gaozu said coldly. Soon, both parties found themselves racing along the highway. A high-speed chase ensued. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a secluded mountain road, a prime location for foul play. What is happening? In a Santana, a man suddenly noticed the road ahead had vanished as he made a turn. Just then, a vehicle abruptly blocked his path. By the time he realized, it was too late. The brakes screeched, tires sparking against the asphalt, yet he could not stop in time. The vehicle crashed, and when he regained awareness, he found Gao Zhu and Gao Jin staring coldly at him. As he attempted to reach for his gun, he found himself trapped in the vehicle, unable to move without excruciating pain. Brother, what brings you here at this hour? Are you out hunting? Gao Zhu inhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the bloodied Wu languidly. Indeed, this man was Wu, known as Brother Extra Money. He was the golden emblem of the number gang. If Lian Haolong was a double flower red stick, Wu could be considered a red stick in his own right. However, he was now quite curious about who had sent Wu. No, I was just heading home, Wu stammered. Brother, could you do me a favor? I'm injured. Please take me to the hospital. Rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly, but I have no cash on me right now. Alright. But how does a regular person like you come to possess a gun? And why have you been following us? Explain yourself, or I'll send you down to sell salted duck eggs. Gao Zhu pulled out the large black star he had just confiscated from Wu, a teasing smile on his lips. Upon seeing this, Wu panicked. I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, you'll die? Gao Zhu chambered around, pressing the gun's muzzle against Wu's forehead, speaking coldly. Chapter 22. Hanging on to Ao. Farewell, Ling Qianer, meeting the godfather of the harbor island. Alright, I confess, Ao reluctantly stated. This marked the first time he had betrayed his professional ethics. Likewise, it was his inaugural failure. Not a single shot fired, nor a knife drawn. Yet a blade was pressed against his neck. How utterly frustrating. Who? Gao Zhu thrust the cigarette in his mouth, demanding an answer. He feared the young man might bleed out. Take a drag and gather your wits. Ao inhaled sharply, his expression wavering. In the assassin's profession, the gravest taboo is to divulge the identity of the mastermind. For once exposed, it is uncertain whether one would be hunted down by their benefactor, and future contracts would become virtually unattainable. After all, the assassin's circle is quite small. Who would wish to collaborate with someone devoid of integrity? Just then, Gao Zhu swung a fist, his voice tinged with anger. Speak, and you may live. Remain silent, and you shall surely perish. It's better to preserve your life than your wealth. We come into this world empty-handed, and leave it the same. Wouldn't you agree? Gao Zhu understood this fellow held principles. He needed to employ a bit of psychological persuasion. Lin Bei, Ao managed to utter with great difficulty. Indeed, no matter how much money one could amass, it would be futile without life. At his words, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gao Zhu's eyes. Has your gang participated with Gu Huang? Ao froze momentarily. The fact that the other party was aware of his leader Gu Huang implied that they recognized his identity. He instinctively blurted out, You know who I am? Answer my question, Gao Zhu coldly commanded. No, Ao blurted out. Gao Jin, bring him down and take him away. Gao Zhu turned back to sit in the battered Tiger Head car. Kowloon Fisheries Company. Brother Zhu, if I eliminate Lin Bei, will you truly grant me 30 million? Ao, bandaged from the hospital, arrived in the hall, unable to suppress his inquiry towards Gao Zhu. Indeed, but do you possess the capability? Gao Zhu scoffed, amused that the lad took him seriously. Truly, one who values money over life is indeed intriguing. However, Ao lacked the strength. Lin Bei, at the very least, was the master of Jordan, commanding over 2,000 subordinates, and if we count the nominal ones, the number would at least double. He was known for his caution, rarely venturing out unless necessary. Ao found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he lacked that capability. Moreover, the risks were immense. Do you desire 30 million? Gao Zhu inquired. Absolutely. Ao's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the 30 million in cash before him. He had never seen such a sum in his lifetime. Very well. I shall provide you with an opportunity. You are the esteemed emblem of your gang, perpetually playing the assassin. What is the point in earning a mere million or two? Why not aim for something grander? Gao Zhu spoke slowly. What must I do? Ao hastily asked. Become my man, and I will assist you in ascending the ranks. In return, I require your help in controlling your gang. As a gesture of goodwill, you may take 5 million now, Gao Zhu stated nonchalantly. Su Su is indeed impressive, but ultimately, she is just a woman. One must be cautious of her intricacies. Gao Zhu had to be wary of this woman. His strategy concerning the gang was straightforward. One day, when the time was ripe, he would seize control of the entire organization. The gang held significant resources, with extensive control over docks and smuggling routes, making it a worthy investment for Gao Zhu, despite the risks involved. Agreed. Ao did not refuse. Gao Zhu's psychological manipulation had indeed swayed him. Being a leader would yield greater profits. Besides, accepting this 5 million was an opportunity not to be missed. With Gaozu's funds, he could bolster his own power. What could be more appealing? As for the agreement with Lin Biao, it could be cast aside. A mere 1 million was insignificant. Your gang prides itself on loyalty and righteousness. Do not let yourself be swallowed whole. Gaozu reminded as he observed Ao begin to collect the cash. Understood. Ao nodded, departing with the money. Gaozu chuckled softly. Whether Ao would fulfill his obligations was of no concern. He merely required someone to be at his disposal. Furthermore, he did not expect Ao and Su Su to eliminate Go Huan. They lacked the ability, strength, and qualification. By the way, Gao Jin, look into Lin Biao thoroughly. Gaozu flicked the ash from his cigarette, addressing Gao Jin. He had not forgotten the mastermind behind it all. It was time to find an opportunity to eliminate this old schemer. You think you're cunning? We'll see who outsmarts whom. Understood. Gao Jin nodded, exiting the hall. The next day, the news of Gaozu rising to power alongside the master of Lianqing astonished the entire underworld. The speed of his ascent was somewhat alarming. However, once they delved into the backstory, it came as no surprise. He was not only formidable, but also possessed considerable strength, with numerous subordinates. Merely becoming a master was hardly extraordinary. Simultaneously, Gaozu seized the opportunity to recruit an additional 400 subordinates, further expanding his ranks. The continuous recruitment drew the attention of the police. To avoid direct confrontation with Gaozu, the upper echelons of the foreign police ultimately decided to send Ling Qianer, a woman, to negotiate with him. Soon, Ling Qianer arrived at Kowloon Fisheries, and she came alone. Isn't that the flower of our West Kowloon police station? What brings you here to my humble establishment today? Upon seeing Ling Qianer, Gaozu approached, appraising her from head to toe. He had to admit, this woman's figure was truly remarkable. Even in casual attire, her beauty was undeniable. Moreover, he noticed her affection index. To his astonishment, it had soared to 50 in just a few days. Gaozu was taken aback. What was happening with this woman? Or was it that the allure of the goddess card was simply too potent? Gaozu, what are you up to? You've amassed so many followers in just a few days. Aren't you afraid of ending up in prison? Ling Qianer spoke, her tone icy, though appearing assertive. Her voice was laced with gentleness. In truth, since that night, she had been unable to sleep soundly for several days. Her focus at work had faltered, and she no longer exhibited her former decisiveness. The root cause of her unrest was none other than the man before her. Gaozu's image lingered in her mind. Refusing to fade, she admitted that she might have developed feelings for him. However, she was acutely aware of her role as a police officer. While Gaozu was a lowly thug, they operated on entirely different levels. A union was impossible. Fear not. Gaozu smiled slightly. Come, have a seat. Work must be exhausting. Enjoy a cup of tea. Ling Qianer was about to decline, but unexpectedly found herself yielding to Gaozu's insistence. Before long, he employed both virtue and reason to win her over. Ling Qianer initially intended to confront and admonish Gaozu, but upon hearing his words, she found herself momentarily speechless. Before departing, she issued a symbolic warning. You have been designated as a key figure of interest by the police department. I urge you to exercise caution. With that, Ling Qianer swiftly departed, more akin to fleeing than leaving, as her heart raced with trepidation. A key figure of interest? Gaozu raised an eyebrow. Bemused by the gravity of the label, he pondered to himself, reflecting that he had committed no grievous acts, merely having gathered a few underlings. Truly, it seemed an overreaction. That evening, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Kowloon Fisheries. The Ni family had come. The Ni family was the most formidable force in Tsimsha Sui. Not long ago, the head of the Ni family had passed away. According to Gaozu's information, the younger son, Ni Yongxiao, had returned. Ni Yongxiao possessed the charisma of a godfather. Yet his greatest flaw was his excessive focus on familial bonds. Had he been a tad more ruthless, his fate might have been different. The Ni family member who arrived was a short, portly man. Gaozu recognized him. Han Chun. He was the ultimate beneficiary in the Infernal Affairs saga. Mr. Gao, Mr. Ni wishes to invite you to Injia de Peidang for a conversation, Han Chun stated plainly upon seeing Gaozu. Is it Ni Yongxiao? Gaozu inquired. The Ni family had 2 sons, and Ni Yongxiao was the younger. In this world, which blended the essence of Hong Kong cinema, Gaozu couldn't afford to venture forth recklessly, especially since he had yet to have any conflicts with the Ni family. However, in this world, where profit reigned supreme and human life was as expendable as grass, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Indeed, Han Chun nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Gaozu extinguished his cigarette, but rose and fixed his gaze upon Han Chun, stepping forward. Currently, Tsimsha Sui was dominated by 2 forces, himself, Gaozu, and naturally, the Ni family. With 2 tigers on the same mountain, division of power was possible, but it could also lead to the demise of one. It was essential to meet with Ni Yongxiao to negotiate a balance that would prevent conflict. At Injia de Peidang, Gaozu arrived with Gao Jin and 10 ghost shadow soldiers. Mr. Ni, the guest has arrived. Han Shen hastened to Ni Yongxiao's side, speaking softly. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and glanced sideways. He observed Gaozu approaching, exuding an air of calmness and stability that captured Ni Yongxiao's attention. Especially striking were Gaozu's deep-set eyes, coupled with his exceptional looks and physique, which even made Ni Yongxiao, as a man, feel a twinge of envy. There was none of the youthful arrogance typical of the underworld, nor the coldness of a middle-aged gangster, and certainly none of the desolation associated with the elderly. This was entirely unlike what he had imagined. He had not expected to encounter such talent in Hong Kong. Soon, the two sat face to face, locking eyes. Ni Yongxiao poured 2 glasses of San Miguel beer, sliding one towards Gaozu. Cheers. Gaozu raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid I might poison it? Seeing Gaozu's candidness, Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and swiftly finished his drink as well. Fear? The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. Gaozu set down his glass and remarked nonchalantly, before swiftly shifting the conversation. Moreover, I trust your character. Ni Yongxiao merely smiled, noncommittal. In that moment, he found conversing with Gaozu quite engaging. The man was indeed intriguing. Come, try the skewers from this barbecue place. They are quite delicious. Ni Yongxiao offered a skewer of beef to Gaozu, then muttered to himself, my father often came here. He told me the food was excellent. Unfortunately, he has passed away. Yet, he always said that those who mix in this world will eventually pay the price. What do you think, Mr. Gao? My condolences. Gaozu offered, handing over a cigarette before lighting one for himself, taking a deep puff to assert his stance. Your father's death has nothing to do with me. However, the day the crown prince died coincided with my father's passing. Surely that cannot be mere coincidence? Ni Yongxiao exhaled a plume of smoke, scrutinizing Gaozu, his expression shifting slightly. In this world, everyone is driven by self-interest. I have no connection to the Ni family or your father. At that time, I was merely a nobody. If it were today, I would indeed be willing to see who truly reigns over Tsim Sha Sui. Gaozu stated coolly. Fair enough. Ni Yongxiao conceded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. One day, the truth will emerge. Nevertheless, Gaozu's audacious demeanor irked him. He did not believe Gaozu was qualified to challenge the Ni family. Yet not now. For now, he needed to solidify his position within the Ni family. Han Shen, you all may leave. I wish to have a serious conversation with Mr. Gao. Ni Yongxiao glanced around at the others before calmly stating. Han Shen immediately grew anxious. Mr. Gao is the one who dismantled the Hongxing prince. You, as a mere doctor, cannot hold a candle to him. Leave. Ni Yongxiao remained unyielding, his tone frosty. Observing this, Gaozu gestured for Gao Jin and the others to exit. Only then did Han Shen lead the group away. Now it is just the two of us. Let us indulge. Ni Yongxiao flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing at Gaozu. Speak freely. Gaozu was not in the mood for idle chatter. Very well. I need to resolve internal family matters and uncover the identity of my father's murderer. I hope you will not interfere. Ni Yongxiao revealed the purpose of his invitation to Gaozu. The Ni family faced internal strife, while the external threat was undoubtedly Gaozu. To secure internal stability, one must first address external challenges. Well then, allow me to congratulate you in advance, Mr. Ni. Gaozu understood the young man's intentions and readily acquiesced. Furthermore, he had no designs on the Ni family's territory at present. Even should he consider it, it would be prudent to wait until the Ni family was embroiled in chaos, with a few patriarchs having perished before making his move. Ha ha. Ni Yongxiao chuckled lightly, surprised that Gaozu had discerned his thoughts so readily. I look forward to collaborating with you in the future, he said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Gaozu. It was evident that he had thoroughly investigated Gaozu's background. Gaozu's principles, he did not steal, nor did he sell out, commanded Ni Yongxiao's respect. After all, he had studied abroad, and his personal experiences and insights far surpassed those of the local underworld figures. He understood a fundamental truth: no matter how formidable a gangster may be, they remain tainted by darkness. Death is merely a matter of time. The path of the underworld is eternally a dark one. Only through clean business can one endure. I too look forward to it. Gaozu rose, casting a casual glance at Ni Yongxiao, and offered a faint smile. Best of luck. Although neither party has truly laid their cards on the table, it is at least certain that no conflict will arise in the short term. As he observed the retreating figure of Gaozu, Ni Yongxiao revealed a long-forgotten smile. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a simple affair. Meanwhile, not far from the shores of Hong Kong Island, the old ghost shipmaster and his crew were navigating smoothly when they unexpectedly encountered a band of pirates blocking their path. This group of pirates was similarly commanding 3 formidable vessels. The old ghost shipmaster promptly declared his identity over the loudspeaker and inquired about their origins. As a seasoned navigator, He was certainly not without his resources. However, the pirates did not respond. Instead, they swiftly departed in their ships. Witnessing this scene, the old ghost shipmaster breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were merely a gang of insignificant pirates who fled upon hearing his name. Crisis averted. Let us continue our journey, he confidently declared as he turned to address his crew. Wait, something's amiss. Tony Jia approached the old ghost shipmaster, gazing intently at the calm surface of the water, and spoke in a measured tone. He had already detected a sound beyond the mere visual, a faint rumble of engines. Oh, come now, lad, my reputation precedes me. It's only natural they would flee. There's no need for paranoia, the old ghost shipmaster retorted, casting an irritated glance at Tony Jia. Navigating these treacherous waters is already fraught with peril and monotony. Must you propagate such negativity in front of everyone? Moreover, to challenge my authority in their presence. Were it not for this boy's connection to Gaozu, I would have slapped him across the face by now. Prepare for battle, Tony Jia shouted, disregarding the old ghost shipmaster as he addressed the crew. He then took control of one of the ships himself. The old ghost shipmaster was seething with rage. At that moment, 10 police boats emerged from the waters nearby, their harsh and blinding lights piercing through the night. The anger on the old ghost shipmaster's face vanished, his pupils constricting in alarm. How could the water police be here? He had arranged everything for tonight's passage. Could it be? Before he could ponder further, he quickly warned the crew. The water police are here. Everyone, be on guard. He then hurried back to the cockpit. The water police vessels, also known as high-speed interceptors, were the MK model, capable of exceeding speeds of 50 knots and equipped with radar and infrared night vision, specifically designed to pursue smuggling boats. They were far more formidable than the 3 vessels that had just appeared. We are the Hong Kong Water Police. This is Hong Kong waters. You have entered without prior notice. Please extinguish your engines and come on deck for inspection. Otherwise, we will consider this an invasion and will not hesitate to take action. The Hong Kong Water Police immediately issued their warning. The old ghost shipmaster and his crew's luxurious vessel suggested they were not smugglers, which is likely why the police were so courteous. Inspection my foot, Tony Jia bellowed, launching an anti-tank missile without hesitation, followed by a barrage from the 60mm machine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the police boats. Their mission was to transport red wine, part of a deal involving American dollars, along with gold and dozens of boxes of Rolex watches in exchange. If the water police were to conduct an inspection, it would mean certain death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the old ghost shipmaster joined in the assault, shouting, "Let us go." Chapter 24, A Fierce Battle on the Sea. Missiles rained down on the foreigners. Missiles. It's missiles. Thick shit. Fuck. A bunch of lunatics. Retreat. Retreat. The water police commander, upon witnessing the missiles launched from the deck of the speedboat, felt a tightening in his stomach and trembled as he issued the retreat order. In the next moment, the foremost police boat was caught off guard and struck directly by an anti-tank missile, resulting in a deafening explosion, fire erupting as the vessel sank beneath the waves, smoke billowing into the air. Simultaneously, 10 upgraded speedboats engaged in fierce combat with the remaining 9 police vessels under the cover of darkness, the scene extraordinarily intense. The distance between the two sides was mere hundreds of meters, with gunfire raging on both sides. The bullets fired by the police boats had no effect on the speedboats, which were moving too swiftly to be hit by the police's projectiles. Conversely, the bullets from the speedboats pierced through the hulls of the police vessels. Although both sides were equipped with radar detection systems, the upgraded speedboats, constructed with carbon fiber hulls, possessed a degree of stealth capability, granting them a significant advantage in the night. In an instant, the foreign water police found themselves at a disadvantage. Damn it! The old ghost shipmaster exclaimed as he witnessed one of the police boats being obliterated by his bullets, leaving him in a state of shock. This was far beyond what an ordinary speedboat could accomplish. As bullets flew, numerous foreign police officers fell, and police boats were sunk. Fuck you, Squid. I want you dead. The foreign commander, seeing his comrades perishing around him, took the helm himself and charged his police boat straight at Tony Jia's speedboat. Coming for a mutual demise, are we? You think you're worthy? Tony Jia observed this scene and yanked the steering wheel back, causing the entire speedboat to perform a 360-degree spin on the water. Simultaneously, the radar screen had already locked onto the oncoming police boat. Die. Tony Jia's expression was cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes, as he launched the last remaining anti-tank missile. With a whoosh, the missile shot forth from the hatch, its red tail flame illuminating the night, and in mere seconds, it struck the police boat. Boom. Boom boom boom. Fuck. The foreign commander was engulfed in flames, still managing to curse as he was consumed by the fire. At that moment, the old ghost shipmaster caught up with a fleeing police boat. Like Tony Jia, he too fired an anti-tank missile. Ha ha. This is exhilarating. The old ghost shipmaster laughed heartily upon witnessing the police boat he had sunk with a single missile. Having traversed the high seas for years, he had often felt constrained, occasionally intercepted by the water police, and he was unaware of how much he had lost over the years. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of vengeance fulfilled. As the flames subsided on the surface of the sea, and smoke rose from the water, confirming that no one had survived, the crew revved their engines and departed without looking back. Each police boat could hold 3 individuals, meaning that 10 boats contained 30 foreigners. If the Hong Kong government were to discover this, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In Yuen Long District, Gao Zhu arrived at the dock. He soon encountered the old ghost shipmaster and Tony Jia. Is something wrong? He inquired, noticing the deck littered with spent bullet casings. The old ghost shipmaster, smiling, replied, "Just a little trouble, but nothing serious." In truth, he still felt a tinge of lingering fear within. "What of the transaction?" Gao Zhu continued to inquire, his gaze fixed on the old ghost shipmaster. "No problem, all settled. 40 million in cash and items worth 5 million in gold. Moreover, I have returned with 60 boxes of Rolex watches. This recent venture to Yunnan has proven exceedingly lucrative for us." The old ghost ship captain, igniting a cigarette, exclaimed with palpable excitement. This marked his largest smuggling operation to date, and it was also the most perilous, exhilarating, and gratifying experience he had encountered. Previously, when confronted by water police vessels, he could only retreat in disgrace, with the looming threat of being shot, and even in favorable circumstances, he could not evade the specter of imprisonment. But this time, he had decisively eliminated 10 water police boats and dispatched 30 adversaries. TSK. This is an accomplishment he could boast about for a lifetime. Old Ghost, excellent work. This time, I shall reward you with 5 million. By the way, we shall split the Rolexes 55 to 45. How does that sound? Gao Zhu declared, patting the old ghost captain on the shoulder. "No problem." The old ghost captain replied with a grin. "One must admit, this young fellow possesses quite a generous spirit. A single venture yielding 5 million is simply delightful. Old Ghost, take a few days to rest. I have already prepared the liquor, and later, I will need you to make a trip to the Kingdom of Siam," Gao Zhu said, exhaling smoke as he observed boxes of Rolexes being unloaded onto the shore. He was acutely aware that the Yunnan monkeys were untrustworthy. Had it not been for the lack of market for the liquor, he would not have desired to collaborate with such individuals. Now, having met a doctor, he could fully leverage this woman's network to expand his liquor smuggling enterprise. "All right," a voice responded. The old ghost captain did not decline. At that moment, he would rather align himself with Gao Zhu than engage in business independently. "By the way, we encountered the water police earlier, 10 boats in total, and regrettably, we retaliated and sank them all." The old ghost captain recounted the recent encounter in detail. "I must say, your 10 speedboats are truly formidable. Would you consider selling me one?" The old ghost captain couldn't help but express his admiration. Had he possessed such impressive vessels previously, he would have avoided losing so many of his subordinates and could have amassed wealth long ago. In response, Gao Zhu nodded calmly. "How should I put it? This was entirely anticipated. Faced with my upgraded speedboat, not only are the water police boats no match, but even the patrol vessels of the Port Authority would find themselves at a disadvantage. In fact, against a destroyer, we possess the capacity for mutual destruction. Engaging in combat with an equal number of water police vessels is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Selling is not out of the question. However, if you perform admirably and follow my lead diligently, I would gladly gift you one," Gao Zhu stated, gazing at the old ghost captain. He indeed had many individuals under his command responsible for smuggling, but compared to the old ghost captain, they lacked both experience and connections. If he could win over the old ghost captain, it would alleviate many of his problems. "Ha ha ha, just for that statement, Old Ghost is committed to following you." The old ghost captain beamed. This was precisely what he desired. "By the way, did you get a good look at those 3 speedboats you mentioned? Who do they belong to?" Gao Zhu continued. According to the old ghost, he had already established connections within the water police, and the smuggling operation that night was assured. Yet, issues still arose. Before the water police intercepted them, 3 speedboats had appeared. It was evident that the opposing party had intentionally lured the water police to intercept the old ghost captain and his crew. No, it was too dark. I couldn't discern whose they were. Moreover, fearing it would attract the water police's attention, I refrained from turning on the lights, the old ghost captain lamented. "Brother Zhu, among those 3 speedboats, I spotted a man with a rugged appearance. Tony Jia, who had remained silent until now, began to describe the man's features." Upon hearing this, the old ghost captain's pupils constricted sharply, staring at Tony Jia in disbelief. He was astonished by Tony Jia's keen perception. Being able to detect the water police boats and even identify individuals on the speedboats amidst darkness. "You must have the eyes of a hawk. How did you see that?" However, now was not the time for awe. Tony Jha's description reminded him of a formidable adversary. The person you described seems to be Jha, one of the 3 brothers of the Yuanan gang. Old Ghost, it appears your buyers are attempting to double-cross you, Gaozu remarked with a light chuckle, patting the Old Ghost captain on the shoulder. This was already quite evident. The Yuanan buyers had colluded with the Yuanan gang, taking the red wine for themselves while expecting the gang to return their principal. Such a lack of vision and principle was astonishing. Indeed, the Yuanan monkeys were untrustworthy. Alas, I was careless, those scoundrels. The Old Ghost captain could not help but curse upon Gaozu's suggestion. Were it not for Gaozu's formidable upgraded speedboat, he would have truly faced a catastrophic loss this time. All right, Old Ghost, enough of the useless chatter. Immediately leverage your connections to ascertain the whereabouts of those 3 individuals. Tonight, I intend to wipe out the Yuanan gang. Upon witnessing the Old Ghost's fervor to settle accounts with the Yuanan gang, Gaozu immediately urged, only you, Old Ghost, would dare take such a step. I fear you may not return. The 3 brothers of the Yuanan gang are notorious for their ruthlessness, and their underlings are a band of desperate men. Attempting to reason with them solely with words is futile. It requires firepower. The truth is the ultimate weapon. Very well. The Old Ghost captain chuckled awkwardly. He had merely been speaking off the cuff. He truly did not dare confront the Yuanan gang. However, Gaozu's words filled him with dread. Bloodshed against the Yuanan gang? You truly have a way with words, and your audacity knows no bounds. The Yuanan gang is a force that even the police dare not confront. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing further objections. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and began making calls. Gaozu discarded his cigarette, and departed from the dock. Given the substantial losses incurred by the Port Authority's water police, a scapegoat must be found. This time, the Yuanan gang would reap what they had sown. It was unavoidable. Furthermore, these 3 brothers had engaged in numerous underhanded dealings, amassing considerable wealth. However, what mattered more to him was whether these 3 had managed to seize Ashan's goods. If they had, Gaozu would swallow it whole and become vastly wealthy in a single stroke. The Yuanan gang still possessed numerous vessels. Wouldn't it be delightful to acquire them for his own use? Therefore, for reasons of sentiment, reason, and personal gain, the Yuanan gang must be subdued tonight. Chapter 25. Confrontation with the Tony brothers. At Kowloon Fisheries, in the main hall, Gaozu leisurely sipped his tea. Soon, the Old Ghost entered. After extensive inquiries, he had gathered information about the 3 individuals and promptly reported it to Gaozu. He also noticed a row of AKs lined up on the floor, leaving the Old Ghost captain utterly astounded. Wait, are you serious? With this many AKs, you're prepared to confront an entire police station? You truly intend to wipe out the Yuanan gang? Meanwhile, Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others had also arrived. 1 weapon per person. Tonight, we shall annihilate the Yuanan gang. Not a single one shall remain. Gaozu stated calmly as he surveyed the group. Yes, Brother Zhu. Gao Jin and the others responded in unison. Meanwhile, Jha disembarked and approached a public telephone booth, dialing a number. Tony, it's a failure. That Old Ghost fellow has somehow acquired a vessel with formidable firepower. The water police were completely obliterated. You guys didn't T-expose yourselves, did you? Tony's voice came through the line. No. In the dimness of night, Jha confidently explained that we were still quite a distance away. All right, I understand. Come back quickly. He then abruptly ended the call. Come on, brothers. You've all worked hard. Tonight, I'll treat you all to karaoke. Jha stepped out of the phone booth and addressed his 8 underlings. Going back, after a failed operation, his mood was quite sour, and he certainly needed some entertainment. As for Tony's words, he dismissed them entirely. He was the true leader. Jha Gu, you're magnificent. The underlings chimed in unison. The recent encounter with the water police had been rather exhilarating, and at this moment, indulging in some fun with the ladies would certainly alleviate their fatigue. For these outlaws, the only remedy for their woes was the company of beautiful women, those with captivating figures. Time ticked away, and as Tony noticed that Jha had yet to return, he dialed one of the underlings, only to learn they were all reveling at the nightclub, which infuriated him. Second brother, if Jha Gu wants to have fun, let him. It's no big deal. Seeing the icy glint in Tony's eyes, the burly Ahu hesitantly spoke up for Jha. I have a bad feeling. Something will go wrong tonight. Tony shot a glance at Ahu and replied. A few days ago, he had received a shipment from Ashan, contemplating a hasty exit. But a familiar acquaintance from Yuanan had introduced him to a lucrative deal worth 45 million. He had planned to wrap up the Old Ghost ship owner's business tonight, and then leave Hong Kong Island for good. Unexpectedly, it all fell apart, and the situation had escalated dramatically. 10 water police boats had been utterly decimated. The entire smuggling network on Hong Kong Island would surely become a target of rigorous police scrutiny. Given that their Yuanan gang held a prominent position in the smuggling trade, they were bound to be implicated. Moreover, the police had been keeping a close watch on them. He did not wish to encounter any issues at this crucial moment. No, we can't wait any longer. Ahu, You must go to the nightclub and bring Aja back immediately. Tonight, we leave. Meet me at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. The more Tony reflected, the more uneasy he felt, and he quickly instructed. Understood. Upon witnessing Tony's serious demeanor, Ahu did not hesitate and promptly departed. Hua Sheng, arm yourself. We're going out together. Tony rose, casting a glance at Hua Sheng before striding out. Hua Sheng furrowed his brow. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. After all, as an undercover officer, he could not possibly follow his brothers to Yunnan. However, to avoid raising Tony's suspicions, he hurriedly kept pace with him. At the nightclub, Aja and his underlings were wildly swaying with various beautiful women, their outfits stuffed with cash. Several crates of Remy Martin XO adorned the table. The atmosphere was lavish and extravagant. True to his reputation as the king of the dance floor, Aja danced exuberantly, as if under the influence of ecstasy, clutching a bottle of liquor while dancing solo. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. This lad certainly has a taste for life. Not far away, Gao Zhu Gaojin and the old ghost ship owner arrived and immediately spotted the ostentatious Aja. That's just how he is. I've dealt with him before. And his temper is quite explosive, remarked the old ghost ship owner, sniffing. At that moment, a phone rang. After answering, the old ghost ship owner hung up and relayed the message to Gao Zhu. Ahu was on his way here. And Tony rushed off to Causeway Bay with one of the underlings. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes. It seemed Tony was planning to make a getaway. However, this was an opportunity for a black-on-black revenge. He then casually found a spot to sit and observed the surrounding beauties dancing with youthful vigor. It was indeed more enjoyable to indulge in such places. In Causeway Bay, within a residential complex, Tony and Hua Sheng exerted tremendous effort to load the cash into the car. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hua Sheng had a sudden idea. Tony, I forgot to lock the door. Let me go do that. All right, hurry. Leaning against the car, Tony exhaled smoke, giving a faint nod, his gaze icy. In other words, they were about to flee, and he still wanted to lock the door? Okay. Hua Sheng hurried upstairs, arriving at the door of the room, and seizing the opportunity. He took out his phone to contact his superior. Ma Jun. Hello, this is Hua Sheng. Get someone to Tsim Sha Sui Pier immediately. They're planning to escape. Hurry, 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 Hua Sheng exclaimed, quickly hanging up in a panic. Just as he turned around, he found Tony watching him with a bemused expression. Hua Sheng swallowed hard. Tony, I've known you were problematic for a while. I didn't expect you to actually be an undercover cop. Tony smirked, then drew out a silenced pistol from his waist. Thank you for diverting the police's attention. Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng realized he had been exposed. His face hardened. And just as he was about to leap out the window, bullets came raining down, rendering him incapacitated. Tony stepped forward, pressing his foot on Hua Sheng's chest, looking down at him and said, the one thing I despise most in this life is the police. You can't escape. Hua Sheng spat blood, defiantly retorting. Still stubborn even at death's door. Tony chuckled coldly, raising the pistol. Bang! A bullet pierced through Hua Sheng's forehead. Immediately, Tony dialed Ahu. Hua Sheng is a cop. You need to bring Aja to Causeway Bay Pier right now. With that, Tony swiftly departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Ahu had arrived at the nightclub, and upon finding Aja inebriated, he approached to carry him away. The intoxicated Aja paid no heed to Ahu, shoving him away with a furious glare. Ahu, what the hell do you mean? Jagu, there are too many eyes here. Let us talk outside. Although Ahu was not the brightest, he understood that in the presence of so many people, he couldn't openly discuss the escape plan. To hell with it. I finally got out to have some fun, and you keep calling me back? Just because you say so? Aja slurred, his face aflame with anger. Among the Yunnan trio, he was the leader, but it was always the second brother Tony who called the shots, and he had long harbored resentment towards this. Yet he had kept it to himself until now. Bang! Witnessing Jia Ji's unreasonable outburst, Ahu threw a punch, subtly implying, Jagu, wake up. It's time to leave. Just as Aja was about to retaliate in fury, hearing it's time to leave made his expression shift. He immediately dropped his fists and looked at his underlings. You all keep having fun. Ahu and I will step outside for a moment. With that, the two departed. Follow them. Gao Zhu discarded Gao Shiba and, accompanied by Gao Jin and the old ghost ship owner, left. Soon, Gao Zhu and his companions trailed behind Aja and Ahu to the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. No one followed us, right? Upon seeing Aja and Ahu, Tony descended from a shabby boat, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Tony, don't worry, everything is fine. Aja replied with a smile. By the way, where's Hua Sheng? Aren't we bringing him along? Tony had a certain admiration for Hua Sheng. He was capable, bold, and had earned his trust. That kid is a cop. If it weren't for second brother's caution, we would have already been surrounded by the police. Ahu scoffed. Jagu, Ahu, we three brothers are family. Outsiders cannot be trusted. Tony stepped forward and gently patted the shoulders of the two individuals, expressing his heartfelt sentiments before announcing, "Let us proceed. Our vessel will soon arrive." At that very moment, Gaozu and Gaojin emerged from the underbrush, raising their AKs and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Intruders. Ahu, with his back turned to Tony and his companion, sensed the unfolding scene and, summoning all his strength, swiftly propelled the two towards the vehicle. However, as he attempted to charge forward like a hero of resistance, bullets pierced through the air, forcefully repelling his body. Shortly after, Gaozu executed a precise shot, striking Ahu squarely in the forehead. His body lurched backward, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, blood staining the earth crimson, a valiant sacrifice. Upon witnessing this, Azai, jolted from his stupor, gazed mournfully at Ahu's lifeless form. In a fit of rage, Azai brandished his large black star, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Tony, who cautioned, "Brother Jia, their firepower is overwhelming. Do not act recklessly." He too was engulfed in fury and confusion. The intensity of the gunfire was evidently not that of the police. Their plans had been meticulously laid out for the evening. How could they be subjected to such treachery? What on earth was happening? Time ticked away, and the bullets continued to rain down relentlessly. Neither Tony nor Azai dared to reveal themselves. Amidst the night, the only sounds that pierced the silence were the clashing of car doors against the bullets. The vehicle was on the verge of buckling under the pressure, at risk of being obliterated at any moment. Recognizing the dire situation, Tony gritted his teeth, seized the large black star from Azai's hand, and tossed it aside in a gesture of surrender. Observing this, Gaozu broke into a smile and signaled Gaojin to cease fire. "Tony, we are men of Brother Shan. We come to inquire about your goods. Come out with your hands on your head." Chapter 26. The Bloodbath of the Yunnan Gang. Establishing the triad of the Kowloon group. Targeting Kowloon warehouse. Tony and Azai exchanged glances. At that moment, despite their discontent, they found themselves with no other choice. Following Gaozu's instructions, they exited the vehicle and approached Ahu's corpse. "Where's Ashen? Bring him out. Damn it, you've killed my brother. Are you insane? And using an AK? Have you lost your minds?" Tony glared coldly at Gaozu and Gaojin, demanding answers. "Brother Shan has no time for your nonsense. What about the payment for the goods? You haven't kept it for yourselves, have you?" Gaozu had no patience for the two of them and pressed directly for answers. "The seas are tumultuous. The goods have not yet reached Yunnan. We'll have to wait a few more days. When the time comes, Brother Shan will receive his due." Tony replied nonchalantly. As long as they weren't engaging in treachery against each other, and certainly not enemies, he believed they could navigate this situation. With 80 million worth of goods as leverage, he was confident they would not dare to take drastic measures against them. "Damn it, every time we send goods, it's either a storm or rain. It's been months. Are you delivering to the moon?" Gaozu feigned a humble demeanor. "Brother, let us not speak carelessly. The risks of venturing out to sea are significant. It's normal for delays. Go back and inform Ashen that within 3 days, I will settle the payment." Tony feigned calmness. "There's no need to settle. ISNT it all right here in the boat." At that moment, from within the dilapidated vessel, the old ghost emerged, holding several bulging duffel bags. "Damn it. You've been playing me." Upon recognizing the ship's captain, Tony immediately realized that Gaozu and his companion were not affiliated with Ashen. "Playing you? Tony, I haven't even settled the score from tonight with you yet. You thought you could use the water police to eliminate me, and then attempt to double-cross. Did you not anticipate that I would not only deal with the water police, but also arrive here?" "Ha!" The old ghost, brandishing the large black star, leaped onto the sandy ground, enunciating each word. "You tried to steal without success. How pitiful. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, but I, the yellow sparrow, have my eyes on you." His words pierced Tony and Azai like silver needles, igniting their fury. This time, it was indeed a fruitless endeavor. As gunfire erupted, blood stained the sand, and the two fell. The combat prowess of Tony and his brothers was formidable, yet all three were fiercely independent, rendering the likelihood of submission nearly non-existent. Thus, Gaozu showed no mercy. "Old ghost, I leave the bodies of the three to you. See to it that they are disposed of cleanly." With that, Gaozu and Gaojin made their way toward the ship's cabin, departing with bundles of cash in hand. Simultaneously, at the stronghold of the Yunnan gang, Li Wang led over 30 shadow soldiers in a direct assault, resulting in a brutal massacre. The following morning, in Causeway Bay, an unexpected group arrived at the police station. Judging by their attire, they included not only their superior, but also members of the water police. Chen Guozhong and Ma Jun were summoned to the office, where they faced a barrage of accusations from a group of foreign officers. Last night, the Yunnan gang was wiped out. What do you have to say aside from it's under investigation? How are we supposed to explain this to our superiors? How will we address the media? Damn it. Their superior picked up an ashtray, seemingly ready to smash it over the heads of Ma Jun and Chun. While we lack evidence linking the Yunnan gang to the murders of the water police last night, I believe we can place the blame squarely on the Yuan gang. Chun Guozhong, ever the intellectual, quickly connected the two events. His proposal served the interests of all parties involved. Ultimately, the Yuan gang would bear the brunt of the blame. Good idea. After a moment of contemplation, the water police chief nodded in agreement and sincerely remarked, when it comes to self-interest, self-preservation, and job security, far outweigh justice. With the police chief's endorsement, even the white uniformed superior acquiesced. In truth, they had all been thinking along the same lines, albeit unable to voice it openly due to their high positions. Clearly, Chun Guozhong understood them well. Go on, ensure that matters are handled impeccably. The efficiency of the police station was remarkable. They swiftly placed the blame on the Yuan gang, announcing the capture of Brother Jia and his brothers, garnering unanimous acclaim from the citizens of Hong Kong. Upon seeing this news, Gaozu merely smiled faintly. Just as he had anticipated, the shamelessness of the foreigners was unchangeable, and the blame was firmly placed on the Yuan gang. As with the demise of Brother Jia and his companions, they would never have the opportunity to redeem themselves. The ultimate beneficiary, of course, was Gaozu himself, who calculated the earnings from the previous night, an impressive sum exceeding $1 billion. Truly, the notorious Yuan gang had something to offer. However, this did not signify that Gaozu was content. The Yuan gang had control over various maritime businesses in Causeway Bay, along with multiple speedboats and a cargo ship. Moreover, the establishments of the Yuan gang were ripe for the taking. Nevertheless, Gaozu had not yet sent anyone to act. After all, such a substantial piece of meat had drawn the attention of other organizations as well. Once these groups engaged in mutual destruction, he could step in to claim victory. The spoils he acquired could not be devoured by others. Whoever dared to take them would have to regurgitate them. At present, Gaozu possessed not only men but also numerous boats and a significant financial base. It was time to elevate the Kowloon fisheries towards a path of growth and strength. Otherwise, with over 1,000 subordinates solely relying on the fisheries company, they would surely face dire straits. At noon, Gaozu, in his personal capacity, approached the Bureau of Commerce and Management to apply for the qualifications of a tripartite joint venture company under the name of a fisheries enterprise. This application encompassed the functions of 3 distinct sectors: fisheries, shipping, and maritime transport. Initially, Gaozu lacked the qualifications to pursue such a corporate credential. However, as an old adage wisely states, money can make the devil push the millstone. The official, adopting a mindset of seizing an opportunity, facilitated the process for Gaozu. From his perspective, Gaozu's aspirations were nothing short of fanciful. How could someone who struggled to manage a fisheries company even think of delving into shipping, let alone maritime operations? Such dreams were akin to a toad yearning to consume swan meat. Sheer folly. Undeterred by the staff's mockery, Gaozu remained unfazed. Having been a diligent worker in his past life, he had encountered countless disparaging glances and individuals. He had weathered far worse. A small concession could lead to grander schemes. Time would bear witness to his resolve. Having secured the business license, Gaozu proceeded to lease 3 floors in an office building known as Kowloon Plaza, located not far from the Tsim Sha Tsui Pier. He even hung a grand sign proclaiming the establishment of Kowloon Group. Although the company was now operational, it lacked adequate accounting staff and personnel. Of course, he could only engage in fisheries for the time being, as he was not yet equipped to venture into shipping or maritime trade. The only individual capable of such feats was likely the wealthiest tycoon on Hong Kong Island, the king of chartering. Nonetheless, he was in no rush. He would take his time. Soon, Gaozu summoned Ague, instructing him to recruit some accountants. Meanwhile, he sat in his office contemplating how to secure the Tsim Sha Tsui cargo terminal and set Kowloon Group on a stable course. To rely solely on his current business would require at least 6 months, if not longer. Given the scale of the Tsim Sha Tsui terminal, it was valued at a minimum of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. What a daunting task. Furthermore, it was a property of one of the 4 major trading houses, Jardine Matheson. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Gaozu. The Kowloon terminal encompassed 3 major docks: Kwun Tong, North Point, and the Tsim Sha Tsui terminal that Gaozu currently oversaw. If memory served him correctly, the king of chartering and Jardine Matheson had clashed over Kowloon, culminating in the legendary Kowloon Warehouse War. If he could carve out a share in this venture, particularly seizing the Tsim Sha Tsui terminal during this opportune moment, it would be remarkable. With this thought, a smile graced Gaozu's face. As it stood, there were merely 2 months left before the flames of the Kowloon conflict ignited. This meant that Gaozu should ideally enter the fray now, gradually acquiring shares in Kowloon Warehouse, and when the king of chartering, Li Jiaqing, surfaced, he could claim his share. However, his current funds amounted to approximately 1.6 billion. Of course, the funds from the doctor had yet to be accounted for and would take a few days to arrive. Moreover, most of this capital was derived from smuggling and was not legitimate, thus could not be placed in the spotlight. Otherwise, should the Hong Kong government discover it, he could find himself imprisoned for a long time. To transform illicit funds into legitimate ones, he could either collaborate with casinos in Macau for a swift conversion, albeit at a high cost, or partner with film companies and cinemas, which would take longer. By the time Kowloon Warehouse concluded, he might not even have the opportunity. At this moment, the television screen lit up with the image of Yi Qiu. Chapter 27. Yi Qiu, the tycoon, launders 600 million. Invest in Kowloon Warehouse. The beautiful Wang Fengyi. Huh, Yi Qiu? Gaozu rubbed his nose. What a surprise. This young man had suddenly transformed into one of Hong Kong Island's outstanding entrepreneurs. A wealthy magnate and philanthropist. Moreover, he had launched a company with a market value exceeding 2 billion. Remarkable. Gaozu couldn't help but admire the speed of Yi Qiu's ascent. However, Gaozu understood that Yi Qiu had spent 8 years in prison plotting his return to respectability and had borrowed $40 million from the doctor. With assistance from various brothers in different industries, his achievements were not entirely unexpected. An idea sparked in Gaozu's mind. Once the transaction with the doctor, involving $90 million was successfully completed, he would enlist Yi Qiu's help to launder his funds, and then he could invest in Kowloon Warehouse. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Soon. 10 days passed. The turf battle in Causeway Bay involving the Yuan Nam gang reached a conclusion. After fierce competition, it was ultimately secured by Chun Haonan under the leadership of the formidable Hongxing boss B. Likewise, during this 10-day period, Gaozu's arms business with the doctor advanced significantly. The doctor had preemptively transferred the $90 million. Gaozu arranged for 30,000 AK rifles to be delivered in batches. Additionally, he requested the doctor to connect him with liquor suppliers. Within a day, the doctor found several partners willing to collaborate with Gaozu. For their first cooperation, they sought international high-end liquor valued at $30 million. The old ghost captain had already set sail with the goods, accompanied by Tony Jia, who was specifically requested by the old ghost, and Gaozu naturally did not refuse. Gaozu then arrived at Kowloon Group, where over 10 accountants had been recruited, each one a stunning beauty. Among them, one exceptional woman caught Gaozu's attention. Upon further inquiry, he discovered her name was Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi? Gaozu narrowed his eyes, quickly recalling her background. She hailed from the Red Flower Pavilion. Played by Wang Zuxian, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Regrettably, in the film, she met a tragic fate at the hands of the scoundrel He Shichang. A returnee with an impressive education, why would she choose to work at my company? Gaozu set down her resume, gazing at Wang Fengyi, whose professional attire accentuated her allure. Yet, she was not an ordinary individual. Her father was a notable figure. Having established a gang in Causeway Bay known as the Red Flower Society, it could be said that Wang Fengyi was the belle of the Red Flower Society. Joining his newly founded company seemed rather beneath her. I've just returned from abroad and wish to gain some practical experience to enhance my skills, Wang Fengyi said, her lips parting in a smile. Ah, so that was it. Gaozu relaxed his guard slightly upon hearing this. It appeared that Wang Fengyi had yet to involve herself in the Red Flower Society's business or become embroiled in gang conflicts. You can work here. I won't treat you poorly, Gaozu said, smiling gently at Wang Fengyi, increasingly pleased with her presence. For now, familiarize yourself with the relevant operations, particularly in shipping and maritime trade. If you excel, I'll promote you to supervisor. Currently, Kowloon Group only possessed data and information related to the fisheries sector, but Gaozu intended to expand into shipping and maritime trade in the future. Talented individuals in this field were scarce, with many already employed by the king of chartering. Therefore, nurturing talent in advance was crucial. All right, I will certainly put in my best effort, Wang Fengyi replied enthusiastically. At that moment, Yi Qiu, whom Gaozu had not seen in a long time, arrived. Observing the decor of Kowloon Group and the presence of Wang Fengyi and others, Yi Qiu broke into a knowing smile. Upon seeing Gaozu, Yi Qiu beamed and approached him for an embrace. Congratulations, Yi Qiu, you've made it to TVB. From now on, I shall refer to you as Yi the Tycoon, High Ancestor remarked with a playful tone. Ha ha, brother Ancestor, you flatter me. Nevertheless, to be quite honest, why not join me in my endeavors? There's no need for you to engage in smuggling. The risks are considerable, and the profits meager, Yi Qiu stated earnestly as he took a seat, gazing at High Ancestor. After all, High Ancestor is his savior, a debt of gratitude he has always cherished. Now that he is on the rise, he certainly would not forget High Ancestor. Everyone has their own path to tread. High Ancestor did not elaborate further, his words succinct. He understood that Yi Qiu meant well, yet he also believed that one must take control of their own life, for that is the undeniable truth. Very well. Yi Qiu nodded and then inquired, by the way, you mentioned on the phone that you had something to discuss. What is it? Help me launder 600 million. High Ancestor flicked away the ash from his cigarette and replied. Excluding the funds provided by the organization, his current asset scale is approximately 6 billion. The remaining 60 million will not be laundered. It will be reserved for paying the salaries of the younger brothers. However, this 600 million must be laundered. Only then can it be invested in Kowloon warehouse. Yet, this moment truly tests Yi Chio's capabilities and loyalty. Laundering 600 million is no simple task. Alright, no problem. Yi Chio did not hesitate, agreeing immediately and even appearing quite pleased. High Ancestor's ability to launder signifies his desire to pursue legitimate avenues. By the way, what do you intend to do with these funds? Yi Chio was aware he ought not to ask, but he couldn't help but inquire. Invest in Kowloon warehouse. High Ancestor disclosed without reservation. Kowloon warehouse. You're looking to delve into finance. Yi Chio furrowed his brow, incredulous as he stared at High Ancestor. You a gangster? Dabbling in finance? Isn't that akin to throwing money away? How much are you planning to invest? All in. At that moment, Yi Chio instinctively froze. What a bold declaration, delivered with conviction. Do you understand finance? 600 million Hong Kong dollars, worth $1.2 billion US dollars. You claim you want to go all in? Care to join? Don't say I didn't take you along for the ride. High Ancestor said with a knowing look. Spare me, I dare not touch finance. For I would be left destitute. Yi Chio responded helplessly, though his demeanor became more intense. Had he known this lad intended to invest in finance, he would have never agreed. However, a spoken word is like a daughter married off, impossible to take back. Moreover, they are brothers. He could only rationalize it as supporting High Ancestor's entrepreneurial venture, should it fail. When? High Ancestor inquired eagerly. The sooner they enter Kowloon warehouse, the greater the advantage. For the current stock price is not high, merely 15 Hong Kong dollars. By then, they would have the upper hand in securing a chance at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Have your people coordinate with mine. I will transfer the funds in the name of investing in your Kowloon group. It can be settled by tonight. Seeing High Ancestor's urgency, Yi Chio immediately responded. Good. High Ancestor exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, saving this lad was not in vain. Quite the support, remarkably so. By the way, my people are outside and can coordinate now. Once the discussions were nearing completion, Yi Chio finally said. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chio's trusted brothers entered, carrying various bags and items, evidently well prepared. Yi Chio, you are too courteous. High Ancestor remarked nonchalantly. Also noting these individuals, Yi Chio promptly introduced them to High Ancestor. There were 5 in total: the renowned journalist Su Ziliang, lawyer Ma Xueran, financial manager LV Wenwei, followed by Achi and Big Bear. These were once Yi Chio's comrades in arms, now transformed into the upper echelon of Yi Chio's company. One cannot deny Yi Chio's capabilities. Meanwhile, the newcomers looked at High Ancestor with a hint of disdain. They found it incomprehensible why Yi Chio would treat High Ancestor with such deference, addressing him as Brother Ancestor, which irked them. Xueran, please coordinate with this lady and transfer the company's 600 million funds. After the introductions, Yi Chio fixed his gaze on Ma Xueran. 600 million? Ma Xueran expressed disbelief, then seriously replied. Brother Yi, our company has just gone public. If we withdraw 600 million, any unforeseen circumstances could cause the stock market to collapse. Indeed, Brother Yi, that's not feasible. LV Wenhui concurred. I've investigated this company, and it only has a fishing project. It's not worthy of our investment. What is this? Now that everyone has gained some status, do my words no longer carry weight? Yi Chio turned to glare at them, his tone stern. Very well. I shall take care of it. Seeing Yi Chio's anger, Ma Xueran quickly acquiesced. Soon, the group left with Wang Fengyi. Your brothers truly care for you. High Ancestor offered a cigarette, saying, it can be said that Yi Chio's crew is well equipped and wholly devoted to their tasks. Brother Ancestor, don't mind it. Yi Chio accepted the cigarette from High Ancestor, saying, no worries. High Ancestor replied, inhaling deeply. Before 4 p.m., both parties finalized the draft contract. Simultaneously, Yi Chio's company promptly transferred 600 million to the Kowloon Fisheries account. High Ancestor also handed Yi Chio the 600 million in illicit cash. Witnessing this scene, Ma Xueran and the others' expressions softened considerably. Exchanging cash for cash was acceptable. At worst, they could launder it again. After bidding farewell to Yi Chio and his entourage, High Ancestor departed Kowloon Fisheries, heading to Causeway Bay. Soon, they arrived at a financial bond company, where the entire 600 million was invested in Kowloon Warehouse. High Ancestor had but one request, to gradually acquire Kowloon Warehouse stocks until the 600 million was entirely spent. The bond company's manager, Xiao Anna, was somewhat speechless. After years in finance, it was her first time encountering such a brazen investor like High Ancestor. Without even inquiring about the state of Kowloon Warehouse, he directly invested 600 million. Kowloon Warehouse, with a market price of 15 Hong Kong dollars, has already been deemed a worthless stock. Had it not been for Jardine Matheson's support, it would have exited the stock market long ago. You seriously invested 600 million, my friend. You don't think that with the stock price at 15 Hong Kong dollars, it will appreciate in the future, do you? The kicker is that High Ancestor also expects her to cautiously acquire shares, fearing that Jardine Matheson would catch wind of it. Truly overkill for a small issue. However, this was merely her personal opinion. She dared not voice it in front of High Ancestor. As clients like him are rare, one might not encounter such a major client in a decade. Whether High Ancestor profits or incurs losses, she would still have her performance metrics. Chapter 28. Establishing a stronghold in Causeway Bay. Aiming to take down Chun Haonan's ally, Big Head. The plane has arrived. That evening, dozens of Toyota Hiace vans arrived at the Causeway Bay territory of the Yuan Nam gang, which now belonged to Chun Haonan. As the Sea Lions arrived, a procession of individuals descended, each brandishing specially crafted rebar, all clad in striking suits. After all, the suits worn at the scene were anything but inexpensive. They easily cost several hundred Hong Kong dollars, with mid-range options around 3,000 and high-end pieces starting at no less than tens of thousands. Uniformly driving Toyota Hiaces, wielding identical weapons, and dressed in matching attire, they embodied the essence of following their leader. With the arrival of figures like Feng Yuxiu, Gao Jin, and Li Wang, the onlookers quickly grasped the situation. It was clear that a fierce confrontation was imminent, prompting them to steer clear. Concurrently, the members of the Hongxing gang stationed at the venue took notice. Damn it, another bunch of blind fools daring to cause trouble at our Brother B's turf. Utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us crush these lowlifes. A few tattooed youths enjoying barbecue at a roadside stall observed the unfolding scene and promptly rallied their comrades. Soon, hordes of short-haired ruffians surged onto the streets, exuding an intimidating presence, brandishing blades, smashing bricks, and striking walls, with hairstyles ranging from crew cuts to mohawks in an array of vibrant colors. Their attire left much to be desired, some bare-chested, others in sleeveless tops, showcasing an assortment of bizarre outfits. In stark contrast to Gao Jin and his crew, they resembled a band of outlaws against a disciplined army, a true testament to what it means to be a disorganized mob. This territory belongs to our brother Zhu. If you wish to live, scram. Li Wang stepped forward, gripping his rebar and pointing at the Hongxing members, uttering in a calm yet menacing tone. Which gang are you from? Daring to act wild in our domain, you must have a death wish. Don't you realize this is Brother B's territory? Wise up and get lost, or I'll make sure you regret it. Brother Zhu, I'm your grandpa. A Hongxing member named Datu stepped forward. State your name, and I'll personally snap your neck. Li Wang's gaze turned icy as he regarded Datu. I'm your father, remember that? Datu retorted defiantly. Interesting. Li Wang chuckled lightly. Kill them. Feng Yuxiu, limping forward, resembled a fierce dragon charging forth. Within moments, the two factions clashed violently. This time, high stakes were involved as Gao Zhu was determined to seize control of the Yuanan gang's territory, deploying his most capable subordinates, including Gao Jin, and even mobilizing half of the manpower from the Yuanlong district to descend upon this location. Though they numbered around 300, it was more than sufficient to deal with Chun Haonan and his crew. In reality, the Yuanan gang's territory was relatively small, merely spanning 2 streets. After all, their operations revolved around smuggling, and their subordinates were all desperate individuals engaged in a perilous trade. They were either in hiding or on the run, living a transient existence. Had it not been for the presence of a dock here, the Tony brothers would never have established their base in Causeway Bay. Time passed swiftly, and with fewer than 200 of them, the Hongxing members were rendered utterly powerless in the face of Gao Jin and his forces, akin to newborn infants. This was an absolute display of overwhelming might. Within a mere 10 minutes, those who were meant to fall had succumbed, those who could flee had fled, and those who could cower had capitulated. The once arrogant Datu was treated like a mere plaything by Li Wang, who, seeing Datu in a half-conscious state, landed a punch squarely on his face. Li Wang had restrained his strength to avoid killing him. However, the pain would torment Datu until his demise. The following day, news of Gao Zhu's swift acquisition of the 2 streets in Causeway Bay spread like wildfire through the underworld. No one had anticipated that the territory Chun Haonan had fiercely defended for over 10 days would fall so effortlessly into Gao Zhu's hands. Chun Haonan was a well-known figure in the underworld, a prominent member of the Hongxing gang, renowned for his fighting skills and loyalty. Conversely, Gao Zhu was equally formidable, a rising star alongside the leader of the Lianxing gang. Although his standing in the underworld was higher than Chun Haonan's, both were dark horses with formidable backing, and everyone eagerly anticipated the sparks that would fly when these 2 titans clashed. In Causeway Bay, at the headquarters, Chun Haonan, just returned from the Wanwan district, was infuriated upon learning the news. He felt like cursing. Just as he was getting comfortable, the territory was snatched away. Brother Nan, it's confirmed that Datu has died at the hands of a man named Li Wang, who is associated with Gao Zhu and the Lianxing leader, reported Shanji, who had been gathering intelligence. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with sorrow. Datu was his dear brother. Little did he know that a trip to Wanwan would lead to such a heartbreaking separation. Gaozu, I'll be damned if I don't kill you. I'm not Chen Haonan, he roared, turning to retrieve a katana from his room, determined to exact revenge for his fallen brother. Brother Nan, don't act impulsively. Gaozu is now allied with the Lianxing leader, and they are well equipped. Perhaps we should wait for Brother B and Mr. Jiang to return before taking action. Shan Ji and others hurriedly restrained Chen Haonan, urging him to reconsider. Chen Haonan, upon hearing this, let out a frustrated roar towards the heavens before collapsing unconscious. As the underworld trembled, Gaozu personally arrived in Causeway Bay to take control of the 2 streets and the dock. The Tony brothers' 4 large speedboats and a cargo ship were seized by Gaozu. A new route for smuggling had just opened. Gaozu integrated the cargo ship and related operations into the Kowloon group. Wang Fengyi proved to be quite capable, efficiently handling the tasks at hand. To reward her, that evening, he took Wang Fengyi out shopping. After all, nothing beats the charm of beautiful women. Simultaneously, Gaozu utilized the goddess card on Wang Fengyi. As a result, her emotional value soared to 80, nearly reaching its peak. This made Gaozu ponder whether to take Wang Fengyi to a hotel that night. Surely, she wouldn't refuse. Right? Just then, a call from Jiao Wenlong interrupted Gaozu's thoughts. What's the matter? Gaozu inquired, stepping out of the milk tea shop and inhaling smoke. Brother Zhu, according to our investigation, someone named Feiji might be coming to kill you. Jiao Wenlong hurriedly relayed. He had been investigating Lin Bale for several days. Although Lin Bale had few acquaintances, Jiao Wenlong had scrutinized everyone who came into contact with him. It was only when he showed a photo to his subordinates that he realized Feiji was Lin Bale's covert assassin. Subsequently, he contacted a subordinate following Feiji, who provided him with Feiji's location. With Gaozu appearing in Causeway Bay, and Feiji also heading there, it was a perfect match. He immediately called to inform Gaozu. Upon hearing this, Gaozu pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. Where's Lin Bale? He just left Deng Bo's residence. Jiao Wenlong replied, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. Intercept him halfway and bring him to Feige Mountain in Causeway Bay. And don't forget about his son. Gaozu's eyes turned cold as he spoke matter-of-factly. Since this fellow sought an early demise, he couldn't be blamed. Just as he ended the call, a Santana came barreling toward Gaozu. Chapter 29. Why is it so difficult to kill Gaozu? Gaozu deftly sidestepped, causing the Santana to crash directly into the wall of the milk tea shop. The engine emitted a distressing cloud of smoke. At the same moment, bystanders hurriedly vacated the vicinity. Upon witnessing the panic-stricken Wang Fengyi, Gaozu cast a reassuring gaze her way, prompting her to feign calmness by crouching down. As the daughter of the Red Flower Society and a returee from abroad, she understood the silent message conveyed through Gaozu's eyes. However, her attention remained fixated upon him. Filled with anxiety, inside the cockpit, the pilot was disoriented from the impact, blood streaming down his forehead. Just as he began to regain his senses, he reached for his gun. In the next moment, Gaozu approached him, grasping his head and pressing down on his hand, feigning concern as he asked, "Are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance?" What went unnoticed was that Gaozu's body was forcefully pressing against the car door, causing it to warp. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from the pilot, yet his mind remained startlingly clear. Gazing at the close target, he attempted to draw his weapon. But Gaozu's grip was like a vice, rendering him powerless, and he felt a complete loss of sensation. This was because his shoulder had been dislocated by Gaozu. The pilot, a mere lackey all his life, thought it better to perish than to be toyed with by Lin Bale. Gaozu, observing the pilot's contorted face, taunted, "You're better off dead than being a pawn for Lin Bale." Without hesitation, Gaozu's body, as resilient as titanium, crumpled the car door inward. Simultaneously, he shoved the pilot forward, forcing him to witness the fragments of the steering wheel impale his chest. Amidst the intense agony, he lost consciousness. Satisfied with the chaos he had wrought, Gaozu casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it, only departing the scene with Wang Fengyi once the pilot had drawn his last breath. Upon escorting Wang Fengyi back to her residence, she insisted on inviting Gaozu inside for a moment. He concocted a casual excuse to decline. Atop Feige Mountain, shrouded in dense foliage, several SUVs stood parked on the lawn, their headlights illuminating the area as bright as day. In the midst of the lights, Lin Bale was bound tightly like a zongzi. Shortly after, Gaozu arrived in one of the SUVs. "Brother Lo, it's been a while," he said, cigarette in mouth, a smile gracing his lips. "It's you, Azu." Upon hearing the voice, the dark cloth covering Lin Bale's eyes was ripped away. The moment he laid eyes on Gaozu, a mix of shock, anger, and disbelief washed over him. He had thought it was the D coming to deal with him, only to find it was Gaozu, a person he had always dismissed. He even believed the pilot had been sent to eliminate Gaozu. "Surprised to see me?" I have some news for you. The pilot is dead. Gao Zu's declaration pierced Lin Bale's heart like a steel needle, causing him immense distress. He simply couldn't comprehend why Gao Zu was so difficult to eliminate. The pilot? I'm afraid I don't know him. Lin Bale retorted. Azu, why have you brought me here? You must remember, I am a candidate for the position of speaker. If you wish to avoid being hunted by the society, release me at once, and I shall consider this matter forgotten. Lin Bale's lofty warning dripped with threat. Completely oblivious to his current predicament. In truth, his perspective was not entirely unfounded. The hierarchy and regulations of the He Liansheng society were exceedingly strict. Any transgression against a superior was a grave offense, punishable by death if discovered. This was the essence of Deng Bo's leadership, ensuring his continued dominance. Otherwise, a man of Deng Bo's age, nearing his end, would find himself relegated to a children's table in any other society like Dongxing or Hongxing, unable even to partake in decision-making. Let us cut to the chase. Reveal the location of your hidden treasure, and I may consider sparing your life. Gao Zu stated directly, his gaze fixed on the obstinate Lin Bale. As a seasoned player in the game for decades, Lin Bale surely had reserves. Killing him was inevitable, but first, Gao Zu intended to extract every ounce of value from him. Azu, we are both members of the same society. Why escalate matters to this extent? Lin Bale bit down hard, his voice icy with veiled threats. Gao Zu could no longer tolerate the disdainful expression and attitude. He delivered a swift slap that left Lin Bale dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Do you truly think I, Gao Zu, fear you? If you wish to keep your son safe, you would do well to cooperate, or you know the consequences. Gao Zu rose, looking down at Lin Bale with a warning glare. At this, Lin Bale's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him. He then attempted to employ the same deceitful tactics he had used against the pilot. Azu, harm should not befall family. Your actions contradict the society's rules. Gao Zu touched his nose, realizing that it was not the pilot, but rather Deng Bo's influence that had deeply embedded itself within Lin Bale's mind. With resolve, Gao Zu seized a rebar and struck Lin Bale's thigh, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed throughout the mountain. You fail to grasp reality, Lin Bale. Let us not even discuss your prospects of becoming the speaker. What if you do? You dare provoke me repeatedly? Even if the king of hell himself came, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Lin Bale, drenched in sweat from the pain, endured several more blows from Gao Zu. Yet he still refused to divulge the location of his hidden funds, displaying commendable grit. Jiao Wenlong, bring him forth. Gao Zu commanded, narrowing his eyes and discarding the rebar. In the next moment, Jiao Wenlong brought forth a blindfolded young boy. Upon seeing his son, Lin Bale, without waiting for Gao Zu to speak, lamented, All right, I'll talk. Quickly, Lin Bale revealed the location of his hidden stash. 30 million? Gao Zu blinked in surprise. This was somewhat expected, given that the flower business was a mainstay of the He Liansheng society. However, most profits had to be surrendered to the society, as Deng Bo monopolized the flower trade. To profit, one had to adhere to the rules. It was only due to Didi's audacity in secretly establishing channels that he had managed to thrive and stand out from the rest. This was a source of great displeasure for Deng Bo. Otherwise, the position of speaker would have long been Didi's. Half an hour later, Gao Jin made a call, reporting that 30 million in cash had been seized from a nearby neighborhood. I have one final question for you, and then you and your son may leave. Gao Zu hung up the phone, turning to Lin Bale. Everything you've done was at Deng Bo's behest, correct? Yes, to save himself and his son. Lin Bale had no choice but to confess the truth. Gao Zu personally untied Lin Bale. All right, take your son and go. Good. Lin Bale, limping, approached his son, just about to touch his face when, in the next moment, Jiao Wenlong produced a silenced pistol. With 2 muffled gunshots, it was all over. Dispose of the bodies, and ensure no traces are left behind. Gao Zu instructed Jiao Wenlong and the others with a calm demeanor. He never once considered letting Lin Bale go. Just as Gao Zu was about to get into his car and leave, he noticed some flickering lights not far away. After a moment, the lights ceased. Frowning, Gao Zu cautiously made his way toward the woods. Soon, he arrived at the source of the light. From a distance of 60 meters, he spotted several individuals. In front of a red sports car, a young girl with an air of defiance was surrounded by a group of thugs who were bullying her. Chapter 30. A hero saves the beauty. Daoist Nen flees in disarray. The thugs were familiar to Gao Zu, Chen Haonan, Shanji, and the notorious Detian Air Wu brothers, who had once ruled Ziyun Mountain with an iron fist, famously known as the 5 Tigers of Ziyun Mountain. The young girl was unmistakably the stuttering girl he had encountered earlier. What do you want from me? The stuttering girl asked, her words stumbling over one another. We want to force you to do a few things you might enjoy, Shanji leered, his gaze fixated on her with a sinister smile. The expressions of Detian and his companions were even more lascivious than those of a rapist. The stuttering girl shrank back in fear. her pitiable demeanor inciting even more raucous laughter from the group. On the hood of the MR2 red sports car, Chun Haonan pinched a cigarette between his fingers, rubbing his temples as he observed the stuttering girl with a bemused smile. Help! Help! Someone please! As she saw Shanji and the others about to lay their hands on her, the stuttering girl screamed in terror. Ha ha ha, scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Tonight, TSK, TSK, TSK. Shanji chuckled. In truth, they had no intention of seriously harming the girl. They merely wished to teach her a lesson for stealing their brother Nan's MR2. It would not be so easy to let it slide. At that moment, Gaozu emerged from the bushes, declaring, "Dare to touch my woman? Do you have a death wish?" Seeing injustice, he drew his sword to save her. Gaozu was acting on behalf of righteousness. Yet, truthfully, he was simply enamored by the stuttering girl's charm. Especially in such a predicament, stepping up to perform a heroic rescue would surely win her heart. Shanji turned to see a stranger standing there, completely disregarding him, and issued a warning. Get lost, or you'll regret it. If you know what's good for you, pretend you didn't see anything, or I'll kill you. Get out of here and mind your own business. De Tian brandished a machete at Gaozu. What did you just say? At that moment, Chun Haonan stepped forward, coldly inquiring. While it was true the girl had stolen his car, he had already allowed her to steal his heart. Now, a man, one even more handsome than himself, was claiming her as his own. Chun Haonan was not pleased and felt a surge of jealousy. She is my woman. Gaozu replied nonchalantly. I'm giving you an opportunity. Leave at once. Who the hell do you think you are? The one who should leave is you. Shanji and his gang advanced menacingly toward Gaozu. I am Gaozu, the one who took down your gang, and the one who killed your brother, Datu. You don't recognize me? Gaozu could not help but chuckle lightly. Even mentioning Datu, knowing well that he was Chun Haonan's close friend, it was essential to provoke Chun Haonan. Indeed, as soon as Gaozu finished speaking, Chun Haonan's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing he could slay Gaozu on the spot. Shanji and the others were equally furious. They turned and retrieved gleaming knives from the trunk of the MR2, with Shanji advancing toward Gaozu, brandishing his machete. You scoundrel! Heaven has a path you refuse to take, and hell has no door you come knocking on. Today, I shall sever your head in tribute to Datu's spirit. Gaozu chuckled lightly, further inciting Shanji's fury as he lunged forward with his machete. Chun Haonan, inexplicably stirred, blocked Shanji and the others' advance. Lighting a cigarette while his gaze remained icy on Gaozu. Your woman? You probably don't even know who she is. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling of unease washed over him. He had to clarify matters, otherwise, he would not be able to sleep that night. As for Data's vengeance, that could wait until after he had settled this issue with Gaozu. After all, Gaozu was merely one man. Gaozu rubbed his nose. Bemused that at such a critical moment, Chun Haonan still had the audacity to question his relationship with the stuttering girl. Truly, he was a fool who refused to let go of his misfortune. However, since Chun Haonan had asked, he might as well respond. So tell me, are you my girl? Yes, I am Gao Ji's girl. The stuttering girl replied without hesitation, nodding earnestly. As a street-savvy young woman, she had certainly heard of Gaozu's reputation. In light of Chun Haonan's despicable actions, she was more inclined to align herself with Gaozu, for he was her only hope for salvation. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan's face turned a ghastly shade, his heart aching as though pierced by 1,000 arrows, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Gaozu. Kill him. Avenge Datu. Chun Haonan declared coldly, raising his machete. Suddenly, several vehicles resembling tiger heads appeared on the downhill path, halting Shanji and the others in their tracks as they turned to look. Gao Gu, Jiao Wenlong and his companions disembarked and promptly approached Gaozu. These fools are quite the fools. Kill them. Gaozu nodded slightly. Jiao Wenlong and his companions turned their attention to Chun Haonan's group and charged at them. Outnumbered, Chun Haonan was not foolish. He quickly retreated with Shanji and the others. However, they were too slow, and the windows of the MR2 were shattered by Jiao Wenlong and his crew. What a bunch of cowards! Jiao Wenlong remarked in disbelief as he watched Chun Haonan and his gang flee in disarray. Wow, Gao Gu, you're incredible. I adore you for scaring off Chun Haonan. The stuttering girl exclaimed, rising to embrace Gaozu excitedly. I've helped you so much. How will you thank me? Gaozu gazed down at her, responding coolly, well, let us just say I'll treat you to some barbecue. I'll take you to eat barbecue, Gao Gu. The stuttering girl quickly replied. Though her personality was bright, and she had been captivated by Gaozu's heroic act, Jiao Wenlong was present, and they had just met. She couldn't express her feelings outright. Everything required a process. You all should head back now. With that, Gaozu embraced the stuttering girl and got into the car. Departing. Throughout the journey, the stuttering girl gushed about Gaozu's exploits, her admiration palpable, and soon she reminisced about earlier events, eager to offer herself in gratitude. Alas, I'm with Fei Hong, she lamented after praising him. All right, then come with me. I guarantee you'll have a lavish life. As for Fei Hong, if he dares to come, I'll kill him. Gao Zhu, fully aware of the young girl's intentions, stated decisively. Really? Gao Gu. The stuttering girl's face lit up with joy as she gazed expectantly at him. The more she gazed, the faster her little heart raced. It was one thing to possess strength, but to be so strikingly handsome was another matter entirely. The crux of the matter was that the moment she thought of the appearance of Gao Zhu earlier, her heart melted. Indeed, with a fleeting smile, Gao Zhu turned the car around and said, eating barbecue is rather dull. Let me take you to a hotel. At his words, the stuttering girl's face flushed. That sounds great. Chapter 31. Gao Zhu is a harbinger of doom. Fei Hong is on the verge of tears. The next day, Fei Hong, having acquired news from an unknown source, arrived early in Sim Sha Sui with the group, intent on seeking justice for the delicate girl. Just as Gao Zhu and the stuttering girl returned from the hotel, they crossed paths with Fei Hong. Gao Zhu, what do you mean by this? You snatched my sister away. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Upon seeing Gao Zhu, Fei Hong immediately adopted a posture of defiance. Although he was aware that his capabilities paled in comparison to Gao Zhu's, one must maintain an imposing presence in this world. Besides, he was in the right. In the realm of the Underworld, he had the justification. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Gao Zhu, with the stuttering girl nestled beside him, lit a cigarette and smiled with intrigue. Fei Hong did not respond to Gao Zhu, but instead fixed his gaze on the delicate girl. Did this rascal bully you last night? Speak boldly. I, Fei Hong, will protect you. No one dares to lay a finger on you. Brother Fei Hong, I didn't he? The delicate girl, recalling the events of the previous night, felt her face flush crimson. Didn't he? Are you certain of that? Fei Hong paused, his tone cooling with a strong undertone of warning. He had come specifically to confront them. Yet the stuttering girl was not cooperating at all. No, Brother Zhu treated me very well, the delicate girl murmured softly, blinking her eyes. Fei Hong clenched his fists, rendered momentarily speechless. With this lack of evidence, he could not extort Gao Zhu. After a moment's hesitation, Fei Hong stepped forward, intending to take the delicate girl away. Come. Return with me. Hey, do you think you can come and go as you please? Gao Zhu firmly grasped the hand that was about to touch the stuttering girl and said coldly, I'm here to take my sister home. Do you have a problem with that? Fei Hong's expression soured, and he gritted his teeth. In the next instant, a group of minions surrounded them, each one looking fierce and brandishing weapons, clearly having come prepared. Do you all wish for death? At that moment, Gao Jin approached, having been counting goods, while the minions, shedding their work attire, gathered around. In the blink of an eye, they amassed a formidable crowd of at least 100. The 30 or so men brought by Fei Hong found themselves encircled, their arrogance swiftly extinguished. Damn it, were these not mere workers? How did they transform so drastically upon removing their uniforms? Ahem, Brother Zhu, let us discuss this calmly. Fei Hong forced an awkward and fearful smile. From now on, the delicate girl will be my woman, and she has no affiliation with your Fei Hong gang. Get lost. Gao Zhu retracted his hand and said nonchalantly, that hardly adheres to the rules of the Underworld, does it? Fei Hong glared at Gao Zhu, wishing he could strike him down. In response, Gao Zhu swiftly delivered a sidekick, sending Fei Hong sprawling. For thugs like Fei Hong, the only options were to be eliminated or subdued. Otherwise, they would only continue to boast. Gao Jin and the others swiftly joined in, surrounding and beating up the 30 or so men. In mere minutes, Fei Hong's crew was left battered and bruised, kneeling and begging for mercy, with Fei Hong himself receiving particularly harsh treatment, his pleas the loudest in the crowd. Now does this align with the rules of the Underworld? Gao Zhu seized Fei Hong by the collar, a dispassionate smile on his lips. Why yes it does. It is a great honor for the delicate girl to be with Brother Zhu. From today onward, she is no longer associated with us. Fei Hong stammered. At that moment, he dared not challenge Gao Zhu any further. Scram, don't provoke me, or I'll send you to the depths of despair. With that, Gao Zhu led the stuttering girl into the Kowloon Fisheries Company. Fei Hong and his gang left in disgrace, their spirits dampened. What had begun as a confident excursion ended with them returning home unrecognizable. The key was that this humiliation was one they had to swallow. They were no match for Gao Zhu. By the way, isn't your Fei Hong gang involved in thievery? Once seated, Gao Zhu suddenly recalled the nature of Fei Hong gang's operations. Oh yes. The stuttering girl leaned against Gao Zhu, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. How much stock do you have? Gao Zhu continued his inquiry. Thievery was inherently illegal. For Fei Hong gang to resell, they needed someone to take it off their hands, especially luxury cars, which were their primary targets. The profits were substantial. Generally speaking, if Fei Hong and his crew managed to resell a luxury car worth $1 million, they could earn over 400,000. In a poor market, 20 to 30,000 was still feasible. After all, these items were obtained without cost, and they would sell if the price was right. However, Gao Zhu could control this profit margin to exceed 50. After all, he operated in the foreign market. Otherwise, he would not stoop to dealing in such paltry sums on Hong Kong Island. To put it bluntly, it was better to carve out a territory instead. 1 Ferrari, 6 Hummers, 2 Porsches, 8 BMW M3s, and a Santana. There are also several luxury watches, including Rolexes, the Black Submariner, and Swiss models. Not to mention a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels. The stuttering girl recounted eagerly. Quite impressive. The total value exceeds 10 million. Gao Zhu squinted, astonished by the wealth of Fei Hong gang. However, wealth is merely superficial. If it cannot be moved, it holds no value. Brother Zhu, what are your intentions? The stuttering girl snapped back to reality, unable to contain her curiosity. Fei Hong has no market. I do. Gao Zhu chuckled softly. That evening, the entire Fei Hong gang was subdued by Gao Zhu's men, who had also come to the scene. Fei Hong, wrapped in white cloth, lay on the ground, with new bruises marking the areas covered by the fabric. Brother Zhu, I haven't wronged you, so why are you here again? Fei Hong, teetering on the edge of despair, felt his dignity shattered after being humiliated earlier in the day, and now Gao Zhu had returned to deliver yet another beating. Seriously, are you out of your mind? You are nothing but a harbinger of doom. Yet, these words remained locked within his heart, unspoken. Do not be so frightened. I'm not here to cause you trouble this time, Gao Zhu declared, kicking a chair towards Fei Hong. Fei Hong sniffled, fear evident in his eyes as he glanced at Gao Zhu. Sit, Gao Jin said coolly. Reluctantly, Fei Hong rose, dragging his battered body to the chair, each step feeling like a marathon. Brother Zhu, how do you wish to cooperate? Fei Hong inquired immediately. Simple, you continue your business as usual, but you must hand over everything you acquire to me. I want to exploit you. I will buy whatever I deem valuable at 10% of the price. Gao Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke. 10%. Fei Hong's anger flared at the mere mention of that figure, nearly prompting him to curse aloud. Although his goods were obtained through dubious means, they were nonetheless sold at over 20 times their estimated value. For instance, Chun Haonan's MR2, a newly purchased vehicle valued at 40,000, equivalent to 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, would fetch at least 50,000 or even more if resold by Fei Hong. In their line of work, there are established rules. They would rather discard or smash the items than reduce their profit margin to 10. Engaging in such practices would not only tarnish their reputation, but also render the sale meaningless. A profit margin of 10 is not worth exposing oneself to risks, unless one is not in their right mind. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility that some individuals in dire need of money might choose such a course. Generally speaking, once the margin hits 10, there is nothing left to negotiate. What is the matter? You seem a bit dissatisfied, Gao Zhu remarked, raising an eyebrow as he offered a cigarette, inquiring leisurely. Chapter 32, Subduing Fei Hong. Taking down the big fool of Saigon. Smuggling luxury cars. The transformation of Lianqing. Look, Brother Zhu, it's not that I refuse to agree, but your offer of just 10 is simply too low. You know our line of work involves petty theft, and the risks are substantial. If we offer less to those below, they won't be inclined to work with us. Fei Hong lamented, accepting the cigarette and lighting it. That makes sense. All right, I'll raise it to 10. Gao Zhu responded. If you still don't agree, the Fei Hong gang might just have to change its name. He added thoughtfully. Fine, let us get to it. Fei Hong replied with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, those who recognize the times are true heroes. Gao Zhu continued, by the way. Little Stutter mentioned you have quite a bit of stock. Let me see it all. I'll take it off your hands since you won't be able to sell it anyway. Gao Zhu stood up, patting Fei Hong on the shoulder. Sure. Fei Hong immediately rose and led Gao Zhu to his secret hideout, all the while cursing Little Stutter in his mind. Having followed Gao Zhu for just one day, he had already sold out his own people completely. Truly, a case of forgetting one's roots after gaining a spouse. He now understood why he had caught Gao Zhu's attention. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts, where Fei Hong's secret hideout was located. Inside an abandoned, unfinished building, rows of cars were covered with white cloths. When Fei Hong lifted the cover, Gao Zhu was astonished. All the vehicles were pristine. Although there weren't many luxury brands, there were still over 10 vehicles, along with approximately 20 others. Exactly as Little Stutter had described, Fei Hong certainly had not been hiding his talents. I'll take all of these, at 20 times their estimated value, Gao Zhu said casually, not waiting for Fei Hong's response. Gao Jin, have someone come to take all this merchandise. Fei Hong touched his bruised nose, reluctant to speak. However, it was for the best. He hadn't dared to sell these items, and no one could take them off his hands. With Gao Zhu collecting them, he considered it a way to mitigate his losses. Besides the cars, do you have any gold, silver, jewelry, or precious stones? Gao Zhu turned and inquired. Yes. Take me there. Half an hour passed, and the cooperation between Gao Zhu and Fei Hong was remarkably pleasant. Gao Zhu estimated the total value of the various valuable items and cars to be over 15 million. While not a fortune, it still offered a substantial profit. Gao Zhu, embodying the traditional virtues of a resourceful individual, believed in accumulating little by little. Fei Hong, 20 is not my limit, as long as you perform well. I can offer you 30, 50, or even 80 in the future. Gao Zhu patted Fei Hong's shoulder, employing a bit of psychological persuasion. Then continued with a warning. Of course, should the police catch wind of this, I hope you can keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I cannot guarantee what Gao Jin might do to you. Brother Zhu, rest assured, in this line of work, our Fei Hong gang has a solid reputation for discretion. Fei Hong promptly assured him, then, with a glint in his eye, added, the big fool of Saigon is only slightly better than me. The big fool of Saigon. Gao Zhu squinted. Fei Hong had almost forgotten about this character. His business was similar to Fei Hong's. Although his profession was flawed, he was quite well known, even appearing on television, and held considerable power in Saigon, a force to be reckoned with. However, in Gao Zhu's eyes, he was merely a small crab. Fei Hong, tonight you will take your men to eliminate the big fool, take over his business and territory. With this plan in mind, Gao Zhu said with a smile. Fei Hong was easy to subdue, but dealing with someone like the big fool would require more effort. It would be more efficient to eliminate him and allow Fei Hong to take his place. Brother Zhu, Fei Hong hesitated, a bitter expression crossing his face as he opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. During its heyday, the Fei Hong gang had struggled against the big fool. Now, they were all being beaten down by Gao Jin and his associates. How could they confront him? Gao Jin and the others will assist you. Gao Zhu chuckled. With Brother Zhu's assurance, Fei Hong declared, tonight, I will surely take down the big fool. After all, he and the big fool had been arch-rivals for a long time, and he had long wished to eliminate him and monopolize the thieving business. With Gao Zhu's help, he finally had the chance. In the afternoon, Gao Zhu arrived at HSBC Shipping Company, spending 10 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase 3 container ships. This would ensure the safe transportation of various luxury vehicles overseas for sale. That evening, in Saigon, at the seafood market, the stronghold of the big fool, Fei Hong arrived with a group of younger brothers. Although Fei Hong was draped in white cloth, he could not conceal the aura of a gangster. Striding confidently into the center of the establishment, the big fool, who was enjoying a seafood hot pot, glanced up, dismissively eyeing Fei Hong before continuing to eat. Only after swallowing did he finally look up at Fei Hong and chuckle. Fei Hong, you look rather festive today. Who was so bold as to leave you looking like this? Ha ha. Quite a job well done. Fei Hong's expression darkened. Big brother fool, I'm here to collect a debt. You previously took 3 of my BMW M3s. I won't bother mentioning the rest. How do you wish to settle this? Do you have any evidence? Big fool replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. With so many cars in Kowloon, claiming I took 3 of your BMW M3s doesn't tea hold water. Hearing this, Fei Hong retorted, Big brother fool. Don't play dumb with me. We all know the facts. I'm asking you directly. My 3 BMW M3s are brand new, worth 200,000 each. That's 600,000 total. You said you would pay 200,000 each. It's been over a month now, so with interest, that's 250,000. Are you going to pay me today? With Gao Zhu backing him, Fei Hong spoke with arrogance, demanding both principal and interest. You must be out of your mind. How dare you be so brazen in my territory? If I refuse to pay, what will you do? Think your ragtag bunch can take me on? Get lost. Saigon doesn't welcome you. Big fool sneered, completely disregarding Fei Hong. Go to hell. Upon witnessing the contemptuous expression of the foolish giant, Fei Hong could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a table-flipping warrior, akin to a raven, and sent the table soaring through the air. Scalding water splashed upon the giant's body. At that moment, Gao Jin and others approached, and without any provocation, they brandished rebar, plunging into the crowd. Damn it, Fei Hong, you are truly courting disaster, he shouted as he fled, cursing while hastily pulling out his phone, preparing to dial for backup. Just then, Gao Jin executed a precise side kick, striking the giant squarely in the chest. The burly figure was propelled backward, crashing onto the heavy granite pavement, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death on the spot. Good grief, Brother Jin. You are truly formidable. Fei Hong observed this scene with awe, unable to restrain his admiration for Gao Jin, even contemplating the idea of becoming his apprentice. Such prowess. What mere trifles were the likes of the infamous Chun Haonan, the dual-flower red stick prince, in the presence of Gao Jin. Gao Jin paid no heed to Fei Hong and charged into the throng alone. In a matter of minutes, all of the giant's henchmen were subdued by Gao Jin, choosing to submit without exception. Subsequently, Gao Jin appointed Fei Hong to manage the giant's territory and business. It was not that Gao Zhu was unwilling to take over, but the illicit nature of such dealings was hardly respectable. He merely needed to act as an intermediary. 3 days passed. The 3 cargo ships ordered from HSBC Shipping by Gao Zhu had all arrived at the Tsim Sha Tsui Pier. Simultaneously, Fei Hong had delivered numerous luxury cars, all neatly packed and ready for departure. As he watched the vessels sail away, A smile spread across Gao Zhu's face. This smuggling of luxury cars would yield no less than 20 million Hong Kong dollars. The foolish giant was a prominent figure in Saigon, with significant business dealings. And his inventory was equally substantial, boasting twice the number of luxury cars as Fei Hong's, not to mention other treasures of gold and silver. During these 3 days, while Gao Zhu busied himself with the affairs of his smuggling empire, a tempest was brewing within the He Lianqing organization. The candidate for the leadership position, Lin Biao, had mysteriously vanished, and for 3 entire days, no trace of him could be found. His son had also disappeared. The entire gang was mobilized to investigate. Yet they uncovered nothing. Absolutely nothing. On a basketball court, Deng Bo walked a small mutt while strolling alongside a young man. Lin Biao's fate seemed grim. You should take the lead this time, Deng Bo remarked, absent-mindedly petting the dog. Chapter 33, Deng Bo cultivates Jimmy. Leadership re-election. D is furious. Upon hearing this, Jimmy cast a glance at the little mutt, chuckling lightly. Having spent considerable time in the organization, he was well aware of its darkness and Deng Bo's cunning. Anyone who ascended to power, or rather, any leader, was merely a pawn of Deng Bo, akin to this little dog, tethered by a leash and devoid of freedom. I apologize, Deng Bo, but I have no aspirations for the leadership position. I simply wish to conduct my business in peace. Jimmy stated plainly. I won't hinder your business endeavors, but becoming the leader would allow you to expand your operations, would it not? Deng Bo coaxed persuasively. While being a leader may confer prestige, I am focused on legitimate commerce. Should the organization face troubles, the police would be on my tail first and under scrutiny. How could I conduct business? Jimmy retorted firmly. Leave me be. Dongguan boy, Gao Zhu and his crew are quite capable. Why not support them? Jimmy outright rejected Deng Bo's propositions. Deng Bo, incensed, replied, You are a member of this organization. Now that we face a crisis, will you not step up? You cannot wish to benefit from the organization while shunning your responsibilities. That makes you a traitor. If D ascends to power, chaos will ensue. If the organization descends into disorder, do you think you can remain uninvolved? Will D grant you that chance? Jimmy countered, I truly do not wish to take the lead. But I do have a candidate in mind. Let Gao Zhu and D compete for it. He again refused and shifted the blame onto Gao Zhu. You insolent brat. This matter is not yours to decide. Tomorrow, I expect you to step up and carry the banner of the organization. Otherwise, I cannot assure you that your business will remain viable. Deng Bo warned sternly before departing with his little dog. Jimmy's eyes turned cold, yet he felt helpless. He had hoped to find shelter under a sturdy tree and conduct his business smoothly. Little did he expect to find himself in such a predicament. Early the next morning, a special emergency meeting was convened at the He Lianqing headquarters regarding Lin Biao's disappearance. All high-ranking members were present, including Gao Zhu. Each bore varying expressions, but none more notable than D, whose beaming smile radiated an air of self-satisfaction. Regardless of their prior support for D, the leaders congratulated him in advance. D held his head high, his eyes brimming with a yearning for the leadership position, a secret delight unspoken. Today, he would secure the role of leader in He Lianqing. In the days following the news of Lin Biao's disappearance, he was elated, having lost sleep for nights, often daydreaming of the glory that would come with leadership. Please share. Do we have any updates? Just then, Deng Bo entered, taking the main seat and surveying the room with an icy demeanor. His gaze was fixed on D. None. The crowd echoed in unison. Prior to Deng Bo's arrival, they had already discussed the matter, and everyone was at a loss. How outrageous. How dare they target our candidate for leadership? If I find out who did this, they will pay dearly. Chu Aiji suddenly slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the assembly. Enough with the meaningless chatter. What purpose does it serve? Deng Bo shot Chu Aiji an admonishing glance, causing him to awkwardly take his seat. Alu would not simply vanish without a trace. He must have encountered some misfortune. This matter must be clarified. We must see him alive or dead. However, the leadership position cannot remain vacant. Aside from D, does anyone have any other candidates to recommend? Deng Bo scanned the room, seeking suggestions. Deng Bo, what do you mean by this? The candidates were initially set as myself and Brother Lo. Now that he is in trouble, shouldn't the leadership position rightfully belong to me? D asserted, rising to slam the table, directly challenging Deng Bo. I have power, influence, and resources. Am I not qualified to be the leader? D's anger flared, showing no respect for Deng Bo. The leadership position is about to fall into your lap, and yet you, Deng Bo, suddenly call for a re-election? Do you think you can toy with us? You are indeed qualified, but the organization requires balance. I have stated that during the leadership election, no infighting is permitted. If a candidate dies, more candidates will be proposed until the 2-month evaluation period concludes, followed by a voting election. Do you not understand the rules? Deng Bo calmly responded to D's accusations. He relished D's current state. It was precisely such situations that provided Deng Bo with a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, It was Di's rebelliousness that allowed Deng Bo to cultivate his own loyal followers, solidifying his authority. Di was so enraged that his body trembled, wishing he could eliminate Deng Bo on the spot, but he dared not. In He Lianxing, Deng Bo's authority reigned supreme. All right, take a seat. There's no decorum here, Deng Bo remarked. Do you even have a say? Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, Chuan Bao promptly stepped in to mediate. He was clearly backing Big D's stance. Yet at this critical juncture, there were whispers suggesting that it was indeed Big D who had orchestrated Lin Bei Lu's downfall, and here he was, harmonizing with Deng Bo during the meeting. Truly, he seemed unwilling to take the reins. Observing the situation, Big D, though inwardly reluctant, chose to endure. He believed that within the entire organization, aside from Lin Bei Lu, there was no one who could truly rival him. With Lin Bei Li's demise, even those promoted from below lacked the strength to contend with him. Well then, everyone, let us put forth our nominations. Deng Bo addressed the crowd. Speaking in a calm tone, I propose Jimmy. Everyone knows his character. Whenever a brother in the organization encounters issues, it is Jimmy who steps up, offering his time, energy, and funds. I believe he is the most suitable candidate. Don't you all agree? Long Jin exchanged a glance with Deng Bo and immediately concurred. Yes. Jimmy is indeed commendable. Over the years, he has contributed significantly to the organization, and it is evident to all. Recognizing the exchanged glances between Deng Bo and Long Jin, Lao Guiwei immediately threw his support behind Jimmy. The remaining elder members aligned with Lao Guiwei's choice as well. Jimmy may be qualified, but Azu is even more deserving. Just his efforts in establishing a reputation for Liansheng and Sim Sha Sui alone should qualify him as a contender for leadership. Upon witnessing the overwhelming support for Jimmy, Chuan Bao swiftly endorsed Gao Zu, though he often found himself on the wrong side of matters. He was resolute that this time he would not misjudge. Gao Zu was the fastest rising subordinate he had ever encountered. As his words hung in the air, the assembly fell into a reflexive silence. They were at a loss for words regarding Gao Zu's ascension. Without a doubt, he possessed strength. However, he had no substantial ties to those present, even making it clear that he would not compromise his integrity. To elevate someone of little vested interest would only serve to undermine their own benefits. Such a thankless endeavor was one no one wished to undertake. In stark contrast to the hierarchical structure of the Hongxing society, where strength alone could secure one's rise, this was not the case in Liansheng. As the atmosphere grew palpably tense, Deng Bo cleared his throat. Is there anyone else? Chapter 34, Deng Bo's Shamelessness. Gao Zu aims to annihilate the number gang. The elder members exchanged glances, shaking their heads. In comparison to Gao Zu, Jimmy, and Big D, the others truly lacked the qualifications. Behind them, younger members like Deng Guanzai gazed longingly at the leadership position, yet they were acutely aware of their own unworthiness. Both Jimmy and Azu are commendable, but to appoint Azu as the leader is still premature. The elections occur every 2 years. Azu, you may run again next time. Deng Bo outright dismissed Gao Zu. Deng Bo, what constitutes qualification? Gao Zu inquired lazily, while he had no desire for leadership at the moment. To claim he lacked the credentials? With his current overall strength, while perhaps not matching Big D, he was certainly formidable within Liansheng. You say I lack qualification. He retorted, you're taking it a bit far, aren't you? I decide who is qualified. Deng Bo responded, his voice tinged with irritation and authority. As his words resonated, the expressions of the elder members shifted, revealing their discomfort. Deng Bo's occasional pretentiousness was tolerable, but to assert such opinions in front of so many, dismissing their worth, felt somewhat excessive. After all, they were all seasoned individuals, deserving of equal standing. Elders like us, particularly Chuan Bao, are quite concerned with face. Deng Bo, such statements are inappropriate. The organization is a collective effort. All actions must adhere to established protocols. Qualification is not determined by one person. Chuan Bao interjected, if Azu lacks qualifications, then what of Jimmy? While it seemed he was fervently defending Gao Zu, in truth, he was merely posturing. Otherwise, his previous bravado would be laid bare. Furthermore, he held long-standing grievances with Long Jin, should Jimmy run with Deng Bo's backing. It could complicate his situation. The others shared Chuan Bao's sentiment, not out of support for Gao Zu, but in reaction to Deng Bo's domineering nature. Seeing the discontent among the crowd, Deng Bo, aiming to maintain harmony, promptly stated, Chuan Bao has a point. The organization belongs to everyone. Azu, you inquired about qualifications. Did you not? Today, in front of all, I shall establish a criterion for you. You have slain the heir of the number gang, engaged in battles with Zhong Xini, and even your involvement in Kowloon's demise is well known. The number gang has repeatedly pressured me to surrender you, yet I have refused. Were it not for my protection, you would have long since met your end. If you seek qualification, then demonstrate your worth by taking down the number gang, and then we shall discuss your credentials. As Deng Bo's words reverberated, The conference room erupted into fervent discussions, with many left momentarily stunned. It was clear to all that Deng Bo implied Gao Zhu had brought significant trouble to the organization, a burden he alone bore, rendering Gao Zhu unworthy. However, the assembly understood a fundamental truth. The underworld was rife with conflict. Claiming territory would inevitably provoke others. Moreover, Gao Zhu had brought honor to Liansheng and substantial financial benefits. Previously, the monthly dues for the fish head were merely 600,000. Yet now, under Gao Zhu's influence, it had surged to 2 million, quadrupling the revenue. In essence, Deng Bo's argument could be seen as both justified and unjustified. Furthermore, given the number gang's considerable strength, sending a mere hall master to annihilate them was evidently a challenge set to frustrate Gao Zhu. Very well, within 10 days, I shall dismantle the number gang. Without awaiting a response, Gao Zhu declared his commitment. Excellent, you have this opportunity. 10 days from now, if Zhu successfully dismantles the number gang, he will qualify for selection. If not, we shall proceed with Jimmy and Big D, initiating a new round of leadership elections lasting 60 days. Deng Bo stated calmly. 10 days? Even if you were given a year, you wouldn't succeed against the number gang. With Deng Bo's assertion, the matter was settled, and further discussion ceased. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded, with few believing in Gao Zhu's chances. You think Gao Zhu can conquer the number gang? Chuan Bao can reach the cosmos. Gao Zhu, however, remained unfazed. Lacking self-confidence would have prevented him from making such a commitment. With Su Su and a Wu at his side, taking down the number gang was not an impossible feat. As Gao Zhu settled into his vehicle, Chuan Bao and Big D approached him, insisting on discussing matters with him. Gao Zhu welcomed them into the car, and soon the trio found themselves in a restaurant. Zhu, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. As soon as Chuan Bao took his seat, he raised his thumb in approval towards Gao Zhu. In contrast, an ordinary individual, even with Chuan Bao's unwavering support, would likely have opted for abstention under Donghua's pressure, let alone join forces with him. Indeed, Donghua's expression just moments ago was more entertaining than a person suffering a dreadful fate. Ha ha ha. D, exhaling a cloud of smoke, remarked with a cold gaze and a tone laced with mockery. It can be said that he has now allied himself with Gao Zhu, speaking without restraint. However, if you aspire to seize control of the number gang, your chances are exceedingly slim. The smile on Chuan Bao's face faded as he sighed and spoke. Zhu, why don't we collaborate? What do you think? D looked at Gao Zhu earnestly. How do you envision this collaboration? Their gazes locked, and Gao Zhu offered a faint smile. Gao Zhu could readily discern D's intentions. I will wholeheartedly assist you in securing the number gang. However, you must support my assent when the time comes. In the next election, I will ensure you take the lead, and we can alternate positions thereafter. D plainly articulated his objective. His thoughts were rather simple. As long as he aided Gao Zhu in obtaining the qualifications for the leadership election, he could later manipulate the situation against Jimmy, positioning himself as the proverbial fisherman. Zhu, this is a golden opportunity. D is robust and well supported by numerous relatives, which could yield substantial backing. In conjunction with your own strengths, the likelihood of capturing the number gang is significant. Chuan Bao quickly encouraged him. For him, it mattered not whether Gao Zhu or D emerged victorious, as long as Jimmy did not ascend to power. In fact, he leaned more towards D, given his evident strength. This matter need not trouble either of you. I have my own plans, Gao Zhu politely declined. To put it bluntly, at this juncture, if he did not wish to become the leader, why would he agree to Donghua's schemes against the number gang? That would be utterly irrational. They had mistaken their target. If you secure the number gang, your reputation will soar, and in the next election 2 years hence, I might even find myself unable to rival you. Are you truly not considering this? D's gaze grew colder, fixating intently on Gao Zhu. Zhu, I know you have been gathering strength these days, and your capabilities are formidable. However, the number gang boasts a multitude of members, and you cannot contend with them on any front. D's intentions were genuinely for your benefit. Now that you have also offended Donghua, Chuan Bao began to persuade him earnestly, as if they were unconditionally concerned for Gao Zhu's welfare. Very well. Since I intend to run this time, I shall rely solely on my own abilities to carve out my path. Gao Zhu replied calmly upon hearing this. Fine. Since you are resolute, we shall not press you. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call me. My offer still stands. D left a business card and departed with a grim expression. You young lad. Chuan Bao gazed at Gao Zhu, sighing, unsure of what to say. So impulsive and reckless. He was moving too hastily. Just as D had remarked, if Gao Zhu were to remain grounded for another 2 years, he would emerge as another D, undoubtedly garnering the full support of many elder figures within the organization. Uncle Bao, I hope you will support me in this election for the leadership. Gao Zhu expressed his ambitious intent without excessive explanation. Although Chuan Bao's standing with Liansheng did not quite match Donghua's, it was still commendable, with good connections and rapport. Forging a relationship would be beneficial. Are you truly going to run? Chuanbao hesitated, somewhat at a loss for words. Very well, let's first secure the number gang. If Gaozu can indeed manage to take control of the number gang, supporting him would not be an issue. However, can Gaozu truly handle such a challenge? Even if he were to succeed, he would still have to contend with Jimmy and D. Chapter 35. Moving into the luxurious manor. The Web's King of 8 Swords. A ghost pushes his sister-in-law. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Chuanbao, Gaozu returned to the Kowloon Fisheries Company in Simsha Sui, collecting all office supplies and personal belongings. Before long, he arrived at Kowloon Tower. The office items were delivered to Kowloon Group by Gaojun and others, while Gaozu settled into a manor at the end of the street. This manor, which Gaozu had purchased for a considerable sum, boasted a vast area and was located merely a kilometer from Kowloon Group. By the time Gaozu arranged all the furniture, night had fallen. With nothing pressing to do, Gaozu opened Tongzi Gu. There were numerous basic jars, 2 intermediate jars, 3 advanced jars, and 1 divine jar. Gaozu opened all these jars, hoping for a fortunate outcome, akin to unboxing a mystery gift filled with uncertainty. Ding! The intermediate jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Web's King of 8 Swords, the True Steel, and the Stunning Eel. Ding! The intermediate jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Note: 300 already in possession. Ding! 3 advanced jars have been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dragon Special Forces, the Devil Commanders Duo, 30 members from the Huaxia Dark Dragon Organization. The Dragon Special Forces: Hannibal, Leader; Templeton, Playboy; Baris, Brutal Mechanic; Howie, Mad Pilot; Sosa, Aloof Investigator. The Devil Commanders Duo: John, a retired Special Forces Colonel, known as a machine of violent output. Bennett, a muscular man, is particularly fond of playing with RPG rocket launchers. The 30 members of the Dark Dragon Organization are all top-tier experts from Huaxia, proficient in various weapons and equipment, their strength rivaling that of the cinematic characters from the Devil Commanders Duo. Ding! The Divine Jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a channel for laundering 1 billion. Note: while it can be integrated into the world legally and reasonably, it can only be used once a month. This round of rewards was quite commendable. Particularly, the laundering channel from the Divine Jar was exceptionally advantageous, essentially granting him a green light. He could launder up to 1 billion a month, which was quite impressive, at least for the time being. He need not worry about the black dollars from smuggling. Had this come sooner, he would not have had to plead with Yichio. Additionally, Gaozu was pleasantly surprised by the Dragon Special Forces, the Devil Commanders Duo, and the Huaxia Dark Dragon Organization. This was a cadre of elite mercenaries, formidable in their own right, and deploying them as foot soldiers in Hong Kong would be an utter waste of their potential. Gaozu quickly devised a plan for their future. Since they hailed from a mercenary background, he would have them operate as mercenaries, ideally establishing a company akin to the internationally renowned Blackwater Group. However, currently, he needed to prioritize resolving the number gang before arranging their paths. Next came the King of 8 Swords from the Web. The introduction was quite impressive. Stunning Eel, True Steel. They were all top-tier experts from the Web, elite assassins of the Qin Empire. The Web is an organization, and the King of 8 Swords has other members, yet for now, only the Stunning Eel and True Steel had been unlocked. In the next moment, the 2 figures appeared before him. It must be said that the Stunning Eel was the most striking, with an undeniably impressive physique. This time, Tongzi Gu was exceptionally generous, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Consequently, facing the number gang would become considerably easier. Around 9 o'clock, Gue arrived at the door. What happened? Is there trouble? Seeing Gue, who was panting heavily, Gaozu inquired. Typically, Gue was in charge of the distillery's affairs. There was little that would warrant a late-night visit. After all, the liquor business in Kowloon was thriving, with a surge in orders not only from abroad, but also a continuous stream from Hong Kong Island. No, it's a woman who insists on collaborating with us. Gue replied helplessly, but then his expression shifted. However, this woman is stunningly beautiful, truly exquisite. A mature type that you, Brother Zhu, would surely fancy. I thought I might bring her to you for a glimpse. And by the way, help me find a sister-in-law. Gaozu paused for a moment, revealing a wry smile. Oh, a beauty? You rascal. Have you set your sights on my marital prospects as well? Nevertheless, Gaozu understood that any woman recommended by Gue would undoubtedly possess exceptional beauty. Gue knew his taste well. He wouldn't even glance at anything less than extraordinary. Heh, how could the big brother be without a big sister by his side? Gue continued. But don't be angry, Brother Zhu. To be honest, I think the petite one is indeed acceptable, but the char siu bun is a tad too small. Besides, she is a bit of a tomboy, which doesn't quite match her demeanor. Gue spoke candidly. All right, I understand your point. Bring me the woman you mentioned. The so-called beauty. Gaozu had no intention of blaming Gue. The current attire of the little stutterer was indeed lacking, yet with a little refinement. She could also be a captivating beauty. Before long, a woman was brought in. Gaozu was quite familiar with her face. She could be described as the dream lover of his past life. Chiodi. Indeed, she embodied the very essence of what Gaozu found appealing. Hello, Brother Zhu. My name is Chiodi, and I come from the Kowloon winery. I wish to collaborate with you on liquor business. Upon meeting Gaozu, Chiodi spoke timidly. Equally astonished to discover that the boss of Kowloon Liquor was so youthful. What was more, he was remarkably handsome. Please, have a seat. Gaozu did not respond verbally, but gestured for Chiodi to sit. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Chiodi placed her small handbag down, revealing a breathtaking smile. What about your boyfriend? Didn't he come? Gaozu inquired deliberately. Hua Sheng, Chiodi's boyfriend, was likely already incinerated by now. I don't have a boyfriend. Chiodi replied, a hint of sadness creeping into her voice, then fixed her gaze on Gaozu. As a businesswoman, she naturally understood the implication of his question. It was evident he was interested in her. Yet, since Hua Sheng had passed, she needed to live. She couldn't remain engulfed in grief over his death. Such a beautiful young woman, yet without a boyfriend. What a waste. Gaozu chuckled softly. I've reviewed your credentials. You've diligently built up the Kowloon winery, and your abilities are commendable across the board. My Kowloon Liquor is in dire need of a general manager. The annual salary for this position is 3 million. Gaozu began, only to pause halfway through his statement. For women, as long as there is financial incentive to bind them, providing what they desire makes it easy to win them over. Moreover, Chiodi was still enveloped in sorrow over Hua Sheng's demise. Offering her a career could serve to divert her attention. Besides, Gaozu genuinely required a knowledgeable manager in the liquor sector. Although Ague was capable, he lacked expertise. Chapter 36, Accepting Chiodi. The Number Gang Meeting. Upon hearing this, Chiodi blinked in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Gaozu, her eyes shimmering with wonder. The implication of Gaozu's words was crystal clear. They were in need of a general manager, and she could potentially fill that role with a salary of 3 million a year. In her 3 years at the Kowloon winery, she likely hadn't earned that much. Meanwhile, Kowloon Liquor ranked highly within the industry. It could easily claim the 3rd spot, if not higher, with daily orders flowing in the millions. At that moment, she felt a genuine stir of interest in the position of general manager. Yet, she was also acutely aware of the reality that there was no such thing as a free lunch. What do you need me to do? Chiodi took a deep breath, adjusted her attire, and asked, simply manage Kowloon Liquor for me. Gaozu flicked away some ash from his cigarette, presenting no excessive demands. He preferred not to coerce anyone. Some matters required a gradual approach. In other words, there was little point in forcing the issue. Sounds good. Chiodi hesitated for a moment, but then readily agreed. At that instant, Gaozu's stature in her mind elevated significantly. Ague, escort manager Chiodi to Kowloon Liquor. Gaozu instructed Ague. Not a problem. Ague extinguished his cigarette and led Chiodi away. The following day, a rumor spread through the underworld that Gaozu aimed to declare war on the Number Gang to secure a position in the selection for the leadership of Lianqing, intending to conquer the Number Gang within 10 days. Upon the emergence of this news, it ignited a frenzy throughout the underworld. The Number Gang, being an established force, had numerous members and held at least a 3rd-tier status, only slightly weaker than Lianqing. How could Gaozu, a mere hall master of Lianqing, dare to target the Number Gang? It was akin to digging up the roots of a tiger or plucking the fur off a lion, utterly reckless. Previously, Lin Biao was already ridiculed for attempting to invade Simsha Sui, and now Gaozu was aiming to take down the Number Gang. Lianqing was being laughed at by the underworld denizens. They had no idea where Gaozu found such audacity. It was clear that Lianqing's essence had led to some peculiar reasoning. Upon receiving the news, Gaozu couldn't help but sigh. Humanity was truly treacherous. It was undoubtedly Deng Bo who had orchestrated the widespread dissemination of this information last night. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the entire underworld to be aware of it within a single night. The Number Gang was naturally informed as well. However, it was not a significant issue. At most, it would require a bit more effort. Number Gang. The moment Go Huang received the news, he immediately summoned all the hall masters. Everyone has heard about Gaozu's little escapade, haven't you? Go Huang sat at the head of the table, gazing at the assembled crowd with a cold tone. When he first learned of the news, he thought he had misheard. Yet it was true. He could only say that Gaozu was audacious, hoping to use the Number Gang as a stepping stone. A truly fanciful notion. Boss, that kid Gaozu has gone too far, killing our Number Gang as prince, and we didn't even bother to retaliate. Yet now he seeks to annihilate us? Is he out of his mind? One member exclaimed. Indeed. Does he really think that being a so-called hall master makes him invincible? Boss Go, I suggest we mobilize our forces immediately and wipe Gaozu off the map. Let us settle old scores along with the new. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation against Gaozu, wishing they could strike him down. All right, It's rare for everyone to be so united. Who among you is willing to lead our number gang and eliminate Gao Zhu? Gu Huang surveyed the room with satisfaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an understanding silence fell over the crowd. The previously heated meeting room suddenly became eerily quiet. Fighting was not mere talk. Sending people and funding was a significant issue. The expenses for appearance fees, medical costs, relocation fees, fuel charges, and various other expenditures amount to a significant sum. Consequently, among the various factions, unless absolutely necessary, large-scale conflicts and confrontations are seldom undertaken, giving rise to an unwritten rule that discussions must precede any confrontation. However, in the case concerning Gao Zhu, there is no room for negotiation, as this act is a profound humiliation for the number gang, a matter of the faction's honor. Failing to subdue Gao Zhu would embolden any thug to challenge their organization in the future. To not set an example would be to invite contempt. The frustration among the members is palpable, and they are seething with indignation, feeling utterly disunited. Yet, Gu Huang recognizes the necessity of these individuals in his quest to build his empire and earn profits. Thus, he must swallow his pride. His initial establishment of numerous factions was intended to swiftly enhance the organization's strength. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. An overwhelming number of factions complicates management, with each operating independently and harboring mutual suspicions, leading to the accumulation of grudges. In essence, while the number gang appears formidable, it is internally fragmented, perhaps even more so than the Hongxing faction. Just as when the Crown Prince died, had it not been for Gu Huang's direct orders, Zhong Xian would never have rallied to the faction's cause. Realizing this, Gu Huang coldly instructed, each hall leader is to send over 200 men. All expenses for this operation will be deducted from the faction's funds. I concur, said Di Shu from the Ren faction, recognizing the fairness of Gu Huang's decision without any grounds for refusal. I also agree, Zhong Xian promptly echoed. For her, while Gao Zhu possesses considerable strength and has made promises, one cannot be too trusting in the treacherous world of the underworld. Soon, all present chose to consent to send men. Di Shu announced immediately that Gao Zhu should prepare himself. Gu Huang declared with satisfaction. It would be remiss for the number gang not to respond to Gao Zhu's provocations. Moreover, gather all information regarding Gao Zhu, select an auspicious date, and eliminate this reckless fool. With that, Gu Huang rose and departed. In a private chamber, he dialed Deng Bo's number. Deng Bo, your man is quite audacious, threatening to annihilate my number gang. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Gu Huang exhaled smoke, attempting to temper his simmering anger. After all, Gao Zhu is still nominally a leader of Liansheng. Before taking action against him, Gu Huang must ascertain Deng Bo's stance to avoid igniting a conflict between the two factions. A full-scale war is no trivial matter. It could easily escalate into expenditures of millions or even tens of millions, and if it spirals out of control, they might find themselves in police custody. However, there was silence on the other end of the line. Gu Huang continued coldly. Regarding the Crown Prince's incident, I extended you some courtesy. Enough of the past. The Crown Prince killed the fish head, and Gao Zhu killed the Crown Prince, so we are even. Let bygones be bygones. Deng Bo's heavy tone resonated through the phone. Well, I appreciate your assurance. I look forward to your visit, Gu Huang replied, a flicker of a smile breaking across his previously grim visage. The Underworld is a tight-knit community, and Deng Bo is one of the most seasoned and powerful figures within it. Thus, Gu Huang must maintain decorum. All right, no problem. I'll come by, but let me caution you. This fellow is not to be underestimated. With that, Deng Bo ended the call. Not to be underestimated? Deng Bo's words struck Gu Huang like a revelation. He recalled the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the Crown Prince and Lian Haolong, who were slain by formidable weaponry. Although the police have yet to gather evidence, it seems that anyone linked to Gao Zhu has met with a similar fate. Contemplating this, Gu Huang promptly retrieved several cherished weapons he had preserved for years and handed them to his bodyguard. As the saying goes, a clear shot is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. One cannot discount the possibility that Gao Zhu, cornered by the full might of the number gang, might resort to desperate measures. Chapter 37. The Return of Big Brother B to Hong Kong. A clash in Mongkok. Soon, the number gang's response reached the Underworld, demanding Gao Zhu to prepare himself. In Causeway Bay, at the hall of Hongxing's leader, Big Brother B, Chun Hao Nan and his associates were elated upon hearing the news, particularly Chun Hao Nan, whose joy was so profound that he could scarcely contain his smile. Envisioning the moment Gao Zhu would be left incapacitated. How audacious for someone of Gao Zhu's standing, merely a leader of Liansheng, to aspire to trample on the number gang to secure the position of a spokesperson. Truly, those who court disaster shall meet their demise. If not Gao Zhu, then who? Just then, Big Brother B entered the hall and, observing the brother's exuberance, inquired, What is causing such merriment among you? Be brother, you have returned. Chun Hao Nan and the others immediately rose to greet him. Well, it's only been a month since I left. Did you miss me that much? Ha. Their warm reception brought Big Brother B great comfort. While I was away, nothing untoward occurred, did it? As he spoke, Big Brother B settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette while gazing at Chun Hao Nan and the others. Indeed, Chun Hao Nan, upon hearing this, lit a cigarette and took a moment to reflect before recounting all that had transpired during Big Brother B's absence. When discussing Gao Zhu, Chun Hao Nan's voice brimmed with fury. His resentment towards Gao Zhu was palpable, having killed his brother, De Tu Zai, and stolen the woman he coveted, Xiao Jiaba. While one might tolerate grievances against an aunt, a man cannot endure such slights against an uncle. The saying goes, murdering a loyal friend and stealing a woman are grievances that cannot coexist. Gao Zhu, a leader of Liansheng, ascended to his position in less than a month. The crown prince was no match for him, and now he seeks to obliterate the number gang to secure his candidacy as a spokesperson? My goodness, how fierce. Big Brother B seemed more concerned with the monumental actions undertaken by Gao Zhu than with Chun Hao Nan's personal vendetta. Be brother, I wish to be involved and collaborate with the number gang to avenge De Tu Zai, Chun Hao Nan declared, his eyes filled with vengeance. No, we cannot involve ourselves in this matter. This fellow, for all his faults, is still a leader of Liansheng, and we could easily offend them. Besides, the number gang is a formidable force. Eliminating a leader of Liansheng is hardly a challenge for them, is it? While you cannot personally avenge De Tu Zai, rest assured, Gao Zhu is as good as dead. Why must you wade into these murky waters? Big Brother B reasoned persuasively. Chun Hao Nan is recognized in the Underworld as the embodiment of righteousness. Killing Gao Zhu would not only uphold the name of honor, but also serve as retribution for his brother, De Tu Zai. At that point, he would reap both fame and fortune. However, with Gao Zhu already having made enemies of the number gang, he is as good as a dead man. There is no need for Chun Hao Nan to take matters into his own hands. Indeed, B Brother makes a valid point. Nangu Huang has already declared that Gao Zhu will not survive much longer. We truly have no need to involve ourselves. Seeing Big Brother be giving him a knowing look, Shanji immediately stepped forward to comfort Chun Hao Nan. After a period of persuasion, Chun Hao Nan calmed down significantly, ceasing his cries and stabilizing his emotions. At that time, the confrontation between the number gang and Gao Zhu would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. However, this Causeway Bay is our territory. You are to keep an eye on Pak Li Avenue, and once they are engaged in a fierce struggle, we shall reclaim our domain. Boss B squinted his eyes and said nonchalantly, dare to encroach upon my territory? Whether dragon or tiger, they must yield to me. Yes, Brother B. Upon hearing the news that the number gang's Go Huang had advised him to keep his neck clean, Gao Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. How audacious indeed. Does he think that the tiger has become a sickly cat just because it hasn't emerged from the mountains? At the same time, Awu made a phone call, reporting the situation of the number gang accurately. Following that, Su also called. The descriptions from both were identical, providing ample evidence that neither had spoken falsely. Since Go Huang had made such a threatening remark, Gao Zhu decided to cast aside any pretense. If a game is to be played, it must be played with a proactive approach. Waiting passively for the number gang to strike first was not in Gao Zhu's character. In recent days, Gao Zhu had been far from idle. Following the grand recruitment event, many had flocked to him, for he had made a noteworthy entrance to the Honglian Hall. However, after a thorough selection, only a few hundred had made the cut. Currently, Gao Zhu commanded around 600 followers. While this may seem substantial, they were scattered across districts such as Yuanlong, Causeway Bay, and Simsha Sui, leading to a perception of inadequacy. Moreover, according to the information from Su and Awu, the number gang was set to deploy at least 3,000 members. Although they outnumbered Gao Zhu's men, he was confident in his ability to withstand the onslaught. Yet, what concerned him more was the looming presence of other factions. Waiting in the shadows to seize a piece of the pie, they were surely biding their time to reap the benefits of the impending chaos. Thus, Gao Zhu had to take action tonight and strike first. Under the cover of night, a convoy of sea lion vans raced towards Mongkok. Mongkok is one of the most lucrative areas on the island, leading to a multitude of factions vying for control. Here, triads like Dongxing, Honglian, and Hunghing each commanded their own territories, with their respective leaders overseeing various streets. Even controlling a single street in this area could yield immeasurable profits, making it a coveted battleground for gangsters. The headquarters of the number gang was established in Mongkok. Although referred to as headquarters, it was merely a rented space in a commercial building, entirely occupied by the number gang. As the vehicles arrived, they immediately caught the attention of the number gang members, who recognized that Gao Zhu's men had come knocking. So they finally couldn't resist coming. A robust man known as Lei Ting rose from his seat in the second-floor hall, exhaling wisps of smoke with an amused grin. Indeed, our leader was wise to anticipate that we had a mole within our ranks and made preparations in advance. Dishu chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, the others in attendance displayed signs of displeasure, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Expressing dissent at this moment could lead to being labeled as a traitor by Gu Huang. Su Su and Awu felt a chill run down their spines. No wonder Gu Huang had urgently summoned them earlier. He was clearly preparing for internal sabotage. This strategy of preemptively neutralizing potential threats was advantageous for the number gang. But for the two of them, it felt as though they had unwittingly misled Gao Zhu with false information. Since they have come, let them meet their demise. This time, victory is assured for the number gang. Another leader proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Enough chatter, immediately gather your subordinates for assembly. Lei Ting commanded, observing the increasing number of vehicles arriving below. Though his faction was not the strongest within the number gang, Lei Ting was undoubtedly the most trusted by Gu Huang. In addition to being a leader, he also held the rank of marshal, and even the formidable Hao Long would address him with respect. Soon after, Lei Ting stepped outside, where over 60 of the number gang's elite fighters had gathered. Awu, Luo Tianhong, you two are our shining stars. Do not falter, Lei Ting encouraged, fixing his gaze on them. Understood, they replied, their eyes glimmering with determination. All right, everyone, stay sharp. If we can take down Gao Zhu, our leader has promised substantial rewards. Lei Ting lit a cigarette, exhaling twin plumes of smoke toward his subordinates. Luo Tianhong and the others swiftly armed themselves and descended the stairs. Chapter 38, Winds of Change. The night is deceptive. The leader of the number gang falls. Meanwhile, Gao Zhu took the lead, leading 500 men to fill the streets. The formation was impeccable, requiring no conspicuous insignia. Their matching black suits, crafted from special rebar, combined with their collective resolve, made their identities unmistakable. Among them were members of the Tianlong Special Forces, the Devil's Commanders, and Dark Dragon personnel. Gao Zhu refrained from launching an immediate attack, patiently awaiting the full assembly of the number gang's forces. It was far more efficient to ensnare them all at once rather than deal with the chaos of a piecemeal confrontation. As expected, it wasn't long before Luo Tianhong and others emerged from the building, followed by the assembled forces of the various factions, swarming from all directions. With the winds rising and the night cloaked in shadows, the neon lights illuminated the throngs of both sides. Although the scene could not rival the grandeur of ancient battlefields, the essence of gangsters was unmistakably present. The number gang outnumbered Gao Zhu's forces by a significant margin, boasting twice as many members. Seeing Gao Zhu's relatively small contingent, the number gang members became emboldened, launching into a barrage of taunts and insults. If words were swords, the number gang had undoubtedly emerged victorious in this verbal skirmish. In the face of this tempest of hostility, Gao Zhu's men remained silent and composed, their gazes fixed upon their adversaries, each one locking onto their targets, ready to unleash chaos and seize every opportunity for gain. At this moment, Lei Ting, accompanied by the various faction leaders, arrived. We all engage in this life for wealth, power, and status. You, as a leader of the Honglian, should consider our offer. Surrender now, and we can grant you a position within the number gang, absolving you of past grievances. Lei Ting's gaze bore into Gao Zhu. It seemed as though this was a benevolent offer from the number gang to Gao Zhu. If I extinguish your number gang, won't I be better off as the leader? You ignorant wretch, how arrogant you are. Attack. Annihilate these scoundrels. With a single command from Lei Ting, Luo Tianhong, and others charged forward. The sound of their footsteps resonated like the beating of war drums on the battlefield. A rallying cry for the charge, as they surged forward like wild stallions, colliding with their opponents. The ensuing clash, with over 4,000 combatants engaged, plunged the scene into chaos, with the clanging of weapons echoing and cries of anguish piercing through the tumult. On the other side, within a villa, Gu Huang hung up the phone, his gaze icy, briefly flickering with a hint of triumph. A mere insignificant wretch dared to engage in schemes against him. How naive. The thought of having caught Gao Zhu in his trap filled Gu Huang with unbridled satisfaction. Go, bring the ladies in. Tonight, I shall drink until I am utterly intoxicated. Gu Huang commanded his bodyguard, simultaneously grasping an unidentifiable bottle and consuming its contents in one gulp. Soon, 3 enchanting beauties were ushered into the room. Upon witnessing their captivating allure, Gu Huang's face radiated pleasure as he glanced at his bodyguard. This batch is commendable. There's a reward for you. Tomorrow, each of you can collect 10,000 at the headquarters. Now leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Understood. The bodyguards promptly exited. The 3 women had been thoroughly searched, and their presence posed no concern. Ladies, come, perform a song and dance for me, Gu Huang said. His impatience held at bay as he lit a cigarette, fixating on the trio. The effects of the drug had yet to take hold. He needed just a few more moments. As time ticked away, Go Huang pointed to the most beautiful among them. You, come here and share a drink with me. While the two of you continue, the stunning woman approached with graceful strides, her eyes glinting with a cold determination, oblivious to the impending danger. Go Huang was caught in his revelry. Just as he reached out, the woman seized his arm, forcefully dislocating it. In pain, Go Huang attempted to resist. But the woman smashed an ashtray over his head, while the other two swiftly covered his mouth with a white cloth from the bed to stifle any cries for help. Amid muffled sounds, even as he struggled to break free, who was this woman? The foremost among the 6 sword slaves, she easily overpowered Go Huang. With remarkable speed, she plunged a hairpin into Go Huang's chest. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times. Blood gushed forth, staining his floral shirt crimson. Suddenly, in a last burst of life, Go Huang retaliated, grasping one of the women and pushing her towards the assailant. Gritting her teeth, she rose to intercept. Seizing this moment, Go Huang attempted to rise and shout. But the hairpin grazed his neck, blood spraying forth. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, desperately trying to speak, yet no words came. His body swayed and collapsed onto the sofa, his gaze fixed on the woman. He could never have imagined meeting his end at the hands of a woman. Brother Zhu asked me to inform you. The number has been acquired, she said, casting a fleeting glance at Go Huang before leaping out of the window with the 2 women. In his final moments, Go Huang's mind echoed with the name of Gao Zhu, as hatred, regret, and fear overwhelmed him. Ultimately, he unwillingly closed his eyes. Outside the number gang's main hall, beneath the neon lights, the battle raged on. Gao Jin struck a lowly thug with a rebar, causing him to collapse, clutching his head, while Gao Jin surged into the fray. Feng Yuxiu, a bloodthirsty demon among the crowd, charged forward, cutting through foes with relentless vigor, forcing many of the number gang's members to retreat in disarray. Suddenly, a short thug wielding a watermelon knife ambushed Feng Yuxiu from behind. As the blade descended, Feng Yuxiu swiftly turned, driving the rebar into his opponent's abdomen, following up with a sidekick that sent the thug flying. The likes of Li Wang, Ghost Shadow Soldiers, and the Heavenly Dragon Special Forces fought with unparalleled ferocity, their powerful assaults causing numerous thugs to scream in agony. The famed Red Sticks and Twin Flower Red Sticks were rendered insignificant before them. At that moment, a figure moved through the crowd, locking onto Gao Zhu's silhouette. Darting forward like a leopard, Gao Zhu turned, his eyes cold, narrowly evading a deadly strike, seizing the thug's knife and returning it with vicious intent. Blood spewed from the thug's mouth as his eyes bulged, bubbles forming as he gasped for breath. Immediately after, 3 reckless young thugs from the number gang charged at Gao Zhu from 3 different angles, forcing him into a corner. Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes, the rebar trembling in his grip, before pivoting and sweeping it horizontally. The weapons of 2 thugs were sent flying, and the bloodied rebar crashed into their faces, fracturing their features as their bodies flew backward. In an instant, Gao Zhu stepped forward, bringing the rebar down upon another thug's head. Before long, 4 members of the number gang lay sprawled at Gao Zhu's feet. Witnessing Gao Zhu and his allies' overwhelming strength, Lei Ting's expression turned grave. Despite their numerical advantage, the fierce assault from Gao Zhu's side caused signs of collapse among their ranks, leaving him incredulous. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Lei Ting answered. What? Gu Bangzhu is dead? The surrounding gang leaders froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. The loss of their leader struck them with immense shock. The anticipation of victory turned into a heavy pall of concern. This development signified an opportunity to ascend as leaders themselves. Each gang leader began devising their own schemes. For who among them did not yearn to reign supreme? Power, beauty, and glory were theirs for the taking. Meanwhile, Su Su revealed a barely perceptible smile, glancing at the chaos unfolding around Gao Zhu before quietly slipping away. Damn it, it must be that brat Gao Zhu's doing. He must be killed. Lei Ting fumed, surveying the battlefield and noticing Luo Tianhong's nonchalant demeanor. He bellowed into the fray, Luo Tianhong, Ah Wu, what the hell are you doing? Kill him now. Eliminate Gao Zhu. Chapter 39, A Formidable Team. Su Su's treachery. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhong glanced back at Lei Ting. In the next moment, he halted mid-swing with his 8-sided broadsword, turning to face his foes. A flash of blades ensued, and 3 members of the number gang fell, their throats severed. Simultaneously, Ah Wu and his men reversed their blades, tearing off their red scarves, and turned to retaliate against the number gang. You, Luo Tianhong, Ah Wu, I can't believe this. Lei Ting erupted in furious curses at the sight. The other gang leaders were equally astonished. The 2 most formidable icons of their organization had suddenly turned against them. But where was Su Su? Just as Lei Ting prepared to hold her accountable, he realized she had vanished. She was just here. How could she disappear so suddenly? The gang leaders exchanged bewildered glances. In the following moment, a throng of loyalists surged into the fray, unhesitatingly charging into the chaos. Many gang leaders attempted to flee, but they were no match for the relentless assault of the thugs, resulting in numerous casualties, even among veteran figures like Uncle D. Only Lei Ting managed to hold his ground, having once been a formidable figure of the number gang. Su, you dare betray the organization? I will kill you. Lei Ting kicked a thug aside and charged towards Su. However, in the next instant, he was besieged by loyalist henchmen. After all, the thunder had aged, and as his strength waned, he was ultimately left half dead, gasping for breath amidst a flurry of blades. Standing before him, Su looked down with disdain and declared, "Old fool, relying on your age, I have long found you distasteful. If it weren't for your constant oppression of Lian Haolong, he would have been the leader long ago. You. Thunder coughed up blood, struggling to utter a few words. You won't have a good death." With that, the illustrious life of Thunder came to an end. Su scoffed derisively, and then turned her gaze toward Gaozu, advancing toward him under the protection of her loyal subordinates. "Gaozu, the leader Ge has already been slain by you, and I have dealt with Thunder and his crew. You should leave immediately, and let us transform our conflict into harmony, shall we? Your attitude is quite displeasing," Gaozu replied, planting his rebar into the ground as he lit a cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. Just at noon, he had been addressing her as Brother Zhu. Yet now he had switched to calling her Gaozu. "You better not be ungrateful. Get lost this instant, or I will send you to the depths of the sea tonight." Su's loyal underling boldly confronted Gaozu. "Is this your wish, Sister Su?" Gaozu exhaled a plume of smoke, fixing his gaze on Su. "Indeed, from this day forth, the number gang shall be governed by me, Zhong Xne, and I, Su, am the new leader." Su raised her head with pride and spoke coolly. She had expended considerable effort to reach this moment. "Very well. You possess ambition and spirit, Sister Su. I have not misjudged you," Gaozu remarked with significance, discarding his cigarette, but, at the same time, the rebar moved, striking down one of Su's subordinates before her. "If that's the case, let it be a test of skill. If you win, you shall lead, but if I win, I will take your life," Gaozu said, retracting the rebar and regarding Su with indifference. "Kill." Su gritted her teeth and turned away, retreating 3 miles. Indeed, she had once submitted to Gaozu, but then she had no choice. Now, with Ge Huang dead and the leaders of the various factions eradicated, today, all of Zhong Xine's forces had mobilized, and with the assistance of the number gang, dispatching their 500 would be a simple task. In short, one thing was clear: being under Gaozu's thumb was far less appealing than being the leader herself. Just then, another faction arrived, and it was none other than the Prince of Hongxing, known for his camaraderie with Gaozu, leading 1,000 men. "Damn it, how dare you bully my brothers? Kill. Slay this gang of scoundrels." The prince, seeing the bloodshed unfolding before him, erupted in rage and charged forward with his blade. The scene plunged into chaos once more. Meanwhile, in a nearby loft, Jimmy, Dongguan Boy, and Fat Snow gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. They knew Gaozu was formidable, but they had not anticipated his prowess to this extent. "These individuals are incredibly strong," Dongguan Boy muttered, his gaze fixed on Gao Jin, Li Wang, and Feng Yuxiu. Most of the number gang members were familiar to him. Aside from Ah Wu and Luo Tianhong, the rest were equally fierce characters. Yet they were being trampled like refuse before Gao Jin and his companions. I never imagined Su to be so audacious, seizing this turmoil to usurp power. Interesting. While Jimmy and Dongguan Boy focused on different aspects, Jimmy was more concerned with the shifting dynamics. Su's willingness to slay the number gang's leaders and bring a substantial number of Zhong Xine's subordinates demonstrated 2 things. First, that she had meticulously plotted her course. And second, that Ge Huang was likely dead, for otherwise, Su would not dare make a move. Moreover, the arrival of the prince genuinely astonished Jimmy. The prince was the war god of Hongxing, recognized in the Underworld as the dual flower of the Red Sticks, and his participation at this juncture to aid Gaozu was somewhat unfathomable. Simultaneously, it made him realize the formidable nature of Gaozu. The thought of competing against such an individual left Jimmy feeling a chill of apprehension. Aside from them, many others had gathered in various rooms, drawn either by curiosity to witness the victor of the night or to serve as messengers, hoping to carve out a piece of the pie for themselves. If the rumors regarding Gaozu's prowess had merely been whispers before, today, his strength was undeniably real. Meanwhile, on the streets several hundred meters away, police cars lay quietly in wait. Chen Guozhong and Ma Jun leaned against the hoods, marveling at the fierce clash unfolding before them. In truth, they had arrived early and had been observing the events from the start. They possessed a fair understanding of the scene. Gaozu and his subordinates were truly a band of monsters. The ordinary lowlifes were fiercer than average, and not one showed signs of fleeing. Even in death, they dragged someone down with them. How could this young man, Gao Zhu commands so many to lay down their lives for him. Was his charisma truly that potent? Chen Haonan, who upheld the mantle of righteousness, could not match this young man's strength. Chen Guozhong exhaled a cloud of smoke, gazing at the scene where the underdogs prevailed over the odds, and could not help but exclaim in wonder, his tone filled with disbelief. As a seasoned officer with years of experience dealing with gangs, he had rarely encountered a team like Gao Zhu's. Loyalty was one thing, but each member was also exceptionally brave, especially Gao Jin and Li Wang, who stood out remarkably, truly embodying the spirit of one who could take on 100. And Gao Zhu was even more formidable, with a fierceness that was explosive. "Ma sir, you are the best in our police force. Do you believe you could defeat that slick-haired fellow?" Chen Guozhong's gaze shifted from Gao Zhu to Gao Jin. Chapter 40. 3 punches scatter the spirit of the gang. 2 kicks shatter the essence of the gang. Demon Zhu. It was hard to say, but Ma Jun's gaze flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered sincerely. Although he usually held great confidence in his own abilities, witnessing Gao Jin, who had the capacity to scatter the spirit of the gang with 3 punches, made him reluctant to boast. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How rare it is to hear such words from you." Upon hearing this, Chen Guozhong turned in surprise to look at Ma Jun, his eyes widening slightly. The man who had always advocated for violence against gangsters had given such high praise to Gao Jin. There are always greater heights and talents beyond one's own. This young man surpasses even Lien Haolong. The fact that Gao Zhu could command such formidable allies indicated that his own strength was likely not to be underestimated. Ma Jun smiled lightly, feeling relieved. Chen Guozhong fixed his gaze on Gao Zhu. "It seems our island is about to give rise to a new overlord. I just wonder how long he can hold on." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Kill Gao Zhu, and you will be rewarded 3 million. For the sake of wealth, people die, and for food, birds perish." In the next moment, the number gang members began searching for Gao Zhu's figure, and in an instant, over 200 of them surrounded him, their eyes fixed on him as if he were a juicy piece of meat, glistening with fat. Gao Zhu was indeed formidable, as everyone had just witnessed, but the promise of a 3 million reward for slaying him was too tempting to resist. In a single night, one could become a millionaire. Who could possibly withstand such temptation? Seeing this, Gao Jin and his companions transformed into harbingers of death. They had previously held back, but now they unleashed their formidable strength, slaughtering any who dared obstruct them as they raced to aid Gao Zhu. "No one is permitted to assist. Anyone who dares to intervene, I shall slay them." Upon seeing Gao Jin and the others approaching, Gao Zhu roared in anger. This evening, his forces were already outnumbered by the opposition. He could not afford any slip-ups due to being besieged. Moreover, Gao Zhu was equally eager to test his limits. With tenfold strength, what did it matter if he faced 200 adversaries alone? In the blink of an eye, Gao Zhu brandished a rebar and plunged into the fray, reminiscent of Xiang Yu, the hegemon king, cutting through the chaos with singular ferocity. Simultaneously, the 200 adversaries tightened their encirclement, and a flurry of blades danced in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks from the clash of weapons flew like fireworks in the night sky, and under the relentless assault of the rebar, several of the shorter foes were swiftly struck to the ground. Some lay with shattered bones, others with their foreheads bloodied, most in a state of severe injury. Without prompt medical attention, their survival was all but guaranteed to end in death. If given another chance, they would likely reconsider risking their lives for a mere 3 million. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Gao Zhu sent a hefty man's steel pipe flying from his grasp, then swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. With a resounding thud, the brute was sent hurtling backward, crashing into others behind him. Thus, Gao Zhu's relentless onslaught continued. Yet, despite the overwhelming numbers against him, Gao Zhu found himself besieged by dozens of blades. He managed to deflect some, but several spiked clubs landed on his back. However, such minor injuries were trivial to Gao Zhu, barely registering as a nuisance. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, he pivoted, wielding the rebar once more to disarm his foes, then launched himself into the air, channeling the strength of his legs to sweep through the crowd, sending many tumbling. His feet shattered the spirits of the gangsters, declaring himself a force of nature. Discarding the rebar, he charged in barehanded, a veritable deity of death. The 80th foe he faced, bloodied from the fray, found himself staring down at a feeble adversary, uttering chilling words. His voice, though soft, was laced with menace, causing the nearby gangsters to freeze in terror, halting their advance. Moments before, they had believed Gao Zhu to be fatigued. However, the 10 who dared to charge him were swiftly dispatched, leaving them reluctant to gamble on another attempt. Mere moments prior, they might have taken the risk, but now, confronted with Gao Zhu's bloodthirsty fury and formidable prowess, their resolve faltered. In the next instant, with a decisive crack, Gao Zhu crushed a gangster's neck beneath his foot, then turned to survey the remaining foes, revealing a sinister smile. With the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, he surged forward once more. Oh my god. I'm done. Who the hell wants 3 million? The gangsters targeted by Gaozu were paralyzed with fear, discarding their weapons and fleeing in haste. Meanwhile, the rest exchanged heavy breaths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is Gaozu some kind of perpetual motion machine? After all this time, he shows no signs of fatigue, only growing more ferocious. In the next moment, blood-soaked and fierce, Gaozu turned, his hawk-like gaze radiating a chilling glint as he scanned the crowd, charged with battle fervor. Those who met his gaze felt as though they were staring into the eyes of Yama, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, even causing their weapons to slip from their grasp. With just a glance, dozens of gangsters found themselves kneeling, unable to muster the courage to face him. Some fled outright, unable to withstand the terror. Gaozu was a demon incarnate. Within seconds, the 200 who had besieged him scattered in disarray. This spectacle drew the attention of the surrounding members of the Number Gang. Although many were unaware of the events that had transpired, the sheer sight of Gaozu's formidable presence spoke volumes. To withstand an assault from 200 and emerge unscathed was enough to convey the gravity of the situation. The Number Gang was on the verge of collapse. Jimmy took a deep drag from his cigarette, swallowing hard as he feigned composure. The tremor of his fingers revealed the turmoil within. Competing for position against such a figure? Only a fool would dare. I always thought Gaozu was unworthy. It seems I was blind to his true stature, Dongguanzi remarked, narrowing his eyes, a chill running through him. A great storm was brewing. Fei Shui was already rendered limp on the sofa. 1 man against 200, a resounding victory. The significance of this feat was so astounding that few would dare to believe it, yet it unfolded right before their eyes. Indeed, as Jimmy and the others stood in astonishment, the once dense throng of the Number Gang had dwindled to just over 1,000, with many either dead or injured, while the majority had fled. Despite Susu's attempts at rewards and intimidation, they yielded no results. Most of the Number Gang were young gangsters, some not even 18. Like Lin Bale's son, lured into the gang's fold. Were it not for Lin Bale's timely intervention, they would have been lost to the Number Gang. They had joined the gang primarily for bravado, but in such a dire situation, they had no time to escape. It could be said that while the Number Gang appeared to boast over 4,000 members, within a mere 3 minutes, they had lost over 1,000, leaving only those aged 20 to 40, steadfast in their commitment to the gang, who typically would not flee before defeat. Yet, faced with the overwhelming force of Gaozu and his allies, even they could not hold their ground. The sight of Gaozu defeating 200 foes shattered their morale. What hope remained for battle? Chapter 41, Seizing the Number Gang. A tremor through the underworld, 1 man challenging 200, known as the Demon Ancestor. Brother Ancestor. Susu has escaped, I apologize. Luo Tianhong approached, his eyes filled with regret. No matter, she is but a woman. You are well acquainted with loyalty and honor. Take your men and claim their territory. Gaozu patted Luo Tianhong on the shoulder, speaking with nonchalance. In truth, the headquarters of the Number Gang and that of loyalty and honor were merely a few streets apart, which had led Susu to believe she had an opportunity to seize control of the entire Number Gang. However, she had greatly overestimated her own capabilities, failing to grasp the reality of the situation. Even without resorting to an AK, Gaozu could easily take the Number Gang, especially with the Crown Prince leading 1,000 men to assist him. Understood. Luo Tianhong responded, promptly rallying his forces to depart. Brother Ancestor, are you alright? You scared me to death. Jiao Wenglong, a Gui, and others approached, their eyes brimming with concern. Ha ha ha, what could possibly be wrong with me? Brother Ancestor possesses not only wealth, but formidable strength. Gaozu addressed the crowd. This was meant to reassure his younger comrades, lest they believe he relied solely on money without the strength to back it up, a misunderstanding he sought to rectify. To be a leader, one must be well-rounded to command respect. Alright, take the brothers to the hospital. I will cover all medical expenses. Let them recuperate in peace. Gaozu instructed, his gaze steady upon the group. Gaozu entered his vehicle, changed into a new outfit, lit a cigarette, and strode alone towards the direction of the police car. He has arrived. Chen Guozhong discarded his cigarette, but, instantly becoming alert, while simultaneously turning to glare at the dozen or so officers behind him. Everyone, do not act rashly. No one is permitted to fire without my command. This was their first encounter with Gaozu, and he was bewildered by Gaozu's temperament and character. It was essential to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. You must be Mr. Chun and Mr. Ma, right? It is an honor to meet you. Gaozu approached Chen Guozhong and the others with a smile. Ah, Zhu. You certainly know how to stir up a commotion upon entering our jurisdiction. You are quite remarkable. Chen Guozhong replied with a hint of sarcasm. They had little interaction with Gaozu previously, but due to the recent incident involving the water police and the Yuanan gang, he had indeed conducted an investigation into Gaozu. At that time, Gaozu was merely a nobody, and he hadn't paid much heed. Little did he expect that in just over 10 days, Gao Zhu would rise to power in Mongkok and even wipe out the number gang. It must be said, Gao Zhu was the most outstanding Triad member he had ever encountered, without exception. Mr. Chun, you flatter me. In this line of work, skirmishes are unavoidable. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you. I have prepared the individuals for you, and I will deliver the ransom tomorrow. Gao Zhu continued to smile. He did not wish to provoke the police. He would cooperate as much as possible, but if they were to act like Huang Zhiqing and refuse to show respect, they should not blame Gao Zhu for being unyielding. Well, one should not strike a smiling face. Since you are so understanding, let us proceed with business. Chen Guozhong inhaled deeply and stated. They had dealt with numerous shootouts, certainly not fewer than 1,000, typically arresting a few individuals as scapegoats and wrapping things up hastily. Unless absolutely necessary, they generally would not engage with someone of Gao Zhu's stature. This was an unspoken rule between the underworld and the police. Since Gao Zhu was being so agreeable, Chen Guozhong decided not to press the matter further. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Please. Gao Zhu gestured for them to proceed. Speaking lightly, Mr. Ma, I appreciate your assistance. Chen Guozhong addressed Ma Jun, the leader of the major crimes unit. Approached Gao Zhu with a subdued warning. Zhu, I have investigated you. You are the only one who steers clear of the drug trade, which is commendable. I hope you continue to adhere to this path. A peaceful coexistence benefits us all. For him, as long as the lowly gangsters did not engage in drug trafficking, their conflicts were manageable and easily resolved. The real concern lay in the myriad of cases that arose from the drug trade, which were far more troublesome. This was their first meeting, and he did not wish to delve deeper into conversation. All right, Gao Zhu nodded slightly. Soon, Ma Jun led over a dozen officers to make arrests. Mr. Chun, here is an unmarked check for 3 million. You are not in good health. Take care of yourself. Gao Zhu said nonchalantly, if Mr. Ma needs anything as well, feel free to call me. Saying this, Gao Zhu slipped the prepared check into Chen Guozhong's pocket. Noticing Chen Guozhong's hesitation, Gao Zhu added, this is not a bribe, it is an unmarked check. Just say you found it, and no one will trace it back to you. Besides, don't you know how the foreigners operate? They use Hong Kong people to control Hong Kong people. No matter how impressive your performance is or how many cases you solve, you are merely a tool, and in the end, you are left with a modest salary. Hospital stays can quickly drain your resources. This 3 million should cover your medical expenses. Your daughter and wife are waiting for you to return home. Thank you. Chen Guozhong uttered 2 words after a deep breath. Although he was unsure how Gao Zhu knew of his condition, he genuinely needed the funds. Gao Zhu nodded and turned back to the scene. Once Ma Jun apprehended over 30 individuals, Gao Zhu immediately instructed his men to clear the area. He then continued his sweep of the entire number gang as strongholds, primarily targeting the main hall and powerful factions like Zhong, Xine. While he could not be bothered with smaller factions, allowing them to feast on the spoils of the underworld, Simsha Sui was eerily quiet. And Ai Yongxiao had not made his move. In Yuanlong, several minor factions gathered in secret, aware of Gao Zhu's victory over the number gang, choosing to evade the scene. Except for Causeway Bay, which remained tumultuous. Chun Haonan, leading over 200 men, stormed onto Pak Lai Avenue, determined to reclaim the territory previously seized by Gao Zhu. However, with the formidable Zhen gang at the helm and 300 men stationed on Pak Lai Avenue, Chun Haonan and his crew were no match and were swiftly routed by Zhen gang. Shanji, trying to show off, was caught off guard and nearly knocked out by Zhen gang's punch, almost meeting his end. Chun Haonan had no choice but to retreat in frustration. Overnight, the number gang had undergone a transformation, leaving many in disbelief. The gang leader Gu Huang was dead, and all the hall leaders, not a single one spared. With all significant strongholds fully occupied by Gao Zhu's men. No way, did Gao Zhu truly emerge victorious? Has he genuinely taken down the number gang? This is nothing short of a miracle. How could a mere third-rate gang leader annihilate a top-tier organization? It's utterly outrageous. Many were left curious about the events of the previous night, until the rumor spread that Gao Zhu single-handedly battled 200 men. Forcing the number gang's members to flee in disarray, did they grasp the extent of his prowess? Although the underworld folk found the exaggeration hard to believe, there's no smoke without fire. Gao Zhu certainly possessed the strength to take on 100. As a result of his exploits the previous night, Gao Zhu's fame skyrocketed, using the number gang as a stepping stone to become a prominent figure in the underworld. His influence and renown reached unprecedented heights. They referred to Gao Zhu as the Demon Ancestor. Chapter 42. A Resounding Victory. Establishing the Dark Dragon Mercenary Corps. Mongkok, the stronghold of the number gang. On the second floor of a commercial building, Gao Jin strode in. Brother Zhu. What were the casualties last night? Gao Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke. Gazing at Gao Jin, we lost 10 men, with over 300 injured. The prince's side suffered heavier losses, with 20 dead and over 400 injured, including Gu Huang. The number gang's casualties exceeded 1,000. Gao Zu recounted the statistics from the previous night. Though incomplete, it was close enough. Beside him, the prince rubbed his nose. Appearing somewhat speechless, this casualty ratio left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The funerals for the fallen brothers must be lavish, with a compensation of 60,000 per person. If their families are in dire straits, provide even more. And for the injured brothers, cover their medical expenses as well. Oh, and by the way, the brothers performed admirably last night, a reward of 1,000 for each, as many displayed great valor. Let us ensure they feel appreciated. Gao Zu squinted his eyes and spoke softly. He was not surprised by the casualty figures. In a conflict, fatalities were inevitable. However, as the leader, he must step up to provide them with the best possible treatment. Moreover, Gao Zu was extremely satisfied with his subordinates' performance. Once the brother song was sung, they all seemed invigorated, with none showing any signs of cowardice. His subordinates did not let him down, and naturally, he would not fail them in return. This is what mutual commitment looks like. Gao Jin nodded slightly, preparing to depart, when Gao Zu interjected, "There is one more matter to address. The brother who took the fall for us is still at the police station. If we can secure his release with a ransom, we shall do so. Should anyone be convicted, inform them that we will provide their families with 1 million a year for a year, and upon their release, we will ensure they rise to prominence. It is quite common on Hong Kong Island for one to serve time in prison on behalf of their elder brother. This approach is akin to that of a hitman within a gang, as long as they eliminate the target after a few years in prison. Not only do they receive a substantial resettlement fee, but they also gain a higher status. Such opportunities are rare for the underprivileged, and many yearn for them." Upon hearing this, Gao Jin took his leave. 60,000 as a resettlement fee. Brother Zu, you truly underestimate my worth. The prince couldn't help but smile wryly, hesitating to express his thoughts. In the Underworld, the resettlement fee for an ordinary underling ranges from 80,000 to 200,000, depending on their rank. Yet here you are offering 60,000 for one person, 600,000 for 10. This does not even account for the additional expenses for others' releases or medical fees. According to Gao Zu's regulations, the release fee per person is 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. When all is calculated, this amounts to over 10 million in just one night. Gao Zu's actions gave the prince a peculiar sense of illusion. His younger brothers were affluent, while he himself was in want. "No worries, brother, I may not have much, but I do have plenty of US dollars." Gao Zu smiled leisurely, considering this some mere trifles. It was not arrogance, rather. He was confident that once the battle at Kowloon Wharf concluded, he would be exceedingly wealthy. Moreover, the funds of the number gang had yet to be fully accounted for. Even Zhong Sini possessed an impressive 200 million in assets. The overall funding of the number gang would undoubtedly be substantial. "Thank you, Prince. You've worked hard this time." Gao Zu patted the prince on the shoulder. "I will send you 10 million in cash. Brother Zu, you hold me in too low esteem. I came to assist you as a brother. Discussing money feels rather ungrateful." The prince declined. "You're quite something. I entrust the venue of Zhong Sini to you. Have your men go there immediately." Gao Zu did not press further, instead rephrasing his request. The prince had initially intended to establish a foothold in Simsha Sui, but due to his presence, that plan had failed. As a distinguished member of the society, lacking a proper venue was a considerable embarrassment. Their relationship could be described as one of mutual respect through conflict. Thus, granting the prince the Zhong Sini venue seemed both reasonable and justified. "Should you refuse, our bond of brotherhood may well come to an end." Gao Zu's tone grew noticeably colder. "All right." The prince nodded. To refuse further would seem overly dramatic. Not long after the prince departed, Luo Tianhong entered with Susu in tow. At that moment, Susu appeared utterly disheveled, her mouth spewing curses at Luo Tianhong for being an ungrateful wretch. Enough with the insults. A dignified sister of the underworld should not resemble a street harpy. I hope you can maintain some decorum. Gao Zu rose and approached Susu, gently patting her cheek. "What do you want?" Susu gritted her teeth defiantly. After scheming for so long to seize control of the number gang, she had believed that last night would be seamless, allowing her to ascend the ranks and craft a legendary tale as a true sister of the underworld. Little did she know, Gao Zu had ruthlessly shattered her ambitions. At this moment, her emotions were tumultuous. Who could understand? Had you been as astute as Ao, you wouldn't have found yourself in this predicament. Gao Zu chuckled lightly. He held both Susu and Ao in high regard, particularly Susu, whose capability in managing the gang and generating wealth was exceptional, surpassing many underworld leaders. However, with great power comes great ambition. Were Susu not to stir up trouble, he would genuinely consider appointing her to manage the number gang. "So you've been wary of me all along," Susu remarked with a bitter smile. At this moment, even she, despite her naivety, recognized that Gao Zu was not only seeking to win her over, but also Ao. "Wary of you? You overestimate your significance," Gao Zu replied directly. Hand over the hidden funds, and I can ensure your demise is swift and dignified. Otherwise, I will sell you to a brothel, and you can contemplate your fate. Gao Zu stated firmly. The 100 million that had not been retrieved last time must be reclaimed this time. Susu gritted her teeth, seething with anger. Luo Tianhong. Come here. Gao Zu stood, returning to the sofa, lighting a Hennessy cigar, ready to enjoy the unfolding scene. Hearing this, Luo Tianhong stepped forward, preparing to take action. Terrified, Susu was in a panic, tears streaming down her face. I'll talk. A person of her stature in the underworld could not be sold off to a brothel like a common harlot. Subsequently, she revealed everything without reservation. Good. You show some awareness. However, you failed to cherish the opportunity given to you. Tianhong, take care of Susu. Gao Zu glanced at Luo Tianhong. His words laced with profound implication. Understood. Luo Tianhong helped Susu tidy herself up before departing. Soon after, Gao Zu gathered the members of the Dragon Special Forces, the Devil Commander Duo, and personnel from the Huaxia Dark Dragon organization, totaling 37 individuals. With matters settled, they could now leave Hong Kong Island. After much contemplation, guided by the desire to promote the name of Great Huaxia, he ultimately adopted the name Dark Dragon. He then dispatched the Dark Dragon along with smuggling vessels to depart from Hong Kong Island. There are many mercenary teams in the world, but few can make a global impact. To rank within the top 100 of the worldwide mercenary leaderboard signifies a top-tier force. However, Gao Zu firmly believed that one day, the Dark Dragon would instill fear in the hearts of the world. Companies like Blackwater and Arctic Fox would have to bow before the Dark Dragon. Chapter 43. The dream remains unfinished. Has the number gang been destroyed? Recruitment in the Underworld. At Tualuo Bay, Chuan Bao was awakened by a phone call. What? The number gang has fallen? No, it has been annihilated. Chuan Bao trembled, exclaiming loudly. Startling Feng Jie beside him. Receiving a disapproving glare from Feng Jie, Chuan Bao rose and made his way to the living room. Uncle Bao, it's true. Word has spread throughout the underworld, and Gao Zu's men have already taken control of several venues of the number gang. The voice on the other end of the line trembled with shock. That little brat Gao Zu has won. After hanging up, Chuan Bao lit a cigarette, his hands shaking. His expression a complex mixture of emotions. It could be said that when Gao Zu boldly promised to meet Deng Bo's demands in the conference room, no one believed that Gao Zu could truly conquer the number gang. Had Gao Zu not been on his side, he would have been tempted to express his desire to explode the universe. Yet, he never anticipated that within the span of a single night, before he could even complete his dreams, Gao Zu would annihilate the number gang, with 8 days still remaining until the deadline agreed upon with Deng Bo. This was simply unbelievable. This meant that Gao Zu had already qualified for the selection of the Liaoxing's decision makers. The next stage would involve 3 contenders, Di, Jimmy, and Gao Zu, and as an elder, he would inevitably have to choose a side. Di's strength is indeed commendable, but he is arrogant, lacks character, and has been marginalized by Deng Bo. The support from the elder generation is scant, making his ascension somewhat dubious. As for Jimmy, he is a dark horse, strongly backed by Deng Bo, possessing some business acumen and a bit of money, thus holding a certain level of influence and a better reputation across the board compared to Di. As for Gao Zu, he stands out as the most dazzling dark horse among his peers, though he, like Di, does not enjoy the favor of Deng Bo. The mere fact that Gao Zu has successfully taken control of the number gang is sufficient to compel others to alter their perceptions. With this thought in mind, Chuan Bao made a resolute decision. He would wholeheartedly support Gao Zu, aspiring to be his foremost backer. By taking this gamble, should Gao Zu ascend to power, it would undoubtedly dilute Deng Bo's influence, thereby allowing Chuan Bao to establish his own standing among the elder figures. Swiftly, Chuan Bao managed to connect with Gao Zu over the phone, expressing his unwavering support and offering to shoulder any challenges that may arise. In response to Chuan Bao's declarations, Gao Zu could only acknowledge that this old fellow possessed a modicum of opportunistic skill. Nevertheless, having support was indeed a positive development. It was said that Chuan Bao invariably chose the wrong side, yet managed to profit each time. Gao Zu remarked that this time, Chuan Bao's fate was poised for a transformation. In Tsuanwan, at the hall, upon receiving the news, Di was taken aback, genuinely shocked by Gao Zu's audacity. He had never anticipated that someone he deemed insignificant would, without his assistance, successfully seize control of the number gang, thereby forging a notorious reputation as the demon ancestor. This development meant he had gained yet another formidable adversary. Now, Di's countenance was clouded with despair, and he felt a twinge of regret. Had he collaborated with the number gang, Gao Zu would have been inconsequential. Alas, the fact that Gao Zu had already taken over the number gang was now an established reality, rendering any further discussion or action futile. The two parties were now destined to be enemies. Chang Mao, go and investigate Gao Zu. I want all his information. His lovers, relatives, enemies. I want to know it all. Didi contemplated, addressing his trusted subordinate. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Previously, Gao Zu had been of little consequence, and Didi had deemed him unworthy of investigation. Now, however, it was imperative to confront this change. At the very least, he needed to eliminate the number gang, a task he believed himself incapable of achieving. Brother Didi, isn't Jimmy handling the investigation? Chang Mao asked, momentarily taken aback. Jimmy? No rush. As long as we have Gao Zu under control, Jimmy is of no concern, Didi declared, lighting a high-end cigar and reclining on a luxurious sofa. Speaking with a sense of ease. Compared to Jimmy, it was Gao Zu who now filled him with trepidation, for in his understanding, strength alone could secure a position of authority. Gao Zu was evidently a significant obstacle in his path. I understand, Chang Mao replied, ceasing further inquiries and turning to leave. The upper echelons of various societies, including Hongxing and Dongxing, were astonished by Gao Zu's takeover of the number gang. Amid their surprise, they recognized that the rise of Lianxing was likely only a matter of time. However, upon learning that Gao Zu had been compelled to dismantle the number gang to qualify for the election of a spokesperson, many found themselves reveling in schadenfreude. Wasn't Deng Bo blatantly attempting to hinder Gao Zu? Now that Gao Zu had succeeded and gained eligibility for the election, internal strife within Lianxing was all but guaranteed. In Deepwater Bay, at the Jiang family villa, Hongxing's leader Jiang Tianxing emerged from the gym and entered the living room. Qinyao, the crown prince has been waiting for quite some time. Gao Zu, aged 23, had entered the fold under Utudio 3 years prior, and through his fearless determination, he was promoted to the position of chief. Primarily engaged in the fishing industry, he also secretly dealt in smuggling frozen goods, notably refraining from any involvement with flour. Recently, following Utudio's death, he sought vengeance by infiltrating Jinshayi and annihilating the number gang's crown prince, thereby elevating his reputation and amassing over 2,000 followers due to his generous treatment. Subsequently, Lin Bale's disappearance suggested that he was preparing to run for office, and Deng Bo, that old curmudgeon, would undoubtedly not support an uncontrollable candidate, thus demanding Gao Zu eliminate the number gang. Last night, Gao Zu had meticulously relayed the information he obtained to Chen Yao. Deng Bo truly lacks vision. In his quest to solidify his power, he mistreats a promising youth. Jiang Tianxing chuckled upon hearing this, pondering whether to feel fortunate or resigned that someone like Gao Zu was being undermined by Deng Bo, when he should be cultivated as a talent within Hongxing. Crown Prince, what are your thoughts on Gao Zu? Jiang Tianxing inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke. Mr. Jiang, Gao Zu possesses exceptional combat prowess. He is formidable, and I am no match for him, the Crown Prince replied. Chen Yao and Jiang Tianxing exchanged astonished glances, unable to contain their shock. The Crown Prince was their shining star, renowned in the underworld as the god of war and a formidable figure, yet he had just admitted such a thing. This revelation compelled both men to take Gao Zu seriously. You share a favorable rapport with Gao Zu. Please extend an invitation on my behalf. If he is willing to join us at Hongxing, I am prepared to make an exception and promote him to the position of a home master. Jiang Tianxing's thoughts shifted towards recruitment. He was well aware that the stronger his subordinates, the further the Jiang family and Hongxing could thrive. Presently, Gao Zu resembled a dragon among men, akin to Han Bin. He was willing to amend the rules of the organization. Moreover, since the Crown Prince had already assisted Gao Zu, the recruitment would be significantly easier. Should they fail to recruit him, they would have no choice but to eliminate him. He would not allow any other society to foster a monumental figure. Crown Prince, I shall accompany you. This would convey greater sincerity. Chen Yao smiled slightly. Very well. The Crown Prince agreed immediately, eager to draw Gao Zu into Hongxing. Other societies shared Jiang Tianxing's sentiments, all eager to seize this opportunity to recruit Gao Zu. Deng Bo, you may be blind, but they are not. Chapter 44. With no one to support my lofty aspirations, I shall tread through the snow to the mountaintop. In Mongkok, within a commercial building, Gao Zu's phone rang incessantly. Initially, it was calls from various elder figures within Lianxing, all congratulating him on securing eligibility for the spokesperson election. However, none were as forthright in their support as Chuan Bao. Gao Zu, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, responded with perfunctory politeness. He was well aware that these individuals, like Lao Gui and others, were self-serving, driven by their own interests, since he had no financial ties with them. Expecting them to declare their positions would require monetary incentives. Furthermore, Jimmy and Didi were still in the picture. Nonetheless, Gao Zu felt no urgency in courting these individuals. The spokesperson election spanned several weeks, with 1 out of 3 candidates ultimately emerging victorious. What transpires in the interim remained uncertain. Shortly thereafter, he received calls from external forces, all expressing a desire to meet and extending olive branches, yet all were rebuffed by Gao Zhu. After exerting such effort to attain eligibility for the spokesperson election, he had no intention of merely playing a bargaining chip. Besides, it was far more advantageous to seize control of Lianxing and become the leader himself. Brother Zhu, I wish to see you. Just as Gao Zhu hung up the phone, the Crown Prince called to express his intentions. Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes. Sensing a shift in the Crown Prince's tone, his visit at this juncture likely represented the interests of Hongxing. However, Gao Zhu did not refuse. After all, the Crown Prince was the only one willing to offend the number gang and assist him without any substantial profit in return. Such brothers are rare in this world of Hong Kong films, where interests reign supreme and loyalty is but an illusion. Gao Jun meticulously filtered the members of the numbers gang today, seizing this opportunity to recruit new followers tomorrow. As he always says, it is not the quantity of people that matters, but the quality. Better to have fewer but stronger individuals. By the way, let us raise the standards for selection. I only want the formidable. Gao Zhu set aside his mobile phone and turned to Li Wang with a serious expression. Previously, his lack of manpower necessitated a less stringent selection process, but now it must be elevated. Last night, they had secured the numbers gang, which boasted over 10,000 members. And after excluding those merely holding titles, there were at least 6,000 active members. However, Gao Zhu estimated that fewer than 1,000 would pass the selection criteria. Just the rule against engaging in the flower trade would disqualify a substantial number. Understood, Brother Zhu. Li Wang nodded and departed. Soon after, the Crown Prince arrived with Chen Yao. Upon seeing Chen Yao, Gao Zhu felt no surprise. As he had anticipated, the Crown Prince had come representing the gang. Chen Yao held significant influence, being the strategist of Hongxing and the second-in-command, commanding considerable respect both within the gang and in the Underworld. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three settled onto the sofa. Chen Yao conveyed Jiang Tianxing's intentions and offered a plethora of generous conditions, attempting to entice Gao Zhu to join Hongxing. I appreciate the recognition from Brother Yao and Mr. Jiang, but I have no intention of changing allegiances. Gao Zhu firmly rejected Chen Yao's proposal. Zhu, at Hongxing, we value strength and have always welcomed talented individuals. If you were to join us, you would surely carve out a significant path for yourself. However, you are not like Lianxing, which seeks balance. Deng Bo desires absolute authority, a monopoly on power, and a singular voice. Both you and Didi are rebellious spirits, and Deng Bo will undoubtedly support Jimmy. Based on his understanding of Deng Bo, no matter how fiercely you three compete, Jimmy is destined to become the next leader. Furthermore, there is a possibility that Deng Bo would exploit you to deal with Didi, leading to mutual destruction and paving the way for Jimmy. Why pursue such a path? Chen Yao earnestly expressed, revealing the intricacies within Lianxing. This indeed constituted a significant insight. Only the older generation could truly perceive Deng Bo's intentions, while the younger members remained blissfully unaware. Brother Yao, it may be too early to make such assertions. Some matters are not set in stone. Variables always exist. It merely depends on who can shatter the status quo. What say you? Chen Yao's arguments were indeed reasonable. Yet Gao Zhu was not one to be manipulated by Deng Bo. Interesting. No wonder you have conquered the numbers gang. Your words are indeed bold. In that case, I shall not intrude upon you any further. Here, take my number. Should you ever find yourself unable to withstand the pressures from Lianxing, feel free to call me. Chen Yao stood, placing a business card on the table with a casual tone. Regarding Gao Zhu's attitude, Chen Yao could only surmise that this youth had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. When Deng Bo teaches him a lesson, he would inevitably come to understand. Having weathered numerous storms alongside Lianxing for decades, it was evident that even weaklings like Chue Ji could be elevated by Deng Bo, showcasing the latter's depth. Gao Zhu, despite his formidable strength, would find it challenging to match wits with Deng Bo. Brother Zhu. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, hesitating to speak. Crown Prince, it is time to return. There is nothing more to discuss. Gao Zhu patted the Crown Prince's shoulder with a smile. Understood. The Crown Prince rose and followed Chen Yao out. That evening, Gao Zhu took a group of brothers to the Mi Ji Lan nightclub, booking the entire venue for a night of leisure. There, he encountered Ruby, and their meeting was filled with unspoken camaraderie. Additionally, Chuan Bao, Lao Gui, and Chue Ji were also present, all having come willingly to show their support, eager to forge connections with Gao Zhu. After all, in terms of strength, these older figures were simply incomparable to Gao Zhu. Their usual strategy involved binding their younger subordinates to establish their standing in the underworld while profiting from them. Moreover, with the impending leadership elections, they needed to align themselves with either Jimmy, Didi, or Gao Zhu. Ultimately, who to support would depend on which of the three demonstrated adeptness in dealings. Simply put, as long as interests align, nothing is truly problematic. Overall, tonight's gathering was a modest celebration, yet it was livelier than the previous banquet for the newly appointed leaders. Chuan Bao and the others were far more vocal. surrounding Gao Zu and showering him with praise. This was the transformative power of strength. Adapting one's words to the audience, Gao Zu skillfully engaged with each guest. Didi watched Gao Zu, surrounded by admirers, his eyes filled with cold disdain. At that moment, Deng Bo arrived with Jimmy. All eyes turned towards them, and surprise washed over the faces of Chue Ji, Chuan Bao, and others. Deng Bo had shown little interest in the banquet for the newly appointed leaders. Yet here he was at a mere celebration, and he had deliberately brought Jimmy along, clearly to assert his stance and disrupt the gathering. Azu, in just a few days, you have conquered the numbers gang. You truly are the brightest dark horse we have seen in Liansheng over the years. Congratulations on securing a spot in the race for leadership. Deng Bo approached, looking up at Gao Zu with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Deng Bo, you flatter me. Serving the gang is merely my duty. A mere numbers gang is hardly worthy of my attention, Gao Zu replied, his gaze piercing into Deng Bo's demeanor. Deng Bo maintained a stoic expression, his smile faltering. The swiftness of this slap in the face was unexpected. Who could have anticipated that the numbers gang, so feeble, would be eradicated by Gao Zu? It was a notion he had never entertained. Indeed, but young man, do not become complacent. Sometimes it is necessary to cultivate humility. Deng Bo retorted promptly. None shall support my aspirations. I shall tread the snowy path to the mountain's peak myself. Gao Zu replied coolly. He had no intention of offering any favor to this old fox. Chapter 45. A cultured individual. The storms are too fierce. I cannot navigate them. Old fox. None shall support my aspirations. I shall tread the snowy path to the mountain's peak myself. What an audacious proclamation, rich with culture. By the heavens, Azu. I never knew you were such a cultured individual. Chuan Bao laughed heartily, and soon others around began to give him thumbs up in admiration. In the world of gangsters, few possessed any real education. Some could hardly recognize their own names. Those with knowledge would not stoop to becoming hoodlums. Of course, there were exceptions, like Chen Yao, who was indeed educated. Otherwise, he would not qualify as the strategist of Hongxing, quite the audacity. Seeing that he could not outweak Gao Zu, Deng Bo sent Jimmy to converse with the older figures while he led Gao Zu to a quiet private room. Didi is powerful but headstrong. He is young and arrogant, and if he were to become the leader, he could potentially ruin the gang. Jimmy, while not as strong as Didi, understands the nuances of human relationships and considers the gang's welfare, Deng Bo said, sitting on the sofa and lighting a cigarette, his tone laden with significance. One listens and obeys, the other does not. How do you think I should decide? Deng Bo, how you choose is your own affair, Gao Zu replied indifferently. Deng Bo's implication was clear. He sought Gao Zu's position, whether to be the obedient dog or the rebellious one. When one becomes a compliant dog, they can earn Dunbo's support. However, to defy such expectations is to risk ending up like Didi, potentially barred from the position of authority. Azu, although you have qualified for the position of the speaker, it does not guarantee your ascension to that role. A vote may yet provide a turning point. Dunbo, believing that Gao Zu could not grasp his implications, spoke plainly. On the surface, Chue Ji is the speaker of the organization, yet he behaves like a dog. Devoid of dignity. You have mastered this game for decades. It is time to retire. You are no longer young. Why persist in your obsession with the power of the organization? Gao Zu chuckled softly, thinking, do I wish to be your dog, Dunbo? Do you truly think you are worthy of such loyalty? Ha ha ha. Dunbo's cold gaze hardened as he replied, Azu, the storms of Hong Kong are fierce. Winds may howl, and rain may fall. Natural and man-made disasters could strike at any moment. You are still young. There are matters beyond your grasp. Indeed, the storms of Hong Kong are great, but Dunbo, beware, for the tempest may well crush you. Do not wager your life for a few worthless fish and shrimp. It is not worth it. In the face of Dunbo's intimidation, Gao Zu remained composed. As a time traveler, his thinking was advanced in every aspect. He would not be shackled by the limitations of thought like Didi, nor would he harbor fear of Dunbo. No further discussion? Dunbo's demeanor darkened noticeably, his dissatisfaction fixating on Gao Zu. Their eyes locked, and Gao Zu smiled lightly, choosing silence. Very well. It seems you are resolute in your intent to sing a duet with me. Thus, proceed with caution. Dunbo rose and departed the private room. Upon exiting, Gao Zu saw Dunbo leaving with Didi. Gao Zu rubbed his nose, realizing that if he could not manipulate himself, he would turn to manipulate Didi. How amusing. At that moment, Ruby approached Gao Zu, and the two departed together. In the crowd, Jimmy glanced at Gao Zu, his expression complex. The following day in Mongkok, Gao Zu had acquired an entire commercial building, establishing it as a branch of the Kowloon group. He also gained control of a dock dominated by the number gang. Consequently, Gao Zu procured 3 container ships and 6 cargo vessels, along with 10 fishing boats from HSBC Shipping. The acquisition of these vessels, while ostensibly to mask a legitimate fishing business, primarily served to facilitate the smuggling of arms, alcoholic beverages, jewelry, luxury goods, beef, and electrical appliances. The greater the number of docks, the lesser the risk involved. Moreover, operating under the Kowloon Group's banner, a legitimate and lawful company, as long as Wang Fengyi, Gangsheng, and others maintained the accounts properly, the police could not act against the Kowloon Group without irrefutable evidence. Simultaneously, Li Wang commenced recruitment efforts. Gao Zhu arrived at the designated outskirts, surveying the bustling crowd with satisfaction. However, he did not reveal himself and departed by car. That evening, after the recruitment concluded, Li Wang promptly reported the results. After filtering, only 600 individuals were deemed suitable from the number gang, and a meager 400 were recruited that day. Compared to the previous recruitment drive, this showed a significant disparity. Gao Zhu was not surprised. Firstly, he had instructed Li Wang to raise the selection standards, and secondly, the underworld was rife with organizations, with capable individuals already enlisted elsewhere. Gao Zhu descended to find a neatly lined-up group of 1,000 individuals. Among them, he unexpectedly spotted a fragment of the Jing gang, Gao gang. He then instructed Li Wang to take them for onboarding, allowing them to experience a taste of a luxurious lifestyle, suggesting that they first acclimate mentally. Meanwhile, he headed toward Lianxing General Hall, as Dunbo, that old man, was convening another meeting to assert his presence. Damn, these past few months have been utterly exhausting. Meetings occur with such frequency, it rivals my escapades with women. Do they truly believe we have nothing better to do? Upon entering, Gao Zhu was greeted by a chorus of expletives. The others were similarly disgruntled. As everyone had their own affairs to attend to, Gao Zhu remained silent, calmly taking a seat and lighting a cigarette. Soon, Dunbo entered, surveying the room until his gaze settled on Gao Zhu. Today, four matters are to be addressed. Firstly, Azu has obliterated the number gang, enhancing our reputation and elevating the status of our organization, which is commendable. The prior promise made to Azu is now in effect. He shall be one of the candidates for the position of speaker. Henceforth, the election for the speaker commences. I hope you three will perform admirably to earn the recognition of all. However, having learned from Ali's situation, I have adjusted the rules. The previous regulations are null and void. There shall be no restrictions on the life and death matters among you three. Without experiencing storms, one cannot see the rainbow. Thus, whoever survives until the end shall become the speaker. If, in the end, only 2 or 3 remain, a vote shall determine the victor, Dunbo stated resolutely. As his words echoed, the D fumed, ready to curse, thinking, damn it, I was on the verge of becoming the speaker, and now you declare your regulations as law? Now the rules have changed again. Fortunately, Dunbo had previously discussed this with him. Otherwise, the D felt he would truly be pushed to his limits. Considering forming a new faction with Lianxing, I concur. Otherwise, when will we ever select a speaker? Long Zhen, aligned with Dunbo, immediately chimed in. The older generation had no objections. The disputes among the three of them were their concerns. The elders merely needed to choose sides when the time came. The greater the enmity among the three, the more advantageous it would be for the elders to profit from them. A straightforward and uncomplicated endeavor. Gao Zhu smiled silently, recognizing that this old fellow had abandoned all pretense. Now, on to the second matter. Azu, having taken over the number gang's territory, your business will flourish. So your membership fee will triple. No objections, I presume? Dunbo's gaze lingered on Gao Zhu with a bemused smile. Tripling the fee means a monthly payment of 600,000. That feels somewhat excessive. Yet, not a single elder spoke up on Gao Zhu's behalf. Even Chuanbao hesitated. What do membership fees entail? They represent the dues owed by those who benefit from the organization, essentially purchasing the organization's name as a safeguard. Those who navigate the world under the banner of a large organization not only gain prestige, but also facilitate their endeavors, minimizing unnecessary troubles. All membership fees contribute to the organization's accounts, to be distributed among the higher-ups. Companies receive dividends, and so too does the organization. 600,000 a month translates to 72 million a year. After deducting expenses, the dividends at the end will still be substantial for Chuanbao and others. This matter touched upon everyone's interests, and naturally, no one dared to oppose Dunbo's declarations. Meanwhile, Didi wore a smirk of schadenfreude, recalling that in Suanwan, the fee was merely over 200,000. Chapter 46. Taking over the number gang's territory? You're overstepping. The Kowloon warehouse is ahead, investing 30 million. Tripling the fee? No problem. Gao Zhu narrowed his eyes, nodding slightly, and replied nonchalantly, just be wary that you may possess life to earn, but not life to spend. The third matter at hand concerns the number gang, a sizable organization with considerable profits to be made. Azu, it would be prudent for you to relinquish a portion, allowing the gang to manage it on your behalf. Deng Bo remarked coolly, fixing his gaze on Gao Zhu. With Deng Bo's statement, a fervent discussion erupted among the elder members present. Their excitement was palpable, as it was a chance to gain something for nothing, after all. Even a few strip clubs or nightclubs would ensure a lavish lifestyle for them. Azu, it's not that everyone insists on claiming your territory, but rather that your position within the gang affords you certain privileges. If the gang requests a share, what's the harm in that? Long Jin exhaled a plume of smoke. Leisurely continuing, Gao Zhu, initially composed, now wore a hint of coldness on his face. First, they wanted him to increase his membership fee, and now they expected him to cede part of his territory? Not only were they undermining his economic strength, but they also sought to encroach upon his domain. Deng Bo was indeed calculating, prioritizing his own interests while disregarding Gao Zhu's dignity. The number gang was his own hard-won achievement. No one from the He Lianxing had ever lifted a finger to assist him. When it came to battle, they were all cowards. Yet when there were benefits to be had, they all clamored for a share. Truly, they were a shameless lot, a group of brazen opportunists. There was nothing to discuss. Sharing was out of the question. If you possess the capability, then bring your men to seize it. I am more than ready for that. Gao Zhu lit a cigarette and spoke nonchalantly. As his words echoed, the room fell silent. Was Gao Zhu refusing? And in front of everyone, openly rejecting Deng Bo's proposal. Was his audacity not a bit excessive? Gao Zhu, do you still wish to maintain your standing? Azu, be mindful of your attitude and recognize your position. You rely on the gang for your livelihood. Without the gang, you are nothing. Where would you be without your current achievements? Shu Ji slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Gao Zhu. Such a statement is unjust. Azu built his empire through his own abilities. Did the gang contribute? No. They did not earn the right to claim a share. Chuan Bao stood up, fixing his gaze on Shu Ji. Furthermore, as the spokesperson, you cannot simply speak without consideration. Fairness and integrity are paramount, or the brothers below will lose faith. To be honest, he had not intended to stand up for Gao Zhu, as that would mean offending Deng Bo, but Deng Bo's actions were undeniably unfair. Raising Gao Zhu's membership fee was already excessive, but now seeking a share was simply outrageous. Deng Bo appeared to be deliberately targeting Gao Zhu for his own selfish gain. If Gao Zhu were driven away, the gang would suffer significant losses. Shu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, anger rendering him speechless. He anticipated Chuan Bao's strong stance, which blatantly disregarded Deng Bo's intentions in favor of Gao Zhu. What do you mean by that, Shu Ji? Are you intent on driving away the gang's talents? Chuan Bao slammed the table in retort. Although it seemed directed at Shu Ji, every word was aimed at Deng Bo. Upon hearing Chuan Bao's remarks, many of the elder members, previously blinded by greed, suddenly regained their senses. Chuan Bao was right. If they lost their subordinates, how would they earn their dollars? Deng Bo, however, maintained his composure, calmly lifting a cup of tea to his lips. Enough, Chuan Bao. Take your seat. Azu, while you need not cede your territory, you must engage in the flower business. Otherwise, we will all be left to suffer. What do you say, Deng Bo? Is 6 million in membership fees insufficient to satisfy the gang's appetite? Gao Zhu cast a cold glance around the room, ultimately locking eyes with Deng Bo. It must be said, Deng Bo was quite shrewd. Recognizing that he could not coerce Gao Zhu through the gang, and instead sought to manipulate the collective interests of the others. In this game of cunning, he was indeed a master. As expected, Deng Bo's words touched upon the interests of the others, igniting their enthusiasm once more. Just as they were about to speak, Gao Zhu interjected. My principle is simple. I will not engage in the flower business. If you expect me to concede my territory under the pretense of flower dealings, I shall withdraw from the gang and start anew. Gao Zhu, weary of further dialogue, stated plainly. Goodness, D is aiming to establish a new He Lianxing, and you, Gao Zhu, wish to exit the gang and start afresh as well. Truly, you are both troublemakers, eager to break away from the gang. The irony is, they genuinely possess the strength to do so. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. Even Deng Bo appeared unsettled. This was an opportune moment to rid himself of Gao Zhu, yet he understood that the gang could not rely solely on the words of these old-timers. Talents like Gao Zhu must not be allowed to slip away. Very well, since you are so principled, I shall not force your hand. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Bo ultimately chose to swallow his pride. Now, let us discuss the final matter. Boss B wishes to set up a table. The reason being, Azu has encroached upon Boss B's territory in Causeway Bay and has caused considerable harm to several members of the Hongxing gang. This matter is not in our favor, and I agree to negotiate. Azu, do you have any objections? Deng Bo concluded, a playful smile on his lips as he scrutinized Gao Zhu. Did you think that by seizing the number gang, you could act with impunity? Now, it's time to temper your arrogance. Agree to apologize to Boss B and compensate for the losses. Should you refuse, prepare for a confrontation with Boss B, where will be a fight to the bitter end. Keep in mind that Boss B is a leader within Hongxing and one of Jiang Tianxing's most capable subordinates, ranking among the top in the 12 Hall Masters of Hongxing, with an army of subordinates at his command. No problem, Gao Zhu replied, instantly grasping Deng Bo's intentions. However, he would not acquiesce to Deng Bo's plan. Negotiations were necessary, yet the method of negotiation posed a challenge. Very well. Let's meet 2 days from now at noon at the No Backbone restaurant. Zhu, while you may not be at fault, prepare 200 million for the negotiations. Deng Bo reminded. Understood. Gao Zhu nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. In the afternoon, Gao Zhu arrived in Central to meet with Xiao Anna, seeking information regarding the stock acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. Recently, Xiao Anna had spent 5 billion to acquire 30 million shares of Kowloon stock at a price of 15 Hong Kong dollars per share, with 1.5 billion remaining. The acquisition of these 30 million shares had attracted the attention of Jardine Matheson and the King of Chartering. The price of Kowloon stock had surged significantly, now reaching 30 Hong Kong dollars per share. Clearly, the battle for Kowloon warehouse had commenced earlier than anticipated. Gao Zhu had repeatedly cautioned Xiao Anna to avoid drawing attention. However, having already acquired 30 million shares, it had become somewhat irrelevant. It was sufficient to grant him negotiating power before Jardine Matheson and the King of Chartering. As for the remaining 1.5 billion, continue the acquisition, buy as much as possible. Gao Zhu set down the documents, fixing a stern gaze on Xiao Anna. This woman was undeniably beautiful, but far too stubborn. Mr. Gao, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to sell now? Xiao Anna rose, her gentle eyes fixed on Gao Zhu, unable to resist offering her advice. Selling now would yield a risk-free profit of 4.5 billion. Even a fool would know the right choice. And yet you, Gao Zhu, intend to invest the remaining 1.5 billion. Is your mind clouded? I will say it again. You will do as I say. Gao Zhu approached Xiao Anna, towering over her as he spoke with an air of authority, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Faced with the sudden assertiveness of Gao Zhu, Xiao Anna could only sniffle and nod in agreement. All right. After arranging matters, Gao Zhu, accompanied by Li Wang and Gao Jin, exited the company. With a resounding explosion, chaos erupted inside a large jewelry store, thick smoke billowing and flames reaching for the sky. Chapter 47, The AK King. Capture Yi Guohuan. The sharp crack of gunfire from AKs echoed through the streets as several masked assailants indiscriminately fired into the air, sending nearby pedestrians scattering in terror. Moments later, more masked figures emerged from the jewelry store, each lugging heavy suitcases as they rushed towards a van. Within mere minutes, the van sped away, leaving Gao Zhu as a witness to this audacious heist. Intrigued, he commanded, "Go investigate this gang and bring them, along with their loot, to me." Though he did not know the identities of these masked gold thieves, he was certainly captivated by their audacity, as only the boldest would dare to rob a jewelry store with AKs and explosives. Later that night, around 11 p.m., Gao Jin and Li Wang returned to Jinsha Bay. Inside the estate, a group of masked individuals had been captured and securely bound. Meanwhile, crates filled with gold were being transported in, a substantial haul estimated to be worth at least 1 million. Alongside them were several old AK-47s and ammunition. Gao Zhu emerged from the living room, his gaze falling upon the 10 masked captives, a surge of curiosity igniting within him. He had entered a world that amalgamated elements of Hong Kong cinema, where notorious gangsters like Zhang Shihai, Long Jiqiang, Zhuo Ziqiang, Yi Guohuan, and Ji Jingxiong were legendary figures, each bearing the title of a master thief. Who was the leader? Gao Zhu inquired, lighting a cigarette as he faced the group. "I am," answered a man in the corner, dressed in a sleeveless shirt. Gao Zhu approached and pulled the black cloth from the man's face. Recognizing the familiar visage, he chuckled lightly, surprised to find it was Yi Guohuan. "You are Gao Zhu. My goodness, I've met my idol," Yi Guohuan exclaimed, his initial fear dissipating, replaced by a look of admiration. "You know me?" Gao Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke. "Of course. You are not only renowned in the underworld, but also a formidable figure in the smuggling realm. How could I not recognize you?" Yi Guohuan's heartfelt flattery stemmed from his newfound disinterest in robbing jewelry stores, realizing the risks outweighed the meager rewards. Through chance encounters, he had learned about smuggling, where a single voyage could yield millions, a prospect he found enviable. Consequently, he had spent the past month investigating the smuggling scene in Hong Kong, and Gao Zhu was a well-known name therein. "So, you aspire to smuggle?" Gao Zhu recalled the narrative, instantly discerning the young man's intentions. Yi Guohuan had initially engaged in jewelry theft but, burdened by unsavory dealings and price exploitation from buyers, had turned to smuggling as his new venture. "Indeed, Brother Zhu. We may have met under dire circumstances, but accept me, and I shall serve you loyally." Yi Guohuan's eyes sparkled with ambition as he pledged his allegiance. "All right. You will henceforth oversee the smuggling of gold and other goods." Gao Zhu considered for a moment before acquiescing. Yi Guohuan had a penchant for AKs, and placing him in charge of smuggling operations with weapons crafted by Tongzi would surely prove advantageous. As for loyalty, Gao Zhu was unconcerned, Monetary incentives had always sufficed. Smuggling encompassed a myriad of goods, electronics, gold, jewelry, arms, luxury vehicles, and more, all requiring specialized contacts. Although Captain Lao Gui had commendable capabilities, entrusting him with everything could lead to unforeseen betrayals. A balance of power was essential. In that moment, Gao Zhu began to comprehend Deng Bo's philosophy. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Yi Guohuan beamed, wiping his nose in excitement. Unbind them, Gao Zhu commanded, addressing Gao Jin and the others. Soon, Yi Guohuan and his group entered the grand hall, their eyes wide with envy at the opulent decor. As inlanders, they had never witnessed such splendor and struggled to contain their awe. Stop gawking and focus on your tasks. Everything I possess, you shall have in due time. Gao Zhu strode past them, speaking nonchalantly. Your weapons are outdated. Here are the new arms I prepared for you. As he spoke, he opened a suitcase, revealing 10 AKs alongside a significant cache of ammunition. Yi Guohuan's eyes narrowed with excitement as he stepped forward, eagerly handling the AK. What a fine weapon. After a brief inspection, realization struck him. This can't be the famed AK King, renowned the world over? Indeed, the King of Guns. Gao Zhu replied, exhaling smoke with a hint of pride. Following the doctor's dealings, the AKs had gained international acclaim, universally recognized as the AK King. Even at a price of 5,000 each, orders were flooding in. Not long ago, the doctor had sought to place an order for 100,000 units, which Gao Zhu had declined, citing his limited funds and the importance of maintaining scarcity. Impressive, Brother Zhu. You have indeed procured formidable weaponry. Yi Guohuan marveled, caressing the AK, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Bear in mind, the AK King is a rare commodity, priced at 4,000 in the market. Acquiring it on the black market is no easy feat, often requiring competitive bidding. Brother Zhu, feel free to command us. We will follow your lead, Yi Guohuan said earnestly. Receiving 10 AK Kings right off the bat indicated that aligning with such a prosperous figure would surely pave the way for a bright future. Go to the Causeway Bay Pier and inform them you will be overseeing the transportation of gold, jewelry, and electronics. Captain Lao Gui will make the arrangements. If you perform well, the Causeway Bay Pier will be under your management. Gao Zhu instructed, his tone measured. Currently, Jiao Wenlong managed the Mongkok Pier, while Jinsha Bay and Yuan Long, along with the Causeway Bay Pier, had been organized by Captain Lao Gui. Understood. Yi Guohuan nodded, astonished. He recognized Captain Lao Gui as a prominent figure in the smuggling world and was thrilled to learn he had aligned with Gao Zhu. Now, without reservations, Yi Guohuan felt confident that following Gao Zhu would lead him to become a smuggling magnate. 2 days later, at the No-Guts restaurant, members from Lianxing and Hongxing gathered, creating an extravagant scene with knives and clubs that rivaled any grand spectacle. This time, Boss B had even invited Jiang Tianxing to represent him. As Gao Zhu arrived, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Numerous underlings fixated their gazes on Gao Jin, Li Wang, and their entourage, perplexed by the sight of these streetwise individuals dressed like business elites. They appeared decidedly out of place. Though there is discontent in my heart, the crowd is envious of the state of individuals like Li Wang, dressed in suits and ties. Who wouldn't desire that? Chapter 48. Ignoring Jiang Tianxing, fiercely confronting Deng Bo. Arrogant, Gao Zhu descended to the first floor, where the banquet was already lavishly arranged. Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing occupied the seats of honor, while the talkative Cui Ji was relegated to a side chair, followed closely by Chun Yao and others. They were all engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing in the air. Upon Gao Zhu's arrival, all eyes turned toward him. For today, he was the center of attention. Ah Zhu, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Cui Ji smiled, gesturing toward the vacant space in the middle. Ah Zhu, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Jiang, the leader of Hongxing, and this is Chun Yao, B, the elder, rose and began his introductions. Gao Zhu merely nodded and sat down, offering not even a greeting, his gaze casually sweeping over the assembly. Ha ha ha, Deng Bo. You truly are the golden signboard of your alliance with Lianxing. Quite amusing, Jiang Tianxing remarked, subtly pointing out Gao Zhu's lack of respect. Indeed, such audacity, such disregard for decorum. One might think he is the true decision-maker of Lianxing. B immediately chimed in, laughter spilling forth. Hearing this, Deng Bo and the others' expressions darkened. The words were not overtly harmful, but carried a sting of insult. Who dares to bark like a dog? Truly bothersome. Gao Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke. What did you say, you deadbeat? Do you believe I want to take your life right now? Chen Haonan rose, his gaze icy, fixated on Gao Zhu. The mere thought of his brother, Dai Tuzi, and the image of Zixalai lying in Gao Zhu's arms ignited a fire within him that was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Just you? Chen Haonan. I wouldn't even regard B as a threat. So what do you think you are? Gao Zhu laughed, a mirthful arrogance radiating from him. Chen Haonan was left speechless, taken aback by the retort. Deng Bo, your man is quite bold. Is there still room for discussion? Jiang Tianxing inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Deng Bo previously. He had contemplated recruiting Gao Zhu, but at this moment, it was evident that such a reckless individual would bring more harm than benefit. Zhu, perhaps you should temper your words. We are here to negotiate, not to escalate matters. Deng Bo directed a stern gaze at Gao Zhu. Gao Zhu merely nodded in response. Acknowledging this as Deng Bo's final chance, a last opportunity for harmony with Lianqing. If all the men present lacked courage, it might very well be time for Lianqing to be toppled. He wouldn't hesitate to extinguish another gang if needed. Little Jiang, speak your mind. How do you wish to proceed? Deng Bo lit a cigarette, fixing his gaze on Jiang Tianxing. Invading my Hongxing's territory and harming my people. If this were in the past, I would have retaliated fiercely. However, today, out of respect for you, Deng Bo, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, let us minimize the conflict. A compensation of 3 million for relocation expenses, the release of the Copper Gourd Bay area, and an apology from your men with tea will suffice. Jiang Tianxing stated, locking eyes with Deng Bo, articulating each word with clarity. As a premier society in Hong Kong, such demands were reasonable. Deng Bo feigned a troubled expression, though this had been previously arranged with Jiang Tianxing, intended to undermine Gao Zhu's arrogance and remind him that there were greater powers beyond his reckoning. Such demands are excessive. While it is true that Hongxing is a top-tier organization, your bullying is intolerable. Chuan Bao interjected unceremoniously. Deng Bo's expression shifted. He nearly rose to slap Chuan Bao. Bullying? What if we are? What of it? He chuckled leisurely, dismissing Chuan Bao entirely. In terms of strength, Hongxing was indeed formidable, and their members were skilled fighters. Unlike Lianqing, which seemed to be filled with mere amateurs. B, watch your words. Jiang Tianxing admonished B, though his smile belied his irritation. We at Lianqing do not seek conflict, but we are not afraid of it either. Just because you have some strength, don't think you can flaunt it before me. Deng Bo interjected, keen on reclaiming some dignity for Lianqing. He was about to retort when Jiang Tianxing shot him a glare, prompting him to sit quietly. Zhu, you are in the wrong this time. Comply with Mr. Jiang's requests. Our two societies have maintained a decent relationship. Let us transform hostility into harmony. Deng Bo ordered Gao Zhu nonchalantly. Under normal circumstances, such outrageous demands would tarnish the society's reputation, and he would never acquiesce to Jiang Tianxing. However, today was different. They had come specifically to suppress Gao Zhu, and the more outrageous Jiang Tianxing's demands, the better. Chuan Bao and the others glared at Deng Bo in dissatisfaction, yet refrained from speaking further. They understood that making a scene now would only provide Hongxing with further amusement. However, this left Gao Zhu in a dire position. It was akin to demanding compensation in dollars, land, and dignity. Ha! Gao Zhu laughed, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of icy disdain as he regarded Deng Bo. What a collection of cowards. Jiang Tianxing, are you not seeking justice for B? If you have the ability, come take what you want from me. I, Gao Zhu, am always ready for you. I await your arrival. Gao Zhu rose leisurely, discarding his cigarette but onto the table. This scene left Chuan Bao and the others speechless. Taken aback by his audacity, he granted Hongxing not a shred of dignity. B and the others, meanwhile, stood up, their gazes fixed intently on Gao Zhu. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, charged with tension. Deng Bo, you, a revered elder in the Underworld, have raised a disciple who is utterly uncouth? Jiang Tianxing seethed, his voice laced with icy fury. He realized that Gao Zhu was difficult to handle, far more than he had anticipated. Disregarding not only his own dignity, but also Deng Bo's, Gao Zhu was even more obstinate than the infamous Dongxing Crow. Zhu, sit down. Who gave you permission to leave? Deng Bo slammed the table, sending the plates of Chaozhou roasted duck flying. Not only was Jiang Tianxing enraged, but Deng Bo was barely able to contain his fury. I said sit down. Do you hear me? Seeing Gao Zhu remain motionless like a stubborn stump, Deng Bo rose, his voice cold. Old fool, I called you Deng Bo out of respect. Without it, I would have ended you. Gao Zhu turned, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of taking lives. With that, Gao Zhu strode away without a backward glance. The hall was engulfed in silence, the faces around filled with shock. They could hardly fathom that one could be so audacious, blatantly ignoring Jiang Tianxing and fiercely confronting Deng Bo. Truly, the demon ancestor. Even D, who usually exuded arrogance, felt his previous bravado pale in comparison to Gao Zhu's presence. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. D stood up, rubbing his nose as he hastily exited this tumultuous scene, realizing that today's events were far beyond his scope of involvement. Chuan Bao and the others similarly chose to withdraw. In the end, only Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing remained in the hall. Deng Bo, this lad is even more troublesome than D. It has been long since I encountered such an inconsiderate individual. Jiang Tianxing exhaled a cloud of smoke, reflecting on the situation. He chuckled softly, stating, "The realm has never lacked individuals of this sort. It's merely that they have all perished." Deng Bo's gaze trembled as he spoke coldly. Having lived a long life, now well into his senior years, he had encountered all manner of people. Yet, those as audacious as Gao Zhu had invariably met their demise. A person devoid of depth cannot endure for long. "What do you intend to do next?" Jiang Tianxing inquired, fixing his gaze upon Deng Bo. Ignorant of the rules and a treacherous ingrate, he is of no further use, Deng Bo declared, unreservedly. "I cannot act directly. You must assist me," he urged Jiang Tianxing. "Assistance is not merely a matter of words," Jiang Tianxing replied with a knowing smile. Indeed, Deng Bo was acquainted with his father, Jiang Zhan, and their relationship was amiable. However, Gao Zhu still possessed some influence. Expecting him to aid Deng Bo without a vested interest was unrealistic. "If you eliminate Gao Zhu, I shall grant you 2/3 of his territory. I require only 1/3. Furthermore, we shall not mobilize a single soldier from Lianxing." Deng Bo laid out his terms bluntly. "What do you think? Utilizing Hongxing to dispose of Gao Zhu is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon Gao Zhu for his arrogance. Those who cannot maintain control must perish." "Are you certain?" Jiang Tianxing exhaled a plume of smoke, a half-smile gracing his lips. Gao Zhu's territory was substantial, comprised of lucrative streets. Should they seize it all, Hongxing's strength would ascend to a new echelon. The crux of the matter was that Lianxing would not be involved, meaning Hongxing would only need to confront Gao Zhu. "Of course, I, Deng Bo, have never reneged on a promise. Consider this a favor owed to you," Deng Bo stated nonchalantly. "Excellent, a straightforward agreement." Jiang Tianxing beamed. He was well aware that Deng Bo was leveraging him to eliminate Gao Zhu, thereby preserving his own authority. However, that was of little consequence. A mere Gao Zhu, with strength equivalent to a hall master, could Hongxing not subdue? Deng Bo was effectively handing this to him. Yet, he desired more than just this. At that moment, Chun Haonan and Big Boss B entered, with Chun recounting his encounter with Gao Zhu on Fij Mountain, revealing that he had also unearthed the remains of Lin Bale. Upon hearing this, Deng Bo's aged visage darkened with anger. Lin Bale was a protege he had painstakingly cultivated, and to have his body buried on Fij Mountain was a profound affront. He suspected Big Boss B might be involved. However, reflecting on the conflict between Lin Bale and Gao Zhu, he was certain that Gao Zhu was implicated. Moreover, Deng Bo was still fuming, convinced that Gao Zhu was the murderer of Lin Bale. "Deng Bo, Gao Zhu holds you in utter contempt." Big Boss B feigned mockery. "Enough, you two should leave," Jiang Tianxing quickly interjected, seeing Deng Bo teetering on the edge of fury. "Lin Bale's remains were discovered yesterday. I witnessed the gruesome scene myself," Jiang Tianxing embellished. Deng Bo nodded slightly. Subsequently, he and Jiang Tianxing deliberated on the details concerning Gao Zhu. The more they discussed, the more Jiang Tianxing felt pity for Gao Zhu. According to Deng Bo, if they could not eliminate Gao Zhu on the initial attempt, he planned to expel Gao Zhu from Lianxing, ultimately uniting with Hongxing to eradicate him. Clearly, today's arrogance from Gao Zhu and Lin Bale's death had shattered this old man's composure. Otherwise, no matter how rebellious Gao Zhu might be, as a prominent figure in Lianxing, he would not act so decisively. Nonetheless, this was precisely the outcome Jiang Tianxing desired. The more chaos within Lianxing, the greater the opportunity for Hongxing. If they could seize the moment to absorb Lianxing entirely, it would be even more advantageous. "I no longer desire Gao Zhu's territory. I have but one request. When the time comes, bring this young man before me. I want him to perish in despair." Deng Bo's gaze turned cold. "Understood. No problem. A fruitful collaboration awaits," Jiang Tianxing replied, a scheming smile illuminating his face. That evening, Deng Bo clandestinely met with Big D. "Big D, assist me with a task, and I shall support you in becoming the one in charge," Deng Bo stated darkly upon their initial greeting. Hearing this, Big D's face lit up with joy. "Deng Bo, please elaborate." He had observed everything that transpired today. If Deng Bo failed to support him, he would have to follow Gao Zhu's example. "Eliminate Gao Zhu," Deng Bo articulated succinctly. He was a man of great cunning, and his collaboration with Jiang Tianxing was merely a precaution. He wished to utilize his own people to eliminate Gao Zhu. In essence, if he could do away with Gao Zhu, Jiang Tianxing's promise would be rendered void. With so many territories under Gao Zhu's control, he would not easily relinquish them. Moreover, Big D was a valuable pawn. "No problem. I have been waiting for your words. I have already gathered comprehensive information on Gao Zhu and devised a complete plan to ensure his removal without a trace." Big D replied leisurely, his tone brimming with confidence. "Good, I await your news." Deng Bo rose, patting Big D's shoulder, satisfied. He did not inquire further about Big D's plan. After all, he only wished for Gao Zhu's demise. While Deng Bo was arranging matters with Big D, Jiang Tianxing personally brought Chun Yao to Causeway Bay. Jiang Tianxing recounted the general strategy discussed with Deng Bo, then turned to Chun Yao. Brother Yao, what do you think we should do? After a moment of reflection, Chun Yao replied, Mr. Jiang. Deng Bo's outwardly cordial demeanor belies his true intent to use others as instruments of murder. Deng Bo has navigated the underworld for decades. He is cunning and untrustworthy. Today, we witnessed Gao Zu's attitude. He holds Deng Bo in utter disdain, which is a considerable humiliation for someone like Deng Bo, who values his reputation. He will undoubtedly be unable to contain himself. We should remain inactive and observe the developments, ideally waiting for them to exhaust each other. I believe that acquiring Lianqing as a whole is far more valuable than merely seizing Gaozu's territory. That makes sense. Big Boss B regarded Chun Yao with admiration, impressed by his scholarly insight. Indeed, Jiang Tianxing was pleased with Chun Yao's advice. In truth, he shared the same sentiment, whether from a perspective of profit or organizational strategy. This approach would maximize their benefits. As for his promise to Deng Bo, Jiang Tianxing turned to Big Boss B. Gao Zu's ability to seize the number gang indicates he possesses some skill. Investigate him thoroughly, especially the personnel he has stationed on Bull Road. Once we clarify this, we shall reclaim Bull Road. As for the rest, we will observe the unfolding situation. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Big Boss B nodded, smiling broadly. Chapter 49. Big D goes fishing without a helmet. Deng Bo's manipulative tactics and ruthlessness. The following day, early in the morning, Big D called Gao Zu, suggesting they go fishing in the wilderness to discuss matters. Neither party brought along any associates, and they ventured into the great outdoors. Setting up their fishing gear, Big D remarked, Azu, let us see who can catch the most fish today. Very well, Gao Zu replied, quietly lighting a cigarette as he gazed upon the water's surface. Half an hour passed. Upon witnessing the illustrious Gao Zu reeling in fish one after another, while he himself had caught none, D's eyes blazed with fury. Ah, useless fish. Are you blind? Tomorrow, I shall bring an electric rod and fry all these worthless creatures. Cursing under his breath, D hurled his fishing rod to the ground. Enough, D. If you cannot succeed, do not blame the earth for its lack of attraction. Gao Zu, collecting his rod, released all the fish from his net. This election cycle, refrain from running, and I shall support you in the next. What do you desire? I can grant you anything, D asserted directly. D, you cannot compete with Deng Bo. Pitting you against Jimmy would be a certain defeat. Gao Zu retorted without hesitation. Impossible. I am the leader of Tsun Wan. I have both followers and resources. Why wouldn't they choose me? D replied, unable to bear the blow. Are you unconvinced? When you competed against Lin Biao, reflect honestly. How much of your rise was due to Deng Bo's backing? How many of the elder uncles from the Hyung, Li Sheng truly supported you? Shall I enumerate them for you? Gao Zu wore a knowing smile. At these words, D opened his mouth to retort, but, upon reflection, fell silent. Under Deng Bo's influence, the support of the elder uncles had wavered, clearly leaning towards Lin Biao, a fact that could not be denied. Now that Deng Bo supports Jimmy, having offended him, you cannot win, can you? D protested defiantly. There is nothing I cannot achieve. I shall secure the position of the speaker. Gao Zu squinted his eyes and chuckled lightly. Witnessing Gao Zu's confidence, D was momentarily left speechless. Only Gao Zu dared to be so audacious in front of Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing. Were it him, he would lack such courage. Yet, the more audacious Gao Zu appeared, the more D felt he had a chance. The body of brother Lu has been found, and Chun Haonan has identified you as the culprit. Is that true? D inquired immediately. When he learned of this news from Deng Bo the previous night, a chill enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of dread towards Gao Zu. The audacity of a hall leader to dare eliminate a candidate for speaker was beyond imagination. Now that Gao Zu was a candidate for speaker, would he dare to kill Deng Bo? He was eager to find out. Perception shapes reality. If you believe I am the murderer, then I am. If you do not, even with evidence before you, a lie remains a lie. Gao Zu spoke ambiguously. Azu, is it truly so difficult to speak honestly? D's expression turned icy. What does it matter if I admit it or not? In this world of chaos and violence, such actions are commonplace. Without strength, one is bound to be eliminated. Just like Deng Bo, who, in his old age, must either find peace in the earth or retreat from the world, yet he insists on controlling Hyung Li Sheng. Do you think such a person will not be discarded? Gao Zu rose, looking down at D with indifference. In contrast to the duplicitous Lin Biao, D was among the few with a touch of cunning. To put it plainly, under Deng Bo's indoctrination, he had become somewhat thoughtless. Manipulating this fellow would be effortless. You wish to move against Deng Bo? D looked at Gao Zu in disbelief, feigning shock. He was bold, considering himself the leader of Tsun Wan. Yet to act against Deng Bo was a different matter entirely. However, internally, he was elated, for this was the very attitude he desired from Gao Zu. Do you not harbor the same thoughts? I merely articulated what you were thinking. Gao Zu patted D on the shoulder, striking at his very soul. With such a limited cunning, Gaozu saw through D entirely. As the three parties vied for the position of speaker, Jimmy had Deng Bo's support, while Gaozu had alienated Deng Bo. D could easily stir the waters amidst them. With his inner fears and ulterior motives laid bare, D swallowed hard, as if resolving to make a decision. Let us collaborate. First, we eliminate Jimmy, and then we can discuss our terms, shall we? Agreed. Gaozu nodded slightly. Last night, Deng Bo approached me. He wants me to eliminate you. D contemplated and recounted Deng Bo's words from the previous night in full. Having undergone so many trials, he had come to see Hyung Li Sheng with utmost clarity. His greatest enemy was not Gaozu or Jimmy, but the old, cunning Deng Bo. Believing he could control the situation, and hoping to use D to eliminate Gaozu, he was audacious, yet not so foolish as to lack sense. Gaozu had previously seemed insignificant, merely a fourth-tier player, but upon learning that Gaozu had destroyed the number gang, a sense of trepidation had taken root within him. Soon after, Gaozu secured candidacy for the speaker position, and Deng Bo began to flatter him, lavishing him with promises of support. Where had he been all this time? Now, he sought to curry favor with Gaozu. It was evident that Deng Bo intended for both himself and Gaozu to suffer in the conflict. Elevating Jimmy to power while manipulating D, this he could not tolerate. It would be better for him to seize control himself, allowing Gaozu to eliminate either Deng Bo or Jimmy, and then he could reap the rewards. Gaozu narrowed his eyes. D was not without his wits. He could play the game of using others as pawns. Quite intriguing. D, do you know why I can catch fish? Gaozu said nonchalantly. Why? D's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Because I can control the entire situation. If I wish to catch fish, I simply need to cast out an enticing bait. If I do not wish to catch fish, even if they bite, I shall not lift my rod. Gaozu stated calmly. By the way, D, when fishing, you must wear a helmet. Gaozu glanced toward the woods, where a shadow lurked, issuing a warning before departing with his fishing gear. Deng Bo's intentions were all too clear, and Gaozu was not oblivious. He was merely awaiting the right opportunity. This opportunity would surely arrive soon. D scratched his forehead. Wearing a helmet while fishing? Was he not out of his mind? Under the blazing sun, wouldn't he simply roast? However, he dismissed the notion and instead pondered Gaozu's words. Did Gaozu imply that he was also a fish? He was unwilling to be a mere fish. He aspired to be the fisherman. Once more, he grasped his fishing rod and returned to Gaozu's fishing spot, determined to prove the contrary. More than 10 minutes passed, and still, he had caught nothing. At that moment, he found it increasingly hard to maintain his composure. Damn it, he cursed, throwing his entire fishing rod into the river. Just then, a figure appeared behind him, and D spun around in surprise, initially thinking it was Gaozu. Damn it, Long Mao, are you out of your mind? You nearly scared me to death. D gritted his teeth. Brother D, it's a call from Deng Bo. He says he urgently needs to speak with you. Long Mao immediately produced a mobile phone and handed it to D. Hello, Deng Bo, what is the matter? D's brow furrowed as he picked up the phone, turning to gaze at the river. Where are you? When will you take action? Deng Bo's voice crackled through the receiver. I'm at home. Don't worry, Deng Bo. I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. You can count on me. D replied, suppressing his breath. Is that so? You arranged to go fishing with Gaozu. Do you think I'm unaware? What are you plotting? Deng Bo's temper flared, erupting into a furious shout. I must express my astonishment at your audacity, old wretch. Are you truly surveilling me? D, filled with discontent, suddenly felt an excruciating pain at the back of his head, and in the next moment, he collapsed onto the ground. The assailant was none other than his trusted confidant, Changmao. Trembling, Changmao relentlessly battered D with a heavy stone, murmuring, I'm so sorry, brother D. Rest easy, I will take good care of your sister-in-law. D's eyes widened in shock, his lips parted to utter something. Yet his body was too weak to muster any strength. Ultimately, he succumbed to the blows and breathed his last. Witnessing D's demise, Changmao, with bloodied fingers, picked up the phone. Deng Bo, brother D is dead. Well done, splendid work. You shall be the leader of Suan Wan from this day forth. Deng Bo responded, his tone chillingly indifferent. After hanging up, Changmao tidied the scene and glanced around, relieved to find no one in sight, before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Jin lurked in the shadows, capturing every moment on film. Meanwhile, at Deng Bo's residence, he seethed with fury, his gaze icy, his breath quickened with rage, causing his corpulent form to tremble like a wave. Deng Bo was well aware of D's unreliability and had long instructed his men to keep a close watch on him. Just in case, he never anticipated that D, while outwardly acquiescing, would secretly conspire with Gaozu. He could easily guess the nature of their discussions. Betrayal was intolerable. There was but one path left for D death. For decades, Deng Bo had maintained his authority. He certainly possessed the capability to navigate this treacherous terrain. Jimmy, I have removed one obstacle for you. Tomorrow, I will eliminate Gaozu. The position of power is rightfully yours. But remember this. Anyone who dares to betray me will meet the same fate as D. Deng Bo coldly cautioned Jimmy. Understood, Deng Bo, Jimmy replied, taking a deep breath and swallowing hard. He had not anticipated the ruthless nature of the aging Deng Bo. Truly, one must be merciless to maintain stability. Yet, he still hesitated to assume the mantle of leadership. Deng Bo, we agreed I would only serve for this term. Jimmy adjusted his posture as he spoke. Indeed. Deng Bo nodded. The position of leadership was a biennial affair, and in these 2 years, he would have ample time to train a new lackey. At that moment, Shueiji arrived, presenting a wooden box to Deng Bo. Upon seeing the dragon-headed rod within, a faint smile crept across Deng Bo's face. Shueiji, I shall keep this dragon-headed rod safe for you. You may return now, Deng Bo commanded, fixing his gaze on Shueiji. After exchanging a glance with Jimmy, Shueiji turned and departed. Jimmy, this is the dragon-headed rod. It symbolizes power. Only by possessing it can one truly be the leader of He Liansheng. It commands respect and admiration, Deng Bo proclaimed, handing the rod to Jimmy. As Jimmy received it, he examined it intently, captivated. Power. The very concept flooded his mind. He had thought himself merely interested in business, yet upon encountering the dragon-headed rod, his desires surged uncontrollably. In that moment, as Deng Bo dangled this tempting morsel before him, he realized he did not truly wish to avoid leadership. Rather, he had never considered it possible, knowing he could never attain it. This was akin to being devoted to a single woman, not out of genuine affection, but because he had yet to encounter someone better. Stepping beyond the confines of his former understanding and grasping the once unattainable, one's desires inevitably expand. This was Deng Bo's philosophy of manipulation, allowing a beggar to live like a king, an offer no one could refuse. Thank you, Deng Bo. After a prolonged silence, Jimmy regained his composure, revealing a newfound smile. Indeed, Deng Bo nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, upon receiving news of D's demise, Gaozu was taken aback by the swiftness of Deng Bo's actions. No, the sheer madness of it all. He had truly killed D. In truth, Gaozu could have intervened to save D. But he understood a crucial reality. Beneath the throne of power, there lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Without such a foundation, how could one bask in the glory of the throne? Deng Bo had become unhinged. A storm was brewing. What lay ahead would be a clash of blades. Gaozu chuckled softly. Shall I eliminate Deng Bo? Gao Jin proposed. No need. He is merely my stepping stone. Without his madness, how could I win the hearts of the people and openly control He Liansheng? We need only to observe the unfolding events. Deng Bo's reckless behavior will lead to his own downfall. Gaozu replied nonchalantly. Killing an old fool is trivial. Not only he, but even Hongxing and Dongxing possess the ability to be dispatched. The reasons are numerous. As the saying goes, existence is justification. Deng Bo's prolonged survival in the underworld benefits all factions. That is the crux of the matter. By the way, has there been any movement from Big Boss B? Gaozu inquired, lighting a cigarette leisurely. He had not only offended Deng Bo, but also Jiang Tiansheng, a man equally petty and fixated on reputation, who would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to retaliate against him. None at the moment. It remains quite calm. Gao Jin responded. Gaozu squinted, sensing an unusual tranquility in the underworld. It seemed everyone was fixated on the upcoming He Liansheng elections. Just then, Li Wang arrived, dragging the nearly lifeless Chang Mao with him. Chapter 50. Deng Bo's Madness. D. Shueiji is dead. You. How could it be you? Upon removing the blindfold, Chang Mao was met with Gaozu's gaze, his heart racing as he wore a sheepish smile. He had feared Deng Bo was about to silence him permanently, nearly losing control of his bladder. He had not anticipated encountering Gaozu. They were hardly familiar, despite being from the same organization, having never exchanged a word. What the hell are you doing bringing me this? Have I somehow been exposed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Surprised, are we? Gaozu lifted his teacup, taking a sip and speaking casually. Azu, what is the meaning of this? If you have something to say, let us discuss it properly. You could at least show some hospitality. Chang Mao took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear composed. It's nothing of the sort. I merely want to ask you one thing. Who instructed you to kill D? Speak the truth, or I shall ensure you experience the consequences of D's demise. Gaozu stepped closer, patting Chang Mao's trembling face with a frigid demeanor. I did not kill Brother D. Chang Mao immediately denied it. In the underworld, without evidence, anyone could deny killing D, especially since this matter implicated Deng Bo. He had to remain tight-lipped, or his entire family would face annihilation. Gaozu sighed. It seems one does not weep until faced with the coffin. This is the video of you killing D. With that, Gaozu played the recording, revealing Chang Mao's treacherous ambush on D from behind. Upon witnessing it, Chang Mao felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing with anxiety. The evidence was irrefutable. He was truly finished. The esteemed patriarch leisurely picked up the butterfly knife resting on the table to slay one's own elder brother. As dictated by the conventions of the Underworld, entails the punishment of 3 blades and 6 wounds. I shall execute this on behalf of Big D. Ah, Brother Zhu, please. No, I exclaimed, my voice trembling as I felt the sharp edge pressing against my throat, causing Long Mao to nearly lose his wits. Desperately, he stammered, yes. It was Uncle Deng who commanded me to do this, intending to frame you. Indeed, Patriarch Gao narrowed his eyes. Already aware that Big D's demise was a sinister plot orchestrated by Uncle Deng, who sought to cast the blame upon him. This was bound to become intriguing. Gao held Long Mao's fingers firmly, the knife poised. Hush, do not utter a sound. If you dare make even a peep, I shall sever your entire hand. Do you understand? Long Mao's face drained of color, nodding vigorously, his earlier composure completely shattered, his expression more pitiful than one mourning the loss of parents. Now, you shall follow my instructions. Gao rose and discarded the butterfly knife into the trash bin. The next day, news of Big D's death and that of Chue Ji spread like wildfire, shaking the underworld to its core, leaving even the police bewildered. Big D, the leader of Tsuan Wan, and Chue Ji, the spokesperson for Lian Sheng, both perished on the same day, a clear indication that something was amiss. The police swiftly launched an investigation, acutely aware that should the matter escalate, chaos would ensue throughout the underworld. Yet, figures like Jiang Tiansheng, well-versed in the inner workings, found no surprise in the deaths. After all, it was election season for the spokesperson of Lian Sheng, and fatalities were not uncommon. They were keenly interested in what would unfold with Lian Sheng next, contemplating opportunities to seize a share of the spoils. The entirety of the underworld's attention was fixated on Lian Sheng. Simultaneously, Uncle Deng convened a meeting with all senior members of Lian Sheng. Following the summons, Gao made his way to the Lian Sheng headquarters. He had already deemed Uncle Deng's act of eliminating Big D as exceptionally reckless. Little did he anticipate that Chue Ji, who had served Deng loyally for many years, would also meet his end. It appeared that Deng had lost his sanity in his quest to eliminate Gao, seemingly devoid of reason. Today's meeting might very well be a banquet of treachery orchestrated by Deng against him. Gao chuckled softly, finding the unfolding events increasingly amusing. Soon enough, Gao arrived at the conference room where the elder members wore grim expressions. Upon his entrance, all eyes turned to him, brimming with suspicion. In their eyes, the deaths of Big D and Chue Ji could only be attributed to Gao, as he alone possessed the audacity to commit such acts, and with their demise, all interests would inevitably converge upon him. Thus, the perpetrator behind the murders of Big D and Chue Ji was unmistakably Gao. Azu, you scoundrel! For the sake of your own power, you dare to disregard the principles of the underworld. You shall not meet a good end. Old Goe Longzhen and others rose to their feet, hurling accusations at Gao. Azu, are you even human? To kill 2 men in a single day, I curse you to demise. You wretched creature, I shall end your life today. Uncle Quan, tasked with purging the organization of vermin, stood before Gao, spewing venomous words. Just as he was about to make a move, Gao Jin and others stepped forward, their glares fierce. Keep your silence if you wish to live. With that, Uncle Quan lowered his hand, begrudgingly taking his seat. Uncle Deng squinted, satisfied with the scene before him. This was precisely the effect he desired, turning Gao into a target for collective ire. Long Jin, Uncle Quan, you have yet to uncover any evidence, yet you hastily placed the blame on Azu. Is that not a bit excessive? Moreover, what proof do you possess that Chue Ji and Big D were slain by Azu? Noticing the tide turning, Chuan Bao rose to defend Gao. This time, he was resolutely committed to supporting him. Chuan Bao, are you out of your mind? Can't you see who stands to gain the most from this? It's obviously this scoundrel. Long Jin slammed his hand on the table, speaking coldly. Chuan Bao retorted. That does not equate to proof of Azu's guilt. In this world, we speak of evidence. Without it, even the police would hesitate to arrest someone. His words incited a wave of discontent. Soon, the scene devolved into a verbal spar between Chuan Bao and the crowd. Amidst the chaos, Gao meticulously memorized the faces of those present, knowing none would escape retribution. Azu, having committed murder, you are no longer worthy of this position. As Gao attempted to take his seat, Deng's voice pierced through the clamor, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly towards him and Gao. Deng's statement carried significant implications. It was clear they understood him well enough to recognize that he would not make such accusations publicly without solid evidence. Chuan Bao was taken aback. Could it be that Gao truly had killed Chue Ji and Big D? It was well known that killing one's own kind was a grave taboo in the underworld, one that no organization could tolerate, having long been inscribed in their codes. If that were the case, it would be impossible for Gao to leave this room unscathed, especially given the notable statuses of Big D and Chue Ji, one a candidate for spokesperson, the other the spokesperson himself. Gao remained unfazed, casually taking a seat, lighting a cigarette. and tapping his temples before chuckling. Uncle Deng, have you become senile? A death within the organization, and you lay the blame at my feet? Your father has been gone for decades. Would you like me to recognize him too? Deng, unable to play the game any longer, felt the tension rise. Gao's words stirred anger within him. Fists clenched tightly as he glared at Gao. Azu, we are your elders. Your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly intolerable. Decorum? Gao laughed heartily. You lot, a gaggle of self-righteous fools. Discussing decorum with you is akin to farting while pulling down one's trousers. A pointless endeavor. Well, you have spirit. You, Azu, have grown strong and now look down upon us old-timers. Deng's tone shifted, his expression softening slightly as he continued. How do you explain the death of Alo? What do you mean? Gao feigned ignorance. Ali's body has been found, buried on the Moth Mountain. Chen Haonan of Hongxing witnessed you slay Ali. As Deng spoke, figures entered the room, none other than Chen Haonan and others. Uncle Deng, speak up. Do not be afraid. Deng nodded, urging Chen to recount his tale. Soon, Chen twisted the narrative, claiming that he had fled in fear upon encountering Gao, only to be pursued for witnessing Gao murder Lin Beilu. Azu, do you have anything to say? Deng wore a chilling smile, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Chapter 51, Deng's Downfall. Gao under attack. Do you truly believe the words of outsiders? In the face of Chun Haonan's accusations, Gao remained unperturbed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, his gaze reflecting the bemusement of one observing a gathering of fools. Words without substance, especially from Chun Haonan, a member of Hongxing, hold no weight. Deng, this is decidedly against the rules. Chuan Bao interjected swiftly. The other elders remained silent, merely observing the spectacle unfold. It was apparent that Deng had taken the reins, leaving them with little say. Gao still pretending? Your attempt to eliminate witnesses on Poly Avenue was nothing short of an effort to silence them, albeit unsuccessfully. Chen pressed on, clearly invested in framing Gao. Indeed, this narrative is becoming increasingly plausible. Azu, you seem to have no retort left, do you? Long Jin chimed in, relishing in the unfolding drama. As Chun Haonan linked the matters of Bowl Road and Fij Mountain, the crowd found his reasoning compelling. After all, why would Gaozu, instead of minding his own business in Jinshaoi, Yuan Long District, risk offending the formidable boss B by brazenly storming into Causeway Bay to seize Bowl Road? It was absurd. I could just as easily claim I saw your wife consorting with Chun Haonan on Fij Mountain. Would you believe that? Is it not equally plausible? Gaozu exhaled a smoke ring with nonchalance, gazing at Long Jin. He refrained from elaborating on the Bowl Road incident, as the annihilation of the Yuanan gang was too sensational for him to shoulder alone, especially with dozens of water police casualties. This was a burden he could not bear. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? This is lawless. Long Jin glared at Gaozu, saliva spraying across the table. Deng Bo smiled faintly, fixing his gaze on Chun Haonan and his companions. Anan, you all should return for now. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Once Chun Haonan and his group departed, Deng Bo slammed the table and surveyed the room. Azu, this matter will continue to be pursued by the gang. Don't think that merely having a mouth can grant you immunity. In truth, he did not expect to convict Gaozu solely based on the statements from Chun Haonan and his associates. He merely sought to construct the narrative that Gaozu was the murderer of Lin Beilu. With such a notion in place, subsequent actions would be far easier to execute. Enough. Let us move on to the next issue. Speak plainly. Gaozu stared at Deng Bo's expression darkened. I ask you, did Didi accompany you fishing yesterday? Yes. Gaozu nodded. After my investigation last night, Didi was found dead at the fishing site. Moreover, someone witnessed you kill Didi at the scene. Deng Bo stated each word with precision. According to gang rules, harming a fellow member disqualifies you from the position of decision-maker. You shall be marked and expelled from the gang. At that moment, Deng Bo's icy demeanor radiated confidence. Today, if he could eliminate Gaozu, then the gang would remain under his absolute control. Deng Bo, are you a bit too anxious? Where's your evidence? Gaozu replied, unfazed. Deng Bo glanced at Jimmy, who promptly stood and exited, returning shortly after. Deng Bo, the person hasn't he arrived? Jimmy's brow furrowed as he looked at Deng Bo. What? Deng Bo clenched his teeth, appearing somewhat embarrassed. This was a crucial juncture, and Long Mao's disappearance was completely unforeseen. Nevertheless, being a seasoned individual, he not only had a sharp mind but also a thick skin. This matter is still under investigation, but Azu is the prime suspect. You are not permitted to leave Hong Kong Island for the next few days. Deng Bo, I must say, I prefer your previous defiant demeanor, full of nonsense. I once let this opportunity to humiliate Deng Bo slip by. However, this was merely the beginning. Gaozu was determined to ensure Deng Bo's utter disgrace. Enough, Azu. Mind your manners. Long Jin interjected discontentedly. Gaozu remained silent, coolly staring at Long Jin, sensing that this fellow wouldn't last long. Next on the agenda. With the death of Chu Ji, It is said that a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a family be without a monarch. The election of a decision-maker must be expedited. With Didi gone, only Jimmy and Azu remain. Within 3 days, a decision must be made between the two. At this stage, Deng Bo could only acquiesce, lifting his teacup to feign calm while internally seething. His flawless plan, which had been meticulously crafted, was now jeopardized by Long Mao's unexpected disappearance. The time frame he set was deliberate, neither too long nor too short, perfectly timed. The final stage of the decision-maker's election hinged primarily on the votes of the elder members. 3 days would suffice for Jimmy to consolidate support among the elders. Meanwhile, it was time for Jiang Tianxing to make an appearance. Although Deng Bo was aware that Jiang Tianxing would not fully confront Gaozu, simply stalling him would suffice. Moreover, he still held the dragon head cane, which symbolized the authority of the decision-maker. He was confident that Gaozu could not surpass him. Deng Bo, your reasoning is sound. With Chu Aiji deceased, Long Jin, now the foremost sycophant, immediately rallied behind Deng Bo. By the way, Deng Bo, with Chu Aiji gone, where is the dragon head cane? Chuan Bao could not resist inquiring. I have already dispatched someone to the northern mainland. In due course, whoever becomes the decision-maker will possess the dragon head cane. Deng Bo replied nonchalantly. Chuan Bao frowned, but had no choice but to relent. He understood that even if the dragon head cane were hidden beneath the table, Deng Bo would never divulge its location. In other words, if Jimmy ascended, Deng Bo would unhesitatingly produce it. If it were Gaozu, however, it would remain concealed. Within Lianqing, there was a rule that the decision-maker must wield the dragon head cane to be considered a true leader. Otherwise, they bore the title without any actual power. It could be said that decades ago, the dragon head cane served to identify individuals, while now, it symbolized authority. Like an emperor, one must possess the imperial seal to be deemed a true sovereign. Azu, are you deaf? Deng Bo is addressing you. Observing that everyone had expressed agreement. While Gaozu remained silent, Long Jin pointed at Gaozu and berated him. Long Jin, now exceedingly arrogant, saw Jimmy as his ally, and with Deng Bo's support, he relished the thought of Jimmy's ascension to leadership. Even Chuan Bao would have to treat him with deference, lest he find himself in trouble. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gaozu barely glanced at Long Jin, rising to exit. They were merely a group of soon-to-be dead men. Further discussion was futile. Gaozu was indeed a thorny character. Allowing such an individual to become the decision-maker could lead to untold troubles. Perhaps once he ascended, we would all meet our demise. Upon Gaozu's departure from the conference room, Long Jin slammed the table and roared, "Gentlemen, it's clear who we should vote for. Assentí it?" Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, with no one willing to voice their opinion. For they all understood that these 3 days were pivotal, and simultaneously, it was their opportunity for profit. Their positions were not yet fixed based on who offered more or less. All right, it's dismissed. Deng Bo took a sip of tea, his gaze filled with indifference. Gaozu, back at Lianqing's main hall, received a call from Xiao Anna and made his way directly to Central. Soon, he encountered the aloof and regal Xiao Anna once more. During their first meeting, her gaze towards Gaozu had been tinged with disdain, as if observing a nouveau riche. By the second encounter, her attitude had noticeably shifted, though she still maintained an air of icy detachment, as if she were an embodiment of purity. However, upon this encounter with the Grand Ancestor, her eyes transformed, imbued with a seductive allure and a hint of flirtation. The professional attire paired with black, complemented by her striking visage, rendered her utterly irresistible. Without hesitation, the Grand Ancestor deployed the goddess card upon Xiao Anna, and in the blink of an eye, information regarding her emerged before him. Astonishingly, her emotional value soared to a staggering 90. Is this the allure of money? Quite intriguing. Mr. Gao, the tea has been prepared for you, please. Xiao Anna sauntered over in her crimson high heels, gazing up at the Grand Ancestor, gently grasping his arm as she spoke. Standing at a height of over 1.7 meters, she still appeared delicate and demure in the presence of the Grand Ancestor. All right, he nodded, and together they ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and Li Wang waited quietly at the entrance. This woman is truly remarkable, Li Wang remarked, inhaling sharply. Indeed, she would suffice as a sister-in-law. Gao Jin interjected unexpectedly. Alas, I truly cannot fathom what Brother Zhu is thinking, always so restrained. Were it me, I would have swiftly dealt with that old coot Deng Bo and taken control of the He Lianqing entirely. Anyone who defies me would meet their end. Li Wang's gaze was fiercely resolute. Killing one person is simple. Taking out a multitude is equally feasible. However, if all are slain, who remains to lead? You cannot eliminate everyone. Violence does not resolve fundamental issues. In Hong Kong, to rise as a leader within the gang, one must command respect to win hearts. He Lianqing, even at its worst, boasts over 10,000 members, having been manipulated by Deng Bo for decades. Brother Zhu's path diverges from that of other gangs. Consolidating the gang is merely preparatory for smuggling endeavors. Some matters require a gradual approach. We are not in the Golden Triangle. There are constraints. And the police and the government are not mere decorations. Gao Jin elucidated each point. Humph, we possess AKs. What is there to fear? What if we eliminate the Hong Kong government? Li Wang retorted defiantly. Well, the Hong Kong government has at least 60,000 troops equipped with an array of weaponry, tanks, artillery, fighter jets, vessels, all at your disposal. Furthermore, our men are primarily petty thugs. They perceive the government as omnipotent. Would you have them wield AKs against the army? How would that even play out? The British Empire is not merely a facade. And what of the mainland? Would they allow a gang to dominate Hong Kong? Not to mention our neighboring nations, Siam, the Golden Triangle, and the monkeys of Yunnan are all watching closely. Pull one thread, and the whole tapestry unravels. An AK alone cannot solve the problem. Whether confronting gangs or the government, one must consider the bigger picture. Gao Jin patted Li Wang, unable to refrain from imparting wisdom on behalf of the Grand Ancestor. How do you know so much? Li Wang inquired, somewhat taken aback, as his earlier thoughts now seemed rather foolish in light of Gao Jin's insights. I am just like you. I have posed this very question to Brother Zhu. Gao Jin produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Wang. Understood. Li Wang accepted the cigarette, lighting it with a contemplative air. Mr. Gao, the current valuation of Kowloon warehouse has surpassed expectations, with Jardine Matheson and the Shipping King vying for dominance, driving the stock price to 80 Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Anna exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, let us release the amount of stocks we hold. The Grand Ancestor flicked the ash from his cigarette, responding nonchalantly. This move advanced their position by a month, though it was to be expected, as Xiao Anna had not followed his advice for a gradual acquisition, opting instead to purchase 30 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse in one go. Given that a total of 100 million shares had been issued, this acquisition represented a commanding 30, granting the Grand Ancestor a seat at the Kowloon Warehouse board. Such a significant entry into the market would undoubtedly attract the attention of Jardine Matheson and the Shipping King, both of whom were intent on acquiring Kowloon Warehouse. The ensuing rivalry led to the surging stock price, a completely natural occurrence. Next, an excellent opportunity awaited the Grand Ancestor to secure the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Once he possessed an independent dock, his smuggling operations would shine brilliantly. All right, Xiao Anna, unusually compliant this time, refrained from voicing any objections. If the Shipping King contacts you, do inform me. The Grand Ancestor instructed as he rose, casting a final glance at Xiao Anna before departing. Stepping outside, the night had already fallen. Simultaneously, the weather turned ominous, thunder rumbling as if to rend the heavens asunder. With raindrops pattering incessantly, the tumultuous crowd scurried in search of shelter from the downpour, and amidst the throng, several repairmen sprinted toward the Grand Ancestor, clearly seeking urgent refuge from the rain. However, he discerned at once that these individuals were not genuine repairmen. Their skin was too pale, and tattoos peeked from beneath their waistlines, their gazes fixated on him with intent. Indeed, the repairmen approached the Grand Ancestor, and their ruse was soon unveiled. As the leader brandished a large black star directly at him, with a bang, a bullet was fired. Yet, the Grand Ancestor's physical prowess was formidable. Before the bullet could fully discharge, he had already evaded the lethal strike, swiftly advancing a step, and in mere moments, he stood before the shooter, seizing their arm with great force, dislocating it in one swift motion, and then delivering a devastating blow to their face. As the shooter's skull caved in, their body collapsed, blood mingling with the rainwater. Li Wang and Gao Jin moved simultaneously, subduing the remaining so-called repairmen. At that moment, the street erupted as a horde of short thugs wielding machetes charged toward the Grand Ancestor. Chapter 52, The Collision of Mountains and Chickens, Paving a Bloody Path. The value of Kowloon Warehouse. Kill. With his clothes drenched, the Grand Ancestor's gaze turned icy as he led Gao Jin and Li Wang into the fray. Damn it. This guy can dodge bullets. This is truly a sight to behold. In a Santana, Shanji gasped, wide-eyed with astonishment as he recounted the earlier scene. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have never believed it. What seemed like a sure thing had inexplicably turned on its head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Focus. If the Grand Ancestor survives this, run him down with the car. Today, he cannot be allowed to leave alive. Shun Haonan gripped his black star tightly, his gaze locked on the Grand Ancestor's figure. The Demon Ancestor was not only formidable, possessing the strength to take on 100 foes, but he also exuded an air of deceptively harmless charm, yet was ruthlessly merciless. Anyone who had crossed him met a dire fate. All right. Shanji swallowed hard, his eyes riveted on the Grand Ancestor. The more he observed, the more apprehensive he became. This Demon Ancestor truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. He killed without a second thought, sending one thug flying with a single punch. No, He outright obliterated them with a single blow. None of his assailants could rise again after being struck. The Grand Ancestor exhibited a semblance of restraint. Unlike Li Wang and Gao Jin, whose brutality knew no bounds, some foes had their heads crushed, while others were sent flying dozens of meters away. These three were nothing short of butchers. The scene was excessively bloody, too graphic for even a film to portray. Minutes passed, the rain mingled with blood. While the three of Gao Zu stood unwavering, surrounded by dozens of fallen figures, some dead, others wounded. No one could rise again. Shanji, was taken aback. So many had been mercilessly felled by these three. At that moment, Chun Haonan roared, "Shanji, run them over." With a roar, Shanji slammed the accelerator. And the engine's roar was like thunder, as the Santana surged forward at 200 kilometers per hour towards Gao Zu. The three of Gao Zu immediately retreated into the Hutubing, flooring the gas to escape. Yet, they were a moment too late. The rear of their vehicle was struck, wedged against the wall. Simultaneously, Chun Haonan brandished a powerful gun, peering out to unleash a barrage at Gao Zu in the driver's seat of the Hutubing. The bullets clanged against the glass, failing to shatter, and merely ricocheted off. This Hutubing, being Gao Zu's chariot, was equipped with bulletproof glass. Seeing Gao Zu smile through the glass sent Chun Haonan into a frenzy. He emptied the magazine. Yet, the glass remained unyielding. This series of failures ignited Chun Haonan's fury. He drew his machete, intent on descending to slay Gao Zu. "Brother Nan, we can't win one-on-one. We should leave." Shanji, witnessing the scene, urgently interjected. De Tian and the others also restrained Chun Haonan. They were spent. If they did not act now, they would have no future opportunities. Chun Haonan broke free from De Tian's grasp, brandishing the machete as he exited the vehicle. Reluctantly, Shanji and the others followed. Gao Zu's gaze turned icy. If he wished for death, today he would grant Chun Haonan's request. However, the next moment, a fleet of police cars approached, and Gao Zu gritted his teeth. Pouring the gas once more, the Hutubing broke free from the Santana's grip, spinning like a wild stallion in a 360-degree whirl, charging towards Chun Haonan and his companions. Chun Haonan, agile and quick, managed to evade, but Shanji and De Tian had just exited the vehicle when, with a loud crash, the Hutubings had slammed into Bao Pai and Chao Pai against the Santana's body. The upper bodies remained unharmed, but the lower halves met a gruesome fate. De Tian, pushed aside by Bao Pai, was unscathed, while Shanji was sent flying by the side impact of the Hutubing. The scene was utterly horrific. Subsequently, Gao Zu departed, speeding away. Bao Pai and Chao Pai simultaneously let out piercing cries, desperately pressing against the car window, paralyzed with fear. De Tian and Chun Haonan approached, witnessing a sight forever etched in their memories. The lower halves of the two were essentially reduced to mush. Whether they had any future was uncertain, let alone their survival in this condition. Shanji and De Tian were brought to tears at the scene. "Quick, call an ambulance." Chun Haonan frantically rushed to the street, seeking to borrow a phone from nearby shops, but all were closed. Brother Nan, Shanji cried out in anguish, clutching the lifeless bodies of Bao Pai and Chao Pai. Hearing this, Chun Haonan froze. Turning back to see Bao Pai and Chao Pai had already closed their eyes. Chun Haonan hurried to their side, trembling as he knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. I caused your demise. Gao Zu, I will not rest until you are dead." Chun Haonan, overwhelmed with guilt, berated himself in anguish. The sight of his two brothers dying before his eyes shattered his spirit. Meanwhile, a swarm of police officers surrounded the area, their hearts chilled by the gruesome scene. However, their primary objective was to apprehend Chun Haonan and his group. Gao Zu drove to the outskirts, submerging the Hutubing in the sea, then swiftly switched vehicles to leave Central. He did not rush for revenge, making his way to Causeway Bay, fully aware that Chun Haonan's intent to kill him was not merely about the events on Patterson Street. Engaging in mutual slaughter with Boss B would complicate matters. How could he then deal with Jimmy or Deng Bo in 3 days? In the Jiang family's villa, Boss B, Jiang Tiansheng, Deng Bo, and Jimmy enjoyed tea. A phone call interrupted, and Boss B confidently answered, only for his expression to shift dramatically. What? A failure? The trio, sipping tea, abruptly ceased their smiling. What happened? With so many involved, even deploying the powerful gun, you couldn't eliminate them? Jiang Tiansheng inquired angrily as Boss B approached. Mr. Jiang, I don't know the specifics. However, our losses are severe. All 30 knife wielders are incapacitated, Bao Pai and Chao Pai are dead, and Anan and the others have been taken by the police. Boss B took a deep breath. In that moment, he was angrier than anyone else. The assassination failing was one thing, but losing several subordinates and having Chun Haonan's group arrested while employing the powerful gun would incur significant costs. Crucially, they had completely offended Gao Zu. Damn it! Jiang Tiansheng gritted his teeth, his expression dark. Tonight was indeed a significant loss. Ineptitude abound. Deng Bo glared at Boss B, disappointed. Aren't you from Hongxing? You can't fight? With dozens surrounding 3, and even deploying the powerful gun, you still failed. I wonder if I should express my frustration. Deng Bo, let's not speak so harshly. Boss B retorted, displeased. Deng Bo, I was assisting you here. Now my men are either dead or injured, suffering great losses. You can't just criticize without taking action. Jiang Tianxing glared at Deng Bo similarly. All right, I'll cover the bail and other expenses. Deng Bo, understanding Jiang Tianxing's implication, replied directly. Given this kid's nature, he won't let this slide. Mr. Jiang, should we take the initiative and eliminate Gao Zhu? Boss B shot a glance at Jiang Tianxing, seething with anger. AB. This is an internal matter of Lianxing. Jiang Tianxing lit a cigarette, glaring at Boss B. This whole situation is an internal affair of Lianxing. You want to take the initiative to eliminate Gao Zhu? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, Boss B fell silent. Deng Bo, the situation has escalated. I've done all I can, showing all possible kindness. What follows is... Jiang Tianxing's words were cut off as Deng Bo coldly smirked. This kid is known for his vendettas, if he gains control of Lianxing. Do you think he won't target Hongxing first? Just like how he dealt with the number gang. Xiao Jiang, are you sure you don't want to participate? Don't say I didn't warn you. Now, if you want to withdraw, is it too late? Honestly, today's events were quite unexpected. Why is Gao Zhu so hard to kill? Jiang Tianxing stubbornly insisted. We are Hongxing, a top-tier society. Who controls Lianxing is of little consequence to us. But sending someone home properly is essential. What are your thoughts? Speak plainly. Deng Bo merely chuckled at this. Indeed, Hongxing is strong, stronger than Lianxing. But in terms of internal unity, it pales in comparison. Just one rebellious character like Liang Kuan is enough to give Jiang Tianxing a headache. Setting aside the internal affairs of the Hongxing organization, it is evident that a profound enmity has developed between Gao Zhu and the formidable figure known as Boss B. Gao Zhu's brazen affront to Boss B is particularly significant, given that Boss B acts as the representative for Jiang Tianxing, a prominent figure in the Underworld. Should Jiang Tianxing fail to defend Boss B, how could he possibly maintain his standing in this perilous realm? This animosity compels Jiang Tianxing to take action. Both he and Boss B share a common objective, Gao Zhu. Only by eliminating Gao Zhu can they solidify their reputations. Deng Bo pondered for a moment. Since the assassination attempt has failed, let us bide our time and observe the unfolding events. Should Gao Zhu launch an attack on Hongxing, you would possess a justifiable reason to eliminate him. At that juncture, you could mobilize the entirety of Hongxing to obliterate him. However, based on my understanding of this young man, he excels at patience and will not act against you within the next 3 days. My proposal is to wait 3 days until Jimmy ascends to power, and then we shall join forces to eradicate this young man. Deng Bo, your vision is indeed admirable. But what if Gao Zhu rises to prominence? Jiang Tianxing chuckled lightly, harboring a persistent belief that Gao Zhu would indeed ascend. Unless I perish, he shall never rise. Deng Bo replied coldly, exuding an air of absolute confidence. Very well, in that case, I shall await your favorable news. Jiang Tianxing remarked, flicking the ash from his cigarette. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the internal regulations of Lianxing being exceptionally stringent, should Deng Bo fall victim to Gao Zhu, he would be relentlessly pursued by the entire organization, leading to inevitable chaos. Conversely, if Deng Bo survives, given his capabilities and influence, the likelihood of Jimmy's ascension becomes quite high, though not guaranteed. An 80 probability certainly exists. Yet, can Gao Zhu's current assertive demeanor truly facilitate Jimmy's rise? Henceforth, Hongxing need only observe the impending turmoil within Lianxing. The following day, law enforcement arrived in Simsha Sui. Yet Gao Zhu had anticipated this and had lawyer Ma Shuiren to speak on his behalf. There was no need for Gao Zhu to be burdened with concern. Faced with Ma Shuiren's professional prowess, the police had no choice but to retreat. For mere words from Chun Haonan and his associates were insufficient to convict Gao Zhu. After all, they were all gangsters in the eyes of the law, lacking credibility, and their visit was merely a formality, as seasoned veterans of the Underworld. They had mastered the rules of the game long ago. Simultaneously, news arrived from Xiao Anna that the shipping magnate wished to meet Gao Zhu. Agreeing to the request, Gao Zhu proceeded to Victoria Peak. The peak, both in the present and the future, remains a haven for the affluent of Hong Kong. Here, one can behold the breathtaking nightscape of the island, and the picturesque surroundings offer a sanctuary from intrusions. The residence of the island's wealthiest individual, the shipping magnate, is situated atop the peak, an expansive and opulent villa far surpassing the estate Gao Zhu acquired in Simsha Sui. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, a few vigilant bodyguards approached, and Xiao Anna promptly stepped forward to state their purpose. You and this gentleman may enter, but these two cannot. The bodyguard stated coolly, gesturing towards Li Wang and Gao Jun. Very well. Gao Zhu acquiesced. Soon, Gaozu and Xiao Anna found themselves within the lavish villa. How splendid! Xiao Anna exclaimed, taking in the exquisite decor. Despite her considerable financial acumen and high salary, owning such a villa remained a lifelong dream. If you desire it, I shall purchase one for you in the future, Gaozu said, gently patting Xiao Anna's shoulder. Mr. Gao, please do not jest, she replied with a smile. At that moment, the shipping magnate descended from the second floor, approaching the two with a warm smile. Welcome, please take a seat, he said, appraising Gaozu with mild surprise. You must be Gaozu, quite impressive, young yet possessing such discernment. You flatter me. Gaozu nodded, sipping his tea. His insight was not a product of keen perception, but rather a mere stroke of fortune as a time traveler. There are few young men of your caliber on Hong Kong Island. Indeed, I wish to acquire all of your shares in Kowloon warehouse. Might you consider transferring them to me? The flattery concluded. The shipping magnate now regarded Gaozu with utmost seriousness. Certainly, Gaozu replied with a smile. You may propose any conditions. I will agree to what I can fulfill. The shipping magnate's smile widened. The rationale was simple. Gaozu currently held 32 of the shares in Kowloon warehouse, and if he could secure a larger stake, he would become the majority shareholder, firmly in control. However, the value of this 32 stake was immense, equivalent to 32 million shares of Kowloon warehouse. With the current market valuation at 80 Hong Kong dollars per share, the total value reached a staggering 25.6 billion. Chapter 53. The business arena is a battlefield. Seizing opportunities amidst adversity. Deng Bo's resolute stance. Jimmy, it must be Jimmy. The current high stock price of Kowloon warehouse signifies that both you and Jardine Matheson harbor insatiable ambitions regarding the company. The present stock price is not the ceiling. There remains room for growth. Mr. Bao, do you agree with my assessment? Gaozu inquired, keenly observing the other's expression. In this matter, Gaozu's intentions were straightforward, prioritizing mutual benefit while recognizing that both he and the shipping magnate are Hong Kongers, sharing a common heritage, thus making negotiations advantageous. Should discussions falter, he would then turn to Jardine Matheson. Gaozu believed that foreign capitalists would relish the opportunity to undermine a local entity, especially at the expense of a figure like the shipping magnate. It is worth noting that media outlets had already publicized the impending battle for Kowloon warehouse. Countless eyes across Hong Kong Island were fixated on the outcome of this confrontation. On one side stood a century-old foreign trading company, representing foreign capital. On the other, the shipping magnate, a local tycoon who had triumphed over numerous obstacles to claim his position. The business world resembles a battlefield. Although devoid of gunpowder, the stakes are monumental. Gaozu's inquiry was a clear statement of intent. The shipping magnate could not expect to deceive him in the forthcoming negotiations. Indeed, your words ring true. The shipping magnate squinted, taken aback that a younger individual would assert such a position, finding it intriguing. In truth, he had conducted research on Gaozu, perceiving him merely as a gangster engaged in the fishing industry, mired in a world of violence and lacking any real financial acumen. Typically, he would not even spare him a glance. Thus, despite Gaozu's substantial stake in Kowloon warehouse, the shipping magnate considered it mere luck. He believed that offering Gaozu a few billion could easily resolve the matter. Now, however, Gaozu's assertive stance caught him off guard. Perhaps it was arranged by Xiao Anna. Nevertheless, you must understand a fundamental truth. Capital, especially tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, does not simply materialize from thin air. I have already invested billions, and foreign capital shares this sentiment. This far exceeds the intrinsic value of Kowloon warehouse. Your 32 stake is indeed significant, but if we both invest additional billions for acquisition, do you believe the odds are in your favor? The shipping magnate's words, while seemingly directed at Gaozu, were in reality intended for Xiao Anna's ears. Debt securities firms, he understood well, thrive on transaction fees. As long as there is profit to be made, they are content. Thus, he firmly believed that Xiao Anna could comprehend his remarks. Xiao Anna blinked. Her desire to speak was palpable, yet she was acutely aware that the initiative and authority did not lie with her. Hearing this, Gaozu chuckled slightly. Mr. Bao, why don't we first discuss the specifics before delving into other matters, shall we? Very well. Mr. Bao nodded, his expression instantly regaining its composure, his eyes shimmering with a hint of confidence, the earlier suggestion proving to be worthwhile. According to the market price of 80 Hong Kong dollars, that amounts to over 2 billion. As for me, I can sell it to you for a bit less. A flat rate of 2 billion. Furthermore, relinquish the Kowloon warehouse's container terminal in Tsim Sha Tsui to me. Gaozu directly articulated his intentions. He had been eyeing the Kowloon warehouse for quite some time, waiting for this very moment to negotiate. Securing the Tsim Sha Tsui container terminal and integrating it into the Kowloon group would enable him to expand his maritime business significantly. International shipping is not akin to fishing, where one might only earn tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. It can easily yield several million, a steady and reliable endeavor. Once sufficient funds are amassed, He could even venture into shipbuilding, manufacturing vessels such as container ships, fishing boats, and icebreakers, all of which are lucrative enterprises. You seek the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal? And you demand 2 billion? Your audacity is quite remarkable. Mr. Bao cast a surprised glance at Gao Zhu, somewhat taken aback. What do you mean? Instead of enjoying a life of luxury with your dollars, you aim to meddle with the container terminal? What is your intention? It should be noted that his objective in acquiring the Kowloon warehouse was to obtain control over its 3 terminals. Attempting to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Mr. Bao, Kowloon warehouse possesses 3 large terminals. I only require 1. Is that too much to ask? Perceiving Mr. Bao's cautious thoughts, Gao Zhu promptly added, you little rascal. It seems you've done your homework, truly meticulous. To gain much with little, and still wish to pull a fast one? Business does not operate in such a manner. Mr. Bao chuckled lightly. The Tsim Sha Sui terminal is valued at a minimum of 1 billion. Now, Gao Zhu has invested 600 million in Kowloon warehouse. Not only aspiring to pocket 2 billion, but also aiming to acquire the Tsim Sha Sui terminal. That seems rather greedy. Here is the contract. 2 billion is my utmost limit. As for the Tsim Sha Sui terminal, that is off the table. Mr. Bao resolutely retrieved the contract from his drawer and placed it before Gao Zhu. Initially, he had intended to offer 10 billion, after all. He regarded him merely as a petty thug, lacking significant insight and vision. However, Gao Zhu's demeanor made him realize the man was not to be underestimated. Mr. Bao, there is a saying, one cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. The 320 million shares of Kowloon stock represent my current capital. If you disapprove of my proposal, I am confident that the foreign capital from Jardine Matheson would be agreeable. With that, Gao Zhu rose. Wait, Mr. Bao stood up, fixing his gaze on Gao Zhu. Sit down, we haven't even discussed anything yet, and you're leaving? Immediately, over a dozen bodyguards appeared, blocking their path. Mr. Bao, what is the meaning of this? Do you believe that they can stop me? Gao Zhu turned back, his tone icy. I, Bao Yugong, have witnessed countless storms on Hong Kong Island. However, you are rather special. Why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion? Let us be friends. Mr. Bao lit a cigar, his words laden with significance. He attempted to leverage his reputation to stabilize Gao Zhu. The terms I have laid out are clear. 2 billion for the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal. Otherwise, there will be no negotiation. As Gao Zhu took a step forward, the bodyguards closed in. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Enough, you cannot overpower this young man. Stand down. Mr. Bao's gaze was unusually frigid. As the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, he had encountered all manner of individuals, but someone as unyielding as Gao Zhu was indeed rare, showing him no respect whatsoever. Come, let us finalize the contract. I consent. Seeing Gao Zhu about to step out, Mr. Bao exhaled deeply, resigned. It was not that he feared taking action against Gao Zhu, but as a top-tier tycoon, he found little merit in engaging in underhanded tactics. Moreover, it would adversely affect his company's and personal reputation. Securing the Kowloon warehouse was imperative. Otherwise, if Jardine Matheson managed to retain control, it would have repercussions far greater than directly eliminating Gao Zhu. After an entire afternoon, Gao Zhu and Mr. Bao signed the relevant contracts concerning Kowloon warehouse and the Tsim Sha Sui terminal, leaving only the transfer of funds to be settled. Once Mr. Bao triumphs over Jardine Matheson, the Tsim Sha Sui terminal would undoubtedly be Gao Zhu's possession. Well, it is getting late today. By tomorrow morning, the 2 billion can be transferred to your Kowloon Group's account. Mr. Bao placed his final signature, fixing his gaze on Gao Zhu with a promise. Although Gao Zhu had claimed a portion of the Tsim Sha Sui terminal, the overall value of Kowloon warehouse was no longer as high as previously estimated. Yet he had no other choice. The media had escalated the rivalry between him and Jardine Matheson into a matter of foreign versus local capital. This reputation was essential for him to secure. Thank you, and may our collaboration be fruitful. Gao Zhu picked up the contract and departed with Xiao Anna. Engaging in business with merchants involves navigating a landscape rife with open and covert conflicts. Fortunately, this time he had successfully achieved his objectives without undue peril. Wow, that was terrifying, Xiao Anna remarked as they returned to the car, still shaken. He is the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. Even the governor gives him some measure of respect, and you were so brazen before him. Thankfully, he is a magnanimous tycoon, unwilling to hold grudges. Otherwise, today would have been quite troublesome for you. This was merely a minor affair, hardly worth mentioning. Gao Zhu exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking nonchalantly. In his eyes, today's confrontation was entirely routine. Without such an attitude, aspiring to achieve one's goals would be nothing short of a fool's errand. Very well. Xiao Anna nodded helplessly. Let us go. It has been a long day, and I shall treat you to a meal to unwind. Gao Zhu gazed at Xiao Anna. Considering the high value of her affections, tonight presented a splendid opportunity. All right. Xiao Anna did not decline, as today was indeed a day worthy of celebration. Meanwhile, in a tea house, The atmosphere was notably somber. This was a place where Deng Bo frequently indulged in tea. However, today it was abuzz with activity. As all the elder relatives from He Lianxing had gathered. The reason for bringing everyone together today is self-evident, I presume? Deng Bo gently held his teacup. Speaking in a subdued tone, Deng Bo, we support Jimmy, that is without question. Long Jin immediately expressed his stance, then revealed a pained expression. However, that Gao Zhu is quite the troublemaker, isn't he? One cannot rule out the possibility of him engaging in some outrageous actions. Following his words, the others displayed similar expressions of concern. Outrageous? We have endured decades of storms with He Lianxing. What has Gao Zhu done that is merely a shade stronger than Big D? As long as we nod in agreement, the position of decision-maker will not fall to him. If this young man remains obstinate, what of extinguishing him? Deng Bo's voice, hoarse yet commanding, exuded authority. In truth, he did possess the capability to maneuver within He Lianxing. Indeed, this young man displays a complete disregard for decorum. Not only does he flout moral principles, but he also exhibits an arrogance that belittles our elder generation. It is not a misfortune for him to learn a lesson this time. He must be suppressed. There is always the next election to consider. Yes, he is still quite young and requires further refinement. Such sentiments were echoed by the other elder relatives present. In summary, everyone appeared quite compliant in the presence of Dunbar. Witnessing the overwhelming support for Jimmy, in accordance with Dunbar's sentiments, Chuan Bao could only manage a wry smile. It seems he is destined to make yet another erroneous choice. Upon observing the collective attitude, Dunbar was exceedingly pleased. Moreover, I must stress one final point. The younger generation may lack understanding, but I hope you will exercise prudence and not sacrifice your positions within the society for trivial gains. You must recognize that the existence of the society directly correlates with your own. If the society becomes chaotic, it will no longer belong to us. He added no more, for his meaning was clear to all. This served as a warning to the few present. Generally speaking, during elections for leadership, candidates often resort to various means to garner votes, which inevitably involves monetary incentives. Compared to Jimmy, Gao Zhu possesses greater financial resources, and everyone is acutely aware of the advantages they could gain from him. Are there any objections? Dunbar inquired, gazing at the assembly. None. They chorused. Very well. Please enjoy some tea. With Dunbar's invitation, the attendees raised their teacups in unison. Shortly thereafter, many of the elder relatives departed the scene. Simultaneously, at Dunbar's behest, Long Jin hastened to arrange a clandestine meeting between Jimmy and the prominent elder relatives. Outwardly, they must maintain an appearance of integrity, while secretly engaging in undisclosed dealings. Moreover, with only 2 days remaining until the leadership election, time was of the essence. When Long Jin and Jimmy arrived at Chuan Bao's residence, Chuan Bao's demeanor was far from pleasant. He was reluctant to renounce his previous decisions, yet felt compelled to yield to Dunbar's influence. Chuan Bao, I will speak plainly. It is now finally time for my faction to rise, and I hope you can lend your support. Long Jin stated matter-of-factly. As Long Jin concluded his remarks, Jimmy thoughtfully placed a box on the coffee table. This is Jimmy's goodwill, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Long Jin clarified, handing over a cigarette. 1 million. Chuan Bao inhaled sharply, surprised by the generous offer, considering that with a dozen elder relatives, 100,000 each amounted to over 10 million. Truly, Jimmy surpasses the previous Didi in both capability and extravagance. However, he hesitated. Who could deny his allegiance to Gao Zhu? Accepting this would be akin to slapping himself in the face. As the saying goes, accepting money entails a responsibility to act. Failing to do so could lead to repercussions. Chuan Bao, are you truly willing to defy Dunbar for the sake of a boy you've known for only a few days? Or do you hold me, Long Jin, and Uncle Quan, Old Ghost Wei, in such low regard? Long Jin could not help but challenge him upon witnessing Chuan Bao's indecision. Furthermore, has Jimmy not treated you well? When you were in trouble, he stepped up to assist you financially, do you not recall? In terms of camaraderie, Jimmy has been more supportive than Gao Zhu. In terms of strength, though Jimmy may not command as many followers as Gao Zhu, his dedication to the society and to us is unparalleled. Regarding qualifications, has it not been nearly a decade since Jimmy joined the society? Long Jin spoke incessantly, like a faucet that could not be turned off. Chapter 54, A Windfall of 2 billion at Sim Sha Sui Pier. The automated shipbuilding factory. Long Jin, you speak the truth. I remember all of this. However, I have my own principles. Take these back. My absence will not matter, nor will my presence. My support for Gao Zhu is unwavering, Chuan Bao boldly declared, pushing the box containing the million back, lamenting. You've made your choice. Long Jin was not surprised by Chuan Bao's decision. While Chuan Bao was a good person, his vision was lacking, and he was stubborn as a mule. Let us depart. Long Jin stood and left with Jimmy. Chuan Bao squinted, lit a cigarette, and dialed Gao Zhu, recounting the day's events. Uncle Bao, thank you. Should I ascend, you will be second only to me. Gao Zhu promptly assured Chuan Bao. Other elder relatives had contacted him, but none had explicitly stated their positions. Instead, they hinted at offering Gaozu some benefits in exchange for their support. Let us hope so. Be cautious, and do not jeopardize my position, Chuanbao advised before ending the call. Gaozu put away his phone and returned to the estate. The following morning, before 9 o'clock, Gaozu received simultaneous reports from Xiao Anna and Wang Fengyi. 2 billion has been credited to the account. Gaozu arrived at the Kowloon group, reviewing the accounts and paperwork, confirming there were no discrepancies. The Ship King proved reliable, not engaging in any underhanded dealings. Although his negotiation tactics could use improvement, overall, it was satisfactory. Meanwhile, a throng of reporters surrounded the Kowloon group building, creating a veritable blockade. Gaozu frowned and called Xiao Anna to inquire if any information had been leaked. She assured him it had not. Ha ha ha. Gaozu squinted, immediately discerning the orchestrator behind this chaos. Indeed, the Ship King was manipulating events from behind the scenes. What a cunning diversion, thrusting him into the spotlight. Through media sensationalism, he sought to enhance his notoriety while simultaneously inciting animosity against himself. Once investigations commenced, it would become evident that Gaozu was merely a petty thug. The sources of funds would undoubtedly be scrutinized by the relevant authorities of the Hong Kong government. However, Gaozu had anticipated such developments long ago. It was not a significant concern. 6 billion was a legitimate investment from Yichio. As expected, with the influx of reporters, numerous relevant departments arrived on the scene, entering the company with a large contingent, demanding a thorough investigation of the Kowloon group and Gaozu's personal assets. Gaozu had no choice but to comply. At that moment, a luxury vehicle pulled up outside the Kowloon group, and the Ship King, upon seeing the array of investigators, displayed a knowing smile. If the Kowloon group were to collapse and its funds seized, reclaiming Tsim Sui Pier would be an effortless endeavor. Father, are we not being too hasty? A young man could not help but inquire. He was none other than Wu Guangjing, the Ship King's son-in-law. Too hasty? The business world is akin to a battlefield. Yesterday, I offered him an opportunity, and he was too foolish to recognize it. In commerce, being ruthless is not a vice, but a virtue. Only by embodying such principles can one earn wealth beyond their comprehension. Otherwise, bound by emotions and the gaze of the world, one remains a perpetual underachiever. You are to succeed me, and I hope this experience grants you newfound insight. Let us proceed. With that, the Boat King closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the entire media landscape of the harbor exploded with fervor, reporting on the revelations surrounding the Kowloon group and Gaozu, fueled by the information disseminated by the Boat King. Much of the coverage was rife with accusations and skepticism. Yet, it also publicized the remarkable profit of 2 billion earned by Gaozu. The capital circle was in an uproar, particularly Li Jiaqing, who became numb upon hearing the news. He had significant insights regarding Kowloon Wharf, yet regrettably, he had entered the fray too late. Just as he had prepared a substantial fund of several hundred million from the Yangtze River 10 Industries to invest in Kowloon Wharf, the price skyrocketed from 15 Hong Kong dollars to 30 Hong Kong dollars. The doubling of the price rendered him too apprehensive to gamble. Thus, he missed an excellent opportunity for sudden wealth. Little did he expect someone could amass 2 billion within Kowloon Wharf. Go, find out everything about this Gaozu. I want his complete information. Li Jiaqing inhaled a plume of smoke while regarding his alluring secretary, issuing the command in a low voice. He then closed his eyes to meditate, but upon closer observation, it was evident that his eyelids were twitching involuntarily, a clear indication of his internal turmoil and dissatisfaction. There is a saying, witnessing another's fortune brings more sorrow than one's own demise. He was precisely in that state. At Jardine Matheson, Chairman Keswick John and numerous shareholders sat together, gazing at the newspapers issued by various press outlets, each wearing a grim expression. Had this news not leaked, they would have believed they could stabilize Kowloon Wharf and contend with the Boat King. Indeed, the Boat King was cunning. Unbeknownst to them, he had quietly acquired a 32% stake in Kowloon Wharf, securing a victory this time. Yes, it was all the fault of that rascal Gaozu, damn it. He won. But the Boat King expended considerable capital. This far exceeded Kowloon Wharf's value. Numerous foreign investors erupted in anger. The Boat King managed to secure it. What were you all doing? Keswick John coldly questioned the group. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. In truth, they were aware that Gaozu owned a 32% stake in Kowloon Wharf, but upon discovering he was merely a petty thug, they were willing to lower themselves to negotiate with him. The back and forth ultimately provided the Boat King with an opportunity. They had not anticipated that the Boat King would genuinely be willing to invest 2 billion for the acquisition. This was utterly absurd. Such an amount far surpassed the actual value of Kowloon Wharf, conflicting with their overall interests. Mr. John, should we not teach this young man a lesson? A bald foreigner suggested. As Keswick John perused the information on Gaozu and the Kowloon group, he pondered, no, this young man possesses great potential. Moreover, He is a peer of the Boat King. The Boat King has dominated the shipping industry in the harbor for far too long. Perhaps this young man could seize this opportunity and soar to new heights. Not only should I refrain from targeting him, but I could also support him, allowing him to engage in a fierce battle with the Boat King. Wouldn't that be even better? Have someone keep an eye on the Kowloon group. If any issues arise, communicate with the relevant departments to assist the Kowloon group if possible. Good. Everyone felt that Keswick John's reasoning was sound. Pitting the locals against one another was their forte. This was the essence of colonialism. In the Underworld, various factions were taken aback. In the streets and alleys, gangsters leisurely sipped tea, fervently discussing the day's news. Gaozu. That name sounds familiar. Could it be the Gaozu of Lianqing? Surely not a namesake. Kowloon Group. Isn't that the enterprise of Lianqing's Gaozu? It used to be called Kowloon Fisheries. Is that for real? Absolutely. I must investigate further. In Shamshuepa, at the Jiang family villa, Chen Yao rushed in holding a newspaper. Mr. Jiang, there's trouble. Chen Yao gasped. What's the matter? So urgent. Sit. Jiang Tianxing removed his sunglasses, looking at the frantic Chen Yao with casual indifference. It's Gaozu. He made 2 billion in finance. As he spoke, Chen Yao handed the newspaper to Jiang Tianxing. What? Jiang Tianxing could no longer sit still, snatching the newspaper and scrutinizing it intently. Are you certain it's not just a namesake? Jiang Tianxing set the newspaper down and lit a cigarette, inquiring. Absolutely. Chen Yao replied. This kid is remarkably fortunate to have earned 2 billion in this perilous financial climate. He truly hit the jackpot. However, he won't survive for long. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. Gaozu is now a billionaire. But then again, who isn't a billionaire these days? This lad is riding high. Do you think Dengbo will change his mind? Chen Yao asked. No chance. Jiang Tianxing smirked lightly. In this regard, as a leader, he is quite confident. There are numerous reasons, but the two most pivotal are simple. First, no matter how much Hong Kong dollars Gaozu possesses, they do not belong to Dengbo, and Gaozu can't invest them in the society. Second, Lianqing has been an established society for decades with a certain capital reserve, and most importantly, Dengbo has been in control of Lianqing for decades. He would not relinquish it easily. To put it plainly, unless Gaozu is genuinely willing to purchase Lianqing, Dengbo will not part with it. What is the current situation with Lianqing? Jiang Tianxing inquired. Currently, most of the elder generation has chosen Jimmy under Dengbo's strong influence. But the old-timers of Lianqing are primarily driven by profit, insatiable in their greed. Gaozu now has 2 billion. If he casually throws some money around, Jimmy's ascension might be a bit precarious. Chen Yao reflected for a moment. Indeed precarious. It all hinges on Dengbo's prestige. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. Chen Yao reiterated. Yes? I wonder if Dengbo will fight tooth and nail or back down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing contemplated. Indeed, the situation has exceeded expectations. Dengbo is in jeopardy this time. However, you should maintain close contact with Jimmy. Based on my understanding of Dengbo, it's highly likely he will retaliate fiercely in his final moments. All right. Chen Yao nodded and departed. Once Chen Yao left, Jiang Tianxing pulled out a large mobile phone. Hello, Dengbo, have you received the news? What are your thoughts? Jiang Tianxing directly inquired. On the other end, Dengbo fell silent for a moment. If Jimmy loses the election, I might be finished. At that point, Jimmy will cooperate with you. I hope you will spare no effort in avenging me. In that moment, he was forced to confront reality. Originally confident, he now recognized that tomorrow's election could very well take an unexpected turn. He had already prepared for the worst. While he referred to it as the worst-case scenario, he knew that the feud between himself and Gaozu could not be resolved. He was in a position where the arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. All right. Jiang Tianxing took a deep breath. In truth, you could simply hand over your position to Gaozu. Why not? I have lived my life. And now I stand on the brink of the afterlife. I, Dengbo, have always been strong-willed. Even in death, I shall preserve my reputation. Dengbo articulated each word with conviction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing remained silent and abruptly ended the call. Indeed, Dengbo had spent a lifetime as a gangster, and perhaps death would be a release. However, the manner of his demise is another matter entirely. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, faced with the sudden inspections from various departments, the innocence of the Kowloon group dealt a resounding blow to all present. In the absence of evidence, the Kowloon group's reputation remained untarnished. Gaozu returned to the estate and once again opened the Tongzi Go. This time, it contained a divine-grade canister and 3 high-grade canisters. Gaozu directly opened the blind box. Ding, 3 high-grade cans opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword of the king of you, the chaos god, and 200 spectral soldiers. Current, 500. Ding, divine-grade can opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a large shipbuilding factory, fully automated production. The shipbuilding factory has been placed into the space. Chaos god, spectral soldiers, 200 of them. Gaozu narrowed his eyes, feeling exceptionally satisfied. This significantly enhanced his strength once more, and now, in facing Lianxing and Hongxing, he was even more formidable. However, what astonished him the most was the large-scale manufacturing factory, which was identical to a military factory, capable of coin-operated production. Gaozu quickly opened the page to examine the types of vessels available, spanning both ancient and modern designs. In this current era, a newly constructed VLCC oil tanker would require 600 million Hong Kong dollars, yet Gaozu only needed to invest 60 million into the shipbuilding factory to acquire it, saving a staggering tenfold in costs. The ships produced not only could be utilized for his own purposes, but even if sold, would yield a tenfold profit, truly delightful. Soon, Gaozu invested 1 billion in the manufacturing factory, exchanging it for 10 VLCC oil tankers capable of carrying 300,000 tons of crude oil, as well as 10 Panamax container ships, each capable of holding 500 TEUs, standard containers. Additionally, several bulk carriers. In one night, Gaozu had spent 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. It must be said that shipping is indeed costly, yet it is worth the investment. Simultaneously, Gaozu instructed Wang Fengyi to use the Kowloon Group's credentials to procure a shipbuilding factory for himself, with the aim of concealing the sudden appearance of the vessels. In business, especially on Hong Kong Island, one must be reasonable, justified, and lawful. At the same time, aside from Long Zhen, the other uncles learned of Gaozu's 2 billion profit and gathered in the room of Chuan Bao. Chuan Bao now appeared high and mighty, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. Who would have thought that just yesterday he was being insulted by these very individuals, and today the situation had flipped? Gaozu had transformed into a new tycoon of Hong Kong Island, possessing 2 billion in assets, a sum that differed greatly from the funds within their organization, being entirely clean Hong Kong dollars. Chapter 55, Meeting the Uncles of Lianxing. Finding Long Zhen. Witnessing Chuan Bao's demeanor, everyone felt quite displeased. The audacity of his arrogance was almost unbearable. However, at this moment, they indeed had demands of Chuan Bao and could only suppress their frustrations. Chuan Bao, I acknowledge that my tone was a bit harsh yesterday, but it can be amended. Please communicate with Azu. We seek nothing more than a token gesture. Officer Sun said, exhaling smoke with a meaningful tone. Indeed, Chuan Bao, we have known each other for over a decade. Surely you understand our intentions? Furthermore, you witnessed Deng Bo's attitude yesterday. What options do we have but to verbally agree with him? As long as Azu shows sufficient goodwill, it matters not who takes charge. Old Ghost added promptly. You speak to me, yet I cannot make decisions. You must communicate with Azu yourselves. Do you not know him? Chuan Bao felt disgusted by the sight of them. A group of greedy, self-serving individuals. Oh, Chuan Bao, do not be this way. Although we know Azu, we have never conversed. You must act as our intermediary. If we gain benefits, we shall share with you. After all, are we not in this world to make money? Do not let money come between us. Cold Lao shamelessly asserted. Enough. If you wish to profit from Azu, I shall feign ignorance. However, tomorrow's election does require your assistance for Azu. Chuan Bao had not finished speaking when everyone expressed their agreement. Chuan Bao cast a resigned glance at the crowd, then picked up his phone to call Gaozu again. Hello, Azu. What is it? The various uncles wish to meet you. Do you have time tonight? Chuan Bao immediately inquired. Upon hearing this, Gaozu exhaled a puff of smoke within the estate and smiled. Sure, come to my estate at 8 o'clock tonight. After speaking, Gaozu hung up the phone. His initial intention was to invite these old-timers over tonight, to eliminate a few and set an example. Now that they had come to him, it seemed the news of his 2 billion profit from Kowloon had leaked, prompting these old fellows to reconsider their approach. To put it plainly, with the imminent election for the position of spokesperson, these individuals sought to seize a chance to gain some benefit from him. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly accept their goodwill. Of course, if they were to presume upon their status as uncles without discretion, that would be an entirely different matter. After hanging up, Gaozu promptly notified Gao Jin and others to bring everyone back, only requiring Long Zhen to be brought along. In a small tea house. Jump faster. The quicker, the better. Long Zhen yelled impatiently at the woman in yellow before him. Watching beautiful women dance was one of his few pleasures. In the past, Long Zhen had been a charismatic figure in society, known for his dashing demeanor. His reputation preceded him. However, mingling in society inevitably led to complications. After involving himself with a big brother's mistress, he was directly cursed with a fate of childlessness. This caused him great distress, gradually warping his psyche. He would occasionally have his underlings bring beautiful women for him to admire, attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil. After all, no man could endure the humiliation of feeling inadequate. The woman in yellow, under Long Zhen's intimidation, dared not slacken her efforts and numbly began to dance. Just then, the door of the tea house was kicked open. Gao Jin's figure appeared before Long Zhen, who, about to express his anger, was startled into a shudder. he naturally recognized Gao Jin, the spokesperson for Gao Zhu. Encountering Gao Jin was akin to encountering Gao Zhu himself. Gao Jin, how dare you barge in without knocking? Do you not regard me, your elder? Long Jin feigned calmness, slapping the table, saliva flying everywhere. Do I regard you? Apologies, but you do not exist in my eyes. Come on, Azu wants you to go with him. Gao Jin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Long Jin felt a chill. With the elections looming tomorrow, being summoned at this time could only mean trouble was afoot. Just give me a moment. I need to tidy up, and we'll be there shortly. Long Jin said coldly as he stood up. Are you giving me face? Gao Jin approached Long Jin, who was taken aback and frantically attempted to reach for the phone to call for help. However, Gao Jin was already standing before him and delivered a powerful punch to the crown of his head, sending Long Jin crashing back into his chair. Take him away. Gao Jin withdrew his fist and coldly addressed the nearly incapacitated Long General soon, at precisely 8 o'clock. Chuan Bao arrived at the estate accompanied by a number of elder figures. Zhu, congratulations, congratulations. Upon seeing Gao Zhu, everyone wore insincere smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is quite precious. Please state your business directly, Gao Zhu said as he settled into the sofa, exhaling smoke while regarding the beaming crowd. Meanwhile, Guanzai Sun and the others were all fixated on Chuan Bao. Chuan Bao, indifferent, sat down and sipped his tea. You discuss your matters amongst yourselves. I have no part in it. In truth, he was well aware of his standing with Gao Zhu. Others believed he supported Gao Zhu because he was his superior. But in reality, he had hardly assisted Gao Zhu in any meaningful way. He had merely taken a position during this election for the decision-maker. Gao Zhu was not beholden to him, nor was he to Gao Zhu. Zhu, to be frank, Deng Bo has spoken to us. His intent is for us to fully support Jimmy. You know, Deng Bo holds absolute sway within the organization, and we, the elder figures, must act in accordance with his wishes. Guan Zaisin clearly articulated his stance and purpose right from the outset. Well, and then, Gao Zhu, unfazed, poured himself a cup of tea. Zhu, although you have been with the organization for over 3 years, you have yet to witness the election of a decision-maker firsthand. To ascend to that position, you need our votes. Guan Zaisin believed Gao Zhu had misunderstood him and attempted to clarify. I am aware of this. And what of it? Gao Zhu smiled, a grin so sinister it made the others feel as if they were being scrutinized by a malevolent demon. Zhu, we are not here to watch you feign ignorance. I simply ask if you desire to ascend to power. Shuang Fandong could no longer contain himself and directly stated. Well, I suppose I do, Gao Zhu replied nonchalantly. The organizations scattered throughout the island were ubiquitous. To extricate oneself entirely was nearly impossible without leaving Hong Kong. As the saying goes, once one enters the underworld, how can one easily withdraw? All right, we lack the time to indulge in frivolities here. If you wish for our support tomorrow, show some sincerity. Shuang Fandong rose, revealing a smile. Since we are at this point in our discussion, I will be frank. As long as your sincerity is sufficient, we will all support you. Even Deng Bo cannot object. After all, you are a billionaire with assets of 2 billion. This matter should be trivial for you. Chuan Bao chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. Their gazes fixed on Gao Zhu, filled with anticipation. Ha ha ha, you all make valid points. Gao Zhu took a deep breath. I wonder, how much do you think would demonstrate my sincerity? 10 million, 10 million each. Guan Zaisun blurted out without restraint. At his words, the room fell into stunned silence. To demand 10 million each right off the bat, had he lost his mind? With over 10 individuals present, that amounted to several hundred million. They had the funds to start their own organization rather than be at the mercy of him and Lian Sheng as decision-makers. Get lost. If you can't articulate yourself, then keep quiet. Chuan Bao shot back, cursing loudly. Guan Zaisun was about to retort further when he caught the murderous glares from the others and immediately fell silent. Zhu, do not mind Guan Zaisun. He is not entirely right in the head. Our demands are modest. 300,000 each will suffice. And we can guarantee your election tomorrow. No, even for the next term. Old Gue Wei immediately interjected. 300 million for the position of decision-maker under Lian Sheng was indeed steep, but he believed it to be worth the price. After all, Lian Sheng boasted a membership of over 20,000, with at least 10,000 active participants. The decision-maker could easily rake in over 10 million in a year. Every 3 years equated to 40 million, a surefire profit. Furthermore, the authority to command legions and reign as king was invaluable. He was confident that Gao Zhu would acquiesce. That is indeed not much. But do you lot truly believe you are worth 300,000? Gao Zhu raised an eyebrow, smirking disdainfully at the group. What do you mean by that? Guan Zaisun, with his tempestuous temperament, became incensed, stating defiantly, don't push your luck. Jimmy has generously offered us 100,000 each. You, a billionaire, what is the harm in offering us 300,000? We came tonight out of respect for you, not to be subservient. Understand the essence of this matter. At this, Chuan Bao slammed his fist on the table and glared at Guanzai Senator. Enough. What is your incessant barking about? If you utter another word, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon noticing the atmosphere growing tense, he turned to the rest of the group. This 300,000 is indeed a bit excessive. Azu, you should lower your offer a bit. As for you all, take a smaller cut. Let us each take a step back and resolve tomorrow's matters amicably. Shall we? All right. Old Gui Wei immediately agreed. The others nodded in unison. To be frank, as long as they secured double what Jimmy offered, not less than 200,000, the matter could still be negotiated. That's unnecessary. I want to part with a single cent tonight. Gao Zu rose and surveyed the room, coldly declaring. As his words echoed, Li Wang and the others strode in through the door, encircling everyone. Azu, what do you intend to do? We are your elder figures. If this deal falls through, we shall hold you accountable. Touch any one of us, and you will be committing an act of treachery against your own kind, invoking the wrath of both heaven and man. You can forget about becoming the decision-maker tomorrow. Indeed, if you make a move, I will ensure you cannot attain the position, and the entire organization will hunt you down. Faced with such a formidable display, the group panicked. They had come contemplating how to extract wealth from Gao Zu, yet they had forgotten that he was a ruthless killer. He would do what even Big D would not dare. Damn it, we've been too careless. A sheep has walked into a tiger's den. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, for there were so many of them. All elder figures. They did not believe Gao Zu would dare to kill them all. Such an act of treachery would not only invite the wrath of Lian Sheng, but would also lead the Underworld to seek justice on their behalf. As the Triads held dear the principles of loyalty and honor, a tradition spanning decades. Seeing the audacity of the crowd, Gao Zu approached Guanzai San, who had been the most vociferous, raised his fist, and struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding crack, several teeth flew out. Guanzai San cried out in pain, gazing at Gao Zu with a look of deep resentment, yet he dared not utter another word, forced to endure the agony in his mouth. This scene left old Gui Wei and the others utterly dumbfounded, their bodies stiffening, their eyes filled with disbelief. I can't believe you actually struck him. In all their years among the elder figures of Lian Sheng, none had ever dared to treat them in such a manner. Even the wildly deranged Big D dares only to utter a few words. Whoever dares to bark again will face dire consequences, Gao Zu coldly remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. He had long harbored disdain for these individuals, and now, with their audacity to provoke him, it was imperative to enforce virtue upon them. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Gao Zu. Bring him forth. Gao Zu had no time for idle games with these people. He immediately summoned the personnel. In the next moment, Long Jin was dragged in by Gao Jin and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The onlookers turned to witness Long Jin's pitiful state, which left them utterly aghast. A massive swollen lump crowned his head, threatening to burst at any moment. And the imprints of fingers were starkly evident on his visage, more crimson than any tattoo. A piece of white cloth was stuffed in his mouth, most of it already soaked in blood. His clothes were tattered and covered in dust, resembling a beggar rather than a member of the esteemed Lianqing clan. Ancestor. Have you lost your mind? Is this how you treat your own kin? Old Gui Wei trembled, his voice laced with sorrow and outrage. Lost my mind? How can you entertain such thoughts? One lives a lifetime honoring heaven, earth, and parents. Where is the audacity in that? Gao Zu retorted with a mocking smile, a grin that radiated arrogance. He found their ignorance laughable. These individuals often paraded notions of chivalry and loyalty while subjugating those beneath them. Yet, which among them could claim the mantle of righteousness? In terms of shamelessness and hypocrisy, Lianqing's uncles and Deng Bo occupied the top echelons, with no one daring to claim the title of the most shameless, save for Dongxing Luotu, who willingly bowed to Deng Bo. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bitter smiles. The entire Lianqing faction had been thoroughly PUAD by Deng Bo, save for two rebellious spirits, Big D and Gao Zu. Chapter 56, An Example to Others. The election begins. Draw Deng Bo's big cards. Engage in mind games. Gao Zu, I swear, release him at once, or tomorrow, when Jimmy ascends, you shall find no refuge. As Gao Jin tore the white cloth from Long Jin's mouth, Long Jin, hoarse and frenzied, hurled his fury at Gao Zu, unable to articulate a single word before spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. And you, Chuan Bao, supporting a person like Gao Zu, you shall not escape unscathed. Betray the teachings of your forebears, disregard the chivalric code, and await Deng Bo's judgment. Old Gui Wei exclaimed, do not fear this lad. He lacks the courage to slay us all. In Long Jin's eyes, he believed that those present were forcibly brought by Gao Zu, and as long as they united, even 100 of Gao Zu's bravado would not compel him to commit murder. Indeed, you are correct. I cannot slay you all tonight. Gao Zu brandished a butterfly knife, Advancing towards Long General, however, eliminating you is certainly within my purview. Upon witnessing this scene, old Gui Wei turned to Chuan Bao, shouting, Chuan Bao, help Long Jin. Can you truly stand idly by? If Deng Bo were to learn of this, they would all perish. Enough of your cries. Deng Bo has controlled the gang for many years. It is time to relinquish his position, Chuan Bao boldly declared. You. Old Gui Wei trembled at the implications. A dozen individuals stood frozen, watching Gao Zhu approach Long Jin, fully aware of Gao Jin and Li Wang's combat prowess. Do you understand? I have long found you distasteful. Gao Zhu confronted Long General, if you kill me, Deng Bo and Jimmy will not spare you. Long Jin roared defiantly. Is that so? Gao Zhu chuckled, the knife glinting as it flashed. Cough, cough, cough. I shall await you below. Long Jin clutched his throat, his eyes wide in disbelief as he fell, blood pouring forth and staining the ground crimson. The sight of Long Jin's agonized struggles instilled profound fear in Guanzai's son and the others. Many experienced acute stress reactions, their legs buckling beneath them as they gasped for breath upon the sofa. Gao Zhu had truly slain Long Jin, and he did so before their very eyes, illustrating his utter disregard for their esteemed status. Long Jin choked a few times before ultimately closing his eyes. The entire hall fell silent. The once boisterous uncles now scarcely daring to breathe, terrified of attracting Gao Zhu's malevolent gaze. Seeing the fear etched upon their faces, Gao Zhu smiled with satisfaction. Slaying a chicken to warn the monkeys was the highest form of etiquette for such old-timers, who prided themselves on their superiority and arrogance. Guanzai-san, you were the loudest just now. Tell me, who killed Long Jin? Gao Zhu placed the butterfly knife upon the table, lighting a cigarette with a nonchalant demeanor. Not you. Guanzai-san pointed out, fixating on Gao Zhu, initially prepared to retort, but abruptly silencing himself. The evidence was stark, yet speaking the truth was a different matter altogether. I do not know how Long Jin met his demise. I did not see anything. Guanzai-san feigned innocence, rubbing his nose. And you all, did you witness anything? Gao Zhu inquired, casting his gaze upon old Gui Wei and the rest. Nothing. We saw nothing. Long Jin was at home. The group exchanged glances, swiftly arriving at a unified narrative. No one was foolish enough to challenge Gao Zhu at this juncture. It was clearly a path to self-destruction. Indeed. By the way, I forgot to mention, your families are being closely monitored by my men. Regarding tomorrow's election, it's time to express your stance. Do not say I am denying you an opportunity. Gao Zhu continued. Upon hearing this, a fierce expression crossed Guan Zaisen's face. It is well known that in the world of martial arts, one may play as they wish, but calamity should never befall one's family. Ancestor, do you not understand the rule of safeguarding families? Do not overreach. Uncle Quan gritted his teeth in discontent. They had initially planned to return that night, inform Deng Bo, gather the Lianxing brothers, and eliminate Gao Zhu. Little did they expect Gao Zhu to have taken their families hostage. Fine, I support you. Unlike Uncle Quan, old Gui Wei was remarkably astute and immediately capitulated. The others, too, fell in line, supporting Gao Zhu. You all, what the hell? Uncle Quan never anticipated that these individuals would yield so easily. Not only would he fail to secure the 3 million tonight, but tomorrow he would also have to defy Deng Bo and support Gao Zhu, believing that old Gui Wei and the others would resist. Damn, that was rash. In the next moment, Li Wang appeared before Uncle Quan, seizing him by the throat. Uncle Quan's pupils dilated as he attempted to retract his earlier statements. But with a gentle motion from Li Wang, there was a sharp crack, and Uncle Quan's eyes dimmed. Uncle Quan's lack of wisdom would see his family accompany him into the netherworld. At least he would have company on the road to the underworld. Gao Zhu remarked with an unhurried tone. Li Wang nodded, retrieving a large phone and dialing a number, placing it on the table. Hello, kill all of Uncle Quan's family. Li Wang spoke coldly. Moments later, the sounds of Uncle Quan's family wailing echoed through the phone, a cacophony of despair that could be felt even across the line, painting a scene of profound hopelessness. The old ghost and his companions were left trembling, their faces ashen, believing themselves to be ruthless individuals. Little did they expect that Gao Zhu could be even more merciless, executing Quan Shu and his entire family at the slightest provocation. In the next moment, Gao Zhu's gaze swept across the crowd, prompting the old ghost to once again declare, Azu, we are all on the same side. I will certainly support you tomorrow. Yes, indeed. We all stand with you. The others quickly chimed in, fearful that any delay in their response might endanger their own families. In their youth, they had committed numerous transgressions. Having survived in the underworld to this age, they had long since gained insight into the myriad facets of life. As the saying goes, the wheel of heaven turns. Not everyone can meet a good end. They would rather see the consequences of their wrongdoings befall themselves than allow their offspring to encounter any misfortune. What? Are you abandoning the 3 million? Gao Zhu continued, lighting another cigarette. Azu, what are you saying? We wholeheartedly support you. Discussing money would only harm our relationship. The old ghost shamelessly played both sides, surpassing even the cunning of Hongxing's Jigo. Well, it would have been better if you had acted like this from the start, instead of putting everyone in such a difficult position. All right, it's getting late. You all should stay here tonight. Upon seeing this, Gaozu merely chuckled lightly and chose not to pursue the matter further. The goal of intimidating others had been achieved. Gao Jin led the crowd away, while Gaozu recognized someone among them, a figure exuding an air of righteousness. He was aware of this person's unique identity. In Lianxing, he was known as Daquan Bao. While in the northern continent, he was referred to as Captain Shi, an undercover operative in Hong Kong. However, Gaozu refrained from exposing his identity. As long as he did not provoke him, everything could be negotiated. The following day, the triennial election of Lianxing commenced, and the entire organization buzzed with excitement. Although they could not participate directly, they were eager to witness the emergence of yet another king. Particularly, Jimmy and Gaozu were regarded as rising stars within the organization, serving as role models for many. Meanwhile, other gangs were also closely observing Lianxing, for it held a significant position within the Underworld as a second-tier gang. Whether Jimmy, backed by Deng Bo, or the rebellious Gaozu emerged as the decision-maker would inevitably impact the entire Underworld. This was not only an internal reshuffling within Lianxing, but also a broader transformation within the Underworld. The main hall of Lianxing was already packed to the brim, with most attendees being members of the organization alongside individuals from other gangs, all awaiting the outcome of the election. Soon, Gaozu made his entrance, greeting each person before stepping into the main hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Jimmy Gaozu. "Did you take Uncle Longjin away?" Jimmy approached, exhaling a puff of smoke, and coldly inquired. "Evidence is paramount. Do not think you can spout nonsense just because you have a mouth. Is that what Dengbo taught you?" Gaozu chuckled lightly and proceeded into the hall. The most infuriating thing is to be ignored. Jimmy took a deep breath, his gaze momentarily stunned. Shortly after, the grand election for the decision-maker commenced. Dengbo occupied the main seat, while Chuan Bao and others sat in 2 rows, with a rectangular conference table made of 100-year-old fragrant wood in between. Gaozu and Jimmy were positioned on either side of Dengbo. During the selection process, they were not permitted to speak. Only the elder generation could voice their opinions. However, 2 empty seats caught Dengbo's attention. Where are Longjin and Quan Shu? Dengbo glanced at his watch. The time had arrived, yet Longjin and his companion had not shown up. It was well known that Longjin and Jimmy shared a close bond, akin to that of blood relatives. There was no way they would miss such an important occasion. The crowd remained silent, refraining from answering. It was best to stay quiet at this moment. "Immediately notify them," Dengbo said with dissatisfaction. "Dengbo, the time has come. Their absence is their own concern. We cannot let them delay our election." Chuan Bao interjected promptly. "No, every vote is crucial. A single vote could alter the future of our entire organization, so they must be present," Dengbo asserted with authority. He knew very well that something might have happened to the 2, yet he insisted on seeing them, dead or alive. "Dengbo, should we wait indefinitely for them?" Chuan Bao complained, banging his hand on the table, speaking with great assertiveness. He understood that today, Gaozu's position as decision-maker was all but guaranteed. With Gaozu's support, his voice among the elder generation would carry the most weight. As for Dengbo, he would have to watch Gaozu's countenance. Just as Gaozu had said, 1 beneath, 10,000 above. Dengbo frowned, about to retort, but Chuan Bao shot him a glance, and the other elders echoed similar sentiments, agreeing to commence the election immediately. In truth, they all understood that Longjin and Quan Shu would not be arriving today. All right, since everyone insists, let the election begin. Dengbo had no choice but to acquiesce to the will of the crowd. Simultaneously, he offered a bitter smile, realizing that most of these elders had been swayed by Gaozu, a situation he had anticipated. However, before the election, they must resolve the matters left unaddressed from the last meeting. D is dead at Gaozu's hands. I have confirmed this. Please bring someone in. Dengbo scanned the room and calmly stated. The next moment, D's wife was brought in. Upon seeing Gaozu, she dramatically claimed to have witnessed Gaozu murder D, asserting that Gaozu had lured D out for fishing, and even stated that after D's demise, Gaozu had extinguished the flames left behind for D's widow. She painted Gaozu as a heinous criminal. She even produced a video where the figure's profile closely resembled Gaozu, sharing 8 out of 10 similarities in head shape and stature. Everyone, D was the hall master of Lianxing, and now this scoundrel Gaozu has caused his death. I demand that he must die. May D's spirit rest in peace. D's wife said, tears streaming down her face, portraying a scene of utter despair, almost convincingly so. Upon witnessing this, Dengbo revealed a long-lost smile. With Chang Mao missing and all efforts to track him down proving fruitless, he had concocted this plan involving D's wife. As the spouse of D, her testimony, coupled with the footage, firmly established Gaozu's guilt in Dee's murder. Even if Gaozu possessed extraordinary abilities, there was no escaping today's reckoning. Jimmy remained silent, merely displaying a smile. The elder generation was left dumbfounded by this turn of events, finding themselves in a difficult position. Is there anything anyone wishes to say? Deng Bo scanned the room, offering a sweet smile as he leisurely sipped from his teacup. Chuan Bao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with deep resignation. Who could have known that Deng Bo held such a trump card up his sleeve? This was before the election had even truly begun. Gaozu had been ensnared by Deng Bo in such a significant predicament. It is worth noting that there are 3 major taboos in the underworld: wearing red shoes, washing horse chestnuts, and seducing a brother's wife. These 3 prohibitions are intolerable in any society. The incident involving Gaozu's assassination of Didi, along with the events concerning Didi's sister-in-law and the previous killing of Huanyo, align perfectly with this. The evidence is irrefutable. From this moment forth, we shall revoke Azu's candidacy for the position of decision-maker. Simultaneously, Jimmy is poised to announce the next leader of Lianxing. Deng Bo. Gaozu approached Deng Bo, a smile gracing his face. Deng Bo, are you not being a tad hasty? What? Have you committed some misdeed? Deng Bo glared furiously, attempting to intimidate Gaozu. You have no right to speak here. Get out of my way. However, in the next moment, Gaozu delivered a resounding slap across Deng Bo's face. The sharp crack reverberated throughout the conference room. This unexpected event caused the bodies of Chuan Bao and others to tremble in shock. No one anticipated that someone would dare to strike Deng Bo, a figure of such high standing, especially in such a serious setting, publicly delivering a slap to him. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 57, Deng Bo, disgraced and ruined. The ascendant decision-maker, waiting for an opportunity. The conference room fell into a profound silence following that slap. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Even Jimmy's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Deng Bo, stunned, found himself at a loss. Having lived in luxury for over a decade, he had never considered that someone would dare to lay a hand on him, especially in such a humiliating manner. Damn it, Gaozu, I swear I will have your head. As Deng Bo regained his senses, he let out a string of curses, rising to roar in fury. A man of great pride, this slap had left him feeling utterly humiliated, igniting his rage. Enough shouting, sit down. Let us discuss matters of importance. Gaozu placed a hand on Deng Bo's shoulder, pressing his rotund form back into his seat with a grip like iron. Gaozu, this is not your playground. Release Deng Bo immediately, or you shall regret it. Jimmy stepped forward, glaring intently at Gaozu. Very well. Gaozu nodded, then clapped his hands, summoning someone. Gao Jin entered, leading none other than the long-absent Chong Mao, who now appeared tremulous and frightened. The sight of Chong Mao caused Deng Bo's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He was indeed feeling uneasy, for Chong Mao knew far too much. However, Deng Bo quickly composed himself. After all, Chong Mao was merely Didi's right-hand man. No matter how compelling his words, they paled in comparison to the testimony and evidence provided by Didi's wife. He still had a chance for redemption. Though the stinging pain on his face from the slap was quite displeasing, a senseless punishment he had endured. Damn it, Gaozu must die. Gaozu, what are your intentions? Jimmy feigned ignorance as he inquired. Chong Mao, speak. Who ordered you to kill Didi? Gaozu lit a cigarette, a grin spreading across his face. Yes. It was Deng Bo. Chong Mao recounted the events of that day. As his words concluded, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd as they turned to gaze at Deng Bo. The string of revelations left everyone bewildered. They could no longer discern truth from falsehood. Words alone carry no weight. Besides, Chong Mao is merely Didi's right-hand man. I believe the words of Didi's wife hold more truth. Gaozu remarked, to clear your name, you have truly gone to great lengths, employing such a base ruse. I am impressed. Is that so? Gaozu snapped his fingers, and Gao Jin produced a tape featuring Didi's wife, swiftly inserting a new tape. The screen soon displayed the gruesome scene of Chong Mao murdering Didi. Chong Mao, you dare to kill Didi? I will end you. Chuan Bao surged to his feet, shouting in fury. I was left with no choice. It was Deng Bo who compelled me to do this. He promised that if I killed Didi, I would become the leader of Tsuan Wan. I know I was wrong. I am so sorry. I apologize to Didi. Chong Mao collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Through this ordeal, he realized he was merely a pawn in the power struggle between Deng Bo and Gaozu. A sacrificial lamb in the upper echelons competition. All he wished for now was to preserve his life. Do not move, or you will die, Gao Jin said coolly. Noticing Chuan Bao attempting to approach Chong Mao, Chuan Bao fell silent, awkwardly returning to his seat. Deng Bo, do you have anything to say? Gaozu moved closer, sitting himself at the conference table, observing Deng Bo with amusement. I. Deng Bo found himself speechless. Oh, by the way, you also killed Chueji, didn't you? In order to expedite the election of the decision-maker and for your own selfish gain, You killed Didi, killed Chueji, and even attempted to frame me. Dengbo, you have truly sunk to the depths of shamelessness. Gaozu laid bare all the facts. In that moment, everyone was struck by a sudden realization. After all this time, it was Dengbo who was the mastermind, not Gaozu. Dengbo, the crowd hesitated, unsure of how to defend him. It became evident that Dengbo's quest for power had driven him to the brink of madness. In that moment, Dengbo was utterly disgraced, his reputation shattered. The lies he had spun crumbled before him. Get out of my sight. I will settle the score with you later, Gaozu said coolly. Dengbo gritted his teeth, rising only to leave the main seat under Jimmy's assistance. Meanwhile, Gaozu took his place, and though the crowd was dissatisfied, they could only endure. Even Jimmy was left with nothing but a glare. Without Dengbo's backing, he knew he was no match for Gaozu. Continue. Gaozu lit another cigarette, leisurely puffing away. With Dengbo stripped of his influence, Chuan Bao stood up and declared, "Today has been filled with unusual events. Yet the election of the decision-maker shall proceed as planned. Without further ado, let us vote." Those in support of Jimmy rose. However, as Chuan Bao's words echoed, not a single person stood up. Everyone remained seated in silence. Observing this scene, Dengbo managed a bitter smile. Despite his meticulous calculations throughout his life, he had never anticipated this moment, much less being outmaneuvered by a younger counterpart. Those in favor of Gaozu, please rise. Chuan Bao continued. In the next moment, all the uncles stood, save for one individual, the large circle leopard identified by Gaozu the previous night, Captain Shi from the Public Security Bureau. Very well. The new decision-maker of Lianqing shall be Gaozu, Chuan Bao announced without hesitation. Dengbo, about that dragon head staff you claim to have retrieved. Now that Gaozu has ascended, you must hand it over. Chuan Bao approached Dengbo, speaking coldly. He had not forgotten this crucial matter. For within Lianqing, an unwritten rule existed. Even an elected decision-maker could not command the troops without the dragon head staff, akin to the imperial talisman of ancient times. With Gaozu now in a position of power, Chuan Bao felt he was about to soar within Lianqing. He believed this gamble was the wisest choice of his life. The dragon head staff was taken. I did not see it. Dengbo gritted his teeth, adamantly asserting. At this juncture, how could he possibly relinquish the dragon head staff? It was his sole lifeline and the only means left to curtail Gaozu's power. Did you truly not see it, or do you simply refuse to hand it over? You must decide wisely. The esteemed high ancestor rose and approached Dengbo, speaking in a tone of calm indifference. Azu, I, Dengbo, have traversed the rivers and lakes for decades. Do you truly believe I would fear you? Dengbo feigned composure as he responded, very well. You incited Chang Mao to murder Didi, as well as to slay Chueji. The evidence, both testimonial and material, is irrefutable. How do you intend to explain this? High Ancestor inquired, his demeanor nonchalant. There is nothing to discuss. I deny all accusations. While it is true that Chang Mao killed Didi, he claims that I instigated him to do so, as well as to eliminate Chueji. Might I ask, what proof do you possess? Dengbo replied with a cold smirk. Indeed, you do not disappoint as the supreme emperor of our alliance. Your words are laden with profound essence. The art of the golden cicada shedding its shell is played to perfection. High Ancestor retorted mockingly, then turned to address the assembly. Dengbo is indeed innocent. Hence, let us conclude today's meeting. Everyone may return. As for the banquet at the upper echelons, once I secure the dragon head staff, I shall invite you all for a drink. High Ancestor surveyed the room with a significant gaze. He was in no haste to purge these individuals. He required them to reveal their true colors, at which point he would eliminate them all. To put it plainly, High Ancestor was acutely aware of Dengbo's standing within the alliance. To bring about his disgrace today did not imply he lacked the ability to command the masses. Firstly, Dengbo wielded absolute deterrent power, and secondly, the dragon head staff remained in his possession. Given the nature of this old fox, he would never relinquish the staff lightly. For doing so could invite the united front of Jimmy and various senior uncles, as well as some of the lesser subordinates of the alliance, to conspire against him. Sometimes, biding one's time before seizing the moment can be an astute choice. Impulsiveness rarely alters the course of events. As for Didi's sister-in-law and Chang Mao, High Ancestor need not personally administer punishment. Their own reckless actions would suffice to serve his interests. Before long, the results of the election for the leadership of the alliance were made public. The outcome was unexpected, rather than the favored Jimmy. It was the rebellious High Ancestor who ascended to power, leaving many in the martial world utterly astonished. After all, everyone understood the internal dynamics of the alliance. The leader was merely a puppet for Dengbo. For years, Dengbo had been at the helm of the alliance, and every individual he backed had invariably risen to the position of leader, until now, when a surprise had occurred. Such an anomaly was indeed rare. Many speculated whether Dengbo would take action, considering High Ancestor was a maverick who would never willingly serve as Dengbo's pawn. Yet Deng Bo was equally unwilling to relinquish power easily. This was the crux of the contradiction. In Shamshui Pe, at the Jiang family's villa, the moment the election results were revealed, Jiang Tiansheng was already aware. He fell into deep contemplation, while Chun Yao, Big Brother B, and Chun Haonan remained silent. The result was utterly beyond expectation. In the collective consciousness, Deng Bo, as the most venerable figure in the Jianghu, commanded the respect of Jiang Tiansheng. With Dongxing's camel paying him due deference, his position within the alliance was akin to a supreme emperor of ancient empires. With even the emperor himself needing to heed his words and observe his demeanor, such a power-wielding individual had, astonishingly, faced defeat. One could say that High Ancestor was now the youngest dragon head in all of Hong Kong, without exception. Even the age of Ni Yongxiao from Tsim Sha Sui dwarfed High Ancestress. Chun Haonan inhaled sharply, his body stiffening, as if the weight of the world had collapsed upon him. How many years had he spent in Hongxing? With Big Brother B. He had fought from TSC Wanshan to Causeway Bay, enduring countless tribulations to earn the title of Red Stick, yet compared to High Ancestor, it seemed utterly insignificant. After all, High Ancestor had ascended to the position of Dragon Head. In terms of identity and status within the Jianghu, let alone the Red Stick, even the dual flower Red Sticks would have to address him as Big Brother in the presence of the Dragon Head. Witnessing his adversary reveling in such triumph and burgeoning success filled him with profound discontent, especially when considering that High Ancestor was now the Dragon Head of Chun Ba. Chun Haonan felt utterly powerless. How could he possibly avenge Tuzi, or seek retribution for Bao Pai and Chao Pai? Indeed, during the last assassination attempt on High Ancestor, both Bao Pai and Chao Pai had perished before even reaching the hospital. With a sense of madness consuming him, Chun Haonan's eyes burned red with rage, envy, jealousy, and hatred contorted his features. Anan, I will avenge you. Do not fret. What of the Dragon Head? Those who deserve to die must meet their end. Observing Chun Haonan's peculiar demeanor, Big Brother B patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. In matters both great and small within the Jianghu, it was Chun Haonan who executed his orders, remaining steadfastly loyal. Such a valuable subordinate must not lose hope due to High Ancestor's actions. Indeed, Chun Haonan gritted his teeth and nodded, his gaze slowly regaining its composure beneath the moonlight. Mr. Jiang, should we call Deng Bo? Chun Yao inquired immediately. While he was unaware of the specific collusion between Jiang Tianxing and Deng Bo, it was undoubtedly related to the leadership of the alliance. Not yet. The time is not ripe, Jiang Tianxing replied, returning to his senses with a calm demeanor. Deng Bo's survival signified that he had not yet been defeated, and moreover, based on Jiang Tianxing's understanding of Deng Bo, he would never relinquish the Dragon Head staff lightly. What further developments might arise from this situation remained unpredictable. For the time being, the best course of action was to patiently await the opportune moment. Simultaneously, discussions regarding this matter echoed through the streets and alleys of the Jianghu. That evening, Deng Bo, accompanied by Jimmy, arrived at a clandestine hotel where Jiang Tiansheng, Camel, and Ni Yongxiao, and others awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Deng Bo enter, Camel exclaimed, "If I were to choose an idol in the Jianghu, it would undoubtedly be Deng Bo." Deng Bo nodded, leading Jimmy to take their seats. Esteemed partners, you are all collaborators of our alliance. However, we are currently facing some issues that require your assistance, Deng Bo stated directly as soon as he settled down. Deng Bo, we are well aware of the internal elections that transpired today. Speak plainly. And Ni Yongxiao interjected, his brow furrowing. He had come solely out of respect for his father's friendship with Deng Bo. Otherwise, he would not have wished to participate. High Ancestor, as you all know, is a troublemaker, lacking decorum and disregarding others. Moreover, he advocates against engaging in the flower trade. If such a person were to become the Dragon Head of our alliance, it would not only disrupt our businesses, but also have a significant impact on the entire Jianghu of Hong Kong. Deng Bo initially criticized High Ancestor's personal issues, subsequently using the pretext of business and the Jianghu to target him. One must acknowledge that Deng Bo was indeed a seasoned player in the Jianghu, adeptly intertwining the matter with the concerns of the assembly. This was particularly pertinent to Dongxing's camel, who specialized in the flower trade. If the collaboration with the alliance were to cease, the resulting losses would be substantial. As Deng Bo controlled numerous flower supply lines, which Dongxing lacked, the stakes were high. At present, the Dragon Head staff remains in my possession, granting me a degree of influence within the alliance. Simultaneously, I hope we can collaborate to eliminate High Ancestor. When the time comes, I shall ensure Jimmy ascends to power, and our previous business and cooperation may continue, Deng Bo declared, igniting a cigarette. As his words echoed in the air, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. The previous collaboration was merely a bygone affair. Now, you, Deng Bo, find yourself ensnared in a predicament. on the verge of descending from grace and relinquishing your authoritative voice over Lianqing. This constitutes an entirely different matter. To put it bluntly, if you do not augment your position upon the original foundation, who would be inclined to assist you? Interests must be duly served. Chapter 58. Enchanted by the moonlight. Carnage commences. Underlying currents emerge. Schemes unraveled. This matter bears no relation to our Ni family. I shall not partake. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ni Yongxiao rose, offering a faint smile, exuding an air of gentility. In truth, Dengbo's earlier remarks held no sway over him. His return to assume control of the Ni family was not to magnify their flower business, but rather to steer the family onto the righteous path, to cleanse their reputation and ensure they do not repeat his father's mistakes. Moreover, when he had recently returned to oversee the Ni family, Gaozu refrained from exploiting the internal chaos within the Ni family. Thus, for a myriad of reasons, he would not engage in the plans to undermine Gaozu. Very well, Jimmy, see him out. Dengbo nodded, not insisting that Ni Yongxiao assist him. In a society governed by interests, one's heart is easily discerned. And he was not intimately acquainted with Ni Yongxiao. Had it been Ni Kuan, he might have exchanged a few words. Please stay, Ni Yongxiao uttered before turning to depart. How about this? 10 million each, and you both take half of Gaozu's territory. Dengbo turned back to Jiang Tianxing and Lu Tao, proposing, Gentlemen, lend us your aid. Who among us has not encountered a modicum of trouble? Your assistance to us will be reciprocated in kind. Jimmy promptly added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing and Lu Tao exchanged glances. Dengbo's offer was indeed quite generous. The mere fact that this miserly old man proposed such terms stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Had it been a different day, he would not have been one to concede easily. All right, I shall take mongkok. The rest goes to you, Hongxing. Lu Tao exclaimed with unbridled joy, inquiring about the division of wealth to be acquired later. No problem. Jiang Tianxing nodded. He felt quite displeased, having assumed Dengbo would only involve him, only to find law entangled in the affair as well. Thus, his plan to profit from the mutual destruction of Dengbo and Gaozu was dashed. However, upon further reflection, he mused that a slight loss was acceptable. Aiding Dengbo this time would position him to ally with Dengbo against Liang Kuan when the opportunity arose. Just as Jimmy had articulated, you help me, I help you. Such is the nature of the underworld. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Very well, you each provide 2,000 men, and we shall muster 2,000. With 6,000, we can surely subdue this fellow, Dengbo stated with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, he and the two devised a comprehensive strategy to confront Gaozu. Dongxing would assault Sim Sha Sui, striking at the heart of Gaozu's stronghold, while Hongxing and Lianqing would jointly attack Mongkok, regrouping afterward. This was an impeccably devised plan, methodically dismantling their opponent. Even if Gaozu possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be of little consequence. Once the conspiracy concluded, the assembly dispersed. Concurrently, Ni Yongxiao, upon returning to Sim Sha Sui, placed a call to Gaozu, informing him of Dengbo's clandestine plotting with Jiang Tianxing and Lu Tao. Thank you, Mr. Ni. I shall treat you to a drink another day. Gaozu replied before hanging up. He was not surprised by Dengbo's last-ditch efforts. After all, it added an element of intrigue. Otherwise, he would have eliminated Dengbo long ago. The following morning, Gaozu summoned all senior members of Lianqing to an urgent meeting. The ever-loyal Chuan Bao arrived first, his head held high, while the others pretended not to notice. Shortly thereafter, Gaozu entered, scanning the room. Indeed, Dengbo and Jimmy had grown so apathetic that they didn't even bother to participate in the meeting. Guanzai-san, speak. Gaozu seated himself, fixing his gaze upon Guanzai. Senator, everyone. Dengbo met with me yesterday and brazenly presented the dragon head stick, urging me to cooperate with Jimmy to assault our speaker's territory. This is a violation of our code. Guanzai-san stammered, visibly anxious. Well, the facts are clear to all. If I am not mistaken, Dengbo must have invited all present here, each with their own vested interests. I shall not compel anyone. Gaozu proclaimed. Gaozu, lay my cards on the table. We are all members of the same society, and when the time comes for conflict, we shall be adversaries. He surveyed the room, speaking nonchalantly, refraining from forcing anyone to confess. He awaited the moment when someone would falter, so he could ensnare them all at once. As Gaozu's words reverberated, many exchanged glances, yet none spoke up. Nor did anyone reveal their identity, as Guanzai-san had. To put it plainly, no matter how far Dengbo had fallen, his authority still lingered. Gaozu chuckled slightly before continuing. Dengbo and Jimmy not only seek to usurp power, but have also allied with the two formidable factions, Dongxing and Hongxing. This is utterly unforgivable. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Dengbo and Jimmy are to be marked as targets of the society. Furthermore, should I discover anyone colluding with them, there will be no mercy, and their entire lineage shall be eradicated. Moreover, all factions must mobilize. Your sole task is to staunchly defend your territories. With that, Gao Zu rose and departed. To safeguard his own interests and seize control of Lianqing. Relying on these individuals was futile, for they had been subjugated by Deng Bo for far too long. Expecting them to exert their utmost for him was simply implausible. Indeed, many hearts still leaned towards Deng Bo, a fact Gao Zu was acutely aware of. Simultaneously, Gao Zu contacted Gao Jin, Li Wang, Jingyu, Jin Gang, and Feng Yuxiu, assigning them relevant personnel. This time, Gao Zu must demonstrate his strength and capture the attention of the underworld. He aimed to eradicate all malignancies and truly seize control of Lianqing. At the same time, at the Hongxing headquarters, Jiang Tianxing convened the 12 chiefs of Hongxing to elucidate the targets of their impending assault and the associated benefits. Naturally, Boss B was the first to offer his wholehearted support, while the others, upon seeing the potential gains, were eager to partake in the spoils. However, as Liang Kuan expressed his dissent, several chiefs promptly altered their stance. Mr. Jiang, Lianqing and our Hongxing have always maintained a policy of non-interference. Moreover, this is an internal issue for their society, and our involvement may be deemed somewhat unethical. Additionally, who can say whether Dongxing might seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on us? Liang Kuan remarked, his words laden with caution. Should you choose not to participate, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking. When it comes time to divide the benefits, do not say the society has neglected you. Participation is entirely voluntary. Chen Yao interjected decisively. Very well, I wish you all good fortune, Liang Kuan remarked, silencing himself. The meeting concluded. The prince was retained by Jiang Tianxing for a private conversation. This time, I hope you refrain from involvement on either side. Jiang Tianxing stated coldly. Mr. Jiang, I can assure you I will not engage in the society's disputes, nor will I involve myself in the mongkok affair. However, Sim Sha Sui is unrelated to the society. The prince replied coolly. You insist on contravening the society's interests to assist Gao Zu? Jiang Tianxing exhaled a puff of smoke. Gritting his teeth, he realized he was increasingly losing control over the society. Similar to figures such as Prince and Liang Kuan, these hall masters are nothing but a bunch of troublemakers. They utterly disregard my commands. The interests of the organization? Mr. Jiang, one cannot speak so lightly. I have stated that I will not partake in any involvement with the society. My allegiance to Gao Zu stems from our brotherhood. In circumstances where the society's interests are not compromised and no conflict arises, my decisions are my own to make, and it is not for the society to meddle. Once again, Prince has made his stance unmistakably clear, embodying a rebellious spirit. In truth, he has never held Jiang Tianxing in high regard, for throughout, he has lent his support to Jiang Tianyang, not Jiang Tianxing. Even after years of Jiang Tianxing leading Hongxing and achieving a measure of scale, in Prince's eyes, Jiang Tianxing's character and integrity remain inferior to that of Jiang Tianyang. Enough, enough, enough. Jiang Tianxing, seething with rage, yearned to unleash his fury. Yet he understood that Prince is the golden emblem of Hongxing and must not be harmed. If there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. With that, Prince rose and departed. As for Liang Kuan, he wasted no time in exiting the Hongxing headquarters and returning to his company. He tapped his fingers on the table, contemplated for a moment, and promptly dialed Gao Zu's number. In the world of the underbelly, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Such an opportunity must be seized to support Gao Zu, this troublemaker. After all, Boss B harbors animosity towards both Jiang Tianxing and Gao Zu, a point he can exploit. Meanwhile, Dongxing convened a meeting. In contrast to Hongxing, Luo Tuo's words still held weight in Dongxing, and the consensus was unanimous. After all, the allure of profit was evident, leaving them no grounds to refuse. As night fell, Gao Zu arrived at Deng Bo's residence, and one must admit, Deng Bo displayed remarkable audacity. Neither fleeing nor opting to hide, exuding an air of confidence. Only you may enter, no others are permitted. Upon seeing Gao Zu and his entourage, the bodyguards at the entrance swiftly surrounded them, with the lead guard warily brandishing a large black star. Very well, Gao Zu nodded, leading the way inside. Deng Bo, I must commend your fortitude. Even at this critical juncture, you still take pleasure in tea and beautiful women. Truly a man of refined taste. Upon entering, Gao Zu encountered Deng Bo, who was leisurely sipping tea. Are you not afraid I might end your life? From the moment you ascended to the position of Hall Master, our fates have been irrevocably intertwined. Have I ever feared you? Deng Bo calmly sipped his tea and coldly retorted. I SNT at you, who should be wary now? Ha! Gao Zu took a seat, casually remarking. Such confidence you possess. Deng Bo produced a chessboard, placing it on the table. The facts will speak for themselves, after tonight. Only one of us shall survive, and it shall undoubtedly be I. Kings will always remain kings, while pawns will forever be pawns. Gao Zhu smiled faintly. There are no eternal kings, only everlasting pawns. Care for a game? Deng Bo gestured to the chessboard. Very well. Gao Zhu nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, in Tsim Sha Sui, the once bustling and vibrant streets were unusually tranquil that night, with all major shops and nightclubs shuttered. The wind rustled ominously as rows of men in black awaited silently on the streets. At the forefront stood Li Wang, along with Zhen Gang and over 1,000 others, occupying a significant portion of the street. This time, Gao Zhu had arranged for only this many to defend Tsim Sha Sui. He had learned through Dongwen Boy, Fei Shui, Prince, and others that Deng Bo's conspiracy involved merely 6,000 men, while he controlled 3 venues, Mongkok, Causeway Bay, and Tsim Sha Sui. With Gao Zhu's current forces numbering over 4,000, he was more than capable of matching them. Moreover, their greatest adversary tonight was He Lianxing, hence, a larger contingent was covertly stationed. Before long, the Dongxing forces arrived, precisely 2,000 strong. Leading them was Sha Meng, known in the underworld as the Golden Hair Tiger. He was young, ruthless, and audacious. Among Dongxing's 5 tigers, he was the one with the least distinctive features. Ah, Yulat Haven Tea fled upon realizing Dongxing's presence? How amusing. Sha Meng, cigarette in mouth, surveyed the area, estimating that Li Wang's group numbered only around 1,000, causing him to chuckle inwardly. Being thrust into a leadership role by Dongxing was far from his preference. Damn it. Why should he bear the brunt of the charge? However, witnessing the scene before him, he felt utterly unfazed. Taking Tsim Sha Sui would be a mere formality. Flee, you lot of rabble? Ha ha ha. Li Wang stepped out from the crowd, his bare torso immediately capturing attention. His powerful muscles exuded raw strength. The dragon on his back shimmered under the streetlights, seemingly alive, its roar echoing in the minds of the onlookers. Soon, the bloody legends surrounding Li Wang resurfaced in everyone's thoughts. Gao Zhu was notorious as the demon ancestor, while Li Wang bore the title of the Bloody King. This moniker was given for a simple reason. No lowly thug could withstand a punch from Li Wang, and those who had felt his wrath rarely lived to tell the tale. The brutality of his attacks was so gruesome that even the faint-hearted could be frightened to death by Li Wang's ferocity. He was indeed the Bloody King. One of the Dongxing men recognized Li Wang, and with a gasp, he turned pale. The Bloody King. I'm out of here, I'm done. Many were instantly petrified by the name, with some choosing to retreat. They had never encountered the likes of a dragon, nor had they seen a pig climb a tree. Li Wang's reputation was forged when he single-handedly faced dozens during his days with the Gang of Numbers, emerging unscathed and employing merciless techniques. Who dares to flee? I will slaughter their entire family. What is there to fear in rumors? They are merely men, and we outnumber them 2 to 1. A spit from each one of us could drown them. Kill, slay the Bloody King, and you shall secure your fame and ascend to leadership. Sha Meng bellowed coldly. Damn it, they haven't even fought yet, and the enemy's name has already scared them off. This was utterly unacceptable to Sha Meng. With that, Sha Meng brandished his machete and charged forward. Li Wang smiled, stepping forth and uttering a single word. Kill. Soon, the 2 factions collided. Meanwhile, in Mongkok, the former stronghold of the Gang of Numbers, at the entrance of the building, Boss B led his crew onto the street. Gao Jin, Luo Tianhong, Wan Shen, and Wang Liang were equally prepared. Chapter 59, A Full Bloom. Blood on the Streets. The police's assessment. The autumn winds howled, a gentle breeze brushing by, bringing a slight chill to the crowd. Both factions were densely packed, totaling over 3,000 individuals, an unprecedented display. Such a grand spectacle would only occur in the event of a life-and-death struggle between major organizations with deep-seated grudges. Otherwise, it would seldom be seen. After all, if the appearance fee for a lowly thug is calculated at 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, the fee for a 2,000 strong contingent would total 6 million, equivalent to the monthly dues of a large organization like Hongxing. This does not even account for the subsequent costs of settling in, medical fees, and so forth. As both sides faced each other, words were scarce. It could only be described as a meeting of sworn enemies, where animosity was palpable, and the clash erupted in an instant. The gleaming blade in the hands of the Hongxing crowd shimmered with a white light, moving gently like waves of pristine white, its sharp edge radiating brilliance. In stark contrast, the rebar held by Gao Jin and his cohorts was enveloped in a cloak of ominous silence, glinting with a bloodthirsty glow. Chun Haonan drew forth a long dormant katana, advancing with the weapon in hand, and coldly commanded, "Kill for me." Both factions stepped forward simultaneously, the grand tableau of 1,500 versus 2,000, evoking a tremor that reverberated through the entire street, as if an earthquake had struck. Unperturbed, Chun Haonan scanned the battlefield, swiftly locking onto Gao Jin amidst the throng. He recalled the time during the assassination of the Grand Ancestor in Central, where Gao Jin had been conspicuously present. With blood-red eyes, Chen Haonan took a decisive step, plunging into the crowd. The sword was drawn, a flash of cold light illuminating the scene. As several individuals were felled to the ground, Chen Haonan's prowess astonished all, prompting the ghostly soldiers to encircle him. Gritting his teeth, he kicked a common lowlife aside and broke free, charging toward Gao Jin from a different angle. Gao Jin, having also noticed Chen Haonan's approach, calmly strode in his direction. An unsuspecting Hongxing lackey attempted to strike Gao Jin, but without even a glance back, Gao Jin effortlessly sliced through with the rebar, leaving the man's abdomen gaping and blood gushing forth. Today, Gao Jin, I shall slay you to avenge my brothers, Chen Haonan declared, having dispatched another foe and now standing before Gao Jin. Their eyes met. Gao Jin's expression remained impassive as he casually brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, uttering softly, "Here's your chance. Don't disappoint me." With that, the two engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters away, Luo Tianhong wielded the 8-sided sword, its blade resembling a radiant rainbow, glinting with a chilling brilliance, as he carved a bloody path through the throng. Under the guidance of Gao Jin and others, Luo Tianhong's swordsmanship had reached a new pinnacle. Had Kowloon still been alive, he would undoubtedly have been no match for him. With a sweeping motion, Luo Tianhong unleashed a beam of cold light, the speed of his strike akin to lightning, blurring the vision of onlookers. Simultaneously, several Hongxing men found deep, matching gashes across their necks, followed swiftly by a spurt of blood. This was the renowned technique of Luo Tianhong, a single strike to seal the throat. On another front, figures such as Luanshan, Wraith, Nine-Pattern Dragon, and ghostly soldiers were equally formidable, moving like shadows with the rebar, causing the Hongxing men to retreat in disarray. In this chaotic melee, it was a matter of life and death. Yet, the stakes had escalated beyond mere survival. These combatants were willing to forfeit their lives, exhibiting terrifying strength. Many Hongxing lackeys, paralyzed by fear, took advantage of the chaos to flee. Earning a mere few hundred a month, they were not willing to gamble with their lives. At this juncture, Defei had also set his sights on Gao Jin, charging forward with his blade, only to be intercepted by Luanshan. The aging Big Boss B, past his prime, struggled to maintain his combat prowess, barely managing to defend himself under the care of De Tian, his body already riddled with wounds. In the next moment, a ghostly soldier lunged at Big Boss B, the rebar aimed directly at his face. Witnessing this, De Tian immediately withdrew his knife, the blade flashing as it collided with the rebar. The force of the impact was tremendous, sending De Tian's katana flying, yet the rebar retained its momentum. Big Boss B's eyes widened in instinctive fear as he raised his blade to block. Under the immense pressure, his katana was forced against his chest, blood flowing freely. Sensing that Big Boss B could not withstand much longer, De Tian charged once more. The ghostly soldier frowned, turning to kick Big Boss B aside, launching the rebar at De Tian. As the cold wind swept through, De Tian felt a rush of heat to his forehead, followed by a heavy wave of dizziness, with warmth trickling down his face. "Brother B, flee now," De Tian managed to utter before collapsing. Big Boss B, already petrified with terror, took one look and bolted in desperation. They were not even in the same league. This time, it was indeed the Grand Ancestor who prevailed. On a rooftop, Chen Guozhong and a cadre of officers observed the fierce clash below. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Guozhong remarked, "Such a large-scale brawl in Mongkok. We arrived long ago and deployed considerable manpower. However, in confrontations like this, we cannot intervene. We must wait until it concludes to restore order, a long-standing tradition of decades." Although the Hongxing faction was the most formidable compared to other gangs, it was unclear where the Grand Ancestor had sourced such exceptional fighters. Among his 500 men, at least 200 were of elite warrior caliber, especially Gao Jin, who was a veritable king among soldiers. Slay gods when meeting gods, slay Buddhas when encountering Buddhas. Ma Jun couldn't help but marvel. The potential of such strength within the police force was unfathomable. It would make their work exceedingly effortless. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. The Grand Ancestor's rise might just shatter this long-sealed underworld. Chen Guozhong stated gravely, exhaling a plume of smoke. To be designated an enemy by the three major factions. Only the Grand Ancestor could earn such a distinction in recent years. Let nature take its course. This lad is indeed extraordinary. But whether he is a dragon or a worm remains to be seen. However, even if he secures Mongkok, can he hold Simsha Sui? And what of Lianqing, who have yet to make a move? It's precarious. Many have met untimely ends. Ma Jun stated blandly. Simultaneously, Jimmy arrived at the entrance of the Lianqing headquarters with his entourage. There, a gathering of individuals such as Chuan Bao and Guan Zaisun awaited. Upon seeing Jimmy's arrival, Chuan Bao seethed with rage. "Jimmy, what are you plotting?" Jimmy disregarded Chuan Bao's outburst, retrieving an item from a box and raising it above his head. Ladies and gentlemen, do you recognize this? The Dragonhead Staff, Guanzai Sun exclaimed. For his own selfish interests, the Grand Ancestor has orchestrated the murders of Yudo Biao, Huanyo, and Lin Bail, inciting Cheng Mao to kill Didi, and brutally slaying Chu Ji and Quan Shu in his ruthless ascent to power. Such a person is beyond redemption. In the name of the Dragonhead Staff, I command you to eliminate the treasonous Grand Ancestor. This is not just my decree, but also that of Deng Bo, and indeed the Dragonhead Staff S. Jimmy articulated the charges against the Grand Ancestor with a commanding and authoritative tone, exuding a persuasive conviction. Moreover, he held the Dragonhead Staff aloft, embodying the image of a righteous figure. As Jimmy's words echoed, the surrounding Lianqing subordinates rallied behind him, clamoring for the Grand Ancestor's demise. Many among them were unaware of the underlying truths, while the Dragonhead Staff symbolized the authority of Lianqing's leader. Furthermore, Jimmy's arguments were reasonable, and Deng Bo had long manipulated these individuals, their minds imprisoned in a mindset that placed Deng Bo and the Dragonhead Staff above all else. Seeing this unfold, Chuan Bao's eyelids twitched as he stepped forth to defend the Grand Ancestor. Jimmy, do not mislead the masses. Everything is the doing of Deng Bo. Moreover, Azu's ascent to power is within the rules. Enough. Bao Shu, you are in the same boat as him. Your words are meaningless. To all present, those willing to support Deng Bo, come forth and heed the command of the Dragonhead Staff, Jimmy declared, fixing his gaze on the crowd, clutching the Dragonhead Staff tightly. In the next moment, a flurry of discussions erupted, as a multitude expressed their willingness to acknowledge the Dragonhead stick. However, since Gaozu was indeed the appointed figure of authority, the numerous underlings found themselves in a state of profound indecision. At that juncture, the old ghost, the renowned physician Ling Ran, stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the crowd and stating, I can attest that every word spoken by Jimmy is indeed the truth. Moreover, we have always recognized the Dragonhead stick in our dealings with Lianqing. I, Old Ghost, submit. I, Cold Lao, submit. I, Sui Go, submit. I, Shuangfan Dong, submit. You are aiding the tyrant in his misdeeds. This will disrupt Lianqing. Chuan Bao, gritting his teeth in disbelief, stared at the assembly, torn between words, his heart heavy with sorrow. The underlings were oblivious to the internal affairs, yet these individuals were perfectly aware of the circumstances. Furthermore, in a bid to mend past grievances, Gaozu had even released the families of these individuals. Now, faced with a challenge, they opted for a unanimous betrayal of Gaozu. The fickleness of human sentiment is truly inscrutable. Humph, a person as heartless and ungrateful as Gaozu, who betrays his mentors and ancestors, deserves to be eradicated. Jimmy, if you have any plans, speak them plainly. Old Ghost said nonchalantly. In truth, they had long been bribed by Deng Bo. Their earlier display was merely a charade for the underlings to witness. Eradicate all of Gaozu's men and strip him of his authority, Jimmy coldly declared, surveying the area. Oh, are you planning to rebel? The icy voice of Jing Yu suddenly pierced through the air, sending a tremor of fear through Jimmy and the others, stemming from their psychological dread of Gaozu. As synchronized footsteps echoed, a sea of figures, dark as storm clouds, surged towards them, including Jing Yu, Gao Gang, and a multitude of over 1,000 individuals. Why you? How could you be here? Jimmy stammered, swallowing hard as he feigned calmness. This operation against Gaozu could be described as a masterful scheme. The information was never truly concealed, and Deng Bo intended for Gaozu to be deliberately informed. Logically, facing the predatory gaze of Dongxing and Hung Hing, Gaozu should have stationed his underlings in Simsha Sui and Mongkok, or even on the glamorous boulevard of Causeway Bay. Why then were there so many people present? Moreover, these individuals had come without a whisper of warning, with no intelligence whatsoever. A game of deception within a web of entrapment? Had Gaozu orchestrated this? Jing Yu disregarded Jimmy, instead stepping before the crowd, surveying them before coldly stating, to stand with Jimmy is to stand against Gaozu. Consider this carefully before making your decision. As her words resonated, many underlings immediately declared their allegiance to Gaozu. Yet, the elder figures and hall masters made every effort to dissuade them, to no avail. Individuals such as Dung Guanzai chose to abandon their leader and submit to Gaozu. Soon, the crowd split into two factions, each representing opposing stances, one for the Dragonhead stick, the other for the figure of authority. Sighing, Chuan Bao gazed at Old Ghost and the others, uncertain of what to say to salvage the current predicament. Kill. Jimmy gritted his teeth, issuing the command to charge, his eyes ablaze with madness. In that moment, all he could envision was the position of authority and the pact with Captain Sure. Kill. Jing Yu chuckled softly, stepping forward, causing the ground to crack beneath her as she plunged into the throng wielding rebar. In Sim Sha Sui, Sha Ming brandished his bone-breaking knife with ferocity, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Fighting while flexing your muscles. How narcissistic of you. Do you think your muscles can intimidate others? How naive. Upon seeing Li Wang surrounded by over a dozen Dongxing thugs, Sha Meng swung his knife towards Li Wang's abdomen, taunting him. Li Wang's fierce gaze flared, embodying a palpable aura of menace. He remained unfazed in the face of the crowd's assault. The rebar let out a wail as it swept through the air, sending several Dongxing thugs flying, while Li Wang leapt into the air, evading Sha Meng's strike, and raised the rebar again, aiming for Sha Meng's skull with brutal force. Sha Meng hastily retracted his knife, altering his position, shoving a junior thug towards Li Wang, and made his escape. Glancing back at Li Wang, Sha Meng's eyes were filled with trepidation. Had he not taken medication before this confrontation to numb his senses and enhance his physical capabilities, he would have surely been slain by Li Wang's sudden attack. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Wang charged at him like a ferocious tiger. Though the rebar was marred with cuts, it did not detract from Li Wang's formidable strength. Like a sword drawn from its sheath, it glimmered coldly, and an eerie silence enveloped the air, tearing through it with a resounding boom. Sha Meng, trembling with fright, hastily raised his bone-breaking knife in defense. Sparks flying as his trusted weapon shattered in an instant, and the residual force sent his body hurtling as if struck by a cannonball, crashing violently into a vehicle. Cough! 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 Sha Meng clutched his chest, violently coughing, a steaming spray of blood erupting from his mouth, his eyes wide with horror as he watched Li Wang approach, unable to move an inch. In the next moment, tears welled up in his eyes as he pleaded, "Li Wang, I apologize. I admit my voice was a bit too loud earlier. Please spare me. I will leave this instant. It's fine. Just don't be so arrogant in your next life." Li Wang replied with a cold smile, the rebar descending upon Sha Meng's head, before he turned to the crowd and bellowed, "Dongxing thugs, Sha Meng is dead. Why do you not flee?" With his thunderous shout, the Dongxing thugs turned in shock, momentarily frozen upon witnessing Sha Meng's demise at Li Wang's hands. Bloodthirsty king. The three characters echoed in their minds once more. "Flee!" someone shouted, and the remaining Dongxing thugs sprinted away with all haste, wishing they had more legs to escape. The leader's death scattered the spirit of the troops, a phenomenon that could shift the tide even in ancient armies. These Dongxing thugs had come solely for the appearance fee. There was no loyalty to speak of. With Sha Meng dead, they could depart with justification. After all, facing the bloodthirsty King Li Wang, they had been cowed from the onset, and after fighting for so long, their morale had long since dwindled. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It is no wonder they are known as the harbingers of change. They could actually win. Dongxing truly is a group of underachievers. Not far from the scene, in a second-floor building, Huang Zhiqing exhaled a cloud of smoke, his face etched with a sardonic frown. Sim Sha Sui fell under the jurisdiction of their West Kowloon police station. They had arrived long ago but, like Chen Guozhong and others, could only watch and wait for an opportunity to act. His original intent was to see Dongxing take down Gaozu's forces. For, compared to Dongxing, he believed Gaozu's men were far easier to control. To his surprise, Gaozu's forces emerged victorious, and against all odds, they had triumphed despite being outnumbered. It could even be said that from the onset, the Dongxing crowd had been overwhelmed by Li Wang and his associates. This completely exceeded conventional predictions and norms. Every day, over 4,000 words are updated, primarily consolidated, hence one chapter, while others are merely 2,000 per chapter. Chapter 60, A Game of Chess. The Initial Signs of Victory. Captain Shi takes the stage. It is not that Dongxing is weak, but rather that Gaozu's men are too formidable. Lu Qichong narrowed his eyes, offering a calm assessment. As long as Gaozu survives this night, the future of the underworld will surely undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, Ling Qian'er remained silent, her expression as calm as still water, yet her heart was a tempest of worry for Gaozu, regrettably unable to act on his behalf. Unbeknownst to her, a tear slipped from the corner of Ling Qian'er's eye, which she promptly wiped away. Alas, what a calamity! Huang Zhiqing gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with indignation. Enough, Zhiqing. In his absence, others will emerge. At the very least, this young Gaozu does not peddle flour or persecute the people of Hong Kong. In this regard, he is far superior to other ruffians. A general's success often comes at the cost of countless lives. This is an undeniable truth of the world. You and I cannot change it. Let us accept the natural course of things. Lu Qichong patted Huang Zhiqing's shoulder and remarked, however, it is quite peculiar that the Ni family has made no move at all. Yet, the more tranquil it is, the better it is for us, sparing us from trouble. Notify everyone to apprehend a few for the police station shortly. At that moment, Huang Zhiqing, who was observing the chaos, noticed a shift. Someone is coming. Could it be from the Ni family? Lu Qichong and Ling Qian'er immediately turned their gazes in that direction. They beheld vehicles arriving, and soon after, individuals disembarked. Li Wang stepped forward and spoke nonchalantly. They have arrived. Indeed. The crown prince nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Alright, keep a close watch on Jinshai. I must step out for a moment. No problem, go ahead. I shall await your triumphant return here. The Crown Prince watched as the crowd departed. In truth, he had arrived long before, but Gaozu wished to spare him the difficulties of operating within Hung Hing, merely requesting his assistance in maintaining the upcoming time. While the bloody business was left to Gaozu himself, the Crown Prince had to relent. Tonight, anyone who dares to come shall be met with no mercy, he warned coldly, turning to glare at his men. Yes, brother. The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Although they were members of Hung Hing, their allegiance to the Crown Prince, who was on good terms with Gaozu, compelled them to maintain that bond. Moreover, when Gaozu established the Number Gang, he had granted the Crown Prince control over the entire Chongshin-E territory, providing them with a genuine stronghold. This debt of gratitude was etched into their hearts. In the battleground of Mongkok, compared to the Eastern Star of Tsim Sha Sui, the combat prowess of the Hung Hing members was somewhat fiercer. Nevertheless, they were still retreating under the pressure exerted by Gao Jin and his associates. Ah, I shall kill you. Chun Haonan's eyes burned crimson. Though the katana felt light in his grasp, it weighed heavily upon him, as he was intercepted by Defei and several younger brothers. Just moments ago, Chun Haonan had faced Gao Jin one-on-one, initially handling it with ease, but as the fight progressed, fear began to creep in. For he realized Gao Jin was toying with him, turning him into nothing more than a plaything. With Defei's intervention, he felt confident in a 2-on-1 scenario. However, Gao Jin swiftly dispatched Defei with a single blow, forcing the two to choose flight. Unexpectedly, Gao Jin set his sights on Big Brother B, who had recently been slain by a ghostly soldier. Big Brother B, already frail with age, lacked the stamina of his youth, and could not hope to contend with Gao Jin. In a mere exchange, he was pierced through by Gao Jin's rebar. Chun Haonan witnessed this grim spectacle, and it mirrored the earlier scene. Let us go. Brother B is dead. He's truly gone. If this continues, we may all be annihilated. They are not human, Defei shouted, restraining the frenzied Chun Haonan. Defei's heart trembled. Since the Crown Prince's failed endeavor at Tsim Sha Sui, many within the organization had labeled him a coward, unable to defeat a mere 20-something, while still deferring to Gaozu as his elder brother, bringing shame to Hung Hing. Even likening the Crown Prince's downfall to that of a fallen hero. Defei shared this sentiment. The Crown Prince was past his prime, no longer capable. It was only at that moment that he recognized the folly of his thoughts. Any ghostly soldier pulled from the crowd possessed the ability to match the Crown Prince in combat. Brother B. Chun Haonan choked back tears, his bloodshot eyes overflowing with sorrow. Big Brother B had treated him like a son. Now, to see him perish before his eyes filled Chun Haonan with profound anguish. In the next moment, Gao Jin approached them, causing Defei's countenance to pale. He swiftly hoisted Chun Haonan and fled with great haste, shouting, "Retreat! Withdraw!" With Big Brother B deceased, and the entire scene reflecting Hung Hing's state of passive suffering, Defei understood the futility of continuing the fight. At his command, the Hung Hing members paused, relief washing over their faces. In truth, they had long been terrified. Were it not for the constraints of their gang's reputation and the rules of Hung Hing, they would have fled long ago. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Hung Hing members scattered in all directions. Enough. Do not pursue. Return. Upon seeing the Hung Hing members flee, Jiu Wenlong and others prepared to follow. But Gao Jin immediately interjected. Jiu Wenlong, Gao Gang, take the brothers to the hospital. The rest, come with me. Gao Jin summoned his men, swiftly organizing the necessary arrangements. Winning today does not guarantee victory tonight. There remains another matter to attend to, bloodshed in Liansheng. Soon, Gao Jin gathered several hundred men and set off towards the headquarters of Liansheng. Let us go. It's our turn to make an appearance. Chen Guozhong flicked his cigarette butt aside and turned to regard Ma Jun. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of police stormed the scene, making a token arrest of a few individuals before departing. It was not that they were unjust or blind. During this period, the governing body of the island was the Hong Kong government, which hailed from the British Empire. The personnel stationed in Hong Kong numbered less than 60,000, tasked with overseeing a population of 6 million. Their only strategy was to control the populace through its own people. Both the police and the gangs served to keep each other in check. Unless firearms were involved, the government typically turned a blind eye to gang conflicts, allowing the police, formed by the locals, to handle gang matters. This effectively diverted tensions between the Hong Kong populace and the government, easing the management of the island. To put it simply, the government maintained control over the people of Hong Kong through the strategy of local governance, permitting the locals to operate freely as long as they did not overstep certain boundaries. In such a scenario, the so-called justice of the world could never be realized. Fully aware of this reality, and after years of experience, the personnel of various police stations opted for this method of handling gang conflicts, achieving a semblance of harmony. In a loft, on the second floor, The tea boiled vigorously, emitting a hissing sound, accompanied by faint cries, reminiscent of a final struggle. Once a move is made, there is no regret. Dengbo, you must consider this carefully, Gaozu stated, holding a white piece as he gazed at the board filled with black and white pieces. I have won, have I not? Dengbo lifted his aged eyes to glance at Gaozu, offering a cold smile as he unhesitatingly placed a black piece on the board. Ha ha ha, popping champagne prematurely is not a wise habit. Gaozu placed his white piece in an inconspicuous spot. You merely wish to win. It is not that you have won, but rather, I have won. A single misstep in chess can lead to complete defeat. I simply underestimated the game. Dengbo gritted his teeth, speaking begrudgingly. To lose one move is to lose the entire game. A loss is a loss. Dengbo, you had numerous opportunities to turn the tide. Yet you believed yourself to be the heavens, that everyone must heed your commands and obey your every order. This is a grave error in conduct. Gaozu offered a pointed critique. Humph, I emerged into this world at the tender age of 10, and by 35, I had ascended to the position of the leader, becoming the decision-maker at 40. For years, I have orchestrated strategies and alliances, and I alone hold the reins of power, a legacy that endures to this very moment. No one has the authority to shatter the rules I have established. No one, Dengbo coldly remarked, in the early days. My uncle used to say that for a society to endure, balance is essential. No single individual should dominate. This principle has been upheld for decades, and it cannot simply be disregarded by anyone's whim. Gaozu chuckled lightly, raising his cup of tea to his lips. To command people, one must possess wealth, interests, beauty, and reputation. Only when all these elements are in place can one truly enslave others. How many of these do you possess? You wish to maintain the balance of the society and prevent any one entity from monopolizing power. Yet, you lack the qualifications for such an endeavor. Your so-called balance is merely an excuse to uphold your own authority. Why must you feign concern for the society and cling to tradition? As for whether these rules can be broken, perhaps you should first open your eyes to the world before you speak. Dengbo scoffed. I have warned you. The tides of Hong Kong Island are treacherous, and you cannot navigate them. What good is your 20 billion if your qualifications and connections are insufficient? No one will be able to assist you. Gaozu pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. Dengbo, after all these years, do you not understand that one must rely on oneself? Trusting in mountains can lead to collapse, depending on others can lead to betrayal, and relying on fate pales in comparison to self-reliance. Certainly, I do not dismiss your words. Those who are new to the world often agree with this sentiment. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. However, I am acutely aware of a grim reality. When confronted with interests, human nature is easily compromised. Surrounding yourself with friends, feasting and calling each other brothers may appear glamorous. Yet when faced with true challenges, such bonds are fragile and can lead to betrayal. Upon hearing this, Dengbo's expression shifted. In that moment, Gaozu had indeed earned his respect, for he had grasped the fundamental issues of human relationships, insights not typically possessed by one so young. No wonder he could not manipulate his opponent. It appeared that he had already delved into the study of human nature at a young age. I do not know what agreements you have with Dongxing and Hongxing to enlist their aid. However, I am certain you will not easily relinquish the benefits promised to them. Thus, even if you emerge victorious this time, there will still be friction between He Lianxing and Dongxing, Hongxing. Unfortunately for you, this time, victory is not yours. Gaozu directly pierced through Dengbo's thoughts. You are truly exceptional. More calculating than A Lu, more audacious than Didi, and more ambitious than Jimmy. Yet, you tread cautiously, inching forward with care. But do you believe that winning the chess game means you can triumph over me? You underestimate Dengbo. Dengbo narrowed his eyes as he spoke. To be honest, he was astonished that someone of Gaozu's age could see through the world so clearly, and even more so, recognize his own schemes. Yet what of it? Gaozu was merely a talented individual whose brilliance was destined to be thwarted. He firmly believed in one truth. Only those who survive until the end are the true monarchs. Underestimate? Dengbo, you are entirely conceited. I have not regarded you with any significance. Gaozu chuckled lightly. Thus far, everything remained under his control. Dengbo was merely a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Just then, both of their mobile phones rang simultaneously. Dengbo's expression turned cold. Guess who has won? Answer it. Your people will provide you with the answer. Gaozu calmly lit a cigarette and replied with poise. Dengbo, Dongxing has lost. Dengbo, Hongxing has lost. Dengbo, Jimmy is currently clashing with my people, and the situation suggests he may retreat. Additionally, my forces in Tsim Shui and Mongkok are en route to the headquarters. The report from Dengbo's spies relayed the entire scenario. What? Dengbo clenched his fists in anger, slamming one down on the table, then took a deep breath. All right, I understand. Keep a close watch and report any developments promptly. With that, Deng Bo hung up the phone and fixed his gaze on Gao Zhu, who similarly answered his call. In stark contrast to Deng Bo's conversation, Gao Zhu's forces were achieving resounding victory. Tonight's objective is to ensure that all of He Lianxing is in unison. Tomorrow, there shall be but one voice from He Lianxing. Those who defy us shall be eliminated, Gao Zhu declared, placing the phone down and exhaling a plume of smoke. His gaze fixed playfully on Deng Bo. The impact of that gaze was minimal in harm, but laden with insult. As their eyes met, it was evident that Deng Bo's strength was waning. At that moment, the contest between the two had undoubtedly tilted in Gao Zhu's favor. Are you so certain of your victory? Deng Bo gritted his teeth, seething with anger, silently cursing Dongxing and Hongxing as a bunch of worthless fools. How could they have let a seemingly guaranteed victory slip to this extent? Truly, they were more adept at sabotaging than succeeding. Just wait and see. I have no time to exchange barbs with you. After playing with you for so long, it is time to settle our grievances. Gao Zhu extinguished his cigarette and rose, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. You are committing a grave offense, betraying your teachers and ancestors. Upon hearing this, Deng Bo's face quivered with indignation as he pointed accusingly at Gao Zhu. Ah Zhu, there is a saying, do not strike too hard. Perhaps we can still be friends when we meet again. At that moment, a figure emerged from another room, wearing a confident smile. This individual was none other than the formidable Daquan leopard of He Lianxing, known for his ruthless demeanor in both actions and dealings. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly in my presence? Gao Zhu turned and replied dismissively. I am the Hall Master of He Lianxing. It is my duty to protect Deng Bo. Ah Zhu, today, you shall not take Deng Bo's life, not even if Jesus himself were to intervene. Mark my words. Daquan leopard approached the sofa, adjusting his suit with a calm demeanor. Unfazed and composed, Deng Bo smiled, fully at ease. Gao Zhu realized that this old fox must have already clarified his identity and purpose to Deng Bo, which is why he felt so emboldened. Oh, no wonder you hail from the northern continent. Captain Sure, your words carry such weight. Gao Zhu settled into a chair and lit another cigarette. He recognized Daquan leopard instantly. Since you are here, I must extend my hospitality. As Gao Zhu spoke, Deng Bo's expression shifted drastically. Daquan leopard immediately drew his sidearm, aiming it at Gao Zhu's head. How do you know my identity? Chapter 61, The Unmatched Whirlwind. Perils abound. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be the prey. Daquan leopard's first thought was that someone planted by Gao Zhu was among his ranks. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The only people aware of his identity were from the northern continent, and no more than a handful on Hong Kong Island knew of it. The fact that Gao Zhu was privy to his background left him both astonished and wary. As a competent undercover agent, he had spent decades in Hong Kong. Evolving from a mere Daquan member to the current Daquan leopard, he prided himself on his meticulousness. How could he have possibly exposed himself? This was a grave misstep. After ruminating for a long while and reviewing past events, he could not fathom when he had revealed himself. Simultaneously, the atmosphere at the scene grew palpably tense. While Deng Bo revealed a smile, eagerly wishing for the Great Circle Leopard to take aim and eliminate Gao Zhu. If that were to occur, Jimmy's position would be secure, his authority unchallenged, and the blame would fall squarely upon the Great Circle Leopard, potentially entangling the northern continent in the aftermath. In essence, if the Great Circle Leopard were to assassinate Gao Zhu, it would yield him nothing but benefits. Kill him, shoot him. Deng Bo's inner monologue was fervent. Captain Sure, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Are you aware that such behavior is rather impolite? Gao Zhu stated, unflinching. How did you ascertain my identity? The Great Circle Leopard gritted his teeth, refusing to lower his guard despite Gao Zhu's words, deliberately maintaining a distance. This was a fundamental skill for him as a police officer. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Gao Zhu raised his hand, several red dots illuminating the foreheads of both men. Snipers. The Great Circle Leopard cast a glance at the red, hovering above Deng Bo's head, instinctively blurting out. You would do well to lower your weapon, otherwise, death awaits. Gao Zhu warned, his icy gaze fixed upon the Great Circle Leopard. During the recent selection of a figurehead, the Great Circle Leopard had been the sole individual who did not rise to support Gao Zhu's candidacy. The outcome was evident. He intended to back Jimmy. How could Gao Zhu not be on guard against the Great Circle Leopard? You, Great Circle Leopard, he muttered, begrudgingly retracting his firearm. What do you intend to do? He genuinely dared not wager his life on whether Gao Zhu's arranged sniper could take him down. Captain Sure, you hail from the northern continent. I can extend you a courtesy. Should you choose to depart, I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. However, if you truly wish to interfere, you and all those you have stationed below will meet their demise. Mark my words, even the arrival of Jesus would not prevent it. Gao Zhu declared coldly. Is it truly necessary to be so ruthless? We might be able to negotiate, Captain Sure replied helplessly. He had indeed been candid with Deng Bo and Jimmy about his identity, a move made out of necessity. From his standpoint, controlling Gao Zhu was no simple feat. He needed Jimmy to operate on Hong Kong Island. However, the unforeseen events of the night had compelled him to take action. Captain Sure, we harbor no enmity between us. I extend you this courtesy, yet you refuse to accept it. Within 1 minute, allow your men to vacate. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. Gao Zhu stated coldly. He had no desire to become entangled with the northern continent, as the pursuits he wished to undertake were too constrained, and the northern continent would not permit them. After a moment of contemplation, the great circle leopard sighed. Deng Bo, I cannot gamble with the lives of my men. Farewell. With that, he rose and departed. Deng Bo remained silent, yet internally he was submerged in despair, feeling an icy chill envelop him. His greatest ally had been decisively grasped by Gao Zhu. What recourse did he have, relying solely on a few bodyguards? If Gao Zhu could arrive, he had certainly contemplated how to address the matter of the bodyguards below. Deng Bo forced a bitter smile, a flicker of regret and resentment flashing in his deep-set eyes. In truth, he had recognized his defeat when he learned that both Hongxing and Dongxing had been repelled. Yet, he had been unwilling to believe or accept this, clinging to the hope that Jimmy could conjure a miracle. Meanwhile, Deng Bo's walkie-talkie rang once more, while Gao Zhu's phone remained silent. Hello? Deng Bo answered the walkie-talkie, pausing momentarily to glance at Gao Zhu before speaking. Not good. Deng Bo, Jimmy has escaped. We have failed. The words of his subordinate struck like thunder, reverberating through Deng Bo's soul, a cacophony of despair crashing down upon him. The walkie-talkie slipped from his hand and fell upon the sofa as Deng Bo's eyes glazed over, a hint of resignation creeping in. In that moment, he seemed to age several years, offering a self-deprecating smile, a lifetime spent in the underworld, only to be outmaneuvered by you. Yet, scheming was merely a prelude. The crux lay in possessing the strength to back it up. Gao Zhu rose and approached Deng Bo's wheelchair. Deng Bo, have you ever experienced a firewheel? What do you mean? Deng Bo inquired, bewildered. Nothing much. You'll find out shortly, Gao Zhu replied, pushing Deng Bo's wheelchair toward the exit. You aren't going to kill me? Deng Bo asked, perplexed. Why would I slay the Grand Emperor of Lianqing? That is a burden I cannot bear. A faint smile graced Gao Zhu's lips, as if recalling a delightful thought. Indeed, we should coexist peacefully, striving together to bolster Lianqing. If Jimmy falters, I shall undoubtedly support you, Deng Bo began, but before he could finish, Gao Zhu abruptly propelled the wheelchair toward the staircase. Deng Bo, already portly, resembled a hefty ball of flesh, and under the influence of inertia, the collision with the steps generated tremendous momentum. The invincible fire wheel ignited, and Deng Bo's body began to roll. Gao Zhu lit a cigarette, quietly savoring the spectacle. Only after the firewheel performance concluded did Gao Zhu descend to the first floor, gazing down upon Deng Bo. This is the firewheel. Was it enjoyable? You shall not die a good death. Deng Bo choked out, weakly closing his eyes. At that moment, the bodyguards outside heard the commotion and were about to enter when Gao Zhu's shadowy soldiers, without hesitation, sent several of them to the afterlife, accompanying Deng Bo to the Western world to meet the Almighty. Master Zhu. 10 shadowy soldiers approached Gao Zhu, bowing respectfully. Clear the scene. Leave no evidence for the police. Gao Zhu commanded before departing. He bore no psychological burden, for as the ancients said, the victor becomes king, the vanquished a bandit. Soon, Gao Zhu arrived at the Lianqing headquarters. Although the streets had been thoroughly cleaned, a faint trace of blood lingered in the air, barely perceptible. Master Zhu. Upon seeing Gao Zhu dismount from the tiger head, everyone greeted him with utmost reverence. Chuan Bao and others promptly approached to provide a brief report on the events of the evening. Among the elder generation, apart from Chuan Bao and Guanzai's son, the rest had turned against him. Gao Zhu was not surprised by this. In fact, one might say it was his intention. For without a valid reason to eliminate these individuals, it would have incited the wrath of the entire organization. Now that a reason had arisen, it was all the more manageable. Take them all to the hall for confinement. Gao Zhu glanced at the restrained Lao Gui and others. Subsequently, over 30 subordinates escorted Lao Gui and the others into the main hall. Gao Zhu turned to survey the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. I appreciate the support of all my brothers. This evening, everyone has worked hard, but we must ensure the matter is handled properly before we can rest. Gao Zhu's eyes swept around coldly. Are there any objections? None. The crowd responded in unison. Very well, Deng Guanzai, you will take over Guanzai Sen's position. Gao Jin, you will assume Quan Shu's role. Li Wang, you will replace Lao Gui. Jiu Wenlong, you will take over the position of Shui Lao, and Jin Gang, you shall assume Lung Lao's role. Manage the personnel and the venue diligently. Any issues that arise will be dealt with by the gang. Are there any problems? Gao Zhu promptly outlined the necessary arrangements. At this moment, Lianqing was in utter disarray, with Lao Gui and others absent, it was certain that those below would seize the opportunity to create chaos. Furthermore, Gao Jin and his associates were his trusted subordinates, with a 100 trustworthiness rating, allowing him to seize this opportunity to reform He Lianxing, replacing all personnel. No. Though the crowd was astonished by the decision of the Grand Ancestor, which somewhat contradicted the established rules of the Underworld, none dared to voice their dissent. Go ahead, the Grand Ancestor said, lighting a cigarette as he gazed down the long street. He understood that today's events were merely a single step along the journey of life. There lay a considerable distance yet to traverse before reaching the destination, and he was uncertain of the individuals and circumstances that awaited him in the future. Azu, Jimmy has fled. Shall we send someone to hunt him down? Chuan Bao reminded him, noting that the dragon head stick was still in Jimmy's possession, and most had scattered at the sight of it. The dragon head stick? The Grand Ancestor scoffed. A mere token, which, after decades of evolution, has absurdly become a symbol of authority. It is truly laughable. Chuan Bao shared this sentiment. And what of those from Lianxing? To enslave the thoughts of the masses. That old scoundrel Deng Bo has caused significant harm. The Grand Ancestor had already rid the world of this menace. As for Jimmy, we shall discuss him tomorrow, he said, exhaling a puff of smoke with a nonchalant tone. It was clear that any investigation into Jimmy at this time would yield no results. In other words, he still had the formidable backing of Daquan Biao, and the Grand Ancestor was not inclined to provoke any animosity with them just yet. All right, go rest. As Chuan Bao appeared eager to continue, the Grand Ancestor strode purposefully towards the tiger head. If one does not remove the roots, the grass will grow again with the spring breeze. One must not be careless. Azu, Chuan Bao exclaimed anxiously. Yet, the Grand Ancestor showed no intention of responding. The following day, news of the Grand Ancestor steadfastly withstanding the assaults from Dongxing and Hongxing, as well as Jimmy's betrayal, spread like a tempest throughout the underworld. In truth, the whispers of Dongxing and Hongxing's intentions to strike at the Grand Ancestor had already circulated widely among the underworld. However, what astonished many was that the Grand Ancestor was not merely facing a dual onslaught, but a trifecta, including Jimmy. In the face of such a three-pronged attack, not only did the Grand Ancestor prevail, but he emerged victorious, an unexpected outcome that left many utterly astounded. Particularly, upon further investigation into the events of the previous night, they discovered an overwhelming amount of information that left them in a state of bewilderment. In Simshasui, 1,000 men held off the assault of 2,000 from Dongxing, driving them to retreat in disarray, with one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, Sha Meng, being slain. In Mongkok, 1,500 stood against over 2,000 from Hongxing, with one of Hongxing's 12 hall masters, a certain Dalao Bi, killed in the streets, staining the ground with blood. Both major factions suffered grievously, their losses not only substantial, but also humiliating. Moreover, the Grand Ancestor had to contend with Jimmy's betrayal, which brought a significant portion of Lianxing with him, a perilous situation fraught with challenges. Yet, despite being beset on all sides, the Grand Ancestor triumphed. Just hearing a brief summary, many gangsters regarded the Grand Ancestor as a godlike figure, elevating him to the status of a role model for their generation. Simultaneously, the infamous moniker of Demon Ancestor reverberated throughout the Underworld. The Grand Ancestor's standing in the Underworld ascended dramatically, placing him on equal footing with the titans of Dongxing, Hongxing, Lianxing, and figures like Ni Yongxiao. He was hailed as the youngest, most formidable leader in the history of Hong Kong. Of course, these thoughts belonged to the average thugs. Individuals like Ni Yongxiao were fervently curious about how the Grand Ancestor would confront Dongxing and Hongxing next. Would he symbolically concede, solidifying his position as the leader before settling scores, or would he boldly confront both factions head-on? Amidst the external turmoil, the Grand Ancestor summoned all the high-ranking members of Lianxing for a meeting. A multitude of Lianxing members had arrived early, effectively surrounding the entire headquarters. The crowd on the street kept their distance, with a few patrolling officers observing from a distance, yet they dared not intervene. Upon the Grand Ancestor's arrival, the assembled individuals clasped their hands at their waists and bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully calling out, "Brother Ancestor." The Grand Ancestor surveyed the room, nodding slightly as he entered the courtyard. The many younger members resumed their postures and began to whisper amongst themselves at the sight of the Grand Ancestor's erect figure. "Brother Ancestor, he truly is dashing. Indeed, if I were a woman, oh my, handsome, you are all too superficial." The Grand Ancestor, at merely over 20, has already become a giant in the underworld, reigning supreme. He is truly a model for our generation. We must learn from Brother Ancestor. As the crowd murmured, the Grand Ancestor made his way to the courtyard, where Chuan Bao, Li Wang, and others had been awaiting his arrival. "Brother Ancestor," they greeted. The Grand Ancestor nodded, his gaze fixating on a large locust tree. The old ghost and his associates were firmly held by Gao Jin and the others. Upon seeing the Grand Ancestor arrive, the group became animated, their eyes pleading as they focused on him. "You know your crimes," the Grand Ancestor declared, looking down at them with an icy demeanor. "Brother Ancestor, we realize our mistakes. We should not have believed Jimmy's deceitful words, nor should we have colluded with Dangbo. We were in the wrong. Forgive us, Brother Ancestor. I have an elderly parent and young children. Please, spare my life." Old Ghost was the first to capitulate, weeping as he spoke. Just as brazen as they had been the previous night, now they were utterly craven. Their failure had rendered them vulnerable to the weight of numerous accusations. Merely the charge of treason was enough to subject them to the 3 knives and 6 holes penalty. Few could survive such a fate. How could they not submit? Chapter 62, Reforming Lianxing. Fat Shui bears the rules of the gang, declaring war on Dongxing and Hongxing. "Yes, Brother Ancestor, we had no intention of opposing you. It was merely that Jimmy and Dangbo wielded the dragon head stick, leaving us no choice but to comply. Please grant us another chance. I assure you that such a situation will never occur again." Cold Lao immediately interjected. Hey, what are you two doing? While we may be guilty, our crimes do not warrant death. Brother Ancestor, do not forget, we are the hall masters of the gang. Obeying orders is our duty. Jimmy had the dragon head stick and issued commands. What could we do? Furthermore, Brother Ancestor, though you are the one who speaks for us, without the dragon head stick, you are not the true authority. You have no right to judge us. Shuang Fandong glared menacingly at Cold Lao and Old Ghost, speaking with conviction, believing his argument to be sound. His audacity stemmed not from Liang Jingru, but from the fact that he believed their group had spent most of their lives within the gang, still possessing influence internally, along with a significant number of younger members. If they were to perish, the younger members would undoubtedly not rest easy. This was their leverage, which is why he was certain the Grand Ancestor would not hastily execute them. Shuang Fandong, are you out of your mind? If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. The others immediately rebuked Shuang Fandong in anger. With Jimmy defeated and fleeing, and Dangbo silent, the entirety of Lianxing had submitted to the Grand Ancestor, and yet, at such a critical moment, he still dared to act arrogantly before the Grand Ancestor. Who would die if not him? Truly a foolish dog. Enough of this bickering. Your crimes will be judged according to the gang's regulations. Fat Shui, step forward and recite the rules. The Grand Ancestor ignited a cigarette and regarded a small, plump figure among the crowd, speaking languidly. Whether others were familiar with the gang's regulations, the Grand Ancestor did not know. However, Gaozu was acutely aware that Feishua's propensity for transgressing the rules of the gang was undeniably his forte. Feishua blinked in surprise, not expecting to be singled out, hesitated momentarily, then stepped forward, casting a glance at old Guay and the others, and solemnly declared, "Disorder within the gang, betraying one's own sect, and killing fellow members are acts of heinous treachery. Such treachery warrants the punishment of 3 knives and 6 holes." The weight of his words struck old Guay like a hammer, causing a palpable tremor in the hearts of those present, their expressions turning anxious and fearful. The words were as sharp as blades, resting coldly upon their throats. The evidence was irrefutable, and according to the gang's rules, punishment must be meted out. 3 knives and 6 holes. Gaozu exhaled a puff of smoke, surveying the assembled crowd with a detached demeanor. Among the gathering were numerous elder figures, including Chuanbao, Guanzai-san, the deceased Chuanshu, and Long Zhen, all present and acutely aware that the future of Heliansheng would be entirely in the hands of the younger generation, all loyal to him. After long scheming and enduring, it all culminated in this singular moment. Otherwise, he would have long since taken over the gang and eliminated Dangbo. Yet, one must maintain a righteous demeanor in public, particularly within the gang, where gaining the trust of the members is paramount. In the realm of martial arts, one must earn their reputation honorably. Azu, this seems rather inappropriate. Chuanbao interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to exonerate old Guay and the others. Gaozu interjected firmly, "A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Without regulations, there can be no order. Anyone who violates the gang's rules must face the consequences. Li Wang, Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, Zhen Gang, and Jing and I shall administer the punishment." Upon hearing this, Li Wang and the others seized their target and drew forth daggers. The scene was too horrific to behold, the courtyard echoing with heart-wrenching screams. Once the execution was complete, Gaozu led everyone to the conference room. Many individuals were elevated to prominence this time, including Li Wang and others, as well as Dongguanzi, Feishua, and Longyi. As for Guanzai-san, although he had not colluded with Dangbo and Jimmy the previous night, he was deemed a parasite, stripped of his position as a hall master, and relegated to serving Chuanbao, becoming his subordinate. Chuanbao, who had supported him unwaveringly from the beginning, would not be neglected, as Gaozu appointed him as a representative of the elder generation of Heliansheng, a figurehead in the martial arts world, akin to Dangbo, though lacking in true ability. These individuals possessed seniority, and when they ventured forth, they would serve as a facade. Ladies and gentlemen, the main culprits from last night, Deng Bo and Jimmy, have yet to be located. A bounty of 3 million will be issued for their capture, Gao Zhu proclaimed. Secondly, Helian Sheng's era has concluded, effective immediately. It shall be renamed Tianmen. Are there any objections? Gao Zhu scanned the room, inquiring. Helian Sheng was indeed well known in the martial arts community. Yet Gao Zhu aimed to ensure that the entire realm recognized that Helian Sheng under his command was not a mere trifling gang. The first step toward this goal was to initiate a change of name. No one dared to contradict Gao Zhu's intentions. The third matter at hand concerns the internal conflicts regarding the Dragon Head Stick and the Dragon Head itself. The origins of the Dragon Head Stick date back several decades. Its existence was meant to signify the identity of the Dragon Head. Today, it is absurd that a mere stick can be compared to the Dragon Head. This is an egregious joke. Times are progressing, and we must not remain mired in feudal superstition. Henceforth, the Dragon Head Stick shall no longer symbolize the Dragon Head, and its position within the gang shall be abolished. The fourth matter concerns the prohibition of any transactions involving flour within the gang. Should I or the Blood Shadow Hall discover any violations, the punishment shall be 3 knives and 6 holes. Many hesitated at this. With so many underlings and the necessity of paying dues, if one did not engage in illicit activities, they would be left to fend for themselves. Azu, we few may agree with this decision, but the lower ranks are likely to voice substantial objections. Chuanbao lamented. Hongxing doesn't deal in flour and remains a top-tier gang in the martial arts world. Yet our gang has long been ensnared in a web of women and flour. Having lost its vigor, this is a grave taboo. All of us are men. I need not elaborate on the matter of women, but flour is a double-edged sword, and I shall not allow such a business to exist. If the lower ranks disagree, they shall have 3 days to depart. Tianmen does not harbor idlers. Nor do we need a horde of addicts. Gao Zhu stated coldly. His intention remained clear, quality over quantity. Those who could not contribute were merely a waste of resources. Excellent. Upon witnessing Gao Zhu's unwavering resolve, the assembly could only acquiesce. The fifth matter pertains to the issue of dues. Hall masters will be required to pay 1.5 million monthly, while the Grass Shoe members will contribute 800,000 monthly. Do not be misled by these substantial figures. I assure you all that from this day forth, I shall lead everyone to conquer new territories and engage in lucrative business ventures. Gao Zhu surveyed the room once more, speaking in a calm tone. Though many wished to voice their thoughts, seeing that Gao Zhu had made such a commitment, they swallowed their words. Lastly, regarding the treasonous collusion between Dongxing, Hongxing, and the traitors Deng Bo and Jimmy, I hereby declare war on Hongxing and Dongxing. Gao Zhu proclaimed sternly. This was not a matter of becoming arrogant after a single victory, losing sight of the disparity in strength. Rather, at this moment, both Dongxing and Hongxing were in a state of culpability and must be pursued relentlessly to bolster Tianmen's reputation. Whether or not to engage in battle would depend on the subsequent attitudes of Dongxing and Hongxing. Chuanbao and the others remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Tianmen had become a realm governed by Gao Zhu's singular authority. They no longer had the right to voice dissent. Whether or not to engage in conflict was not for them to decide. Well done, everyone. The previous Helian Sheng has operated for decades, accumulating 600 million Hong Kong dollars in dues. Henceforth, I shall allocate 200 million to the entire gang, while the remaining 400 million will be reserved for the gang's ongoing expenses. Chuanbao, you have been managing the gang's roster. Please compile the number of members in each hall and distribute the 200 million evenly among them. Additionally, remove all nominal members from the roster. Gao Zhu stated nonchalantly. The rules have been established, and this act of winning people's hearts must not be neglected. Spending money that comes without cost for personal affairs does not faze Gao Zhu in the slightest. Excellent. Chuanbao nodded, although he felt it was a pity. He recognized that Gao Zhu was indeed winning over people's hearts. After all, with such a significant reform, it is inevitable that there will be dissent among the ranks, which necessitates tangible actions to silence their grievances. Brother Zhu, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the brothers. Deng Guanzai respectfully addressed Gao Zhu. The 200 million was distributed without hesitation, and notably, it was given to the lower ranks, a record that had never been set by He Lianqing before. The organization's funds were primarily allocated for daily expenses or dividends. Under previous rules, only the hall masters and the elder generation could partake, while those below received nothing. At this moment, regardless of Gao Zhu's intentions, he certainly exhibited a grand vision. The others, to varying degrees, acknowledged Gao Zhu at that instant. Most present had been with He Lianqing for many years. They possessed strength but had long been suppressed by Deng Bo and the elder generation, who disregarded them, leading to their growing discontent. Although Gao Zhu's actions, such as renaming the organization, might seem like treachery or rebellion, the rules he established were sensible and considerate of the collective. This alone set him apart from Deng Bo and his ilk. Simply put, While Dengbo never regarded them as individuals, Gao Zhu truly treated them as such. Soon, the meeting concluded, and Gao Zhu led his associates to the various docks under the control of Tianmin. These docks were quite impressive, totaling 6, all previously under the dominion of He Lianqing. Gao Zhu promptly instructed Wang Fengyi to have the vessels transported. Once they arrived, arrangements could be made immediately. While engaging in legitimate maritime trade, they could also partake in smuggling ventures, thereby doubling their income. Soon, the greenbacks would flow in. Simultaneously, the news of He Lianqing's rebranding to Tianmin and declaring war on Dongxing and Hongxing spread throughout the underworld. The community was abuzz, speculating whether Gao Zhu had lost his mind. Just as he had settled into his position of authority, he was already contemplating conquest. Such audacity was unprecedented. Yet, they were more curious about how Dongxing and Hongxing would respond. In the Hongxing headquarters, upon learning of Big A's demise and the return of 2,000 troops in defeat, Jiang Tianxing urgently convened a meeting. All 11 hall masters were present. The atmosphere in the conference room felt somewhat sinister. Who would have thought? Big A is actually dead. What an unexpected turn. Liang Kuan squinted, mocking, and even displayed a hint of schadenfreude. Liang Kuan, refrain from your sardonic remarks. Brother B sacrificed himself for the organization, even personally taking the field, unlike certain individuals who lack the courage to mobilize. Defei, clad in white cloth, spoke weakly. For the organization? Such utter nonsense. If it weren't for your greed, how could our society suffer such a devastating loss, with hall masters slain and returning in disgrace? Our dignity has been utterly tarnished. Seizing upon Defei's words, Liang Kuan found a pretext to target Jiang Tianxing. Defei coldly snorted, choosing not to elaborate further. Confronted with Liang Kuan's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words, especially since with Big A's death, Liang Kuan had become the most formidable hall master within the organization, making him a figure not to be trifled with. As for Chun Haonan, he remained silent, engulfed in profound guilt, appearing deeply sorrowful. However, Shanji was not pleased. Liang Kuan, aside from kicking a man when he S down and betraying your brothers, what else can you do? If it weren't for you safeguarding Bailey Avenue for Gao Zhu, we would have seized the territory long ago. Shanji, what standing do you have to speak here? Liang Kuan retorted, his gaze icy. In front of Lord Guan, rank matters not. If you are at fault, I am entitled to speak. Shanji coldly huffed. The two engaged in a sharp exchange. Is this how Big A taught you? Disrespectful and unruly, spewing nonsense? Liang Kuan stood up, advancing toward Shanji. Chapter 63. The Hongxing and Dongxing Conference. To fight or to negotiate. Enough of the bickering. Everyone, speak less. Qinyao rose, glaring at Liang Kuan and Shanji, speaking coldly. Today, I am giving Yao good face. Shanji, do not be too arrogant. Arrogance can lead to death. Liang Kuan rasped a warning before returning to his seat. Shanji gritted his teeth, reluctantly sitting down. The underlying animosity between the two had always existed, and such occurrences were commonplace. The others had grown accustomed to it. While it appeared to be a feud between Liang Kuan and Big A, it was, in truth, a conflict between Liang Kuan and Jiang Tianxing. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing arrived. Mr. Jiang, Bai Gu was the first to rise, donning a hypocritical smile as he greeted him respectfully. The others followed suit, bowing, except for Liang Kuan, clad in a yellow jacket, who remained indifferent, engrossed in his cigarette. Muttering derisively, always slow, afraid others don't know you're the boss, making me wait until my back aches. His voice was not loud, blending into the noise of the room, yet it caught Jiang Tianxing's attention. However, he merely cast a casual glance at Liang Kuan, choosing not to address it. When Big A could stand against Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing had refrained from making a point. Now that Big A was gone, Jiang Tianxing could only choose to ignore him. Sit down. Jiang Tianxing gestured for everyone to take their seats. He Lianqing has undergone a tremendous transformation. Deng Bo has vanished, likely deceased. Now, Gao Zhu has taken control and renamed He Lianqing to Tianmin, boldly declaring a vendetta against us in Hongxing. What thoughts do you all have? Jiang Tianxing sat down, lighting a cigar as he spoke. Moreover, there were those who, for their own interests, conspired with Deng Bo to intervene in He Lianqing's affairs. Despite my strong objections, yet my words went unheeded. And now, the hall master is dead, and our dignity has been sullied. Liang Kuan spoke with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Liang Kuan's assertion held truth, while Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. Liang Kuan, choose your words carefully. Jiang Tianxing's intention was to reclaim some territory for the organization. His actions were for the collective good, and you have no right to cast blame here. Furthermore, what purpose does it serve to dwell on what has already transpired? Chen Yao immediately defended Jiang Tianxing. Very well, you have your points. Continue, Liang Kuan shrugged. Lighting a cigarette, His purpose of criticizing Jiang Tiansheng had already been fulfilled, now that Tianmin was entirely under Gao Zu's control and gaining momentum. His underlings were in high spirits. If a confrontation arose, the losses would undoubtedly be significant. I believe it is unnecessary to engage in a reckless encounter with Tianmin. Our intervention in the internal election of He Lianqing was indeed unjustifiable, and with Dongxing looming, I propose we negotiate with Gao Zu. If we can avoid conflict, we should. The road in the underworld is still long. We must seek vengeance for Big A, but not at this moment. There is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Chen Yao promptly presented his opinion. As Jiang Tianxing's confidant and Hongxing's strategist, he was well aware of Jiang Tianxing's mindset. At present, Jiang Tianxing found himself at the center of a storm. If a confrontation were to ensue, every individual under the command of Gao Zu is undeniably an elite, possessing formidable combat prowess. Engaging them head-on would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. There is even a possibility of being ambushed by Dongxing. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jiang Tianxing has now lost his esteemed ally B and must remain vigilant against Liang Kuan. Thus, he certainly would not choose this path of conflict. Yet, if no action is taken, one of the masters has already perished, which would bring disgrace upon Hongxing. Failing to reclaim their honor would invite scorn. The question then becomes, how can one preserve their own integrity while also upholding their reputation, ensuring the gang's survival? The only viable option is to pursue negotiations. Even extending an apology to Gao Zu would be acceptable, both within the gang and in the wider community. In essence, there are myriad ways to concede, and negotiating embodies the most prudent choice in terms of reputation. As Chun Yao's words resonated, a contemplative silence enveloped the assembly. I concur with Brother Yao's perspective. Negotiation is preferable. The times have changed. We are no longer in an era of bloodshed driven by mere brawn. Hongxing cannot sustain a perpetual cycle of violence. Financial stability is the ultimate truth, the Crown Prince remarked with a nonchalant air. In truth, his mind was consumed with thoughts of violence, and such wisdom could hardly have originated from him. It was, rather, Jiang Tianyang's insight that he had absorbed. Jiang Tianyang proclaimed, a true leader must embody 3 essential qualities. First, capital. Second, capital. And third, capital. The Crown Prince recognized this truth in Gao Zu as well. However, unlike Jiang Tianyang, Gao Zu not only possesses the ability to generate wealth, but also wields immense power. Why have you become increasingly timid, Crown Prince? To suggest we do not seize the opportunity for glory is utterly absurd. How can we possibly overlook the vengeance owed to Ally B? If we fail to act, what remains of Hongxing's dignity? Brother Ji interjected with palpable dissatisfaction. It was evident that he did not genuinely advocate for conflict. Rather, his words were merely a facade. Chen Yao's disapproval contrasted with his own, which served to highlight his own resolve. In straightforward terms, Chen Yao's lack of support indicated a significant likelihood that a confrontation with Tianmin would not materialize, allowing him to speak with such righteous conviction. This encapsulates the essence of fence-sitting, perceiving and adapting to the sentiments of others. The Crown Prince smiled faintly, declining to elaborate further. Brother Ji's perspective is limited. He is unworthy of discussing profound truths with me. Very well, Crown Prince, you present a compelling argument. The era has indeed evolved. It is no longer a time for violence. However, the gang belongs to all of us, and everyone has the right and obligation to partake in its future. Whether we engage in battle or dialogue, let us decide through a vote. Chen Yao declared as the debate intensified. This statement was originally intended for Jiang Tianxing. Yet it was well understood that Ally B was Jiang Tianxing's confidant. With Ally B's demise, it would be untenable for Jiang Tianxing to make such a proclamation without jeopardizing his standing. Uttering such words would invite ridicule and alienation. Shifting the decision to the assembled masters altered the dynamics. Should they choose to engage in battle, it would reflect the will of the people, uniting the gang against Tianmin, with Liang Kuan unable to refuse. Conversely, if the majority opposed military action, Jiang Tianxing could still preserve his reputation while providing an explanation to Chun Haonan and the external world. Very well, let us proceed to vote. The assembly concurred. However, it was not solely Jiang Tianxing who harbored ulterior motives. Others did as well. The death of Ally B indeed impacted Hongxing's reputation significantly, yet once a life is lost, its worth diminishes. Furthermore, engaging in conflict entails potential losses, and with the current comfort enjoyed by many, who would willingly undertake a thankless task. Thus, in the face of the Tianmin dilemma, whether motivated by profit or sentiment, the majority harbored self-serving intentions. Those in favor of negotiation, please stand. Conversely, those opposed, remain seated. Chen Yao promptly instructed. Soon, glances were exchanged, and Chun Haonan, Brother Ji, Defei, and Chun Yao rose, while the others remained seated. Those standing total 6. while those seated also total 6, an even count, Chen Yao remarked with a furrowed brow. As the results were revealed, all eyes turned to Jiang Tianxing, who, after a prolonged deliberation, would ultimately make the decisive call. Such is fate. Mr. Jiang, with the tally even, the decision to engage or abstain rests in your hands. Chen Yao stated, his expression one of resignation. Frankly, he had not anticipated this outcome. It seemed as though destiny had conspired against them, leaving no avenue for escape. My stance is straightforward. We must avenge Ally B. However, this matter now pertains to the collective interests of the gang. We cannot act impulsively and risk further losses for our brethren. Thus, negotiations are indeed necessary. At the appointed time, all masters will convene to negotiate with Tianmen. If we can reach an understanding, splendid. If not, we will resort to battle. Jiang Tianxing surveyed the room and stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Tianxing exhibits remarkable wisdom. The Crown Prince beamed. If negotiations were dismissed in favor of immediate conflict, he would rather withdraw from the gang altogether. The others unanimously endorsed Jiang Tianxing's sentiments. Only Chun Haonan appeared displeased, yet he dared not contravene Jiang Tianxing's wishes. Furthermore, I must announce another matter. Ally B has passed away, leaving the position in Kowloon vacant, which will henceforth be filled by Chun Haonan. Now, this meeting is adjourned. Jiang Tianxing declared coldly. While Hongxing is indeed a formidable force, an elite gang, internal stability remains precarious. As its leader, he lacks a substantial following and must cultivate individuals akin to Ally B to solidify his position. With Ally B's demise, it is imperative to elevate someone, and Chun Haonan emerges as a commendable choice, another dog worthy of nurturing. Upon hearing this, no one voiced dissent, not even Liang Cohen, who appeared disinterested in the matter, who is unaware of Jiang Tianxing's intentions. In the absence of Chun Haonan, another would inevitably rise to take his place. After all, Jiang Tianxing remains the leader. Meanwhile, Dongxing convened an emergency meeting in response to the external news. Wu Ya, Wu Jiwei, Lei Yaoyang, Situ Haonan, and numerous masters gathered. It is utterly absurd. A previously obscure brat has managed to best Deng Bo. How laughable. The reign of Lianxing is clearly waning. Wu Ya proclaimed with haughty disdain. A toothpick perched between his lips. They have since renamed themselves Tianmen, Lei Yaoyang interjected, sipping his tea with a hint of indifference. Renamed? This is nothing short of treachery against one's own roots. I refuse to believe there won't be internal strife. Wu Ya scoffed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. The names of gangs, especially those at the pinnacle, have endured in the community for decades, wielding substantial influence both internally and externally. In essence, it is a matter of faith. Now that Gao Zhu has transformed Lianxing into Tianmen, Wu Ya immediately surmised that chaos would undoubtedly ensue within their ranks. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Sha Meng's incompetence is appalling. How could over 2,000 fail to defeat a mere 1,000, only to be slaughtered in the process? How utterly disgraceful. Wu Ya's gaze flickered momentarily as he coldly remarked. Enough. Thanks to Sha Meng's failure, Gao Zhu now boasts the audacity to challenge us. Wu Jiwei smiled faintly and said with nonchalance, Humph, what are we afraid of in the marketplace? They can't even manage their internal issues, and yet they dare to declare war on us. That brat Gao Zhu truly overestimates himself, thinking that just because he holds the reins, he is invincible. He hasn't even learned to walk properly, yet he dreams of courting women. There will be a price to pay for pretending to be superior to us. The crow coldly remarked while slapping the table. Engage. We cannot engage. We must negotiate. At that moment, the camel entered and spoke nonchalantly. Upon seeing the camel's arrival, everyone rose respectfully. The camel held a significant position in Dongxing, his methods of managing people resonating with those of Deng Bo, albeit with slight differences. The commonality lay in their use of lofty rhetoric about respecting teachers and valuing righteousness to manipulate others. The difference was that the camel had bestowed favors upon all, while Deng Bo had not. Sit. Everyone is aware of the situation at Tianmen, correct? Lao Ding, Gao Zhu has become too arrogant. We must subdue him and avenge Sha Meng. The crow, known for his fiery temper, declared directly. If Dongxing were to be divided into two factions, the left and right, the crow would epitomize the right, advocating for a resolution through force and taking a more radical approach. Indeed, I concur. We must restore Dongxing's dignity and teach Gao Zhu a lesson, so he understands that there are greater mountains beyond the hills, and there are people beyond himself. The Jianghu of Hong Kong is not solely dictated by him. Wu Jiwei followed suit. This presents a splendid opportunity to expand Dongxing's territory, a chance that is rare and invaluable. Otherwise, with the camel's timid nature, Dongxing's scale will remain forever stagnant. Engage. Shall we assault Tianmen and let Hongxing profit from the spoils? Have you all lost your minds? The camel angrily slammed the table, glaring at the crow and others. But, Lao Ding, We cannot let Sha Meng's vengeance go unavenged. The crow retorted in dissatisfaction. First, we negotiate, then we will see. The camel decisively proclaimed, exhaling a puff of smoke as he surveyed the room. Wu Jiwei and the crow exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with resignation and exasperation. While the camel had many commendable qualities, he was excessively timid, overly cautious, and hesitant. Meanwhile, Sidu Haonan, Lei Yaoyang, and others remained silent. That evening, Gaozu returned to Tsim Sha Sui from the Tianmen headquarters. He checked the information regarding the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal. The entire control and operational rights of the terminal had been transferred from the Ship King to the Kowloon Group. This signified that the vast Tsim Sha Sui container terminal would now legitimately belong to Gaozu. Simultaneously, 10 cruise ships, 10 Panamax container ships, and bulk carriers were already in place, along with the existing various container vessels now owned by Gaozu. The next step involved addressing the business connections between Hong Kong Island and overseas. These matters were entrusted to Wang Fengyi. At the same time, Gaozu did not forget his smuggling enterprises. Arms, gold, luxury cars, jewelry, luxury goods, and oil were primarily managed by Gui, Lao Gui, and Yi Guohuan. On the surface, they conducted legitimate shipping business while secretly prioritizing smuggling, effectively allowing them to earn double profits from each voyage. The profits from smuggling far exceeded those from conventional shipping, being far more straightforward due to the absence of various tariffs. Standing atop the dock, Gaozu gazed at the surging waves ahead, quietly smoking a cigarette. Before long, Lao Gui, Yi Guohuan, and a Gui rushed over, looking weary. Brother Zhu, Brother Zhu, Brother Zhu. The three greeted him respectfully. How has the task I assigned to you been executed? Gaozu exhaled a smoke ring, casually sitting on the steps as he spoke coolly. Chapter 64. The alliance with Lianqing is no more. Tianmen must stand. Brother Zhu, within a single day, we have taken over all the terminals previously controlled by Lianqing. However, there are always some who refuse to see the situation clearly and insist on putting on a show. We can only bury them in the sea. Lao Gui said coldly. Well done. Gaozu smiled faintly. In truth, he had already spoken with the heads of 6 terminals that day, offering substantial benefits that surpassed the terminal's actual worth. Yet, there were always those who chose to defy his will. What could Gaozu do? He could only send them to meet the King of Hell ahead of schedule, preemptively granting them absolution. As the saying goes, those who accomplish great deeds do not sweat the small details. No formidable tyrant ascends to greatness without bloodshed. Is everything in order regarding business? Gaozu continued to inquire, as he had rarely meddled in smuggling affairs lately, leaving it all to the 3 of them. Regarding arms, luxury cars, and television, there are no issues. As for luxury goods, we have established cooperation with the Sakura Nation, and currently, there are no problems. The main issue lies with jewelry and gold. Chow Tai Fook and several major jewelry and gold shops have partnerships with the Ship King, making it difficult for us to penetrate. We can only collect some less than clean goods. Lao Gui sighed. I understand. No rush. We will proceed step by step. Gaozu nodded in acknowledgement. The commercial giants of Hong Kong Island are few, and it is natural to have business dealings with them. Moreover, the Ship King is the wealthiest in Hong Kong Island, making cooperation with him quite reasonable compared to the Kowloon Group. You may return now. Gaozu glanced at his watch and addressed the 3. Shortly after their departure, the prince and Liang Kuan arrived. Isn't it chilly, sitting here in the wind? The prince approached and sat beside Gaozu, inquiring. Liang Kuan, on the other hand, was shivering from the cold, clutching his coat tightly. A bit of wind pales in comparison to the cold glint of a blade. Gaozu replied nonchalantly, thank you for your assistance this time. The prince helped him secure Tsim Sha Sui, while Liang Kuan safeguarded the Causeway Bay on Patterson Avenue, allowing Gaojun and others to have the capacity to confront various forces. Otherwise, with so many venues under Gaozu's care, he would certainly lose a few. Moreover, neither of them had seized the opportunity to encroach upon his territories. Quite just. No need for thanks. We are brothers. The prince replied with a calm smile. Our cooperation is built on sincerity. Such minor matters need not be formal. Liang Kuan added with a gentle smile. Gaozu glanced at Liang Kuan and nodded. Among the numerous Hong Kong films, only a few caught his eye, such as Ni Yongxiao, Liang Kuan, and Lei Yaoyang. These individuals possessed both courage and wisdom. Had it not been for the constraints of the plot, they would all be notable figures in their own right. At that moment, multiple large vessels approached across the tranquil sea, led by Tony Jia. Upon seeing their safe return, Gaozu felt a sense of relief. The arms trade was lucrative in dollars, primarily producing AK rifles, with limited profit margins, and quantities had to be restricted, otherwise, they would lose value due to oversaturation. Thus, Gaozu also manufactured RPG rocket launchers, Makarov PB handguns, Type 85 submachine guns, grenades, and various other weapons, all of which boasted superior performance compared to existing firearms. This time, Tony Jaa's voyage was primarily to deliver samples of these weapons to the doctor and discuss some cooperation details. Come, I shall take you to the estate for some tea, Gaozu announced as he rose. Soon after, the three departed by car. At midnight, Gaozu bid farewell to the two. On this occasion, in a gesture of gratitude towards the individuals involved, Gaozu bestowed upon each of them a red envelope containing 3 million. Simultaneously, they also hinted at Jiang Tianxing's intentions to engage in peace talks. Peace talks? Naturally, Gaozu would not refuse, but the nature of such discussions posed a dilemma. If they were to proceed as they did last time, devoid of any earnestness, Gaozu would not be inclined to extend courtesy. Just as he was about to turn back towards the manor, a figure caught his attention under the dim glow of a streetlight about 30 meters away. To the average eye, the person's features would be indistinct. However, with enhanced vision from the infusion of a strengthening liquid, Gaozu recognized the individual at once. He smiled and approached. What was Sir Ling doing here at such a late hour? Gaozu inquired nonchalantly as he reached Ling Qian'er. Unlike her usual uniform, Ling Qian'er was adorned in the distinctive attire of a nightclub hostess, a white blouse paired with a red mini-skirt, presenting a stark contrast to her typically aloof demeanor, as if she were an entirely different person. Upon seeing Gaozu, a flicker of panic crossed Ling Qian'er's face, her expression radiating a poignant vulnerability, tinged with a hint of grievance. I, she stammered, blinking rapidly, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In the next instant, a single tear cascaded down her cheek. Gaozu stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms. He was well aware that her emotional index had soared to 100. What this implied was crystal clear to him. Moreover, her presence here in the dead of night was certainly not for the purpose of fulfilling a task. The forlorn posture she adopted revealed her intentions unmistakably. Pretending to resist, Ling Qian'er feigned struggle as Gaozu effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, transporting her back to the manor. In the grand hall, Ling Qian'er nestled against Gaozu's broad chest, weeping softly. Time seemed to lose its meaning as her tears soaked his clothing. Gaozu gently caressed her head, asking, "Do you feel any better?" Humph. Ling Qian'er lifted her head, bravely wiping her tears. However, when her gaze met Gaozu's, her expression revealed her distress, tears shimmering in her eyes. "All right, stop crying. Our Sir Ling has turned into a big cat now," Gaozu remarked as he reached out to wipe her tears. "Can you please not make me worry so much in the future?" Ling Qian'er mumbled. Although they had not explicitly defined their relationship in that moment, she clung to Gaozu like a devoted wife. "All right, I understand." Gaozu nodded, embracing her once more. The night passed in silence. Only the gentle spring breeze and fine rain whispering hints of spring. 6 days elapsed, and He Lianxing had vanished, replaced by Tianmen. Throughout these 6 days, as anticipated by all, turmoil erupted within Tianmen. Many loyalists to Deng Bo, He Lianxing, and the likes of Lao Guiwei learned of Gaozu's reforms and expressed their indignation. They rose in rebellion, determined to eliminate Gaozu and resurrect the name of He Lianxing. Consequently, a bloody storm ensued within the organization. However, in the face of figures like Li Wang, these individuals were utterly insufficient, swiftly subdued by overwhelming force. In just 6 days, Tianmen returned to a semblance of calm, though some external forces attempted to exploit the situation to undermine Gaozu. Yet, before they could execute their plans, Gaozu decisively quelled the unrest, employing a forceful suppression. Nevertheless, this came at a considerable cost to Tianmen. The most significant loss was undoubtedly in personnel. Those who were to be executed, expelled, or withdrew left Tianmen with merely around 10,000 members. Compared to organizations like Hongxing, Tianmen was undeniably at a numerical disadvantage. Yet, Gaozu remained unfazed by such unforeseen circumstances. He had anticipated this outcome when devising the reform measures. To the outside world, it seemed as though he was crippling himself, digging his own grave. In reality, Gaozu viewed this as a pursuit of excellence, one that would not only prevent Tianmen's decline, but also enhance its overall strength and cohesion. Those who failed to appreciate the situation departed Tianmen to seek other paths, while others were eager to join. After all, the treatment Gaozu afforded his subordinates was akin to a white-collar salary in society. Moreover, Gaozu had long been idolized by numerous young loyalists, regarded as a paragon of their generation. With financial incentives in place and a strong moral and influential presence, it was only natural for individuals to flock to him. Frankly speaking, he never worried about recruiting new followers. As for the recruitment process, he entrusted it to Gao Jin and his associates. Meanwhile, the day for peace talks with Dongxing had arrived. Gaozu, accompanied by several hall leaders, made his way to the venue, the No Bones restaurant, a popular gathering place for the underworld to deliberate significant matters. Dongxing had invited Tianmen, and Luotu had been waiting there for quite some time. Surrounding them were over 100 of Dongxing's subordinates, all there to maintain order. "Old Ding, the time is almost upon us. Not a single person from Tianmen has arrived," Do you think they might not show? Wu Ying voiced his concerns as he lit a cigarette. Today a spectacle was grand, and word had spread throughout the underworld, the crucial point being, it was Dongxing who had extended the invitation to Tianmin, which was tantamount to granting Tianmin a significant honor. If Tianmin failed to appear, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to Dongxing's face, leaving them utterly humiliated and subject to ridicule from the underworld. The thought of this filled Wu Ying with dissatisfaction towards Luotu. How could the esteemed Dongxing be reduced to apologizing to Tianmin? It was utterly disgraceful. Luotu, you're being too timid. Calm down. The time hasn't come yet. Luotu shot Wu Ying a glare, exhaling smoke as he replied nonchalantly. He had spoken with Gao Zhu over the phone, and Gao Zhu had not declined. He trusted that Gao Zhu would not let him down. In the next moment, a procession of luxurious vehicles rolled down the street. All were identical Tiger head Benzes, with at least a dozen in total. Following closely behind, led by Gao Zhu, a line of Tianmin's subordinates disembarked from the cars, each clad in suits and ties. Such sophistication. This display immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Wow, look at these lowly subordinates dressed like social elites. They truly know how to show off, Wu Ying remarked, blinking in disbelief. All right, keep your comments to a minimum. Luotu took a deep breath, then revealed his characteristic smile. While Wu Ying believed Gao Zhu was merely putting on airs, the reality was that this was the essence of mingling within society. After all, he had witnessed similar spectacles in the Wanwan region, where the leading gang, the Sanlian gang, embodied such grandeur, radiating an impressive aura. Had it not been for financial constraints, he would have long sought to emulate this style for Dongxing. However, even a standard suit started at 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and arranging such attire for the entire Dongxing would require a significant financial outlay. It was simply not feasible. Meanwhile, the other members of Dongxing gazed enviously at Tianmin's presence. However, being part of Dongxing's roster, they had no option to withdraw from the organization, or else they would genuinely consider defecting to Tianmin and aligning with Gao Zhu. After all, who does not yearn to step outside and bask in the glory of the world? Azu, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your kind guidance. Upon seeing Gao Zhu, the camel's smile widened even further. I cannot accept such praise. Your Dongxing is undeniably far superior to our Tianmin. Gao Zhu replied with a leisurely tone. Ha! The camel chuckled awkwardly. Please, after you. Soon, both parties entered the grand hall, and Gao Zhu along with the camel and others took their seats. Azu, the matter regarding Shang leading his men to attack at Simsha Sui was conducted without the knowledge of the society. While he is indeed at fault, he has already passed. It would be best to let bygones be bygones. Moreover, our two families have always maintained a harmonious relationship, and we have collaborated on numerous occasions in the past. There is no need to let this escalate into mutual destruction. What do you think? The camel spoke directly, without beating around the bush. Though this approach may seem somewhat cowardly, the camel preferred to see Hongxing and Tianmin clash, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. In the world of mingling, acting impulsively is a grave misstep. It is the steady stream that ultimately prevails. As the camel concluded his remarks, the members of Dongxing felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They recognized the camel's cautious nature, yet they were astonished at how far he was willing to bow. It was as if he were on the verge of kneeling down to polish Gao Zhu's shoes. Additionally, it was shameless of the camel to shift the blame onto the deceased Shang, who had acted on behalf of the society. It seems your men are somewhat discontented, Gao Zhu remarked as he lit a cigarette, casting a pointed glance at the crows. The camel's demeanor was indeed commendable, and Gao Zhu was surprised at the old fellow's remarkable forbearance. He had come forth to admit fault, which even made Gao Zhu feel a tad embarrassed. However, Gao Zhu had come with a commanding presence and needed a breakthrough, with the crows as his targets. What is the matter with you, crows? What expressions are those? Relax your fists. The camel coldly addressed the crows. In response, the crows shot a defiant glare at Gao Zhu but, adhering to the camel's wishes, unclenched their fists and feigned smiles. Gao Zhu, you misunderstand. We merely had a poor night's sleep and are not in the best of spirits. Is that so? Gao Zhu's face brightened with understanding. Shang may indeed be deceased. Yet what of my losses? The mental anguish of over 1,000 subordinates, appearance fees, relocation costs, and lost wages. Gao Zhu exhaled a cloud of smoke and turned his gaze back to the camel, speaking languidly. How much do you seek? The camel frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. 8 million, not a penny less. Gao Zhu stated flatly, his tone remarkably resolute. Declaring war on both Dongxing and Hongxing was not an impulsive decision. It was the result of profound contemplation. Dongxing and Hongxing had always been at odds, wary and calculating against one another. The likelihood of the two uniting to assault Tianmin was slim. Even if they did collaborate, it would merely result in mutual scheming, not detrimental to Tianmin. It was precisely because Gao Zhu understood this dynamic that he orchestrated such a grand display. His objective was to stride over Dongxing and Hongxing, amplifying Tianmen's reputation. With Lianqing gone, it was time for Tianmen to rise. 8 million? The camel felt a surge of anger rise within him, almost overwhelming. You killed Shang, and Dongxing has not sought retribution. Even today, we come to negotiate, and you audaciously demand 8 million? This is excessive. However, upon further reflection, the camel resolved to acquiesce. Gaozu's humble demeanor left little room for pride. It was evident that when the time came, Jiang Tianxing and the rowdy members of Hongxing would not show any leniency. When the conflict erupted between Hongxing and Tianmen, Dongxing could merely watch as a bystander. Fine, it is settled. We acknowledge our fault. We shall provide the 8 million. The camel declared. Excellent. Dongxing is capable of great deeds. Gaozu responded with satisfaction. He was certainly aware of the camel's ulterior motives. The latter's current forbearance was merely a guise for his own gain. Frankly speaking, if Dongxing were not somewhat weaker, their unity and intellect would far surpass that of Hongxing. The narratives depicted in dramas reveal this truth easily. Once Liang Quan perished, Dongxing shed its fears, and with just a crow and Wu Zhuwei, Hongxing was left in disarray. Were it not for Hongxing's protagonist aura surrounding Chen Haonan, the likelihood of Dongxing absorbing Hongxing would have been significant. Haha. By the way, Azu, your flower business is quite substantial. Do you truly wish to forgo it? The camel inquired with a grin. Since Gaozu had rebranded Lianqing to Tianmen, all flower operations had ceased. This represented at least $1 billion business, abruptly halted at Gaozu's decree. The camel was envious. If Dongxing were to take over, it would be a boon indeed. I refuse. Gaozu coldly asserted his position. Can you at least share the route with me? I am willing to purchase. The camel blinked hopefully, inquiring. Absolutely not. I will not sell. Gaozu firmly rejected the camel's proposal. Those selling flour were catering to the Hong Kong populace, a band of blood-sucking scoundrels. Even if he did not profit, Gaozu would rather discard the flour than sell it to his compatriots. Of course, he was open to selling it to other countries, such as the flourishing Sakura Nation or the hegemonic Eagle Empire, but he would never support selling to his own people. Very well, the camel sighed resignedly. In Hong Kong, there were numerous gangs, aside from Hongxing. Tianmen could be considered the second society that forbade its members from engaging in flower dealings. He could only concede that Gaozu was indeed wealthy and principled. All right, I shall not keep you any longer. The Hongxing members will be arriving shortly. Gaozu flicked the ash from his cigarette and issued the guests their dismissal. Good. We shall reconvene another day. The camel smiled and promptly departed with his entourage. Old chief, are we not being a tad too humble? As soon as they settled into the vehicle, the crow could no longer contain his emotions. Dongxing, in terms of strength, may not rival Hongxing, but it was significantly more formidable than the former Lianqing. As for the present Tianmen, its numbers were greatly diminished, lacking the former glory of Lianqing. Although Gaozu's men possessed remarkable combat prowess, it was difficult to assess. In the crow's eyes, Dongxing was indeed superior to Tianmen. Why must they be so humble? Humble? Tuya? How many times have I told you? The underworld is not merely about fighting. It is about human relations and social intricacies. Actions require intellect. Let me put it this way. If you cannot tolerate the humility that you perceive, how could those lofty individuals from Hongxing possibly accept it? They would not. When Hongxing and Tianmen engage in mutual destruction, we, Dongxing, shall. The camel paused, leaving the conclusion unspoken. His message was crystal clear. If the crow remained oblivious, he would indeed be a fool. Ah, I see now, old chief. It is indeed your wisdom that shines. I am in awe. After hearing the camel's words, the crow felt enlightened. Enough, let us return. The camel closed his eyes. Not long after the members of Dongxing departed, Jiang Tianxing arrived with 12 hall leaders, among them Chen Haonan, who had firmly established himself as the dominant figure in Causeway Bay with Jiang Tianxing's staunch support. Amidst the throngs of people, he exuded an air of grandeur, walking with an unmistakable swagger, reveling in the sensation of being the center of attention. After mingling with the esteemed figure B for such an extended period, he had finally ascended to the role of a leader, fully savoring the taste of power. Occasionally, he found himself drifting into thoughts of his predecessor, the Grand Ancestor. Feeling a surge of gratitude, without the Grand Ancestor, today's splendor would not exist. However, he was acutely aware that he traversed the world by virtue of righteousness, and the vendettas against the likes of B and the others must be avenged. Establishing his persona was imperative for longevity in this realm. How did the discussions with Dongxing unfold? Do you have any news? Jiang Tianxing inquired, glancing at the Grand Ancestor's entourage before turning to Chun Yao and the others. The outcome of the negotiations with Dongxing held significant weight for Hongxing, as it would influence their subsequent decisions. In essence, his thoughts aligned with that of the camel. Both desired a confrontation between the other party and the Grand Ancestor. No, but it is said that Camel and his associates emerged with grim expressions. Chen Yao promptly responded. Alas, Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow. a hint of urgency creeping into his demeanor. Inquire further. Just then, Gao Jin approached. Mr. Jiang, please. Our brother Zhu has been awaiting you for some time. Very well. Jiang Tianxing nodded, leading the group into the restaurant, No Backbone Tavern. Ah, brother Zhu. I trust you have been well. The last time we met, you were merely a hall leader, and now you have transformed into the master of Tianmen. Congratulations. Jiang Tianxing commenced with pleasantries upon entering. Congratulations are unnecessary. Since you wish to discuss matters, how shall we proceed? The Grand Ancestor replied with an air of indifference. I have heard that Dongxing also seeks to engage you. I wonder how that is progressing? Jiang Tianxing awkwardly inquired, feigning nonchalance as he settled into a chair. That does not concern you, the Grand Ancestor retorted, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. Jiang Tianxing's subtle intentions to extract information and weigh the pros and cons were seen through by the Grand Ancestor in an instant. Even if the Grand Ancestor were to speak ambiguously, it was futile for Jiang Tianxing to seek answers from Camel, as Camel would never divulge anything. The Grand Ancestor thrived in such vague, inscrutable situations, as they facilitated his manipulation of Jiang Tianxing. Grand Ancestor, do not be so arrogant. Do not presume that because you have become the master of Tianmen, you possess the right to boast before us in Hongxing. Chen Haonan interjected, visibly displeased, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Indeed, our purpose here is not out of fear of Tianmen, but merely to avoid unnecessary casualties. Brother Ji echoed, attempting to assert dominance over the Grand Ancestor and salvage their negotiating stance. After all, maintaining the reputation of their gang was of paramount importance, especially for Hongxing, which thrived not on trade but on its name and reputation. The remaining individuals sat in silence, lacking significant interests that conflicted with Tianmen, choosing to remain uninvolved in the matter. Their presence was merely to lend an air of respectability to the gathering. Oh, since you are not afraid of Tianmen, then we shall accompany you. There is nothing more to discuss. Please leave. The Grand Ancestor remarked with a light chuckle, dismissing the notion of negotiating while attempting to assert dominance over Jiang Tianxing. Wait, brother Zhu. Jiang Tianxing gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Our relationship with Lianxing has always been one of mutual non-interference. Our grievances are minimal. This time, Boss B acted without our knowledge, leading to a confrontation on your turf. Now that there are casualties, and you remain unscathed, why not consider this matter settled? Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? Ha ha ha, your sentiment mirrors that of Dongxing. Do you truly believe I would act accordingly? The Grand Ancestor provocatively replied, seeking to lead Jiang Tianxing into speculation about whether Dongxing had fallen out with him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing's frown deepened. The Grand Ancestor's words indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within him. If Camel had indeed quarreled with the Grand Ancestor, there would be no need for Hongxing to intervene. They could simply reap the benefits. Just as you mentioned, the affairs of Dongxing are of no concern to us. I do not wish to know the outcome of your negotiations with them. My hope today is for our two factions to coexist peacefully, Jiang Tianxing stated calmly. Casting a glance at Chen Yao, Chen Yao offered a wry smile before shaking his head. Dongxing is quite tight-lipped. To this day, no news has emerged. Very well. I shall extend a courtesy to Mr. Jiang, but having disrupted my territory, killed my men, and inflicted significant losses upon me, you cannot possibly expect me to turn a blind eye, can you? The Grand Ancestor stated coldly, tapping his fingers on the table. What do you want? Jiang Tianxing retorted, visibly displeased. The Grand Ancestor seemed to be preparing to extort him. With Boss B deceased, it was impossible for him to offer tea and apologies. But he had heard that Xun Haonan had inherited the position of the leader in Kowloon and was also Boss B's godson. Perhaps he could demand that he offer an apology on behalf of Boss B. Furthermore, an additional compensation of 10 million would be required. If both conditions were met, the grievances between them could be resolved. The Grand Ancestor spoke with an air of calm assurance. Dongxing had already shown signs of capitulation, and the Grand Ancestor possessed considerable confidence in his ability to manipulate Jiang Tianxing. Even if he could not control him, it would still lead to a confrontation, thereby elevating the name of Tianmen. Are you out of your mind? 10 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chen Haonan slammed the table in a fit of rage. Let us fight then. I'm not afraid of you. Defei rose, unleashing his fury. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Jiang Tianxing turned and shot a cold glare at the two. Mr. Jiang, this fellow has insulted me for the second time. 3 strikes and you're out. If there's a third offense, the Grand Ancestor paused, leaving his statement hanging. That will not happen. Jiang Tianxing replied with a forced smile, glancing once more at Chen Yao. Chen Yao pinched the bridge of his nose. What are your thoughts on the conditions I proposed? The Grand Ancestor inquired, taking a deep breath. What they were engaged in now was a game of psychological warfare. As for whether Dongxing would divulge any collaboration with the Grand Ancestor at this juncture, the Grand Ancestor was confident that Camel would remain tight-lipped. Jiang Tianxing sought to manipulate Dongxing, But Dongxing equally wished to outmaneuver Hongxing. They were merely two sides of the same coin. The Grand Ancestor capitalized on the mutual scheming between the two factions. Initially, the peace talks were centered around Hongxing, but the Grand Ancestor executed a clever maneuver, allowing Dongxing to take the lead. Consequently, it became exceedingly difficult for Hongxing to ascertain whether Dongxing would confront Tianmin. If they did, Hongxing could merely watch the spectacle unfold. And if they did not, Hongxing would have no choice but to bow to the Grand Ancestor. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Tianxing had been keenly observing the Grand Ancestor's demeanor. Yet, the Grand Ancestor maintained an unwavering calmness, revealing no vulnerabilities, exuding confidence and authority, rendering Jiang Tianxing's task of deciphering him all the more challenging. However, in his perspective, the Grand Ancestor was merely putting on an act. The likelihood of Camel and the Grand Ancestor having a falling out was high. Since that is the case, Hongxing has even less reason to engage in conflict with Tianmin, thereby benefiting Dongxing. Very well, Chen Haonan apologized to AB while serving tea. The sum of 10 million must be delivered within 3 days. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment before speaking. No, it must arrive tonight, otherwise, we shall fight. Gaozu asserted with unwavering authority. Today, both Hongxing and Dongxing will certainly keep their lips sealed. However, by tomorrow, that may no longer hold true. Therefore, it is imperative to secure the funds before either of them uncovers the truth. Excellent. Jiang Tianxing gritted his teeth. All eyes immediately turned to Chen Haonan. His countenance was dark, as if he could squeeze water from it. To force himself to apologize to his adversary, and furthermore, to do so while serving tea, was a blow to his proud yet fragile spirit that he simply could not bear. Anan, why are you in a daze? Do you treat Mr. Zhang's words as mere whispers? Chen Yao spoke up. Hurry up, AB has died. As AB's godson, it is only reasonable for you to apologize to Gaozu. The previously silent Liang Kuan urged with a hoarse voice. For him, witnessing this scene was quite enjoyable. The more Chen Haonan was humiliated, the more Jiang Tianxing felt embarrassed, while the reputation of Hongxing rested squarely on Jiang Tianxing's shoulders. After a long pause, Chen Haonan lifted the teacup and, staring at Gaozu, begrudgingly said, Gaozu, I apologize on behalf of Brother B. What? Your voice is too soft. I didn't hear you. Gaozu revealed a playful smile. Chen Haonan clenched his teeth. The grinding of his back molars audible. I am sorry. Gaojun, did you all hear that? Gaozu turned to the gathered Tianmin members and inquired. Did not hear it. Gao Jun replied directly. Gaozu, I apologize. Chen Haonan opened his mouth wide, shouting. Do you hear it now? Very good. It is indeed an honor for Brother B to have a godson like you. Gaozu commented as if he were an elder. This infuriated Chen Haonan to no end. Mr. Jiang, since Hongxing is so sincere, let bygones be bygones. Gaozu rose, exhaling smoke with a nonchalant demeanor. This was a psychological game, and it was evident that Gaozu had triumphed effortlessly. He did not even need to resort to force to make the two leading gangs yield. Excellent. Jiang Tianxing stood up, forcing a smile, feeling as though his rear was exposed and vulnerable. Chapter 66, a major division between Hongxing and Dongxing. The distinction of black and white. When over Yiqiu, the steel fruit has gold mines. As the talks between Dongxing, Hongxing, and Tianmin at the Spineless Tavern concluded, many figures in the underworld were curious about the outcome. In their eyes, Tianmin was destined for annihilation. After all, both Dongxing and Hongxing were major factions in the harbor, utterly unafraid of a single Tianmin. They were even unaware of where Gaozu derived his confidence. Having just quelled internal issues and stabilized his position, he dared to challenge the two prominent gangs. Was he not merely lighting a lamp in a lavatory, seeking trouble? However, until the evening, the results of the negotiations remained undisclosed, leaving the underworld figures perplexed. Logically, such news should have been made public long ago. Could it be that Dongxing and Hongxing had both capitulated to Tianmin, too embarrassed to announce it? Surely not. Hongxing and Dongxing were notorious for their fiery tempers and sense of pride. They might give some face to Deng Bo, but they would never concede to Gaozu. I am inclined to believe that it was Gaozu who backed down, too ashamed to show his face, while Hongxing and Dongxing spared him the embarrassment of publicizing the news. In the world of the underworld, it is not merely about violence, but also about relationships and social norms. While the underworld gossip thrived, Hongxing and Dongxing had already delivered the funds to Gaozu's residence. Simultaneously, news of the negotiations spread like wildfire across the harbor. Dongxing, compensation of 8 million to Tianmin. Hongxing, Chen Haonan apologized to Tianmin on behalf of Brother B, compensating them with 10 million. When this astonishing news broke, countless people were left dumbfounded, utterly speechless at such an outcome. Was it not the case that these two major factions were effectively conceding to Tianmin? The two leading gangs had yielded to Tianmin. It was an unprecedented spectacle. Many believed this news to be false, personally verifying with Dongxing and Hongxing. Upon receiving a definitive answer, they were left momentarily at a loss for words. When did Tianmen become so formidable that both Hongxing and Dongxing dared not provoke them? While the outside world struggled to comprehend, the internal factions of Hongxing and Dongxing were equally in turmoil. It was clear that both major gangs had been manipulated by Gaozu. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tianxing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as if he had been outmaneuvered. Gaozu had exhibited immense strength today. Jiang Tianxing believed that Gaozu and Dongxing must have fallen out, merely putting on a facade of composure in front of him. To his surprise, Gaozu was not pretending. He was genuinely formidable. The Dongxing members were scolded harshly by Jiang Tianxing. "You worthless lot." He never expected that a man as proud as the camel would actually concede to a junior. Although his scheme against Dongxing had failed, it still aligned with Jiang Tianxing's interests. His immediate priority was to eliminate internal threats. Liang Kuan posed a significant danger to him, and Gaozu was a clear example of what could happen. He did not wish to repeat Deng Bo's fate. He aimed to cultivate Chun Haonan in the shortest time possible, solidifying his leadership position while ensuring that Chun Haonan could keep Liang Kuan in check. Meanwhile, at Dongxing's headquarters, upon hearing the news, the camel exploded in rage. "Hongxing is a bunch of trash. Useless scum. I thought that given Hongxing's temperament, they would surely engage in battle with Tianmen, allowing us to reap the benefits. Who would have thought that Hongxing would be a coward, retreating in the face of Gaozu's provocation? Now, the face of the underworld is utterly tarnished. Moreover, the 8 million has already been delivered. The key point is that the grudge against the Sandhopper is now resolved, and it will no longer suffice as an excuse to attack Tianmen. This time, it was a calculated blunder, losing both the wife and the soldiers, a heavy loss indeed." The following day, Gaozu booked the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui, inviting figures from the underworld to attend his leadership banquet. Naturally, he looked down on hosting such gatherings. However, this was an opportunity to demonstrate to the outside world that he was the leader of Tianmen, as well as a perfect chance to promote the gang. Jiang Tianxing, Ni Yongxiao, the camel, and others were all present. Gaozu did not skimp on courtesy. He extended the respect due. After the banquet concluded, Gaozu sat alone in the hotel. Qiu Ti, dressed in a sleek black evening gown, approached Gaozu. The fragrance wafted through the air as Gaozu opened his eyes, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one go. "Why are you not home at this late hour? I fear you might not have anyone to care for you." Qiu Ti gazed at Gaozu's handsome face, speaking gently. She recalled the first time she met Gaozu, when he was merely a lowly figure. Now he had transformed into the leader of Tianmen. To claim that she was indifferent to Gaozu would be a lie. No woman is immune to the allure of strength, and she was no exception. Furthermore, Gaozu was now the boss of the Kowloon group, having amassed a fortune of 2 billion. With wealth, looks, stature, and status, Gaozu was nothing short of perfection. "Isn't it good to have you around now?" Gaozu chuckled lightly. "Brother Zhu, it's getting late. Let me escort you back to your room for some rest," Qiu Di said as he rose and approached Gaozu. Gaozu did not refuse. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol earlier, he was not inebriated. For his constitution, this level of intoxication was as trivial as quenching thirst with water. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the room. The following morning, Gaozu departed from the Peninsula Hotel, heading towards the Kowloon group. "Brother Zhu, it has been ages." Upon seeing Gaozu, Yi Qiu stepped forward, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Oh, you rascal," becoming increasingly sentimental. Gaozu patted Yi Qiu's shoulder and laughed. "I apologize. Brother Zhu, I've been abroad for work and just returned, only to learn of all that has transpired here." As Yi Qiu settled into his seat, a look of contrition crossed his face. As a brother, he felt immense guilt for being absent during Gaozu's significant troubles, feeling he had been of no assistance. "No need to worry. Such minor matters hardly require your intervention. Besides, as a philanthropist now, you must refrain from getting entangled," Gaozu remarked to Yi Qiu with a calm demeanor. Gaozu was well aware of Yi Qiu's intentions upon his release from prison. He sought redemption, wishing to shed the label of a criminal mastermind. Thus, even in the face of crisis, Gaozu had refrained from reaching out to him. "How goes your quest for fulfillment?" Gaozu lit a cigarette and spoke nonchalantly. To fulfill the aspirations of others is akin to realizing one's own desires. Yi Qiu replied with a bitter smile, as he poured a cup of white coffee into a cup of black coffee. Black will always remain black. It will never turn white. In his rigid mindset, black and white were eternally distinct. Black cannot become white, nor can white become black. "I thought my 8 years in prison had granted me clarity, that I could emerge as a good person, but that was merely my wishful thinking." Yi Qiu, while the distinction between black and white is indeed clear, it is the constraints of rules that create such divisions. Break the rules, and anything is possible. Your current inability to transform is not due to society's rejection, nor to Song Guoming's disdain, nor the police's disapproval of the island. It is that you have not yet developed the strength to defy these conventions. Gaozu spoke with a measured calmness. Yichio was undeniably a rare talent, possessing insights about life, yet he lacked the audacity and broad vision necessary for true transformation. Gaozu, having crossed over from a different realm, possessed perspectives and insights that surpassed Yichio's. Just as in Syria, where a terrorist can ascend to the presidency with the acknowledgement of the Eagle Empire. What else in this world is truly impossible? The only impossibility lies in one's own insufficient power. This is the original sin. Li Jia, the current king of Causeway Bay and the founder of TVB, shares a past steeped in blood, much like your own. The Hong Kong government, the overseers of the island, have perpetrated numerous oppressive acts against its people. How many souls have perished at their hands? So what truly defines black and white? Come work with me. I will guide you to become a good person, a person recognized as such by the world. Gaozu flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke softly. If Yichio continued to spiral down this path, he would find himself in dire straits. Yichio clenched his teeth, his expression laden with anguish, his eyes reddened. Gaozu's words struck him like a blow. The stark reality he articulated pierced through Yichio's innermost desires and hopes. At times, it is the most realistic truths that inflict the deepest pain. What is Kowloon Group beneath your notice? Gaozu inquired coolly. In comparison to Yichio's charitable foundation, although Kowloon Group had not gone public, its economic benefits far surpassed those of the charity. Moreover, Kowloon Group currently encompassed only shipping, maritime transport, and fishing industries, with the potential to expand into more sectors in the future. No, Brother Zhu, you misunderstand. If I were to join Kowloon Group, Yichio hesitated. Why not pursue both simultaneously? Gaozu suggested nonchalantly. To recruit Yichio served two purposes. 1, to honor their brotherly bond, and 2, to generate momentum for Kowloon Group. Only through the group's growing strength could they attract more business opportunities. Otherwise, he would be in direct competition with the world's richest shipowner, facing a distinct disadvantage. Furthermore, there were other formidable shipping magnates in Hong Kong, making the competition exceptionally fierce. To stand out in this industry, one must possess substantial capital, allowing for the scaling and specialization of vessels while ensuring the safety and reliability of material transport. With a solid reputation established, business would naturally flourish. Of course, external factors such as fluctuations in oil prices and demand also significantly impact this sector. Hence, Gaozu's vision was to diversify into multiple businesses rather than confine himself to a single industry. With so many contenders vying for the title of World Shipping King, Gaozu harbored aspirations of his own. In essence, everything he was currently undertaking was solely aimed at generating wealth, amassing dollars. In this world, where death is the only unalterable truth, nothing is beyond the reach of wealth. If something remains unattainable, it is merely a matter of insufficient incentives. With sufficient capital, the journey to redemption becomes merely a matter of course, a realization Gaozu had grasped profoundly. Very well, no objections. Yichio gazed deeply at Gaozu, knowing that the latter would not betray him. From today onward, you shall be the CEO of Kowloon Group, and Wang Fengyi will assist you. Gaozu declared with a smile. Excellent. Yichio beamed. Previously, he had perceived Gaozu as no different from an ordinary thug, engaged in constant violence. Until the incident with Kowloon Warehouse completely transformed his worldview. He wholeheartedly agreed with Gaozu's recent sentiments. Such insights were not within the grasp of ordinary minds. He believed that collaborating with Gaozu, a formidable alliance, would indeed lead to his redemption. Following this, Gaozu summoned Wang Fengyi to facilitate Yichio's integration with Kowloon Group. At that moment, a message from the Dark Dragon organization, operating abroad, reached Gaozu. They had discovered a substantial gold mine in the Congo, with an estimated reserve exceeding 20 tons. While the precise capacity could not be determined due to limited exploration conditions, it was initially identified as a large-scale rock gold mine. Currently, this gold mine was in contention among various factions. Despite the multitude of forces, none possessed true strength. Thus, the Dark Dragon promptly informed Gaozu. A gold mine. Gaozu inhaled sharply. Although the current price of gold was not particularly high, it remained within a normal range relative to living standards, affordable for the wealthy, yet out of reach for the impoverished. Gold will never go out of style. It is a harbinger of prosperity in times of peace and a lifeline in times of chaos. If this is indeed a rock gold mine with reserves exceeding 20 tons, one could extract at least 15 tons of gold, with a minimum value of $30 million per ton. Therefore, 15 tons would equate to a staggering valuation of at least $4.5 billion, a venture truly worthy of pursuit. This is merely the fundamental price of gold. However, if it were to be placed within a jewelry store or a gold shop and undergo a slight transformation, it could evolve into a unique artisan piece, thereby enhancing its value significantly. Furthermore, the resources in the Congo are remarkably abundant, featuring a plethora of rare metals such as gold, platinum, and diamonds, all of which are poised to become highly competitive rare metals in future industries, exceedingly difficult to acquire. The critical aspect is that the Congo is a region where armed forces reign supreme, allowing anyone with sufficient strength to carve out their own domain. Gaozu harbors no reservations about establishing his own armed faction in the Congo. In summary, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed, not only for profit, but also for the expansion of one's power. Hong Kong, in the future, will not accommodate Gaozu. Considering various factors, Gaozu has resolved to intervene in the Congo. To ensure absolute certainty and guarantee that the Dark Dragon organization can secure the gold mines amidst the multitude of armed factions, Gaozu has activated the container. After days of accumulation, he has amassed a considerable number of jars. Among them, there are 2 mid-tier and 1 divine. Ding! The mid-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the gambling god, Gao Jin. Gao Jin, the true gambling god. Just imagine the thrill of taking him to the casinos of Macau. How exhilarating that would be. If memory serves correctly, the inaugural Gambling God Tournament in Macau is set to take place at the end of this month, making Gao Jin's arrival quite timely. Ding! The mid-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Ding! The mid-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Dark Dragons. Ding! The high-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zhuang Pe, Miahun, Yanri, and Xianjian. Note: the 8 swords of the King of Yu are now complete. Ding! The high-tier jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 Apache armed attack helicopters.